12. Peculiar sovereignties. In the months immediately post-war, United States military and intelligence organizations wheeled their attention like heavy artillery around from Germany and Japan to the Soviet Union. Not only did real Soviet forces on the ground in Europe challenge, by their continued presence, the demobilizing Western defense, the Soviet Union was also the only theoretical enemy visible, as far ahead as it was sensible to look. In a first working estimate of the number of atomic bombs the U.S. should stockpile, for example, confined to the years 1945 to 1955, when conventional bombers would still be the only available means of delivery, U.S. Army Air Forces Major General Loris Norstad pointed out that during this period, Russia and the United States will be the outstanding military powers, and for that reason the estimate used the destruction of the Russian capability to wage war as a basis upon which to predicate the United States atomic bomb requirements. To General Groves, who continued by default to direct the atomic weapons program, the Soviet Union had always been the ultimate adversary. From the beginning, Groves had guided the Manhattan Project in the direction not of making a few bombs to end a war, but of developing a broad industrial capability to turn out atomic weapons in quantity after the war was won. Regardless of political views, responsible contingency planning required military leaders to consider from which direction war might come and what forces and strategy they would need to forestall it or to claim victory. This planning proceeded even as the United States government attempted to negotiate through the United Nations a program of international control of atomic energy. Such cross-wired confusion about the application of nuclear energy to war and international relations would trouble American atomic policy for years to come. On August 8, 1945, between the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings, U.S. AAF General Carl Spaatz, anticipating plans for a post-war atomic bomb program, stressed in a memorandum that the atomic bomb is essentially an air weapon, and there must be a plan for orderly transition from the present to a post-war basis which envisions our ability on short notice to deliver atomic bombs. Spaatz proposed that the 509th Composite Group, which had been organized under Colonel Paul Tibbets to drop the first atomic bombs, should remain intact as a nucleus for an expanded program. Spaatz was commander of the Pacific Air Force at the time. In 1946, he became commanding general of the Air Forces. The 509th, renamed the 509th Bomb Group, which operated the only aircraft equipped to carry atomic bombs, moved to Roswell Army Base in Roswell, New Mexico, soon after the war. The U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff met secretly before the atomic bombings of Japan and approved a new policy of striking the first blow, surprise attack, in the event of an atomic war. The first strike policy found embodiment subsequently in a planning document issued on September 20th, 1945, which stressed that during a crisis, while diplomacy proceeded, the military should be making all preparations to strike a first blow if necessary. Surprise attack went against previous U.S. military policy, which had been formally defensive, as well as national tradition, but the change was not gratuitous. To the Joint Chiefs, it seemed to follow logically from a realistic assessment of the destructiveness of nuclear weapons. Whoever struck first with such powerful weapons was likely to carry the day. Offense, the Joint Chiefs would assert 2 years later, recognized in the past as the best means of defense, in atomic warfare will be the only general means of defense. In that spirit, by October 1945, the JCS Joint Intelligence Committee began drafting a plan for a first strike on the Soviet Union of 20 to 30 atomic bombs, a number based on a realistic assessment of currently available resources of ore and manufacture. The plan foresaw 2 scenarios that might require such a strike: in retaliation for Soviet aggression, or when the Soviet Union became capable of attacking the United States or of repelling a U.S. attack, as preventive war. Groves also mulled preventive war in those first heady months of nuclear monopoly. If we were truly realistic instead of idealistic, as we appear to be, he wrote in a secret report, Our Army of the Future, We would not permit any foreign power with which we are not firmly allied and in which we do not have absolute confidence to make or possess atomic weapons. If such a country started to make atomic weapons, we would destroy its capacity to make them before it has progressed far enough to threaten us. The Joint Intelligence Committee plan explored doing just that. What the U.S. military planned contingently, and some military leaders vigorously advocated, was not official policy. The U.S. government never endorsed or authorized preventive war. Harry Truman evidently found the idea morally repugnant as well as politically suicidal. Such a war is the weapon of dictators, the president said publicly in 1950, not of free democratic countries like the United States. But the extreme conviction that the only sure way to protect America from what one Air Force General, Nathan Twining, would call the whims of a small group of proven barbarians was to destroy the industrial capacity of the USSR preemptively, to strike Soviet cities by surprise with atomic bombs, that is, with the potential loss in a few apocalyptic days of tens of millions of human lives, persisted within the military, the USAAF in particular. Norstad's more ambitious study of September 1945, which incorporated the strategic chart of Russian and Manchurian urban areas that Groves had seen in late August, found that the Soviet Union could be defeated at the outset of a war if the United States destroyed 66 Soviet cities of strategic importance, neutralized a few air bases the Soviets might use outside the USSR, and isolated the battlefield by atomic bombing such tactical targets as the Dardanelles and the Kiel and Suez Canals. For these purposes, and estimating that only 48% of the bombs would get through and find their targets, Norstad concluded that the United States would need to stockpile 466 atomic bombs of Nagasaki scale. The USAAF general sent his study to Groves for comment. Groves dismissed this first air effort impatiently. It underestimated the destructiveness of atomic bombs, he told Norstad, and overestimated how destructive they would need to be to disable a city. My general conclusion would be that the number of bombs indicated as required is excessive. The day before Norstad sent his study to Groves for review, September 14th, he and USAAF Lieutenant General Hoyt Vandenberg had been appointed to a board headed by Carl Spaatz charged to report on the effect of the atomic bomb on the size, organization, composition, and employment of post-war air forces. A few of Norstad's findings made their way into the report the Spaatz board issued in October, but overall its conclusions were cautious. It noted that the USAAF knew very little about atomic bombs because of Manhattan Project secrecy, which the president had recently extended post-war. The weapon was large, heavy, enormously expensive, and definitely limited in availability. For these and other reasons, the Spaatz board recommended that the USAAF wait and see, concluding that the atomic bomb does not at this time warrant a material change in our present conception of the Air Force. The board proposed assigning a bloodhound to follow the trail, a new deputy chief of air staff for research and development, and recommended appointing Curtis LeMay, just back from Hokkaido in his long-range B-29. Production that autumn from Oak Ridge and Hanford confirmed the limits the Spaatz board had assessed. Oak Ridge separated 1.063 kilograms of U-235 per day at a daily cost of $158,300. The Little Boy uranium gun used 64 kilograms, which was 2 months' production, 6 Little Boys per year, and with composite cores in the offing for the implosion bomb, Groves decided to stockpile the U-235 rather than make it up into wasteful and obsolete guns. Hanford produced about 4 to 6 kilograms of plutonium per month, enough for about 10 to 12 Fat Man bombs per year, with just over 6 kilograms of plutonium per core, but composite cores would need only 3.2 kilograms of plutonium each, plus 6.5 kilograms of U-235. So the only bomb assemblies Los Alamos produced for the rest of the year and during 1946 were Fat Man designs, now called Mark IIIs, which could accommodate a solid Christie core or a new composite. The composite, however, could not be certified for military use until the design had been tested at full scale, and no such test was in the offing. Effectively, then, the U.S. production of U-235, by far the larger quantity of fissionable material, was long-term reserve with no short-term military application. Before Curtis LeMay took up his new duties of research and development, he went on leave back to his native Ohio, spending a few weeks with my family, he said, getting acquainted with them once more in the midst of the most beautiful Indian summer I have ever seen. On his way to Washington in November, he found time to speak at the Ohio Society of New York. Like most returning veterans, he was full of feeling and of resolve. He could not describe, he told his fellow Ohio State alumni, the difference between the bomb-blackened ruins and the desolation of our enemies' cities and the peaceful Ohio cities and landscape, untouched and unmarred by war. I can only say to you, if you love America, do everything you can to make sure that what happened to Germany and Japan will never happen to our country. On leave, he had thought through the last 4 years of war, he said. America had not been prepared. She escaped the ruin visited upon other nations because she was given time to prepare and because of distance. But in the next war, LeMay warned, distance will be academic and there will be no time for preparation. The next war would be launched in the air. It would be fought with fantastic new weapons. December 7th, 1941 will seem like a quiet day in the country in comparison with the first day of the next war. The next war would be a war of rockets, radar, jet propulsion, television-guided missiles, speeds faster than sound, and atomic power. They had not had enough bombers at the beginning of the last war, LeMay recounted in horror. American unpreparedness extended to the point where on September 1st, 1939, the day Hitler smashed into Poland, United States strategic air power consisted of 19 poorly equipped heavy bombers. Before the next war, the Air Force must be allowed to develop unhindered and unchained. There must be no ceiling, no boundaries, no limitations to our air power development. Then LeMay came to the contradiction that he would chew over for years to come. First, he offered one of his touchstone concepts. No air attack, once it is launched, can be completely stopped. In late 1945, that meant to LeMay that the U.S. would have to have an air force in being that could move immediately to retaliate if the country was attacked. But if no air attack can be completely stopped, then retaliation would not protect the country. It would only destroy the enemy's country in turn. That threat of retaliation, that preparation, might be sufficient to prevent attack in the first place. If we are prepared, it may never come. It is not immediately conceivable that any nation will dare to attack us if we are prepared. So, in November 1945, Curtis LeMay was already thinking in terms of what came to be called deterrence. But it was only not immediately conceivable that an enemy might attack us if we were prepared. Evidently, it was still conceivable if conditions changed. International gangsters have twice made the mistake of leaving America until last. They will not make the same mistake a third time. And if they did not, if they were not deterred, what then? Moving on to the Pentagon after his stop in New York, LeMay remembered feeling like a square peg in a round hole at first, out of his depth technically in research and development. But it didn't take me long to become mighty interested. To glean the spoils of advanced technology from defeated Germany, he organized Project Paperclip, which brought German scientists to the U.S. as prisoners of war and put them to work continuing the research they had begun for the Third Reich. LeMay's chief catches were Walter Dornberger and Werner von Braun, who had developed the V-2 rocket, the first long-range ballistic missile. He built a wind tunnel complex for advanced aircraft research in Tullahoma, Tennessee. He commissioned the consulting company that became the RAND Corporation, the first think tank, and assigned it the research that resulted in May 1946 in its first report, Preliminary Design of an Experimental World-Circling Spaceship, that is, a satellite. The reason for having RAND do the study, comments Herbert York, was to get a jump on the Navy, which also was studying satellites. LeMay was determined that it wasn't going to be a Navy program, It wasn't going to be a joint Navy-Air Force program. It was going to be an Air Force program. The report noted pointedly that the development of a satellite will be directly applicable to the development of an intercontinental rocket missile. LeMay also lobbied the USAAF during his R&D tenure to develop the long-distance capability to detect an atomic explosion, but his proposal fell on deaf ears. Why bother to look for what everyone knew the Soviets couldn't soon make? In the midst of these duties, LeMay won another assignment. An aide to Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal, an investment banker with long-standing connections in the physics community named Louis L. Strauss, had recommended shortly after the end of the war that the Navy test the ability of ships of present design to withstand the forces generated by the atomic bomb. To scotch loose talk to the effect that the fleet is obsolete in the face of this new weapon. Such talk, Strauss feared, would militate against appropriations to preserve a post-war Navy. An alert young Democratic Senator, Brian McMahon of Connecticut, made a similar proposal on August 25th. The Navy negotiated with the USAAF. The two services agreed to a joint project to atomic bomb a fleet of surplus Japanese, German, and U.S. ships moored at anchor. The Joint Chiefs appointed a subcommittee to plan the exercise. To head the subcommittee, they chose Curtis LeMay. Operation Crossroads, to be carried out on Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands, would be LeMay's second atomic bombing command. The destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki by single bombs shocked and frightened the world. Americans in particular felt vulnerable for the first time to devastating attack, a reaction in part to having been the first to inflict such attack on another people. A great debate started up in the United States in the months after the war about war and peace. There were calls to outlaw the bomb, calls for world government, visions of one world or none. Even Edward Teller briefly embraced internationalism, writing in the new Bulletin of Atomic Scientists that nothing that we can plan as a defense for the next generation is likely to be satisfactory. That is, nothing but world union. After a time of confusion about appropriate legislation, the Truman administration backed civilian control of atomic energy domestically. Internationally, in an agreed declaration with Britain and Canada concluded on November 15, 1945, it supported action to prevent the use of atomic energy for destructive purposes and to promote the utilization of atomic energy for peaceful and humanitarian ends. Such action required a plan. Jimmy Burns, as Secretary of State, got the job of devising it. Burns appointed a protesting Dean Acheson chairman of a committee that included Groves, the two civilian wartime leaders of atomic bomb development, Vannevar Bush and James Bryant Conant, and from the War Department, Henry Stimson's former aide, John J. McCloy. Stimson had retired. Acheson in turn appointed a 5-man board of expert consultants. David Lilienthal, a lawyer who was head of the Tennessee Valley Authority, agreed to serve as chairman. The other 4 members were Monsanto Chemical Vice President and Plutonium Specialist Charles Thomas, General Electric Engineering Vice President Harry Wynne, New Jersey Bell President Chester Barnard, and Robert Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer came prepared. He had explored the complexities of international control not only with Niels Bohr at Los Alamos and with Conant, but also with shrewd, tough I.I. Robbie. Oppenheimer and I met frequently and discussed these questions thoroughly, Robbie told an interviewer many years later. I remember one meeting with him on Christmas Day of 1945 in my apartment on Riverside Drive west from Columbia University in Manhattan. From the window of my study, we could watch blocks of ice floating past on the Hudson. We were then developing the ideas that became the basis of the Acheson-Lilienthal report. The work of formulating a plan was a way beyond misgivings and despair. Once Oppenheimer got interested in something, Robbie observes, he went right in and became the leader of it. Gordon Arneson, the State Department's specialist on atomic matters, says Oppenheimer became the chief teacher for the Acheson-Lilienthal group. To Lilienthal, the group's work was one of the most memorable intellectual and emotional experiences of my life. The men met first in Washington. Oppenheimer gave them a 10-day course in nuclear physics, properly taking control as the only real expert of defining the technical basis of the problem. But other than serving as their savant, he kept his own counsel at first. They moved next to New York to talk to a group of scientists, including Luis Alvarez, who had explored for Groves a scheme of control by inspection alone. Discussion intensified. Ideas came from every side. These were men of diverse background and conviction, and they debated them night and day. When patience gave way to exasperation and someone proposed simply outlawing the bomb, which happened frequently, Lilienthal always waved a newspaper clipping about the agreed declaration to remind them that their government had already committed itself to international control. Back to Washington to study geology. They made progress. Then they got seriously stuck. Lilienthal proposed they tour Oak Ridge and Los Alamos, whiskey on the train down to Knoxville, and a hungover tour of the vast gaseous diffusion plant, where supervisors prowled among the surrealistic piping on bicycles, warmed their friendship. They flew to Los Alamos in Groves's private C-54, which Lilienthal in his diary called a luxurious army transport plane. The president was trying to reach Lilienthal to offer him a cabinet post as Secretary of the Interior, the TVA chairman thought, but not even that provocation dulled him to the significance of the secret mesa, with the high mountains forming a majestic backdrop, where they went into casual little buildings, saw things only few men have seen, talked with soft-spoken, gentle, intelligent men about the things they had done. Now I have a sense that this thing of atomic bombs is real. Herbert Marks, Atchison's personal representative to the board, who accompanied the men on their travels, caught the stenchy note of brimstone that accented the Faustian essence. It wasn't a large place, and it wasn't a spectacular one. I looked around me, and there were the same materials, colors, textures, and fabrics you might see in any warehouse. I saw the receptacles that contained the labor of God knows how many men, the cargoes of thousands of freight cars, the mental triumphs of gifted scientists born in a dozen countries. The receptacles were small, and I thought to myself, hell, I could walk out of here with one of them in my pocket. Not that I could have. Too many soldiers outside and inside the vault were watching us closely. Tough troops who looked as though they kept their rifles clean. And supposing I had got away with one, what could I, an ordinary layman, have done with it? In a way, the same was true of so much of the whole Manhattan district. It bore no relation to the industrial life or social life of the country. It was a separate state, with its own airplanes and its own factories and its thousands of secrets. It had a peculiar sovereignty, one that could bring about the end, peacefully or violently, of all other sovereignties. What they came to was a radical proposal. Remarkably, it won their common agreement. When Bohr read it, he wrote Oppenheimer of his deep pleasure. In every word of it, he said, he found just the spirit which I think offers the best hopes for the development in which we all put our whole faith. The Atchison-Lilienthal report, as the board's proposal came to be called, found that outlawing atomic bombs by inspection was unreliable. Any system based on outlawing the purely military development of atomic energy and relying solely on inspection for enforcement would at the outset be surrounded by conditions which would destroy the system. To the contrary, every stage in the activity, leading from raw materials to weapon, needs some sort of control. That control might work if the element of rivalry between nations were removed. The way to do that was to assign the intrinsically dangerous phases of the development of atomic energy to an international organization responsible to all peoples. If, for example, only this Atomic Development Authority could legally own and develop uranium ore, then not the purpose of those who mine or possess uranium ore, but the mere fact of their mining or possessing it becomes illegal, and national violation is an unambiguous danger signal of warlike purposes. The very opening of a mine by anyone other than the international agency is a red light without more. It is not necessary to wait for evidence that the product of that mine is going to be misused. Three kinds of activity were intrinsically dangerous: acquiring raw materials, producing fissionable uranium and plutonium, and using them to make atomic weapons. Other kinds of activity were safe: using radioactive tracer materials in medicine and science, operating small research reactors, possibly operating power reactors as well if the fuel were properly denatured to make converting it to an explosive more difficult. Safe activities might be licensed to states, reducing the necessary scale of the Atomic Development Authority bureaucracy. Intrinsically dangerous activities it would have to control and operate exclusively. There would be a significant advantage in such an operation. The scientists and engineers on the authority staff could be more than policemen. They would work at the cutting edge of a new and exciting field of technology. The work would be intellectually satisfying, it would keep them keen, it would also keep them at least abreast of potential violators. These were sufficiently radical ideas, particularly coming from hard-headed businessmen like Chester Barnard and Harry Wynne. Wynne even felt compelled to defend the group against a charge of radicalism, contributing to the report an assessment that it may seem too radical, too advanced, too much beyond human experience. All these terms apply with peculiar fitness to the atomic bomb. In the final pages of the report, the group introduced a truly radical idea. Radical for its time, it would still seem radical today. It concerned the crucial question of sanctions. If a nation attempted to violate such an agreement as the group was proposing, how could it be punished? Would the authority maintain an army? Would it stockpile atomic bombs? No. Instead, the authority as it developed would spread its mines and factories around. Its Oak Ridges and Hanfords, its research laboratories and nuclear power reactors would need to be spread around anyway, so that their benefits could be dispersed. Spreading such development around would be a way of transitioning from national to international control, and a systematic plan would probably have to be written into the authority's charter, governing the location of operations and property of the authority so that a strategic balance may be maintained among nations, whereupon the system would become self-policing. This will be quite a different situation from the one that now prevails. At present, with Hanford, Oak Ridge, and Los Alamos situated in the United States, other nations can find no security against atomic warfare except the security that resides in our own peaceful purposes, or the attempt at security that is seen in developing secret atomic enterprises of their own. Other nations which may fear us can develop a greater sense of security only if the Atomic Development Authority locates similar dangerous operations within their borders. Then a balance will have been established. It is not thought that the Atomic Development Authority could protect its plants by military force from the overwhelming power of the nation in which they are situated. Some guard may be desirable, but at most it could be little more than a token. The real protection will lie in the fact that if any nation seizes the plants or the stockpiles that are situated in its territory, other nations will have similar facilities and materials situated within their own borders, so that the act of seizure need not place them at a disadvantage. This remarkable idea, spreading the intrinsically dangerous mines and factories around, is indistinguishable from what has come to be called nuclear proliferation, except that the agent of proliferation in the board's design would have been an organ of the United Nations rather than individual states, and the technology that proliferated would have been infrastructure alone rather than infrastructure and stockpiled weapons. Though the report does not belabor the point, it notes more than once that true security is incompatible with secrecy. Its proposal for a radical system of self-policing makes starkly clear what Bohr's open world would be. A world where how to design atomic bombs would be public knowledge. A world, as it were, where the guns have all been laid out together in the open on a table, but disassembled and arranged so as to be within everyone's equal reach. Bohr liked to ask of new ideas in physics whether they were crazy enough to be truly original. Here was the logic of openness extended into a practical proposal, and it looked odd indeed. Would it have worked? In a much more unstable and dangerous form as nuclear proliferation, it did. In the form in which the Acheson-Lilienthal report proposed it in March 1946, it never had a chance. Around this time, early 1946, a remarkable conjunction of statements and events revealed and contributed to a darkening of relations between the U.S. and the USSR. The first of these was a speech Stalin read before a crowd of 4,000 party members, government officials, and army officers at the Bolshoi Theater across from the Kremlin in the center of Moscow on the evening of February 9th. The occasion for the speech was ostensibly an upcoming election. Deputies to the Supreme Soviet were to be elected on one-party ballots for the first time since December 1937, and Stalin desired to express his appreciation for having been renominated. In fact, the speech reclaimed the USSR for the party. No brothers and sisters now, no my friends, as Stalin had embraced the Soviet people in the wake of the German invasion on July 3, 1941. The dictator addressed himself now to comrades. He informed them that their victory meant, in the first place, that our Soviet system has won. No gratitude for gallant allies. The war had been an inevitable result of modern monopoly capitalism. The war had demonstrated that the Soviet system was a perfectly viable and stable form of organization, a form of organization superior to all others. The Red Army had proved itself first class. The Communist Party had managed war production with the utmost success. But now the country needed to be restored. A new 5-year plan would squeeze into half a decade the development that had been planned for the decade truncated by the war. Echoing at the Bolshoi what he had recently told Igor Kurchatov, Stalin expressed, "No doubt that if we give our scientists proper help, they will be able in the near future not only to overtake, but to surpass the achievements of science beyond the boundaries of our country. There would be extensive construction of scientific research institutes. He would soon remove rationing and the country would produce more consumer goods. But there would be no relief from the grinding toil and poverty of the war years as millions dreamed. Our party intends to organize a powerful new upsurge of the national economy, which would enable us, for instance, to raise the level of our industry threefold as compared with the pre-war level. Only under such conditions can we regard our country as guaranteed against any eventualities. That will require perhaps 3 new 5-year plans, perhaps more." The country had lost 30% of its national wealth and 25 million people were still homeless, but Stalin used the victory, writes biographer Dmitry Volkogonov, consciously and resolutely to preserve the system. In Washington, a few days later, Navy Secretary James Forrestal asked Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas if he had read Stalin's speech and what he thought of it. "The declaration of World War III," Douglas said. Forrestal agreed. The second defining statement during this period was a long telegram from George Kennan, the American chargé d'affaires in Moscow, to the State Department on February 22, 1946, analyzing the Soviet mentality. Kennan was bedridden at the embassy, with cold, fever, sinus, tooth trouble, and the after effects of the sulfa drugs administered for the relief of these other miseries, when he dictated his acerbic dispatch. His illness followed the unsuccessful meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers, Molotov, Ernest Bevin of Britain, and Jimmy Burns, in Moscow in December, in which he had participated. There were few places on earth less pleasant in winter than the Soviet capital. Kennan calls the time "these unhappy days" and associates his 5-part telegram with an 18th century Protestant sermon. For a year and a half, he wrote 30 years later, still exasperated, I had done little else but pluck people's sleeves, trying to make them understand the nature of the phenomenon with which we in the Moscow embassy were daily confronted, and which our government and people had to learn to understand if they were to have any chance of coping successfully with the problems of the post-war world. So far as official Washington was concerned, it had been, to all intents and purposes, like talking to a stone. Kennan's mood of exasperation, with the Soviets and with Washington, colored his analysis. In his memoirs, he claims horrified amusement at rereading his long telegram and mocks its pretension. Much of it reads exactly like one of those primers put out by alarmed congressional committees or by the Daughters of the American Revolution, designed to arouse the citizenry to the dangers of the communist conspiracy. He was evidently in dead earnest at the time. The USSR still lives in antagonistic capitalist encirclement, Kennan began his analysis ominously, with which there can be no permanent peaceful coexistence. He ascribed to the Kremlin a neurotic view of world affairs, which, at bottom, was the traditional and instinctive Russian sense of insecurity. Russian rulers, he said, have always feared foreign penetration, feared direct contact between the Western world and their own, feared what would happen if Russians learned the truth about the world without, or if foreigners learned the truth about the world within. Marxism simply supplied justification for their instinctive fear of the outside world, for the dictatorship without which they did not know how to rule, for the cruelties they did not dare to inflict. The Soviet rulers were not necessarily insincere. Who, if anyone in this great land actually receives accurate and unbiased information about the outside world, was an unsolved mystery. An atmosphere of Oriental secretiveness and conspiracy pervaded the government so that possibilities for distorting or poisoning sources and currents of information are infinite. In consequence, we have here a political force committed fanatically to the belief that with the U.S. there can be no permanent modus vivendi, that it is desirable and necessary that the internal harmony of our society be disrupted, our traditional way of life be destroyed, the international authority of our state be broken, if Soviet power is to be secure. How to cope with such a country should be approached with the same thoroughness and care as the solution of a major strategic problem in war. Kennan believed the problem could be solved, however. The Soviets were militarily weaker and their system was not necessarily stable. War was not the solution. Rather, for the indefinite future, the communists would have to be contained. Soviet power, unlike that of Hitlerite Germany, is neither schematic nor adventuristic. It does not work by fixed plans. It does not take unnecessary risks. Impervious to the logic of reason, it is highly sensitive to the logic of force. For this reason, it can easily withdraw, and usually does, when strong resistance is encountered at any point. Thus, if the adversary has sufficient force and makes clear his readiness to use it, he rarely has to do so. In the years since this historic telegram sparked along the cables from Moscow to Washington, George Kennan has claimed more than once that he was writing less of military containment than of political. Washington did not read his sermon that way, and its language makes clear why. When the U.S. naval attaché in Moscow alerted the chief of naval operations to the document, for example, he noted that it revealed the utter ruthlessness and complete unscrupulousness of the Soviet ruling clique. James Forrestal embraced it, writes Kennan, had it reproduced and evidently made it required reading for hundreds, if not thousands, of higher officers in the armed services. Burns thought it a splendid analysis. Lewis Halley, a State Department official, remembered that it came at a moment when the department, having been separated by circumstances from the wartime policy towards Russia, was floundering about, looking for new intellectual moorings. Now, in this communication, it was offered a new and realistic conception to which it might attach itself. The reaction was immediate and positive. There was a universal feeling that this was it. This was the appreciation of the situation that had been needed. Mr. Kennan's communication was reproduced for distribution to all the officers of the department. We may not doubt that it made its effect on the president. Truman read it at a time when he had concluded that, unless Russia is faced with an iron fist and strong language, another war is in the making. I do not think we should play compromise any longer. I'm tired of babying the Soviets. Nothing much happened immediately as a result of Kennan's analysis, except that he won recognition as a master strategist and saw his official loneliness come to an end. But in fact, the long telegram had defined a new American policy toward the Soviet Union, nearly as ideologically rigid as the policy Stalin had defined toward the West. The third defining statement may have been the most important of all. Winston Churchill, now 72, deposed as Prime Minister of England during the Potsdam Conference the previous July, traveled to Florida early in January 1946 to continue his recuperation from the hard years of war and the shock of losing election. He arrived with an invitation in his pocket to speak at a small Protestant men's college in Fulton, Missouri, a town of southern ways in rich farm country north of the Missouri River in the center of Truman's home state. Truman's military aide, General Harry Vaughan, was a Westminster College graduate and had promoted the invitation with the president, who had endorsed it with a promise to travel to Fulton with Churchill and introduce him. The former prime minister was worried about the hastening Soviet takeover of Eastern Europe. Americans seemed still to trust the Russians, and he believed that trust dangerously misplaced. He decided to write a deliberately shocking speech, to give the West a wake-up call, as he had tried to wake up England to the Nazi threat in the decade between the world wars. Perhaps to his surprise, he found that the dire situation with which the insatiable appetites of Russia and of international communism were confronting us was at last beginning to make a strong impression in American circles. Footnote: Churchill's visit coincided with a sea change in U.S. attitudes. When the war ended in the summer of 1945, notes historian John P. Rossi, 60% of the American people polled expressed confidence about cooperation between Russia and the Western Allies. By February 1946, on the eve of Churchill's speech, that figure had dropped to 35%. End footnote. Burns and Truman both read Churchill's speech before he delivered it, although Truman afterward denied having done so because it advanced a harsher line than he was yet prepared to take. Burns in late February delivered a tough anti-Soviet speech at the Overseas Press Club. Truman's exasperation with babying the Soviets evidently warmed him to Churchill's views. The president invited me to travel with him in his train the long night's journey to Fulton, Churchill recalled. We had an enjoyable game of poker. Since Truman seemed quite happy about Churchill's general line, the doughty prime minister decided to go ahead. 40,000 people had descended on Fulton that warm Tuesday afternoon, March 5th, 1946. Westminster is set on a hill westward several blocks from the Fulton town square. Churchill, robed in scarlet for an honorary degree, spoke on national radio in the college gymnasium. Loudspeakers carried the orotund Churchillian rumble to audiences in other buildings and to the crowds outdoors. This was Churchill's famous speech, "The Sinews of Peace," when the former prime minister defined in a memorable phrase what had happened in Europe since the end of the war. From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an iron curtain has descended across the continent. Behind that line lie all the capitals of the ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe: Warsaw, Berlin, Prague, Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, Bucharest, and Sofia. All these famous cities and the populations around them lie in the Soviet sphere and are subject in one form or another not only to Soviet influence, but to a very high and increasing measure of control from Moscow. Bluntly, Churchill specified Moscow's measures of control. Communist parties raised to preeminence and power far beyond their numbers. Police governments prevailing. Turkey and Persia both profoundly alarmed and disturbed. A pro-communist Germany that would cause new serious difficulties in the British and American zones. Whatever conclusions may be drawn from these facts, Churchill summarized, this is certainly not the liberated Europe we fought to build up, nor is it one which contains the essentials of permanent peace. The British statesman nevertheless found it possible to repulse the idea that a new war is inevitable, still more that it is imminent. I do not believe that Soviet Russia desires war. What they do desire is the fruits of war and the indefinite expansion of their power and doctrines. The answer, he thought, must be Western strength and Anglo-American alliance. From what I have seen of our Russian friends and allies during the war, I am convinced that there is nothing they admire so much as strength, and there is nothing for which they have less respect than military weakness. The Western democracies would have to stand together. If they did so, no one is likely to molest them. The condemnation of a former ally was shocking, to Stalin as well as to Americans. Mr. Churchill has now adopted the position of a warmonger, Stalin soon told Pravda. Mr. Churchill and his friends bear a striking resemblance to Hitler and his friends. Mr. Churchill also has a racial theory asserting that English-speaking nations are the only nations of full value and must rule over the remaining nations of the world. But most shocking of all to U.S. public opinion, judging by the immediately subsequent reaction to the speech in the American media, was a paragraph now largely forgotten. It would be wrong and imprudent to entrust the secret knowledge or experience of the atomic bomb, which the United States, Great Britain, and Canada now share, to the United Nations while it is still in its infancy. It would be criminal madness to cast it adrift in this still agitated and ununited world. No one in any country has slept less well in their beds because this knowledge and the method and the raw materials to apply it are at present largely retained in American hands. I do not believe we should all have slept so soundly had the positions been reversed and some communist or neo-fascist state monopolized, for the time being, these dread agencies. The fear of them alone might easily have been used to enforce totalitarian systems upon the free democratic world, with consequences appalling to the human imagination. God has willed that this shall not be, and we have at least a breathing space before this peril has to be encountered, and even then, if no effort is spared, we should still possess so formidable superiority as to impose effective deterrence upon its employment or threat of employment by others. Which was nothing less than a call to an all-out atomic arms race. Walter Bedell Smith, Dwight Eisenhower's aide during the Second World War, who had just been appointed the new U.S. ambassador to the Soviet Union, stopped in to pay his respects to the British statesman in New York shortly after the Fulton speech. The street outside Churchill's hotel was noisy with picketers, demonstrating solidarity with the Soviet Union. I found him in the bathtub, Smith sets the scene, but he called me in, and as he dressed himself, I read the speech which he was to make that night in Manhattan. The former Prime Minister obviously was disturbed by the picketing outside. It was his first experience in America of any sentiment other than friendship, but he stood firm in his belief in the correctness of his Fulton analysis, declaring, "Mark my words, in a year or 2 years, many of the very people who are now denouncing me will say, 'How right Churchill was.'" Such was the clamorous valley of shadow into which the members of the Atchison-Lilienthal Board of Consultants descended from their mountaintop. Just as the board was finishing its 7 weeks of intense deliberation, Truman moved to appoint a conservative to head the delegation that would present the U.S. proposal to the United Nations. International control of atomic energy would mean a significant concession of national sovereignty. Truman concluded that only a certified conservative could carry such a measure through Congress. On Jimmy Burns's recommendation, he chose the multimillionaire financier Bernard Baruch, whose legendary advice to presidents and statesmen from a humble park bench and careful but expansive allotment of campaign funds had won him political authority. Atchison, for his part, thought Baruch's reputation was without foundation, in fact, and entirely self-propagated, and that Burns had fallen victim to Mr. Baruch's spell. When Baruch, freshly appointed, read about the Atchison-Lilienthal report in the newspapers, it had been leaked from Brian McMahon's new Joint Committee on Atomic Energy, in consequence of which the State Department released it officially on March 28th, he was enraged. When he learned a day or two later that Atchison had said the report would be the basis for discussion at the United Nations, he was furious. "I could not see the purpose of my appointment," he writes, "if the United States plans on atomic control had already been decided upon. I told Atchison plainly that he would then have to find another messenger boy, because Western Union didn't take anybody my age." I had never served as a messenger or mouthpiece before, and I did not intend to start now. From the startled Atchison, Baruch swerved to Truman. Truman claims he dressed down, the only man to my knowledge who has built up a reputation on a self-assumed unofficial status as advisor. I had asked him to help his government in a capacity of my choosing. I had no intention of having him tell me what his job should be. I made that clear to him in a very polite way. Baruch claims to the contrary that Truman was most affable and plainly anxious for me not to withdraw from the task. When the question arose about who was to draft the atomic proposals, he made this exact and characteristic reply, "Hell, you are." Baruch did so, and his first concern, predictably, was that the Atchison-Lilienthal report did not deal with the problem of enforcement, a problem which I considered crucial. For Baruch, who was then 76 years old and who had served as a technical advisor on the American delegation to the 1919 peace conference following the First World War, swift and sure punishment would determine whether an agreement on atomic energy was effective or only another in the long line of history's empty declarations and gestures. If I had learned anything out of my experiences in international affairs, it was that world peace is impossible without the force to sustain it. He was in charge, and he would insist on sanctions against those who violated the rules. And since the veto power that the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council enjoyed could block enforcement of such sanctions, he would further insist that the veto be suspended in matters of atomic control. Atchison was appalled. The swift and sure punishment provision could be interpreted in Moscow only as an attempt to turn the United Nations into an alliance to support the United States' threat of war against the USSR unless it ceased its efforts, for only the United States could conceivably administer swift and sure punishment to the Soviet Union. Swift and sure punishment for violation of the treaty, if realistically considered, seemed uncomfortably close to war, or certainly to sanctions that under the United Nations Treaty were subject to the veto of permanent members of the Security Council. Did it seem likely that they would forgo it here? The only practicable safeguard in case of violations would be clear notice and warning that they were occurring. Baruch did not agree. His view prevailed. His Baruch plan also proposed that the United States would give up its stock of atomic bombs only as the other nations of the world fell into line. The Soviet Union countered the Baruch plan with a proposal for immediate and universal nuclear disarmament without inspection. The United Nations Atomic Energy Commission, to which Baruch was the American delegate, discussed the proposals until December, when it voted a plan largely modeled on the American plan, the Soviet Union and Poland abstaining. There, writes Atchison, the matter died. Nothing came of the effort except bad will. Oppenheimer told an interviewer long afterward that the day Jimmy Burns appointed Bernard Baruch was the day I gave up hope. Rather than speaking out publicly as he might have done, he agreed to serve Baruch as a scientific advisor. That was not the day for me to say so publicly. Baruch asked me to be the scientific member of the delegation, but I said I couldn't. Then Truman and Atchison told me it might not look right if I got out now, so I said I would be present at meetings. Baruch assesses Oppenheimer's contribution more fulsomely. Once I got to work, I found scientists who were willing to help. Oppenheimer, writes Baruch, rendered invaluable aid to me by serving on the scientific panel. His is one of the most brilliant minds I have ever encountered. Robbie, who was no man's fool, assessed Oppenheimer's conflicts realistically. I found him excellent. We got along very well. I enjoyed the things about him that some people disliked. It's true that you carried on a charade with him. He lived a charade, and you went along with it. It was fine, matching wits and so on. Oppenheimer was great fun, and I took him for what he was. I understood his problem. His problem was identity. He reminded me very much of a boyhood friend about whom someone said that he couldn't make up his mind whether to be the president of the B'nai B'rith or the Knights of Columbus. Perhaps he really wanted to be both, simultaneously. Oppenheimer wanted every experience. In that sense, he never focused. My own feeling is that if he had studied the Talmud and Hebrew rather than Sanskrit, he would have been a much greater physicist. I never ran into anyone who was brighter than he was. But to be more original and profound, I think you have to be more focused. I think my brother felt that he wanted to make a big difference, Frank Oppenheimer commented of this period in Robert Oppenheimer's life. I argued with him quite a lot after the war. I felt that the kind of big difference would happen if one really taught people a lot about the dangers of the bomb, about the possibilities of cooperation. He said there wasn't time for this. He'd been in the Washington scene. He saw that everything was moving. He felt that he had to change things from within. Both Robbie and Oppenheimer came to question whether the U.S. proposal had been offered entirely in good faith. Whether we really wanted to turn the bomb over to the UN, Robbie wondered late in life, I don't know. Baruch didn't believe in it. Oppenheimer, in a 1948 postmortem, noted that even before the U.S. took a position, doubts about Soviet and Anglo-American policy pointed rather strongly to the need for discussion between the heads of state and their immediate advisors in an attempt to reopen the issue of far-reaching cooperation. The later relegation of problems of atomic energy to discussions within the United Nations, where matters of the highest policy could only be touched upon with difficulty and clumsily, would appear to have prejudiced the chances of any genuine meeting of minds. Had there been more reality to the plans, Oppenheimer concluded, we ourselves, and the governments of other countries as well, would have found many difficulties in reconciling particular national security, custom, and advantage with an overall international plan for ensuring the security of the world's peoples. The physicist vividly remembered a conversation he had with Truman during this period. In biographer Newell Farr Davis's transcription, it went like this. When will the Russians be able to build the bomb? Asked Truman. I don't know, said Oppenheimer. I know. When? Never. At some level, for Harry Truman, U.S. monopoly mooted the issue of international control. Yuli Hariton visited Fenyamin Sukerman's radiography laboratory in late December 1945. Sukerman recalled the occasion vividly. Hariton arrived at the laboratory and asked us, without preamble, have you read Smith's book? Of course we have. Then you understand what an enormous amount of work will have to be done before our country, too, has the secret of atomic weapons. I would like your laboratory, which has been working on radiography of explosions and detonations, to engage itself fully with the atomic problem. Don't give a thought to the formal side of the matter. All of that will be properly drawn up in due course. All I need from you is your consent. We requested 2 or 3 weeks' time to think the proposal over, although we did give him our tentative consent. The following month, January 1946, Sukerman and Lev Altshuler received state prizes for inventing flash radiography of explosive phenomena. Reinventing, actually, since flash radiography had been developed secretly at Los Alamos during the war to observe implosion, the same purpose to which Hariton hoped to apply it. Hariton reappeared in February. This time, says Sukerman, he'd come for a working conference. In the course of the conference, he told them, I can't rule out the possibility that certain experiments will be called for in the course of your development work that will be difficult to conduct in Moscow conditions. It could be that you'll have to relocate to different regions of the country for 6 months, a year, but it's still early to be talking about that. It was not too early for Hariton to be doing something about that. While Stalin was complaining to Pravda in mid-March about Winston Churchill's Iron Curtain speech, Hariton remembers searching for a suitable location for a bomb laboratory. It was clear that creating the bomb would require colossal pressures to squeeze fissionable materials, and also that pressures of the required magnitudes could be created by large-scale explosions. Moscow was hardly a suitable place for carrying out work of this sort, and finding a suitable, unpopulated area not far from Moscow was not a simple matter. We spent a lot of time surveying the grounds of various munitions factories that had been active during the war. Finally, after long searching, on April 2, 1946, Pavel Mikhailovich Zernyov, the future head of the institute once it was organized, and I arrived at the small town of Sarov. Here there was a small factory that had produced shells for Katyushas and other munitions during the war. On all sides were dense, wooded territories. This made it possible for us to carry out the necessary explosions, since there was plenty of space well isolated from populated points. Boris Vanikov had recommended the location, Hariton notes. We immediately took a liking to the place. Looking down from a high riverbank, Pavel Mikhailovich began planning the locations for our production buildings and the future town. I was struck by the ease with which he could do that. Most of the plans he indicated then were eventually realized. Sarov, 400 kilometers due east of Moscow, was the site of a famous monastery. The new Soviet state took over the monastery in the 1920s and used it to house war orphans, a mission celebrated in a popular Soviet motion picture. In the 1930s, the monastery became a prison camp. After Hariton and Zernyov selected it, a detachment of Beria's troops ringed it with a double fence of barbed wire, and it disappeared from the map. The record is silent on the fate of its population of several thousand souls. At various times it would be known as the Volga Office, KB, that is Design Bureau 11, Installation Number 558, Kremlev, Moscow Center 300, Arzamas 75, and Arzamas 16. To its scientific occupants, it was always known simply as Sarov. Hariton and Zernyov had found the Soviet Los Alamos. 13. Changing History. Klaus Fuchs did not return to England in December 1945 as he had expected to do. With the decision to stage a test of the effect of atomic bombs on ships at Bikini, and with so many American scientists leaving Los Alamos to return to teaching, Norris Bradbury asked the hard-working physicist to stay on into the spring to help with preparations. Harry Gold insisted later that he had no further contact with Fuchs after their September 19th meeting in Santa Fe, but Fuchs himself confessed in 1950 to several further meetings with a Russian agent in Santa Fe in the autumn of 1945 and spring of 1946. If Gold was telling the truth, and he is unlikely to have lied at a time when he had already revealed espionage episodes of which he was deeply ashamed, then Fuchs must have been in contact with some other courier. He never identified that contact. To the contrary, he maintained that Raymond was his sole cutout during his years in the U.S. His denial is unconvincing. After his arrest in 1949, he denied recognizing Gold until Gold confessed. He steadfastly denied the telephone contact in New York that allowed Gold to reconnect with him in Cambridge after he moved to Los Alamos. He denied knowing Sonia's identity until after her escape to East Germany in 1950. Nor is it credible that Soviet intelligence would ignore Fuchs at the very time when the Soviet bomb program was expanding to full scale under Beria's new authority. If Beria was willing to risk revealing the existence of that program by pursuing Niels Bohr, and in 1946 the German Nobel laureate physicist Werner Heisenberg, why would his foreign intelligence apparat not further exploit the services of its best-placed and most cooperative spy? Footnote. Heisenberg refused, saying, "The fox notices that many tracks lead into the cave of the bear, but that none come out." End footnote. Some of the information on post-war developments within the American program that Fuchs claimed he passed after returning to England probably went to the Soviet Union from the United States between October 1945 and June 1946. The likeliest courier in contact with Fuchs at Los Alamos after September 19, 1945, would have been Lana Cohen. Anatoly Yatskov has claimed that Lana Cohen visited Albuquerque twice to contact Perseus, who supposedly moved to Los Alamos during the war. Cohen herself admitted only to meeting a physicist. Perseus may be mythical or a composite, and Cohen's adventures may well concern Klaus Fuchs. Yatskov had good reason for disconnecting Harry Gold from Fuchs, as well as from David Greenglass. Not only had Igor Guzenko's defection seemed to put them all at great risk of discovery, but Gold, as Yatskov had warned him during the summer, was dangerously linked to Abe Rothman, whom Yatskov knew to be under active surveillance. If Yatskov disconnected Gold from Fuchs after September 1945 because of Guzenko's defection and the Rothman connection, the Soviet resident's instincts were shrewd. On May 13, 1946, ignoring Yatskov's cautions, Gold blithely signed on to work with Abe Rothman in Rothman's small Long Island commercial laboratory. Before then, Gold had ample occasion to notice Yatskov-Yakovlev's discomfort. At a meeting between the two men late in 1945, says Gold, Yakovlev told me that I should be very careful, much more careful than ever before. Footnote. Gold does not explain why he and Yakovlev were meeting, or what assignment he was supposed to be careful about. End footnote. He related to me an incident which had taken place recently. He said that a very important person who had upon him information on the atom bomb had come to New York, and that he, Yakovlev, had tried to get in touch with that person over a period of time, a period of a few days, but that the man had been trailed by intelligence men continually, so that Yakovlev had to give up the idea of getting in touch with this source of information. Who this very important person might have been has never been established, although Donald McLean traveled to New York from time to time to deliver espionage materials and had participated in planning British Prime Minister Clement Attlee's visit to Washington in November to discuss post-war Anglo-American atomic policy. Yatskov-Yakovlev, in the FBI's paraphrase of Gold's testimony, was very touchy and very apprehensive during this meeting with Gold. He made a couple of other appointments with Gold at that time, but did not keep any of these appointments. In February 1946, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police arrested 22 Canadian citizens and residents suspected of espionage on the basis of Igor Guzenko's documents and testimony. Among those arrested was Israel Halpern, in whose address book the Mounties had found Klaus Fuchs's intern camp and Edinburgh addresses and Crystal Heinemann's address in Massachusetts. Learning that Soviet GRU, military intelligence, had given Alan Nunn-May a new contact in London, the RCMP allowed him to return to England undisturbed, where British authorities arrested him after several delays on March 4th. For reasons Gold never explained, and in violation of the unwritten regulations to which he was otherwise fastidiously devoted, he decided, after missing his meeting with Yatskov early in 1946, to look up Fuchs at Crystal Heinemann's house in Cambridge, as Fuchs had told him he could do. He arrived on another snowy February morning. On previous trips to Cambridge, the only persons I had variously encountered there were Crystal Heinemann and her small children, a maid, a housekeeper, and Klaus Fuchs himself. But this time, unluckily for me, the husband, Robert Heinemann, was present, and along with him a friend, a Greek. The Greek, Konstantin Lafazanos, lived with the Heinemanns. He was a professional graduate student, Robert's pal, and, according to the FBI, Crystal's lover. The two men were home because of a power failure at Harvard. Gold stayed for lunch. Lafazanos recalled later that they talked about vitamins, about which Gold was knowledgeable. In 1943, Gold and a friend had applied unsuccessfully to the Corn Exchange Bank in Philadelphia for a loan to start a vitamin assay laboratory, one of Gold's many unfulfilled dreams. Gold told them he was a biochemist from Pittsburgh with a wife and 2 children. Though he never said so, he presumably learned during his visit to the Heinemanns that Klaus Fuchs was still at Los Alamos. Whether Fuchs passed information to Lana Cohen in New Mexico in the winter and spring of 1945 to 1946, as well as to another career, as he confessed, soon after he returned to the United Kingdom, much of what he passed added further detail to his previous communications about implosion, plutonium metallurgy, initiator design, and bomb effects. He attended talks at Los Alamos on experimental data developed on levitated implosion and the composite core on March 11, 1946, on the possibility of thermonuclear reactions in water and air on March 12th, on nuclear breeder and power reactors on March 21st, on the processing of plutonium from nitrate to metal on April 1st, all information of value to Soviet research. But information about the thermonuclear, Teller's superbomb, became available to Fuchs as well before he left Los Alamos in June 1946. Fuchs confessed to communicating some of what he learned to Harry Gold and to his post-war espionage contact in Britain. He is unlikely to have passed less than everything he knew. The idea of a superbomb exploiting the fusion of light elements as well as the fission of heavy elements was a logical extension of basic ideas in nuclear physics known to physicists throughout the world. As Oppenheimer drummed into the Acheson-Lilienthal Board of Consultants until Herbert Marx could recite it by heart, only in reactions of very light nuclei and in reactions of the very heaviest has there ever been, to the best of our knowledge, any large-scale release of atomic energy. In May 1941, University of Kyoto physicist Tokutaro Hajiwara, in a lecture on super-explosive U-235, had commented that the fissionable uranium isotope has a great possibility of becoming useful as the initiating matter for a quantity of hydrogen. Hajiwara was the first scientist on record to notice that an explosive fission chain reaction might generate enough energy to force hydrogen to fuse to helium, with the potential for producing a far larger nuclear explosion than fission could yield alone. Ernest Rutherford and two of his younger colleagues at Cambridge, Marcus Oliphant and Paul Hartek, had discovered the hydrogen fusion reaction in 1934. In a paper titled Transmutation Effects Observed with Heavy Hydrogen, they had described bombarding hydrogen-2, deuterium, in the form of concentrated heavy water, with deuterium-accelerated nuclei. A hydrogen nucleus contains a single proton, making it the lightest of all elements. Deuterium is an isotope of hydrogen with a neutron in its nucleus as well, and is therefore twice as heavy. Acceleration gave the deuterium nuclei of the 1934 experiment enough energy to overcome the positive electrical repulsion between the nuclei of probe and target. The result, to the experimenters' surprise, was an enormous effect, specifically the union of two deuterium nuclei to form a new nucleus of helium. Driven into proximity by the energy of acceleration, which is essentially a form of heat, the deuterium nuclei had fused together to form the next lightest element in the periodic table, helium, with 2 protons and 1 neutron in its nucleus. Neutrons, heat, and intense gamma radiation came out of the reaction as well, as the new nucleus adjusted its energy level and stabilized. This was another of that long catalog of scientific papers which came before their time, writes historian David Irving. In retrospect, this paper can be seen to have been of little less moment than Hahn and Strassmann's 1939 paper on the fission of the uranium nucleus. Because the fusion reaction depended on heating the nuclei until their thermal motion overcame their electrical repulsion, the reaction came to be called thermonuclear fusion. It could be created a few nuclei at a time in particle accelerators such as Cambridge's Cockcroft-Walton generator or Berkeley's cyclotron. In 1938, Hans Bethe identified a sequence of thermonuclear reactions proceeding from hydrogen to carbon as the source of the energy that lit the sun and stars. But until a fission chain reaction became feasible, no one had imagined that a large-scale thermonuclear fusion reaction could be kindled on Earth. In the center of an exploding fission bomb, notes theoretical physicist Herbert York, temperatures substantially exceeding 100 million degrees are produced, and so at least one of the conditions necessary for igniting a thermonuclear reaction under the control of man seemed to be within reach. If Hajiwara was the first, his insight fell on fallow ground. Japan in wartime lacked the resources even to develop an atomic bomb, much less to explore a thermonuclear. But the same idea occurred to Enrico Fermi at Columbia University, and he passed it along to young Edward Teller in September 1941. Fermi wondered if an atomic bomb might serve to heat a mass of deuterium sufficiently to kindle a full-scale thermonuclear reaction. If so, then cheap deuterium distilled from seawater could be added to a critical mass of expensive U-235 or plutonium. Each gram of deuterium converted to helium should release energy equivalent to about 150 tons of TNT, 100 million times as much as a gram of ordinary chemical explosive, and 8 times as much as a gram of U-235. Theoretically, 12 kilograms of liquid deuterium ignited by one atomic bomb would explode with a force equivalent to 1 million tons of TNT, 1 megaton. A cubic meter of liquid deuterium would yield 10 megatons. Teller made the realization of Fermi's idea the focus of his life. At a secret seminar on atomic bomb development that Robert Oppenheimer chaired and Teller, Bethe, Robert Serber, and other theoretical physicists attended at Berkeley in the summer of 1942, the possibility of a thermonuclear bomb was discussed at length. During that discussion, one of the participants, a young theoretician from Indiana University named Emil Konopinski, suggested mixing another isotope of hydrogen, radioactive hydrogen-3, tritium, 1 proton, 2 neutrons, into the thermonuclear fuel. Tritium, T, was much rarer than deuterium, D, but because of its nuclear characteristics, ought to kindle thermonuclear reactions at a far lower ignition temperature, 40 million degrees rather than 400 million. The cross-section for fusion, a measure of probability, of D plus T turned out to be 100 times greater than the cross-section for fusion of D plus D. Teller began systematic theoretical studies of the thermonuclear at Los Alamos in autumn 1943, devoting his full time to the project with Oppenheimer's approval in the last year of the war. Among others in his group, Teller signed on a Polish mathematician named Stanisław Ulam, whom John von Neumann had recommended to help with the work. On Ulam's first day on the job, late in 1943, Teller asked him to study the exchange of energy between free electrons and radiation in a hot gas, one process that might cool a fusion reaction sufficiently to prevent it from propagating. Oppenheimer arranged for a small quantity of tritium to be bred in an Oak Ridge reactor for cross-section measurements and other research. Manhattan Project heavy water production was intended for thermonuclear studies as well as for reactor research. Since kindling a thermonuclear explosion required setting off an atomic bomb, its progress could not be studied in the laboratory as fission had been studied with tabletop near-critical assemblies and at full criticality with diluted cores in the notorious Dragon critical mass experiments. Instead of real experiments, Teller and his group had to depend on mathematical calculations of unprecedented complexity, which nevertheless greatly oversimplified the phenomena they modeled. To establish the initial conditions for the thermonuclear explosion, Los Alamos needed to understand the fission explosion that preceded it in great detail, the behavior of the immense flux of neutrons which the fission explosion produced, the neutronics, of the immense flux of heat released, the thermodynamics, and of the fluid flow of particles and radiation released in the explosion, the hydrodynamics. These fission calculations had been started by Richard Feynman and others during the war as part of the work of implosion research, using IBM punch card machines to automate the thousands of necessary repetitions. The calculations were repetitive because they followed the histories of dozens or hundreds or thousands of individual particles through cross-sectional slices of time as the explosion bloomed, like catching the successive positions of a hall full of dancers with the quick pulses of a strobe. Understanding the fission explosion was only the first step in thermonuclear explosion calculations, however, and by the end of the war, even that step had been advanced only tentatively and crudely for a small sample of particles through relatively thick slices of time. Thermonuclear calculations added significantly higher levels of complexity, Stanisław Ulam writes. All the questions of behavior of the material as it heated and expanded, the changing time rate of the reaction, the hydrodynamics of the motion of the material, and the interaction with the radiation field, which, energy-wise, would be of perhaps equal importance to that of the thermal content of the expanding mass, had to be formulated and calculated. To realize the magnitude of the problems involved, one should remember that, even only mathematically, the problem of the start and explosion of a mass of deuterium combined a considerable number of separate problems. Each of these was of great difficulty in itself, and they were all strongly interconnected. The chemistry of the reaction, that is, the production by fusion of new elements not originally present, and the appearance of tritium, the helium isotopes helium-3, helium-4, and other nuclei, together with the increasing density of neutrons of varied and variable energies in this gas, influences directly the changing rate of the reaction, and it does so also by changing the values of the density and temperature. Simultaneously, the radiation field is increasingly present and influences, in its turn, the motion of the material. The work of the super group on the visualization and on quantitative following of these processes, Ulam concludes, constituted a veritable monument to the imagination and skill of theoreticians. It had been possible to develop a crude mathematical model of implosion during the war using desktop mechanical calculating machines and IBM punch card sorters. The super calculations that Teller's group needed to do exceeded the capabilities of such machines. Here, John von Neumann, one of the great mathematicians of the 20th century, intervened creatively. Von Neumann, a prodigy who could recite whole chapters verbatim of books that he had read only once and a lightning mental calculator, had taken up theoretical physics as a sideline before the Second World War and had made himself an expert on shock and detonation waves. The story used to be told about him at Princeton, writes a colleague, Hermann Goldstein, that while he was indeed a demigod, he had made a detailed study of humans and could imitate them perfectly. Actually, he had great social presence, a very warm, human personality, and a wonderful sense of humor. It was von Neumann who had calculated the complex shape of the high-explosive lenses in the Fat Man bomb. In 1944, Goldstein and a small group of engineers at the University of Pennsylvania's Moore School of Engineering had been building a new type of calculating machine with government funding that used vacuum tubes rather than gears to run calculations. They called it the ENIAC, an acronym that summarized its functions as an electronic, numerical integrator and computer. Sometime in the summer, Goldstein remembers, I was waiting for a train to Philadelphia on the railroad platform in Aberdeen, Maryland, the location of the U.S. Army's Aberdeen Proving Ground, when along came von Neumann. The Penn mathematician had never met his legendary colleague. It was therefore with considerable temerity that I approached this world-famous figure, introduced myself, and started talking. The conversation soon turned to my work. When it became clear to von Neumann that I was concerned with the development of an electronic computer capable of 333 multiplications per second, the whole atmosphere of our conversation changed from one of relaxed good humor to one more like the oral examination for the doctor's degree in mathematics. Soon thereafter, the two of us went to Philadelphia so that von Neumann could see the ENIAC. It was just what von Neumann and Los Alamos had been looking for. The Hungarian-born mathematician embraced the machine and the concept of the machine, and soon abstracted from its crude vacuum tube technology a logical system for manipulating and processing information, mathematical or otherwise. Goldstein believes von Neumann's 101-page draft report, written that final winter and spring of the war, was the most important document ever written on computing and computers. The ENIAC, as the Moore School Group had designed it, had to be prepared for each new problem by physically rearranging its circuit wires, plugging and unplugging what looked like old-fashioned telephone switchboards. In his draft report, von Neumann formulated for the first time the idea of a stored operating program, and defined in the process the basic organization of the digital computer. The logical control of the device, that is, the proper sequencing of its operations, can be most efficiently carried out by a central control organ. If the device is to be all-purpose, then a distinction must be made between the specific instructions given for a particular problem and the general control organs which see to it that these instructions, no matter what they are carried out. The first problem assigned to the first working electronic digital computer in the world was the hydrogen bomb. Los Alamos mathematician Nicholas Metropolis, writing in the third person, recalled participating in the breakthrough. In early 1945, as the construction of the ENIAC was nearing completion, von Neumann raised the question with physicist Stanley Frankel and Metropolis of using it to perform the very complex calculations involved in hydrogen bomb design. The response was immediate and enthusiastic. Arrangements were made by von Neumann on the basis that the Los Alamos problem would provide a much more severe challenge to the ENIAC on its shakedown trial. The ENIAC ran a first rough version of the thermonuclear calculations for 6 weeks in December 1945 and January 1946. Los Alamos prepared 500,000 punched cards of data, enough to keep 100 people busy for a year at mechanical desktop machines. The outcome appeared promising, writes Ulam. It seemed at that time that the feasibility of the thermonuclear bomb was established, according to the opinion of the author, that is, Ulam. Even though the work was of necessity incomplete and had to omit certain physical effects, the results of the calculations had great importance in leaving open the hopes for a successful solution to the problem and the eventual construction of an H-bomb. One could hardly exaggerate the psychological importance of this work and the influence of these results on Teller himself and on people in the Los Alamos laboratory in general. I well remember the spirit of exploration and of belief in the possibility of getting trustworthy answers in the future. This was partly because of the existence of computing machines which could perform much more detailed analysis and modeling of physical problems. Los Alamos published a super handbook on October 5, 1945, collecting together technical data and computations, and 3 days later issued a further technical review of the super program that recommended investigating producing tritium in quantity. In December 1945, Teller filed a disclosure of invention for a related device, a boosted atomic bomb, that would use fusion neutrons generated from a small quantity of deuterium and tritium gas confined in the core of an implosion system to accelerate the fission chain reaction and increase the explosive yield. To review wartime work on the super and to propose a course of further studies, Los Alamos scheduled a secret 3-day conference for April 18th through 20th, 1946. Just before the conference began, the laboratory issued its first major technical report on the thermonuclear prima facie proof of the feasibility of the super. Prima facie, at first sight, means upon examination of the existing evidence, without further investigation. The 59-page report, the work of Teller and 6 of his Los Alamos colleagues, asserted that present knowledge of the physics of the super is sufficient to indicate with reasonable certainty that an operable supermodel can be made, and that a large-scale theoretical and experimental program for the development of a thermonuclear bomb is justified, and proposed undertaking the production of tritium concomitant with this program. Along with Teller, Konopinski, Philip Morrison, von Neumann, Canadian theoretician J. Carson Mark, Metropolis, Robert Serber, Ulam, and 23 other scientists, Klaus Fuchs attended the April Super Conference. On the first morning in Norris Bradbury's office, the group heard Edward Teller review the prima facie arguments of the April 15th technical report and then describe his proposed design. It came to be called the Super and the Classical Super to distinguish it from the Booster and other later designs. Its configuration has never been made public in detail, but Carson Mark, who took over direction of the theoretical division at Los Alamos after the war, outlined it in an interview. The classical super was the idea that deuterium could be set burning if you got it hot enough, and that perhaps a fission bomb might provide the sort of temperature level that you would need. So we have a long pipe full of liquid deuterium, and we have a fission bomb which we set off at one end of it with the idea that we will heat that end sufficiently that a burning wave will get started and proceed along the pipe, the burning wave being a deuterium reaction. Now there is the classical super. There are some answers that have to be filled in. Amongst them, if you heat one end of a deuterium pipe like that, will a burning wave in fact run along it that will detonate like a stick of high explosives? That's a central question. Of course, you would have to ask, how hot do I have to make it before that will happen? But even if I make it very hot, you would have to ask, will that happen? An important difference between a fission bomb and a thermonuclear bomb was that except in its fission trigger, the thermonuclear would require no critical mass. As a fission bomb exploded, it disassembled its critical mass, at which point fissioning stopped. This disassembly process set a natural limit to the size of fission explosions of about 1 megaton. A thermonuclear explosion, however, if it could be made to ignite and sustain thermonuclear burning, would proceed like a nuclear version of a chemical explosion, continuing to burn so long as it had access to thermonuclear fuel. The stars, thermonuclear furnaces thousands and millions of times as large as the Earth, made it obvious that there were no inherent physical limits to the size of thermonuclear explosions. The report of the conference just then getting underway would emphasize that the super's scale is limited, if it proceeds at all, only by the amount of deuterium fuel provided. Thermonuclear explosions can be foreseen which are not to be compared with the effects of the fission bomb, so much as to natural events like the eruption of the Krakatoa volcano in the Sunda Strait between Java and Sumatra in 1883. Values like the energy released in the San Francisco earthquake may be easily attained. During the war, Serber remembers, "On Edward Teller's blackboard at Los Alamos, I once saw a list of weapons, ideas for weapons, with their abilities and properties displayed. For the last one on the list, the largest, the method of delivery was listed as backyard. Since that particular design would probably kill everyone on Earth, there was no use carting it elsewhere." At the afternoon session on the first day of the superconference, a member of Teller's group discussed a tamper of beryllium oxide that was a feature of the fission trigger of the super design. Beryllium is fertile with loose neutrons that can be mobilized to enhance a fission chain reaction. Most modern nuclear weapons have beryllium tampers. Cylindrical implosion was also discussed, probably as a way of incorporating the more efficient implosion mechanism into the pipe-like configuration of the super. According to Los Alamos records, Dr. von Neumann suggested the ignition of a super bomb through the employment of an implosion process. Fuchs would claim, laughingly, an FBI interrogator notes, that it was in fact his idea to use implosion to ignite the super. Apparently he and von Neumann developed the idea jointly. They filed for a patent together on May 28, 1946. The next day, April 19th, mathematicians Nicholas Metropolis and Anthony Turkovich reviewed their ENIAC calculations of superhydrodynamics. The terms of the calculations had been simplified from 3 dimensions to 2 and excluded significant physical processes that tended to cool the reaction by bleeding off energy. Under those idealized conditions, Metropolis and Turkovich reported, a super fueled with deuterium would produce a substantial energy release. Beta and Teller had debated just such problems at the 1942 Berkeley Summer Conference, Serber remembers. Edward first thought the hydrogen bomb was a cinch. Beta, playing his usual role, knocked Teller's idea to pieces. Edward had figured the energy that would be released, how hot it would heat the gas, and so forth. Everything looked fine until Beta pointed out that you would get radiation from such intense heating. You had to be in equilibrium with the blackbody radiation, which goes up with the 4th power with temperature, drains the heat right off, and cools everything down. You start feeding the fire, and bingo, everything goes into electromagnetic radiation. Edward hadn't allowed for that. Beta thought of a mechanism that really drained the energy off fast. We called it the inverse Compton effect, that knocked Edward's calculations into a cocked hat, and they never actually recovered. The inverse Compton effect was one of the significant physical processes excluded from the optimistic calculations that Metropolis and Turkovich reported. That afternoon and the following morning, another participant discussed the compression properties of deuterium and deuterium-tritium mixtures. Teller wrote later that the idea of compressing the hydrogen fuels with radiation was discussed at the superconference. A fission bomb produces radiation, light, that is, primarily soft X-rays, in such copious quantities that it is capable of significantly compressing matter. It was not obvious how such a mechanism might work, Bradbury would recall. I can remember very vividly in 1946 exploring in great detail this original idea with members of my technical staff. At the time, we saw absolutely no way to make it into a usable system. Teller proposed an experimental program that second afternoon and discussed studying the various fusion reactions a super might kindle. Tritium plus tritium, helium plus deuterium, hydrogen plus deuterium, and the like. As he had been in 1942, despite the wide safety factors that Beta's cooling effects established, Teller was still concerned about the possibility of a fusion explosion igniting the atmosphere of the Earth, which is predominantly nitrogen, in a thermonuclear Armageddon. He thought the nitrogen plus nitrogen reaction should certainly be studied. At a final meeting on the morning of April 20th, Teller opened the floor to a discussion of peaceful applications of thermonuclear fusion. 4 years later, Fuchs could not even remember what the meeting had been about. Teller and his thermonuclear group drafted a conference report that he circulated among the conferees in May 1946. It observed that deuterium was a more effective explosive than U-235 or plutonium, yielding energy several times that from the same weight of fissionable material, while its unit cost, estimated at 20 cents per gram, was comparable not with U-235 and plutonium, which cost several $100s per gram, but with ordinary uranium. The report noted that hand calculations done in parallel with the ENIAC problem indicated that the system would ignite. But whether, once ignited, thermonuclear burning would continue and propagate, the calculations had not conclusively demonstrated. The report found, in conclusion, it is likely that a superbomb can be constructed and will work. Definite proof of this can hardly ever be expected, and the final decision can be made only by a test of the completely assembled superbomb. The detailed design submitted to the conference was judged, on the whole, workable. In a few points, doubts have arisen concerning certain components of this design. In each case, it was seen that should the doubts prove well-founded, simple modifications of the design will render the model feasible. In a final paragraph, the report noted that undertaking the superbomb project would use up a fair portion of the national nuclear weapons budget for some years to come. It followed, the report argued, that further decision in a matter so filled with the most serious implications as is this one can properly be taken only as part of the highest national policy. It did recommend that tritium production should be organized, starting at 1 gram per day, to be increased as development required. Serber remembers complaining that the draft he saw of the superconference report was far too optimistic. He thinks others may have complained as well. Ulam comments that the promising features of the plan were noticed and to some extent confirmed, but there remained great questions about initiation of the process and, once initiated, about its successful continuation. Serber recommended changes that he assumed would be incorporated into the final document. When the report was issued, as quoted here on June 12th, though it claimed to represent essentially the unanimous opinions of those attending the conference, Teller had left it virtually unchanged from the first optimistic draft. The superconference report did not initiate a national policy discussion in the United States. At the time the report was issued, weapons as destructive as earthquakes and volcanoes were not on the national agenda. No military requirement for such a weapon would be established for years to come. Bernard Baruch was putting the finishing touches on his sanction-heavy plan for the international control of atomic energy, which he would present to the United Nations on June 14th, beginning melodramatically, "We are here to make a choice between the quick and the dead." Los Alamos was busy with the bikini tests soon to commence, needed to improve what Bradbury called its lousy fission bombs, among other reasons, to develop one hot enough to serve as a thermonuclear blasting cap, and was still struggling to survive. The report gathered together the work that had been accomplished on a thermonuclear up to that point. For the next several years, Carson Mark's theoreticians would devote about half their time to thermonuclear calculations, while the rest of the laboratory worked on improving atomic bombs. Sometime in 1946, however, Soviet physicists Isai I. Gurevich, Yakov Zeldovich, Isak Pomeranchuk, and Yuli Hariton prepared a special report for the Soviet government titled utilization of the nuclear energy of the light elements. Gurevich implied long afterward that the report was offered unsolicited. I think that at that time they simply waved us away. Stalin and Beria laid extreme emphasis on the creation of an atomic bomb. Moreover, at that time we had not yet commissioned an experimental reactor, and here the scientific wise guys are pestering us with new projects, while it is still not known whether they could be realized. The timing of the Gurevich and others' report argues against spontaneous generation. So does a Kurchatov espionage gloss dated December 31st, 1946, in which Kurchatov mentions reviewing an American work on the superbomb, which he believed to be probably true and of great interest for our work in this country. Igor Golovin says Fuchs gave the Soviet Union Teller's super concept. Hariton confirms that Zeldovich looked at the plans, which were Teller's work. In their brief presentation, Gurevich and his colleagues explained why light elements might serve for nuclear explosives and reviewed some of the problems that would have to be solved to make such explosives work. They did not propose using tritium, probably because the design they had in mind did not require that exotic material. Tritium, which is radioactive and has a half-life of only 12.5 years, does not exist in nature. Like plutonium, it must be bred in a nuclear reactor, a machine the Soviet scientists had yet to build. Gurevich and his colleagues outlined a design for a thermonuclear explosive different from the super, a design which was a logical extension of the implosion system which Fuchs had passed in 1945. In order to improve the conditions of ignition, it appears possible to use uranium charges of increased sizes and of a special shape, cumulation, that is, concentric shells, and to introduce into the deuterium heavy elements near the initiator which might be capable of receiving the radiation pulse. They also noted that the greatest possible density of deuterium is desirable, and this should be realized by using it under high pressure, and proposed employing massive enveloping shells to delay the dispersal of the material. Teller invented a similar spherical layered design in mid-1946, which he called the alarm clock, because it might wake up the world to the possibility of a new generation of nuclear explosives. A committee of Los Alamos senior scientists, including Bradbury, Teller, and John Manley, judged in 1950 that Fuchs was probably familiar with the booster idea and may have obtained vague information on the very early proposals of the alarm clock from another member of the British mission. Soviet physicist Yuri A. Romanov remembers that research on the thermonuclear problem was begun as a consequence of the 1946 Gurevich report, suggesting that Gurevich's claim that Stalin and Beria waved us away is at least ingenuous. A small group of associates under Zeldovich's direction was soon formed at the Chemical Physics Institute of the USSR Academy of Sciences. The United States had begun work on a thermonuclear weapon in 1942. Sometime in 1946, the Soviet Union joined in the quest for that unholy grail. Romanov notes that the status of their research at that point was about identical. It should have been, since Klaus Fuchs had shared American progress with Soviet intelligence. Lavrenti Beria had his hands full with the Soviet bomb program. He was flying blind, and it made him snappish. His deputy, Avrami Zhavanyagin, remembered being lashed one day by Stalin's whip. We had received a telegram from Czechoslovakia reporting that the program for uranium extraction would need many funds. Some obviously incorrect, astronomical figures were quoted. Reading the telegram, Beria became indignant and began to swear. I couldn't stand it, and I replied, "Enough theatrics. We are executing a decision of the government by which we are charged to make an agreement with the Czechs on a program for extraction. These stupid, jacked-up figures named here are incorrect. We will correct them." Again, swearing. "Oh, we have a hero." I reply, "No hero and no fool. You've no business duping people. Get lost." I had to get lost. Then Beria softened up and tried to smooth things over. Beria soon had another reason for apprehension. Stalin moved to diffuse his power, One day, Stalin suddenly asked Beria why all his generals and security staff seemed to be Georgians, writes historian Robert Conquest. Beria answered that they were devoted and loyal. Stalin said angrily that not only Georgians but also Russians could be loyal. In March 1946, the aging Soviet dictator made Beria a full member of the Politburo and deputy chairman of the Council of Ministers. He raised the NKVD and NKGB from commissariats to ministries. They became the Ministry of Internal Affairs, MVD, and the Ministry of State Security, MGB, but he removed Beria from direct authority over them and replaced Beria's men with Russians. Stalin's mistrust made Beria's successful delivery of an atomic bomb at the earliest possible date that much more imperative. Living conditions worsened in the Soviet Union in 1946. A drought began in Moldavia, east of Romania on the Black Sea, at the end of March and spread north through the Ukraine. By the middle of May, according to a Soviet government report, the drought embraced a very considerable part of the whole of the European part of the USSR. The country had not seen such widespread and prolonged drought since 1891. Famine followed. Children's bellies bloated with protein deficiency, and there was widespread starvation. The United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, UNRRA, headed by the former mayor of New York, Fiorello LaGuardia, distributed food aid in the Ukraine that year. When Stalin went south on vacation that summer for the first time since 1937, his daughter writes, "The housekeeper told me how upset he was when he saw that people were still living in dugouts and that everything was still in ruins. His answer was to retreat even further into the Kremlin. The U.S. and Britain refused to support an extension of the UNRRA past 1946, preferring direct charity to countries the former Allies favored. LaGuardia was shocked. Does the government of the United States, he countered, intend to adopt a policy which will make innocent men and women suffer because of the political situation which makes their government unacceptable to the United States? It did, another sign that the Cold War was polarizing the world. In June 1946, the Soviet Council of Ministers established a new industrial entity, the First Chief Directorate, headed by Boris Vannikov, to manage the atomic bomb program. Vannikov reported directly to Beria. Mikhail Pervyukin and Igor Kurchatov became his deputies, as they had been under the Technical Scientific Council established the autumn before. Vannikov had been Beria's prisoner in the dread Lubyanka cellar in October 1941, one of a number of senior military officers arrested in the purges. Merciless beatings were administered, Beria would admit in 1953. It was a real meat grinder. The NKVD executed many of the officers when it evacuated Moscow in the general exodus of October 15th to 16th. Vannikov, one of the two most senior officers in the cellar, was spared. Stalin apparently realized that he needed the officers who were left to run his armies and ordered the interrogations ended. Vannikov was rehabilitated to serve as commissar of the munitions industry during the war. Plants were going up not by the day, but by the hour, remembers Pervyukin of that early post-war period when the bomb program got underway. Enterprises for the extraction of uranium were created. Production of slugs of metallic uranium was organized. These slugs were needed for the nuclear reactors. In 1946, the CIA estimated 5 years later, the Soviet Union invested 270 million rubles in atomic bomb development. Spies, no less than other veterans, had to resettle their lives now that the war was behind them. David Greenglass, despite Julius Rosenberg's encouragement, rejected a Los Alamos solicitation to work on the atomic tests at Bikini because he did not want to be separated from his wife. He was honorably discharged from the Army on February 29, 1946. He and Ruth moved back to Manhattan. In April, he began working with Rosenberg in the business his brother-in-law had promised to set up. When Greenglass applied for telephone service that spring, he listed his occupation as a machinist with the G&R Engineering Company of 300 East 2nd Street. G&R presumably standing for Greenglass and Rosenberg. Greenglass knew enough about his brother-in-law's espionage activities to feel comfortable shaking him down from time to time. I got money from Julius whenever, he would confess. Julius had money. I went to Julius. I said, "Look, I need money," and he would give me money. In the next 3 years, Greenglass collected about $1,000 all told. According to Greenglass, Rosenberg encouraged him to think about going to college, perhaps to train as a scientist who might work with the scientists he had met at Los Alamos. He wanted me to go to school full-time and be obligated to him. My wife and I had discussed that a number of times, and we agreed to stall. Ruth Greenglass claimed later that she wanted to do more than stall. I told my husband in 1946 that I wanted to go to the FBI with the story of their involvement in espionage. However, there had been nothing happening, everything was very peaceful, and we thought perhaps it would die down and the thing would never come to light, so we did nothing about it. Klaus Fuchs's last act before he left Los Alamos was to review every paper in the Los Alamos document archives on thermonuclear weapons design. Thus fortified, he departed Los Alamos on June 14, 1946, traveling first to Washington, then to Cambridge to visit Crystal, then to Cornell with his sister to talk physics with Hans Bethe. Fuchs took his sister along to Ithaca, the FBI paraphrased him later, to give her a little outing. They flew part of the way in order that she might have this new experience. He traveled on to Montreal alone and left Montreal for England in a British bomber on June 28th. The British flew rather than shipped Fuchs home because they wanted him promptly at Harwell, a former Royal Air Force base located south of Oxford on the Berkshire Downs. Harwell was being reactivated as a research center. The British were preparing secretly to build their own atomic bomb, and what Fuchs knew was valuable to them. He thus became a vector for nuclear proliferation to England as well as the Soviet Union. He is the only physicist I know who truly changed history, Hans Bethe comments. Fuchs gave his first scientific paper at Harwell on fast reactors, which were essentially slow bombs and were valuable for critical mass and chain reaction studies, in August 1946. In 1947, Moscow Center connected Fuchs with a London-based Soviet agent, Alexander Semyonovich Feklisov, who linked up with the physicist one evening at the Nag's Head pub in North London. At his own initiative, Feklisov wrote in retirement, Fuchs brought important materials on the technology of plutonium production to that first meeting, which he had failed to acquire in the United States. Fuchs's espionage continued at Harwell throughout the decade. In 1947 to 1949, writes Feklisov, I met with Fuchs once every 3 or 4 months. All the meetings were carefully prepared. Moscow approved each plan. The questions Feklisov asked Fuchs from quarter to quarter enabled the physicist to estimate the progress of the Soviet bomb program. At one meeting, Fuchs turned the tables and queried Feklisov, Is it true that your baby will be born soon? The nonplussed Soviet agent denied knowing. I do see that my Soviet colleagues are proceeding, Feklisov says Fuchs explained. No one among the American and British scientists expects the Soviet Union to build its gadget for years to come. Feklisov thought Fuchs sounded joyous. Abe Rothman operated his commercial chemistry laboratory as a sideline. He hired Harry Gold in May 1946 to supervise the work of the laboratory staff. He was trying to develop commercial processes that he could sell. He and Gold approached the Soviet purchasing agency Amtorg that spring with a legitimate offer to design a synthetic vitamin plant. The two chemists had developed what Gold calls a scheme of synthesis which would not conflict with any existing patents. They gave Amtorg estimates on what the plant would cost. Nothing ever came of it, Gold says. He should have known nothing would. Privately, Gold was elaborating his espionage cover story into a fantasy of family. To Rothman's secretary and mistress, Miriam Moskowitz, he had frequently spoken of his beautiful wife and twin children, Essie and David. He claimed his wife was a tall, red-headed girl who had formerly been a model for gimbals. On one occasion, he even pulled out his wallet in order to show Miss Moskowitz a picture of the twins, but then replaced it almost immediately after opening it, stating that he must have left the picture at home. Moskowitz discovered Gould's deception when she asked him how many dependents she should list on his income tax withholding form. Forgetting his fantasy family, Gould told her he had no dependents. Why wouldn't he list his wife and children? Moskowitz persisted. Gould thereupon became hysterical, the FBI quotes the secretary, and insisted that she forget his family. To cover his mistake, Gould embellished his deception further with Rothman. In 1946, when Gould first came to work for him, Gould told Rothman that his wife had left him and that he was so despondent over it that he wanted to commit suicide. Rothman said that he had offered his services to effect reconciliation and even offered to borrow money and give it to Gould if this would help in any way. Gould, however, rejected both of these offers. A detailed report of the Canadian investigation by a royal commission, published in Ottawa that June, reproduced many of the documents Gouzenko had pirated and caused an international scandal. The encroaching Cold War felt apocalyptic to serious men and women on both sides of the Iron Curtain. Just as Richard Feynman in a Manhattan bar had been unable to shake his sense of doom, so also Lev Altshuler, working now with Benjamin Zuckerman at Laboratory No. 2, thought his country felt defenseless and alarmed. I remember one day in the summer of 1946 when I was strolling around Moscow with an acquaintance who had commanded an artillery division during the war. It was a clear, sunny day. Looking at the passers-by, my companion wiped his face with his hand and said unexpectedly, "I look at these Muscovites, and before my eyes they turn into shadows of people who have gone up in smoke in the fire of an atomic explosion." Sometime that spring, Uli Hariton and his scientific team prepared a 1/10 scale model of the Fat Man design, a pear-shaped matryoshka of metal shells about 14 inches in diameter, and delivered it to Beria for Stalin to see. A statement of the bomb's technical requirements for the Council of Ministers followed on July 25, 1946. One of Beria's aides invented a name for the device, RDS-1. The scientists joked ironically that RDS was an acronym for Russian-made, but in fact RDS stood for Reaktivny Dvigatel Stalina, Stalin's rocket engine, as deliberately meaningless a name as Fat Man or Tube Alloy. Beria sent 2 observers to the U.S. tests at Bikini that July, a Radium Institute physicist and an MGB geologist, the latter traveling as a Pravda correspondent. The deputy chairman wanted someone nearby who had seen an atomic explosion. The Soviet observers saw 2, one an airdrop, the second a spectacular underwater detonation that sent a column of radioactive water and steam thicker than a fleet of battleships high into the air and capped it with a polluted mushroom cloud. Nearly a year after the end of the war, the Bikini bombs used 2 of only 3 cores in the U.S. stockpile. 9 more Christie cores would go into production at Los Alamos in mid-August 1946 at the rate of 2 per week, after which the lab planned to switch to producing some 40 Mark IV levitated composite cores. All would fit the handmade Fat Man HE assemblies that operated on 48-hour lead-acid batteries that had to be stored disassembled, that required 2 days to assemble, for which there was no permanent assembly team available, and no regular supply of short-lived polonium for initiators. If Lev Altshuler had known the disarray of the U.S. stockpile, he and his friend might have felt less alarmed. Bikini, Louis Strauss's Bright Idea and Curtis LeMay's Albatross, supplied a name for a scandalous new French bathing suit. Otherwise, it was a technical disaster. The airdrop on July 1st fell a quarter mile from its aiming point, the battleship Nevada. General Joseph W. Stilwell, Vinegar Joe, a hard-bitten hero of the war in China, saw the battleship still afloat from his observer plane and swore, "The damned Air Corps has missed the target again." Radiation monitor David Bradley heard his Navy co-pilot growl, "Well, it looks to me like the atom bomb is just about like the Army Air Forces, highly overrated." The snafu followed in part from inter-service rivalry, a taste of things to come. The U.S. AAF, resentful of Navy incursion into the atomic weapons field, had not supported 509th training with significant priority. Of 6 B-29s assigned to bikini training, no more than 2 were usually available at a time because of mechanical troubles. But part of the problem was simply that for reasons of safety, shipboard observers, including the media and foreign dignitaries, had been positioned too far away. The MGB geologist, Simon Alexandrov, dismissed the distant spectacle contemptuously. Not so much. The second underwater shot 24 days later was more impressive, especially since it polluted the target ships and the entire area with radiation. By then, most of the observers had gone home. The USAAF blamed Los Alamos for the first misdropped bomb, but the morning of the drop, Paul Tibbets, the wartime 509th commander, had checked the drop crew's bomb site calibration with his Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombardiers and found obvious miscalculation. He had informed the Bikini aircraft commander, who listened a bit impatiently, thanked me for the advice, and then told me politely that they were satisfied with their own results. Tibbets's people ran the miscalculated numbers and predicted the miss, 1,600 feet short of the Nevada, within 200 feet. Bikini also fouled the message of peaceful intentions that Baruch was proclaiming at the United Nations. Pravda called the tests common blackmail, sneering that, if the atomic bomb at Bikini did not explode anything wonderful, it did explode something more important than a couple of out-of-date warships. It fundamentally undermined the belief in the seriousness of American talk about atomic disarmament. Former Secretary of the Interior Harold L. Ickes asked publicly if the Bikini experiment was diplomacy by intimidation. Navy Secretary James Forrestal, who attended the tests, countered lamely that they were not a gesture of war, aggression, or threat. One benefit, at least, that the tests provided was a successful experiment in long-range detection, carried out by the USAAF and Standard Oil's California Research Laboratories. An analyst reported to Groves after the experiment that it was possible, by monitoring the air currents at various points around the world, to determine if an atomic bomb has been detonated in the air. By detailed analysis of wind conditions, it may also be possible to determine the direction to the blast, and by additional judicious reasoning, approximate when and where it was detonated. It is reasonable to expect positive results at ranges of 2,000 miles or less. However much the missed target may have chagrined Curtis LeMay, and he makes no mention whatsoever of his Bikini responsibilities in his memoirs, the 2 explosions were the first he had seen. He was impressed. So was the Blue Ribbon Evaluation Board, including Vinegar Joe Stilwell, that the Joint Chiefs had sent out to observe. A year later, the board issued a report that LeMay took pains to summarize, with emphasis, to Carl Spaatz. 1. Atomic bombs in numbers conceded to be available in the foreseeable future can nullify any nation's military effort and demolish its social and economic structures. 2. In conjunction with other mass destruction weapons, it is possible to depopulate vast areas of the Earth's surface, leaving only vestigial remnants of man's material works. 3. The atomic bomb emphasizes the requirement for the most effective means of delivery. In being, there must be the most effective atomic bomb striking force possible. Experience, LeMay writes of what he was learning at this time. Again, I affirm it, no substitute for experience. A third test had been planned in the Bikini series using the third available Mark III core. Groves proposed calling it off, and the Joint Chiefs agreed. More than long telegrams or abandoned food relief, Groves's reason for canceling the third test defines the changing political conditions 1 year after the end of a war when the U.S. and the USSR had been allies, and it defeated every power that might threaten them except each other. I wish to call to the attention of the Joint Chiefs of Staff that even a single atomic bomb can be an extremely important factor in any military emergency. It is imperative that nothing interfere with our concentration of effort on the atomic weapons stockpile, which constitutes such an important element in our present national defense. 14. F1. In July 1946, while Los Alamos was busy at Bikini, Igor Kurchatov, physicist Igor Semyonovich Panyasuk, and a dedicated crew of scientists and workmen began assembling the first nuclear reactor outside of North America at Laboratory No. 2. Now, Kurchatov's Moscow Research Center was a thriving enterprise. The brand new building housing the laboratory was flooded with sunshine and glowed with a whiteness of fresh construction unseen during years of war, recalls Igor Golovin. The 3-story building had a cyclotron on the first floor, busy laboratories and offices, enthusiastic staff. Benjamin Zuckerman remembered distinctly the first scientific seminars he attended there. Usually about 20 people would meet in an empty room. Each would bring some sort of chair. The chairs would make up a motley, unmatched lot, but somehow there would always be an old-fashioned upholstered armchair with carved elbow rests, matching legs, and a high back waiting for Igor Vasilievich Kurchatov. The seat and back were upholstered with bright green plush. He would arrive for the seminar after a sleepless night, fresh from a shower, his hair still wet. He would listen almost without interrupting, without intruding, although the discussion, as a rule, would be on subjects of interest to him. When he chaired conferences, they were lively and provocative. He made a point of drawing out a clearly formulated opinion from everyone present. He would survey everyone in turn. Your opinion? Yours? If he was pleased with the answer, his encouragement would take the form of his inimitable, quite right, in which he came down especially hard on the prolonged rolling R. It seems that even now I can hear his powerful voice. He was very fond of witty sayings and turns of phrase, and often came up with them himself. During one session, we were discussing a technical project that was going to require the participation of industry and considerable financial expense. "Let's ring up the adminiboys right now," said Kurchatov, dialing the phone. I bent to my neighbor at the table and asked quietly, "Who are the adminiboys?" It's his own little abbreviation, the administrative boys. That's how he dubs everyone, starting with the deputy minister. Kurchatov's beard was regal now, dark and thick and squared off like a pharaoh's. The men and women who worked for him called him the Beard. Anatoly Alexandrov gave him a giant straight razor as a joke and regularly pursued him for a date when he would shave off his unique embellishment. "What kind of beard could I be without a beard?" Kurchatov would counter. He was a heavy smoker who wore old-fashioned spectacles for reading and wrote with a steel-nibbed pen. His wife Marina played the small grand piano in the living room of their elegant house, where they listened to the recordings of Russian masters and Mozart that they collected, filling the house with music. But administrative duties distracted him, says Golovin sympathetically. The truth was, Kurchatov worked 18-hour days, 7 days a week, starting at 11 a.m. and going until early morning, as all the Soviet leadership did to accommodate Stalin's vampire office hours. He was taking enormous personal risks, Alexandrov notes, by deciding on the construction of large plants without possessing finished technological solutions or products. The majority of the experiments were carried out with microgram quantities of materials, not even test tube quantities. The results of these microgram quantity experiments were scaled up directly to industrial scale, to special equipment which had never been used before and which resembled nothing that already existed. Leslie Groves had taken similar risks, as a result of which the special equipment necessary to process uranium and plutonium for atomic bombs did in fact exist in the U.S. Because Kurchatov had at least partial access through espionage to information about that equipment, his task was made somewhat less burdensome, if no less dangerous. The MGB might help with information, but Beria was still looking over his shoulder. An important case in point is the first Soviet reactor itself. Kurchatov and young Panyasuk had prepared the initial proposal for the reactor they called F1, Physics 1, back in July 1943. "We see the reactor to be designed as a sort of rationally assembled installation," they wrote, "composed of a uranium graphite grid, graphite, control rods activated from a distance with experimental channels and wells to be installed in a pit dug in the ground for reasons of radiation safety. For 3 years, the challenges of producing sufficiently pure graphite and metallic uranium had delayed realizing this proposal. We needed graphite 1,000 times purer than was available then, Alexandrov comments. There were not even methods of measurement for purity of that degree. These methods were developed then. We developed them. Alexandrov mentions the senior Soviet radiochemist V.G. Klopin in particular as a leader in developing the technology to produce metallic uranium from ore. The Germans had solved that problem, notes Nikolai Ivanov, one of those who built the F-1 reactor, who eventually became its chief engineer. Because we didn't know the process, we had to wait until the war was over to acquire it. The Our Gesellschaft's Nicholas Riehl, captured with his laboratory in Germany at the end of the war, supplied the Soviet scientists with crucial information on German uranium processing technology. According to Riehl, the Soviets acquired full information on the American technology through espionage at some point after the war and switched over from the less efficient German approach sometime after November 1946. Footnote: the American source of this espionage information has never been identified. End footnote. The uranium for F1 was probably purified by the German process, since the U.S. process yielded extremely high purity, while the batches of F1 material were irregular. Calcium of high purity was a crucial ingredient in uranium metallurgy. The Soviets lacked facilities for producing pure calcium. They looked to the Soviet zone of occupied Germany for support. In the autumn of 1945, they began operating a small calcium plant at Bitterfeld. Calcium from that pilot operation presumably purified the first supply of refined uranium that arrived at Laboratory No. 2 in January 1946. In April, they began processing calcium at full scale at an IG Farben plant in Bitterfeld. The specifications of that date, notes a 1951 CIA review, show little real awareness of the required final purity of uranium for use in graphite piles. If the Soviet Union was forced to turn elsewhere for its industrial chemistry, its leaders had only themselves to blame. The Leningrad physicist Sergei Frisch comments, "Before the war, the Soviet Union had put its main efforts into heavy industry. We lagged behind in precision instrument manufacture. But there were still other negative circumstances as well. Due to mistakes committed by ignorant administration, several important branches of physics and chemistry had been abandoned. The director of our Institute of Optics, Chekmeteyev, forbade the study of rare earths on the grounds that they occur only rarely in nature and thus could present no practical interest. Unfortunately, Chekmeteyev, in his administrative zeal, was not alone. It turned out that, as if nature had deliberately planned it that way, creating an atomic industry called for profound knowledge of the physical and chemical properties of precisely the rare earths." Footnote: the chemistry of uranium and plutonium resembles that of the rare earths, the elements in the periodic table from cerium, 58, through lutetium, 71. End footnote. Luckily for us, Klopin at the Academy of Sciences Radium Institute, despite all the prohibitions, continued working on rare earths. When a speedy solution of certain complex chemical problems of these elements was called for, that is, uranium metallurgy, it was none other than Klopin who rendered invaluable service. Had he not shown the stubbornness with which a scientist will pursue his favorite, irrelevant research, it would undoubtedly have taken longer to create our atomic bomb. On the other hand, Frisch observes, the ability to carry out slated assignments quickly and as ordered, to throw our resources at the bottlenecks and to close gaps as they arise, abilities Frisch attributes to the Soviet system of centralized planning, served them in good stead in their atomic enterprise. Nor did skeptical Americans like Groves take into account the experience we had acquired during the war in the mounting of contemporary armaments production and the advances we had made in our precision instruments industry as a result of captured German technology. The implication of Kurchatov and Panasiuk's 1943 proposal was that they were describing an original invention, but 1 month earlier, in June 1943, a small group of physicists at the University of Chicago Metallurgical Laboratory, the Met Lab, had begun designing a graphite natural uranium reactor that was intended for use at Hanford, testing the purity of the fuel elements destined for the big production reactors being built there. The Hanford 305 test reactor, so called because it was destined for building number 305 at Hanford, was the fourth nuclear reactor built in the United States, completed at Hanford in March 1944 and operated beginning in April. The Soviet F-1 reactor, as it was ultimately built, shared many of the 305 reactor's significant physical parameters. Physicist Arnold Kramish, then an analyst for the Rand Corporation, noticed the parallels when the Soviet Union declassified details of the F-1 design in 1955. In a Rand study, he compared them in a table. Power: Hanford 305, 10 watts, F1, 10 watts. Diameter: Hanford 305, 18 to 20 feet, F1, 19 feet. Lattice spacing: Hanford 305, 8.5 inches, F1, 8 inches. Loading: Hanford 305, 27 tons uranium, F1, 45 tons uranium. Rod diameter: Hanford 305, 1.448 inches, F1, 1.2 to 1.6 inches. The two reactors differed slightly in their control rod arrangements. The Soviet F-1 design had 3 control rods, 2 for emergency scrams, 1 for adjusting reactivity, that descended vertically into the reactor. The American 305 had 3 horizontal control rods, Kramish notes, but 3 vertical holes as well. A single boron steel safety rod was suspended above the reactor. There were 2 other vertical holes to accommodate a smaller metal safety rod, which could shoot small boron steel pellets downward in an emergency. The decision to forgo horizontal control rods in the F-1 design appears to have followed from the difference in siting. The 305 was built above ground, but F-1 was assembled in a pit with only about a meter of clearance around the reactor, not enough room to maneuver control rods horizontally. Both reactors were air-cooled. Both were designed to test the purity of graphite and uranium for the industrial-scale production reactors they supported. To that purpose, both reactors were built with channels bored through them into which samples of materials could be introduced. Both used internal and external boron ion chambers to measure activity from which their power was computed. Both used an unusual measurement technique involving computed reactivity to determine the purity of the materials being tested. The first Soviet reactor, Kramish concludes, was practically a carbon copy of the American 305 reactor built at Hanford. The similarity of construction is interesting. Is it coincidental, or were details on the 305 reactor obtained through espionage? In the opinion of reactor experts, coincidence in so many particulars is not even remotely possible. Pioneer reactor physicist Alvin Weinberg points out that lattice spacing, at least, is determined by physical constants that Soviet scientists could have calculated as well as American, as indeed they did for F-1, since it was Kurchatov's practice to require his staff to work out the science and engineering independently of his espionage information in order to confirm its authenticity and to build a base of knowledge for further Soviet development. But reactor technology was still in its infancy in 1946, and there was no common body of technical literature available to consult. Coincident identity among so many major design variables is unlikely. To come up with the same design blind? Questions physicist Charles Till, a reactor inventor and designer, and in 1995, the associate director of Argonne National Laboratory. I wouldn't put any money on it, and I'm a betting man. If the F-1 reactor design was based on espionage, who was the spy? Alan Nunn May could have had access to 305 details, although he arrived on the scene several months after Kurchatov and Panasyuk began planning F-1. Not a fatal exception, plans for the reactor could have changed to reflect new information, as plans for the bomb did when Kurchatov learned through espionage of the virtues of plutonium. Or someone else at the Met Lab could have passed the plans. Several other MetLab scientists were observed during the war in contact with known Soviet agents, though they escaped prosecution. Whoever passed the information made a careful selection among possible designs, bypassing CP1 and the argon heavy water reactor for a system that was practical given Soviet uranium and graphite supplies, and that served the further purpose of testing materials for the big production reactor being developed for Chelyabinsk 40. Uranium loading was a significant difference between the two designs. The 60% larger Soviet loading is evidence of the difficulties the USSR had purifying uranium. No one connected with the Soviet atomic bomb program has ever acknowledged that espionage was the basis for the F-1 design. Beria's hand is evident in the functional similarity between the 305 test reactor and F-1, the fact that both machines were intended for materials testing. If the F-1 design was based on the 305, Gramish comments, then, rather than attempt an independent and improved materials testing reactor, the Soviets chose to copy a sure thing. This suggests at this stage of the Soviet program both a sense of urgency and a lack of technical self-confidence. V.S. Fursov, a physicist who worked on F-1, admits that there was some reason to consider the proposed construction as something other than a completely guaranteed undertaking. Even if Kurchatov had been confident of the purity of the materials available to him and of the accuracy of the physical measurements his team had accomplished with limited resources, copying a sure thing was standard operating procedure in Soviet industrial espionage, as Harry Gold knew all too well. Igor Kurchatov may have based F-1 on the 305 test reactor, but he and his colleagues still had to repeat the measurements, experiments, and tests that the MetLab reactor physicists had carried out. The Soviet scientists had to do so not only to check for disinformation, they also needed to learn the craft of reactor design and construction, which simply reproducing a copy could not teach them. Their resources were different as well. Less pure and less dense graphite, less pure uranium metal, and dictated differences in design. We paid serious attention to the choice of materials and the design of every detail of the reactor, Pravyukin insists. We had to deliver. We couldn't afford to take the time to improve the design later. In that serious attention lay the difference between Lavrenti Beria's uninformed approach to the atomic problem and the scientific approach Kurchatov followed. Beria wanted copies, as if nuclear reactors and atomic bombs were no more complicated than a Jeep or a B-29. Kurchatov insisted on accumulating a working body of knowledge to guard against present failure while building a future. It was Kapitsa's point, but Kapitsa had been expendable. Kurchatov was not. On a plot of grass outside Kurchatov's office window, Golovin remembers of the time when construction began on F-1. 2 army tents were erected. Soldiers began digging a pit under the canvas for the reactor, while I.S. Panasyuk began to stack graphite columns to measure the absorption and moderation of neutrons in graphite. The pit was supposed to be dug 10 meters deep, 33 feet, but at 7 meters the workmen encountered groundwater and had to stop short. The reactor would project a little way out of the ground. For a uranium metal and graphite reactor to operate at all, the uranium cross-section for slow neutron absorption had to be no more than 4 to 5 times 10 to the minus 27th square centimeters. The tests with the first batches of graphite, recalls Panasyuk, gave values of 50 to 500 times 10 to the minus 27th square centimeters. The chemists who analyzed the various batches of graphite reported kinds and levels of impurities that failed to account for the unacceptably high cross-sections that Panasyuk found. Kurchatov advised us not to become desperate, but to wait until the results of tests for all the batches of graphite being processed became available. Kurchatov knew from espionage what he could not directly tell Panasyuk, that sufficiently purified graphite would work and therefore the chemical analyses must be wrong. With specific exceptions cleared in advance, Kurchatov was required to keep the members of his team in the dark about the espionage information he received. He was not authorized to tell them, confirms Anatoly Yatskov, so he didn't. Russian astrophysicist Roald Sagdayev, one of the younger generation of Soviet physicists, heard the stories. Kurchatov used American materials for the dual purpose of double-checking the scientific results obtained by members of his team and for evaluating the probability that the stolen secrets might contain purposely planted disinformation. Inside the Russian nuclear establishment, legends were told of how his subordinates, the theoretical physicists, would report to Kurchatov with freshly calculated formulas. According to their accounts, Kurchatov would look carefully at their work, then silently open the safe with the precious stolen American secrets to compare the results. "No, it is not right," he would say. "You have to work more and come again." And as for the theoretical physicists, so also for the chemists who analyzed the purity of F1 graphite. Data of this sort, that is, unacceptably high cross-sections, made the physicists depressed, writes Panasyuk. But they didn't stop measuring new batches of graphite from various sources of raw materials that were processed under various technological conditions. Finally, measurements that had just been finished of a recent shipment were put on Kurchatov's desk. Victory! For the first time, a cross-section of 8.6 to 0.4 times 10 to the minus 27th square centimeters was obtained. Kurchatov then personally checked a few samples from the earlier bad batches against the pure new graphite and proved that the chemists were wrong. The method for measuring impurities was improved, concludes Panasyuk of this discouraging episode, and it appeared that the bad batches were slightly contaminated by boron and rare earth elements. The quality soon stabilized. The new graphite that began arriving was not only purer, but also denser. By August, there was enough graphite on hand, about 500 tons, to assemble the reactor. To make sure the material was adequate, Kurchatov had the entire mass stacked together in the pit under the tent into a vast black cube 20 feet on a side to measure its average absorption cross-section. Measurements and calculations, notes Panasyuk, determined that cross-section to be 4 times 10 to the minus 27th square centimeters. Loaded with sufficient uranium, the reactor should work. Teams began drilling single blind holes in the graphite blocks for the uranium slugs, a total of 30,000 holes by the time the work was done. Each uranium-loaded block would be surrounded on 4 sides by a set of plain graphite blocks to make a grid spacing of about 8 inches, room for fission neutrons from one slug to bounce off carbon atoms in the graphite and slow down enough to resist absorption by U-238 nuclei until they encountered a fresh U-235 nucleus in the next slug along. In the meantime, the assembly workshops went up around the reactor pit, a handsome brick building 130 feet long, 50 feet wide, and 2 stories high. The pit floor and walls were lined with poured concrete, the sandy soil itself serving as the reactor's primary shielding. Construction workers dug a passageway from the sub-basement level floor of the pit, up past a baffle of special walls made of lead blocks and hollow bricks filled with a mixture of boron and paraffin, to an underground control room. A laboratory on the first floor, into which the dome of the reactor would protrude, went unshielded. Radioactive gases would be removed through a fan system and vented into the Moscow air. As a first step, workmen suspended 3 cadmium control rods above the center of the pit. Steel wires from the control rods ran over reels hung in the attic framing above the main laboratory and down into the underground control room, which was fitted with both electrically and manually operated winches. A bright brass submarine periscope in the control room would allow the F1 operators to observe the notches on the control rod above that would indicate its position within the reactor block. The 2 emergency rods were unnotched. They would be positioned either entirely out or fully within the reactor and could be scrammed, emergency dropped, the Soviet scientists called the operation, with the winches to quench the chain reaction. Workmen also installed red lights and sirens in the pit connected to radiation monitors. Electricians wired in backup electrical supplies to support the winches and the control panel. Just as Enrico Fermi had done building the first man-made nuclear reactor in Chicago, In the fall and early winter of 1942, Kurchatov proceeded toward a full-scale assembly by directing the construction of a series of smaller, subcritical assemblies. These would not contain enough uranium and graphite to achieve a self-sustaining chain reaction, but they would carry measurements and calculations incrementally forward in that direction and enable the scientists to learn what to expect from the novel process as they went along. Panasuk calls these smaller assemblies model assemblies. Fermi's people called theirs exponential, since an exponent entered into the calculation of their approach to critical mass. It was standard laboratory procedure in experimental physics in those days before computer simulation to build such functioning models to accumulate data that could be extrapolated to predict the operation of a full-scale machine. Kurchatov, writes Golovin, proposed to attain the critical dimensions by increasing the diameter of the sphere each time and using all the available uranium prepared up to then. Supplies and approximations would thus keep pace across the weeks. The reactor team laid down a flooring of graphite blocks a meter deep and began building the first model assembly in the center of the flooring. The core layers got the uranium and graphite of the highest purity, with less pure materials reserved for the periphery. When they dismantled the model assemblies, they stored the graphite blocks and uranium slugs on the floor of the main hall upstairs, moving the dirty, greasy, heavy materials by hand onto and off of a belt lift. Kurchatov's team completed the first of the 4 model assemblies on August 1, 1946, using 1.4 tons of uranium and 32 tons of graphite. Layer by layer, they would put in graphite and uranium, team member Boris Dubovsky recalls, conducting measurements at the same time and processing the results. The work, as a norm, went on all around the clock. Because of the backwardness of the Soviet radio industry, the measurements group used electronics salvaged from German aircraft shot down during the war. Footnote: it is known, for example, that the USSR electronics industry during the Second World War was incapable of standardizing such items as vacuum tubes to the extent that spares and replacements could be used interchangeably. It is doubtful that they could have overcome all such difficulties since the war. End footnote. The third model assembly alarmed everyone, says Golovin. It demonstrated hardly any increase in neutron multiplication over model number 2, despite its larger loading of uranium. They feared some essential miscalculation. Kurchatov ordered additional measurements which showed that the third batch of uranium was considerably less pure than the rest. This discovery, writes Panasuk, called for urgent reorganization of physical quality control for all batches of uranium produced by our industry. The reorganization was effective. Golovin says the 4th model assembly, completed in early November, reassured everyone that success was imminent. Kurchatov's team began assembling the full-scale reactor on November 10, 1946. By now, the work was routine. The assembly materialized a layer at a time, swelling outward in a roughly spherical configuration that began to crowd the pit, looming overhead as it reached ground level, the black graphite soaking up the light, graphite dust adding to the gloom. They did not feel gloomy. They worked with increasing excitement. There was barely enough uranium. Before they were through, they had used up all the uranium metal available in the USSR at that time, 45 tons. It was not enough. They had 90 kilograms of uranium oxide and 218 kilograms of powdered metallic uranium on hand that they had used for physical measurements in the years before Vonnikov organized Soviet production of uranium metal. They pressed the impure materials into briquettes, loaded the briquettes into graphite blocks, and laid the blocks around the periphery of the lattice. 3 tons of graphite added near the end, a cockade of sorts, was American Lend-Lease graphite shipped during the war for searchlight electrodes. Fortunately, the reactor approached criticality well before their rough initial calculations had predicted it would. That consequence, like the oxide loading and much else in the Soviet program, repeated the earlier American experience and defines the boundaries of what remote and fugitive espionage could pirate. The density of neutrons in the effective center of the reactor approximately doubled between layer 53 and layer 58, notes Panasiuk. Because of this change, it was clear already at layer 58 that the forecast dimensions, 76 layers, were highly exaggerated. It became obvious, Golovin reports, that there was going to be a chain reaction. The final layers of uranium were stacked behind extra shielding in case of an unforeseen runaway reaction. They finished layer 61 on December 24, 1946, in the evening. On the graph of neutron intensity that Kurchatov had been maintaining, it was obvious that layer 62 would cross the threshold of criticality. Kurchatov sent the workers home for a rest. People began trickling back to the pit in the middle of the night. Layer 62 was laid with all 3 control rods inserted into the reactor by 2 p.m. on Christmas Day. Kurchatov was in another building at the time, Panasiuk remembers. We telephoned him and notified him that the reactor was ready. Kurchatov arrived in the underground control room to direct the startup. He was sufficiently concerned about a possible accident that he cleared the building, even of guards, and had the area cordoned, authorizing only his crew of 4 immediate assistants, which included Boris Dubovsky and Igor Panasiuk, to remain. Fermi had trusted his calculations more. There had been a crowd on hand when CP1 had started up in Chicago 4 years previously, even though Fermi's reactor had pioneered the technology. Kurchatov and Panasiuk sat down at the F1 control panel late in the afternoon, Dubovsky remembers. All radiation measuring equipment was switched on. We checked the functioning of the control and protection systems. The emergency rods were pulled completely out of the reactor, but not locked. From this position, they could be dropped into the reactor in 1 second. Then Kurchatov personally began winching out the control rod. We were all very anxious, of course. Everyone was silent. The only sounds were the clicks of neutron counts from the loudspeakers and Kurchatov's brisk orders. Kurchatov stopped the control rod with 280 centimeters, 9 feet, still inserted into the reactor. The clicks of neutron counts and the flashes of red light from the gamma ray counters multiplied. Everybody got excited, reports Panasiuk. Kurchatov watched the light on the galvanometer connected to the main neutron counter. The beam did not move even after 10 minutes had elapsed, Panasiuk continues. The frequency of the clicks and flashes increased and then steadied. Kurchatov checked the graph of neutron intensity Dubovsky was plotting, declared that they had not yet achieved a self-sustaining chain reaction, and immediately shut the reactor down. They took a 10-minute break. When they were all back in their places, Kurchatov winched the control rod 10 centimeters, 4 inches, farther than before. Ever since his Leningrad days, reminisces Kurchatov's colleague V.A. Davydenko, taking measurements, Igor Vasilievich would always start a stopwatch or flip a switch to his favorite countdown. Ready? Zik. And on Zik, he would activate. This time, the neutron count took an hour to level off. Kurchatov dropped the 2 emergency rods into the reactor and then lifted the control rod another 10 centimeters farther out. Another 10-minute break. Panasiuk. Kurchatov quickly removed the 2 emergency rods from the reactor. As the seconds passed, the graph showed an almost linear growth of reactor power. For the first time, the sound turned into a roar. The indicator lamps no longer blinked, but burned with a reddish-yellow light. Everyone watched Kurchatov with excitement while he studied the graph. After a while, he declared that although the effective multiplication ratio had reached 1, that did not yet prove that the reactor was functional. It was necessary to repeat everything from the beginning. One final run-up. Kurchatov dropped the emergency rods and withdrew the control rod only 5 centimeters more. Panasiuk does not say they took a break. Out came the emergency rods. In 30 minutes, all the sound indicators were roaring, the light indicators glowing, and the galvanometer beam from the boron trifluoride counter inside the reactor deflecting not in an even way as in the previous series, but in an accelerating progression. The tension became extreme when the second boron trifluoride counter, which was located within the underground control room, began producing more frequent clicks than its background of 2 or 3 per minute, an increase which meant that neutrons from the reactor had penetrated the thick layers of earth and cement and reached the room. Kurchatov pressed the button that dropped the emergency rods. "Zick." "Well, we've reached it," Kurchatov announced laconically. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, December 25th, 1946. The first Soviet nuclear reactor was operational. For years to come, Kurchatov and his team would run it night and day. On December 26th, they measured its neutron doubling time at 134 seconds. Within a few days, says Panasyuk, this level of supercriticality no longer suited either the creators of the reactor or its increasing number of users. More uranium had become available by then. Kurchatov decided to enlarge the uranium loading, adding several more layers to reduce the doubling time to 12 seconds. F1 was their first concrete achievement, and they were proud of it. They used it to test the purity of the uranium and graphite being prepared for Chelyabinsk 40. They pushed samples of the test material through a channel into the center of the reactor and measured the extent to which the test material affected F1 reactivity. They used the little reactor to determine the optimal grid spacing for the production reactor and to test its control and monitoring equipment. Most crucially, operating from a backup control room a kilometer away from the reactor building on weekends and over holidays, they ran the reactor remotely at 1,000 kilowatt power levels to breed plutonium. A few days after the startup, Beria came to see what his scientists had wrought. They had shut the reactor down so that he could watch it come alive. With Beria in the underground control room, Rytko Levine and Smirnov, Igor Vasilievich put the winch in motion, lifting the control rod. The clicks increased and gradually transformed into a continuous roar. The light beam of the galvanometer ran off the scale. The people on hand shouted, "It's going," meaning the chain reaction. Beria had seen massed assemblies of Stalin's organs fire racks of screaming katyushas. Here were only clicking counters and flashing lights. "And that's all?" he challenged Kurchatov. "And nothing else?" He wanted to see this famous machine for himself and asked to approach the reactor. "No," Kurchatov told him, "you can't go down there now. It's dangerous to your health." That made Beria more suspicious. Where was the danger? Beria began suspecting that Kurchatov was swindling him, Golovin and Smirnov report. Beria was habitually suspicious, of course. His rise to power in the criminal enterprise that was the Soviet Communist Party and his duties along the way demanded that he be. Anatoly Yatskov says Beria questioned, the idea of nuclear weapons, even when nuclear weapons work in the Soviet Union, had achieved large scale. His doubt may have arisen from his ignorance of science and from his intellectual and parvenu insecurities. If he suspected the scientists were swindling him, Kapitsa's assault on his leadership can only have deepened his suspicions. But Beria even doubted the veracity of the information that his own espionage apparatus had collected, Yatskov notes. L.R. Kvasnikov says that once, when he was reporting to Beria on intelligence information, Beria threatened him, saying, "If it's disinformation, I'll throw you all in the cellar." When the head of intelligence, PM Fitin, hinted that it was high time to reward agents for their accomplishments, Beria berated him that it was not yet clear if they deserved reward or punishment. Beria seems to have been incredulous that the United States would allow its most strategic military technology to be stolen so easily, that spies so perfectly positioned as Fuchs had been would simply walk in off the street and volunteer, that privileged citizens would willingly subvert their nation's commanding military advantage in the service not of fear or cold cash, but of insubstantial ideals. The bribes and medals that his subordinates kept throwing at their surprised, amused, or indignant charges imply a need to mark these volunteers with some feculence Beria could recognize. In England, after the war, Fuchs accepted a gift of £100 from his Soviet contact because Security precautions had been tightened up after the exposures in Canada, as one of his interrogators paraphrases him, and he felt that in accepting this money he was more or less assuring his contact of his loyalty. And if scientists in England and the United States were such naïfs, how could he trust his own? Kurchatov and Alexandrov had their work cut out for them convincing Beria that the plutonium production reactor should be different from the reactors the United States had built at Hanford. The Hanford production reactors were horizontal cylinders of graphite, bored with several thousand horizontal channels into which aluminum-clad fuel elements could be loaded. When the fuel elements had been irradiated long enough to transmute some of their U-238 into plutonium, they could be pushed through the reactor out the other end for plutonium separation. Military security was crucial to the Soviet project, however. Chelyabinsk was potentially within range of American B-29s, and in pursuit of that security, the Chelyabinsk reactor would be sheltered underground, in a huge pit like F-1. The pit, as well as the scientists' first experience with F-1, argued for a vertical design. Every day, Pravukin recalls, there were heated arguments in the reactor section concerning the choice of design for the industrial reactor. After lengthy discussions, the vertical design was chosen. But the project for a horizontal graphite reactor was prepared as well, and only after considering all the arguments for and against did everyone agree on the advantages of the vertical design. It is significant that those advantages primarily concerned security, a subject Beria understood. In the meantime, the scientists were learning what it meant to work for Lavrenti Beria. The successful startup of F-1 brought confidence to all who worked on the problem, says Pravukin, and showed them they were on the right track. That was very important because among the people mobilized for the work in this field, not all were confident of the positive results of our efforts. Golovin and Smirnov characterized the scientists' predicament more bluntly. Everyone understood that if the bomb didn't explode, the whole team would be in trouble. While the Soviets started up their first reactor, the United States was shutting reactors down. The 3 production reactors at Hanford had sickened with what came to be called Wigner's disease, after the Hungarian-born theoretical physicist Eugene Wigner, who designed the reactors and predicted the effect. Graphite, bombarded intensely with neutrons, stored the acquired energy by rearranging its crystal lattices, which caused it to swell and occlude the reactor fuel element channels. The U.S. produced plutonium in the Hanford reactors, of course, but a more immediately critical concern was the polonium it also bred in the reactors for bomb initiators. Polonium-210 loses half its radioactivity every 138.3 days. If the Hanford piles broke down and polonium production ceased, the atomic bombs in the nation's small stockpile would become unreliable within a year. DuPont, which operated Hanford until September 1946, when General Electric took over, cut one reactor back to 80% of rated power and shut down and unloaded a second. Standbying one reactor would stop its Wigner's disease infection from progressing and offer an emergency capability for polonium production if the other 2 reactors failed. The cutback had an immediate effect on bomb production. Los Alamos had planned to begin manufacturing 40 Mark IV levitated composite cores in August 1946 at the rate of 2 per week. Associate Director Darrell Froman had not checked with Hanford in framing that plan. When he did so, he discovered that this rate of production could be maintained only for about 13 weeks. Thereafter, we would be limited by Hanford production to less than 1 Mark IV unit per week. I would suggest that the schedule be revised to a production of 1 Mark IV and 1/2 Mark III, or equivalent Mark IV, cores per week. They would still accumulate their 40 cores, Froman believed, but it would take 8 months. Kurchatov learned of Hanford's problems with Wigner's disease in the December 31, 1946 espionage gloss where he reported reviewing an American work on the superbomb. He also reported reviewing material concerning certain particularities of the operation of the nuclear piles at Hanford. Like the superbomb report, he found the Hanford information to be probably true and of great interest for our work in this country. Evidently, someone at Hanford was on the Soviet payroll. Core production was not the only problem Los Alamos faced as the dust settled at Bikini. Bradbury reminded Groves in August 1946 that the presence of a stockpile of all weapon components does not ensure a state of readiness. The absence at the present time of an organization capable of assembling an atomic weapon on short notice must be regarded as a most serious stockpile deficiency. In a state of declared national emergency, practically every component now short could be produced at its maximum rate in a time shorter than an assembly crew could be collected and trained from personnel now scattered. The military was interested in building a small arsenal of little boy uranium guns for tactical use destroying bunker-like submarine pens, but the scattering of personnel had also expunged Los Alamos's working knowledge of little boy manufacture. All personnel involved in this activity have left the project, Bradbury cautioned Groves, and the know-how for this weapon will have to be completely relearned. The uranium gun was a very, very rugged beast, remembers Los Alamos engineer Jacob Wexler. That thing with some velocity on it could go through huge amounts of concrete. All you needed to do was put good enough detents on it so that it didn't try to inertially assemble. You could use it for other things, but it was really designed to be a sub-pen penetrator carried by torpedo bomber, to come in there and send that thing sailing right on in and give off, 15 kilotons? Los Alamos also had problems with initiator production. The availability of housing, no less than fissionable materials, paced the revitalization of the lab. During the war, the Army had thrown up temporary construction. To attract and hold staff, Los Alamos needed more than flimsy fourplex apartments with tin showers and coal furnaces. Bradbury was building a new technical area and a new residential section of prefabricated housing up on the beautiful but inaccessible mesa, but authorization of new hires, writes Raymer Schreiber, was frequently delayed pending a housing vacancy. Housing set the pace of Los Alamos technical programs for years to come, a mundane fact of life that congressional and military nuclear stockpile enthusiasts found it convenient to ignore. The lab had to refocus its program from its narrow wartime goals, Schreiber explains. What was really new was the stockpiling of bombs and the recognition that hardware produced by the laboratory would have to survive long-term storage and be GI-proof when handled under field conditions. Whereas the little boy and the fat man had been meticulously built from selected parts by the people who helped create them, stockpiled weapons had to work reliably under much less ideal circumstances. Thus, the laboratory found itself entering into a relatively unexplored field of interchangeability of parts, quality control, environmental testing, preparation of specifications, production of manuals, and training of personnel. Schreiber helped train groups of young Army, Navy, and AAF officers who billeted at Los Alamos for 6 months at a time, attending lectures on nuclear physics, observing weapons R&D, and learning to assemble atomic bombs in the Ice House, a real ice house from the Los Alamos Ranch School days when the school cut ice from Ashley Pond. It was a substantial stone building, Schreiber recalls, so it was equipped with a vault door and used for our nuclear assembly laboratory. Burdened with these challenges, Los Alamos had only limited time for super research, Bradbury noted in November 1946. Since the program for such a weapon would involve a laboratory fully as extensive as Los Alamos at the peak of its wartime activity, and would require as well large developments in other portions of the Manhattan district, the interest of the laboratory has been restricted to determining the feasibility of the weapon and to research and theoretical calculations bearing towards this end. Calculations on Teller's alarm clock design turned out to be not very promising, according to Hans Bethe, and were set aside at the year's end. After long and often acrimonious debate, mounted in part by a remarkable lobby of former Manhattan Project scientists led by Leo Szilard, Congress passed an Atomic Energy Act that Truman signed on August 1, 1946. The act was based on a bill introduced by Brian McMahon, a florid, fleshy Paul of Irish descent who believed in good tailoring and good staffing. Attorney James R. Newman had helped write McMahon's bill. Irreverent physicist Edward Condon, who would direct the National Bureau of Standards, had been an advisor. "I remember a famous occasion," Condon told an interviewer once. This was just before the 1945 Christmas holidays, and McMahon was going to take his gorgeous, beautiful, blonde wife down to Bermuda for a vacation and lie on the sand and get sun. And I, of course, had very little knowledge of Washington, except high school civics, which is a very deceptive subject. So I was surprised at James Newman, because he says, "Now listen, goddammit, Brian, we're going to carry on a national publicity campaign about this bill and how wonderful it is, and so for Christ's sake, be sure to read it while you're down at Bermuda, because when you get back to Washington, people will expect you to know what's in it, because you wrote it, see?" So McMahon said he would, but I don't think he did, because he never was very familiar with the specifics. He gradually got familiar with it. On his return, McMahon told the Senate that the atomic bomb was the greatest event since the birth of Christ. The act Truman signed nationalized all aspects of atomic energy development, much as the Acheson-Lilienthal report would have internationalized such development. Newman and co-author Byron Miller called the new authority, frankly, an island of socialism in the midst of a free enterprise economy. Most uniquely, the act provided civilian control of atomic energy through a board of 5 appointed commissioners rather than military control. Senator Arthur Vandenberg had preserved military influence with an amendment establishing a military liaison committee to the new Atomic Energy Commission. Congress kept a connection through a requirement that the new commission inform it in a timely manner of its deliberations. A new Congressional Joint Committee on Atomic Energy, drawing members from both the House and the Senate, acquired unique responsibilities for overseeing the AEC's activities. McMahon, a Democrat, became the JCAE minority leader in a Republican Congress. Conservative Republican Burke Hickenlooper of Iowa served as the committee's first chairman. "He's a nice fellow," Vandenberg characterized Hickenlooper. "A very nice fellow. He thinks he and he alone stands between the security of the nation and disaster." The act authorized a General Advisory Committee of scientists appointed by the President to provide the AEC commissioners with technical guidance. Truman nominated David Lilienthal, the TVA chairman, to head the AEC. Louis Strauss, the wealthy investment banker and reserve Navy admiral, who had proposed the Bikini series, would be a commissioner, as would physicist and former Los Alamos Gadget Division Director Robert Bacher. The General Advisory Committee would include James Bryant Conant, Enrico Fermi, I. Rabi, metallurgist Cyril Smith, plutonium discoverer Glenn Seaborg, and Robert Oppenheimer. At the opening of the first GAC meeting on January 3, 1947, before the former Los Alamos director even arrived, Conant nominated Oppenheimer for the chairmanship. When Oppenheimer made it through a snowstorm to join the group the next day, he discovered he had won unanimous election. Truman at that time was transitioning from internationalist to Cold Warrior. Reds, phonies, and parlor pinks can see no wrong in Russia's 4.5 million armed forces, he complained to his diary petulantly in September 1946. In Russia's loot of Poland, Austria, Hungary, Romania, Manchuria. But when we help our friends in China who fought on our side, it is terrible. When Russia loots the industrial plant of those same friends, it is all right. When Russia occupies Persia for oil, that is heavenly. He wrote former Vice President John Nance Garner that month that there was too much loose talk about the Russian situation. We are not going to have any shooting trouble with them, but they are tough bargainers and always ask for the whole earth, expecting maybe to get an acre. He fired Secretary of Commerce Henry Wallace for publicly advocating conciliation with the Soviet Union at a time when Secretary of State Jimmy Burns was negotiating in Moscow. He reviewed a remarkable report that his young special counsel, Clark Clifford, and Clifford's assistant, George Elzey, had assembled in consultation with Burns, the Joint Chiefs, Dean Acheson, James Forrestal, the Attorney General, George Kennan, Central Intelligence Group Director Sidney Sowers, and others that put teeth in the proposals Kennan had advanced in his long telegram. The Clifford-Elsie report detailed the sorry record of Soviet intransigence in Eastern Europe and elsewhere in the world, documenting and extending Churchill's Iron Curtain indictment. It also, as Clifford wrote the president in a cover letter, brought together and focused opinion at the highest levels of the administration, the simultaneous definition by so many government officials of the problem with which we are confronted. The 100-page report argued that Soviet foreign policy was a direct threat to American security that was designed to prepare the Soviet Union for war with the leading capitalistic nations of the world. The Soviets, it asserted, were developing atomic weapons, guided missiles, materials for biological warfare, a strategic air force, and submarines of great cruising range. The Red Army was building up large reserves and mechanizing. Not diplomacy, but military power should be the U.S.'s main deterrent. It must be made apparent to the Soviet government that our strength will be sufficient to repel any attack and sufficient to defeat the USSR decisively if a war should start. The prospect of defeat is the only sure means of deterring the Soviet Union. To defeat its new enemy, the United States must be prepared to wage atomic and biological warfare. A war with the USSR would be total in a more horrible sense than any previous war. The U.S. could not afford to lose its technological edge. Any discussion on the limitation of armaments should be pursued slowly and carefully, with the knowledge constantly in mind that proposals on outlawing atomic warfare and long-range offensive weapons would greatly limit United States strength, while only moderately affecting the Soviet Union. Truman found the Clifford-Elsie report so incendiary that he confiscated the 20 extant copies Clifford had prepared but not yet distributed and locked them up permanently in the White House safe. "I read your report with care last night," he told Clifford. "It is very valuable to me, but if it leaked, it would blow the roof off the White House. It would blow the roof off the Kremlin." Truman was ready to blow roofs, but he judged that the American people were not. His military felt its vulnerable disarray. The U.S. had fewer than 2 army divisions and 12 air groups in Europe. From 12 million men at the end of the war, the armed forces had declined to 1.5 million. Military spending had plunged from $90 billion to $11 billion per year as the Truman administration moved to reduce the deficit accumulated during the war. "The same thing happened here as everywhere else," a disgusted Curtis LeMay would write a friend from Europe the following year. "Everyone dropped their tools and went home when the whistle blew. The property is in terrible shape, and we do not have enough people left in the theater to properly take care of it." U.S. AAF General Loris Norstad, briefing the president on the situation in Europe at the end of October 1946, told him, "Simple arithmetic dictates hasty withdrawal in the event of an emergency. It is our estimate that it would require good fortune as well as good management to retain as much as a small bridgehead on the continent of Europe if the Russians should decide to strike. At this time, the USSR appears not only the most probable, but in fact the only probable source of trouble in the foreseeable future. Fewer than half of the 46 509th Silverplate B-29s, so-called because they were the only U.S. aircraft modified to carry atomic bombs, were still operational, and even those were airworthy only half the time." George Marshall, who replaced Burns as Secretary of State in January 1947, told the Pentagon audience some years later, "I remember when I was Secretary of State, I was being pressed constantly, particularly when in Moscow, by radio message after radio message, to give the Russians hell. When I got back, I was getting the same appeal in relation to the Far East and China. At that time, my facilities for giving them hell, and I am a soldier and know something about the ability to give hell, was 1 1/3 divisions over the entire United States. That is quite a proposition when you deal with somebody with over 260 and you have 1 1/3. Truman was sensible of the disparity, but apparently believed the atomic bomb evened it out. 2 bombs, after all, had ended a war. When Clark Clifford had presented the president with a new design for the presidential seal a few weeks after the Japanese surrender, Truman had suggested adding lightning emanating from the arrowheads in the eagle's left claw as a symbolic reference to the tremendous importance of the atomic bomb. Clifford convinced Truman that the addition would ruin the design. This, comments Clifford, was the first time I heard the president talk about the atomic bomb, and I thought it told more than he publicly acknowledged about the impact the bomb had had on his thinking. In October 1946, Truman's press secretary, Ibn Ayers, told the president that radio commentator Drew Pearson had claimed the U.S. had moved atomic bombs to Europe. The president said what Pearson had said was a lie. He said there were no bombs, either with or without detonators in Europe. In fact, he said none had gone out of the United States except those used in the bikini tests and those dropped on Japan. He said he did not believe there were over a half dozen in the United States, although he added that was enough to win a war. Groves may have been the source of Truman's conviction. According to Bradbury, Groves had a mystic number of weapons he believed should be available in the stockpile, which when we got to it was all he gave a damn about. When we got there, I think he was also leaving, and at that time I think he thought the United States was in control of the world. Groves left when the AEC took over. The official stockpile at that time stood at 7 Mark III bombs. The newly appointed AEC commissioners flew out to Los Alamos in January 1947 to lay hands on the weapons their organization had inherited from the Manhattan Engineer District. I was very deeply shocked, Commissioner Robert Bacher told an interviewer in 1953. I actually went into the vaults and selected at random cartons and various containers to be opened. These I then inspected myself. Judging by the consternation which appeared on some of the faces around there, I concluded that this must have been about the first detailed physical inventory that had been made. With weapons, the situation was very bad. We did not have anything like as many weapons as I thought we had. Bradbury protests, I knew that number every hour on the hour. Every time that number would quote-unquote change, and believe me, for technical reasons that number would sometimes go down, I'd get a call from the good General Groves saying, "What the hell happened now?" There were technical reasons. I don't mean that we lost anything, but little details like corrosion or something like that would go wrong and the number of available devices would change. We were up with the production of material at that time, but there were a lot of things that we hadn't solved, particularly in respect to plutonium. I mean, sure, you could make a device that would stay pretty and beautiful for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. Then it began to look like it had the measles. That didn't really affect its performance, but it sure affected a lot of other things. We had to solve a lot of purely practical and also very important problems in corrosion, metallurgy, material stability, all kinds of nasty things which in wartime we never had to solve. But when you ask if I knew what the number was, I sure as hell did. The scene at Los Alamos sickened David Lilienthal. Probably one of the saddest days of my life, he remembered, was to walk down in that chicken wire enclosure. They weren't even protected, what bombs there were. I was shocked when I found out, actually, we had one bomb that was probably operable when I first went off to Los Alamos. One that had a good chance of being operable. Dutifully, on April 3rd, 1947, Lilienthal and the other commissioners carried the news to Truman. We walked into the president's office at a few moments after 5 p.m., Lilienthal recorded in his journal within hours of the meeting. I told him we came to report what we had found after 3 months, and that the quickest way would be to ask him to read a brief document. Everyone at that time, says Lilienthal, the president included, assumed that America had a supply of atomic bombs. In fact, Winston Churchill was declaiming that it was our atomic stockpile that restrained the Soviet Union from moving in on an otherwise defenseless Europe. What we of the new AEC had just discovered was that this defense did not exist. There was no stockpile. There was not a single operable atomic bomb in the vault at Los Alamos, nor could there be one for many months to come. This news was top secret, Lilienthal adds, the biggest secret of that time, so secret that I did not commit it to paper. The AEC chairman whispered the number to the president. 0. The lightning struck Truman then. The eagle's claw was empty of arrows. He turned to me, says Lilienthal, a grim, gray look on his face. The lines from his nose to his mouth visibly deepened. What did we propose to do about it? He realized the difficulties. We had lots of capsules, nuclear cores, I guarantee you, Jacob Wexler explains. But we didn't have weapons. We had lots of pieces. The idea was if there was a threat, you would start putting them together. The fusing systems weren't there. The initiators needed to be changed. The detonators had to be stored in desiccated boxes, and you put them in when you needed them and then put them on again. And it went on and on this way. We didn't have any weapons. We had piles of pieces. That's what Lilienthal was going in and saying, we don't have weapons. But the President of the United States only knew what his Atomic Energy Commission told him. (15) Modus vivendi. Lev Altshuler first went out to Sarov in December 1946. He traveled by train with a longtime colleague of Yuli Hariton, a woman named Tatyana Vasilievna Zakharova. Our future place of work was several dozen kilometers from the train station, Altshuler remembers. We made this leg of the journey by bus, garbed and thoughtfully provided sheepskin coats. Small villages which recalled Russia from before the time of Peter the Great flashed by the windows. At the designated place we saw monastery churches and farmsteads, and the inescapable companions of the era, zones, prison camps. The contrast reminded Altshuler of a poem by Mikhail Lermontov, and he recited a line, "The land of slaves, the land of lords." Tatyana Vasilievna accused him, "You do not love Russia." I did not know what to say, Altshuler writes. The question, what does it mean to love Russia, is the same as the question in the Gospels, what is truth? There are no answers. Or in any case, there is more than one answer. So Altshuler's first tour of the installation where he would make his life for the next 2 decades introduced him to its essential dissonance. As Los Alamos had been for scientists working in the United States on the atomic bomb during the Second World War, Sarov would be a place of comradeship, of exciting and original work, of patriotic fulfillment. But it was also one of many islands of the White Archipelago, as Altshuler calls it, various chain of installations for making the bomb, and beyond the domes of the old monastery, the harsh reality was the columns of convicts going through the settlement on their way to work in the morning and on their way to the zone at night. And in truth, the scientists who began streaming out to Sarov in the spring of 1947 were prisoners themselves, even if their cage was gilded. It was like this, remembers physicist Viktor Adamski, who joined the staff a few years later. You come and you don't even communicate. If you are sick and you need a doctor, then they will send you somewhere. Altshuler elaborates, leaving the site for personal and even for business reasons was very difficult to arrange. In a gloomy moment, one of the local poets wrote a ballad beginning with these words, "A plane flies from Moscow to Sarov. Whoever comes here will never go back." The regime of secrecy had an oppressive effect as well. It was not merely a regime, but a way of life, which defined people's behavior, thoughts, and spiritual condition. I often dreamt the same dream, from which I would awaken in a cold sweat. I dreamt that I was in Moscow, walking down the street carrying top-secret and extremely top-secret documents in my briefcase. I was killed because I could not explain why I had them. Altshuler had worked during the war with his friend Fenyamin Sukerman. At Kazan, where so many scientific institutes had been evacuated, they had met Yakov Zeldovich and Yuli Hariton. Sukerman, also a specialist in radiography, had started the war developing a rifle-mounted launcher for batch-manufactured glass Molotov cocktails, a weapon of desperation against German tanks. At a mortar factory near Moscow in the summer of 1942, the factory manager had shown Sukerman a strange new captured German munition with a metal-lined conical cavity shaped into its explosive charge. An event, says Sukerman, that would shape my own destiny and the destiny of our laboratory for many years to come. The cavity reduced the volume of explosives in the shell, yet the shell pierced armor 3 or 4 times thicker than a conventional shell of the same caliber could penetrate. Sukerman was fascinated. He realized that night, lying awake during an air raid, that he could use flash X-ray radiography to film the explosion of the strange German shell in progress. Back in Moscow, he looked up Uli Hariton, who directed him to officials who sponsored his subsequent work in microsecond radiography for the study of explosion and detonation phenomena. The German shell turned out to be a shaped charge. Zuckerman renewed his acquaintance with the Monroe effect. In 1946, Hariton recruited Zuckerman and Altshuler to work under Zeldovich on implosion. Before they were through, Altshuler had been nicknamed Lefka the Dynamite Man. They moved out to Sarov with their families in May 1947. Zuckerman recalls, "Everything we saw came as a surprise to us. The dense woods, the fine 100-year-old pines, the monastery with its cathedrals and white bell tower on the high riverbank, and in sharp contrast, the gray ranks of strictly guarded prisoners marching back and forth across the village day and night. The local folklore abounded in stories of innumerable crowds of pilgrims, miraculous cures performed by Saint Seraphim of Sarov, a personal visit to the monastery by the Tsar. There was a small factory there with tracts of dense forest on all sides. The place was well isolated. This made it possible for us to carry out the necessary explosions. Finnish cottages, that is, temporary wooden housing, very soon went up in the wooded area. Our family settled in one of them. A pre-revolutionary 3-story red brick building served as an administrative center and cafeteria. The small factory yielded a smithy, a foundry, and a supply of tools. Zuckerman and Altshuler set up laboratories in the factory complex. Laborers from the prison zone, Zeks, built reinforced concrete bunkers and explosive confinement barrels in the woods for explosives research. The physicists conducted their first experimental explosion in one of the barrels that May. Pavel Zernyov was the chief at Sarov, Uli Hariton, scientific director, Robert Oppenheimer's counterpart. Hariton appointed Zuckerman director of the Explosion Diagnostics Division, responsible as well for detonator development. Altshuler got a separate division with his own staff to study implosion hydrodynamics. "We have to learn 5 times, 10 times more than we need to know today," Hariton counseled them. "That's the only way we can lay a decent scientific foundation for later work." It was Kurchatov's and Kapitsa's perspective as well, if not Beria's. But Beria was a realist. He would do whatever it took to get the job done. "I came there to Sarov," Altshuler characterizes the support Hariton arranged for them. "I was given 5 or 6 assistants, and that enabled us to conduct experiments. I had my own workshop. If I suddenly had an idea, I would make a sketch and take it to the mechanics, and they would produce the device. We would go to the forest, to a small test site where there were bunkers, the experimentalists and their equipment within, and the tested charges outside. We would explore the results ourselves, and we would also show them to Hariton. It was very quick. We would work 14 hours per day, all of us. There were slogans there addressed to the prisoners. Work for your early release was one of them. We joked that it was meant for us. We would meet often in family settings. We had a slogan then, too, to out Hariton Oppenheimer. We felt very insecure, all of us, that only the United States possessed nuclear weapons. The United States found a way to destroy 2 Japanese cities. We were very nervous about that, nervous that you could use similar bombs against us. It was a feeling of constant concern. No one had any decent record players or tape recorders, Zuckerman reminisces. He had his family piano shipped out from Moscow, the first musical instrument at Sarov. I would sit down at the piano and play foxtrots, tangos, waltzes. Sometimes while I was playing, we would look out the windows and see couples dancing on the asphalt lane outside. Another Sarov physicist, Borisai Smigin, recalls that there was no respect for rank in our small town. Academicians as equals participated in the life of our young and fun-seeking neighborhood. Like many of his Los Alamos counterparts, Smigin remembers those times as the best days of our lives. They were not the best days for Altshuler, who mentions the Zeks and the double security perimeter of barbed wire and says he found Sarov depressing. Someone altered a verse of Pushkin to capture the surrealism of Igor Kurchatov's far-flung scientific enterprise. The bearded one is rich and famous. His installations can't be numbered. Scientists wander there in herds. Free they may be, but ever guarded. Footnote. The original from Poltava went, Kochubey is rich and famous, his fields vast and boundless. Herds of his horses graze there, free and unguarded. End footnote. They were plagued with shortages. Even 2 years after the end of the war, coming north from Yugoslavia in the winter snow, Milovangelis found limitless desolation and poverty in the workers' paradise. The Ukraine and Russia, buried in snow up to the eaves, still bore the marks of the devastation and horrors of war. Burned down stations, barracks, and the sight of women on the subsistence of hot water and a piece of rye bread, wrapped in shawls, clearing tracks. We stopped in Kiev only briefly to be switched to the train for Moscow. Soon we were on our way into a night white with snow and dark with sorrow. But Hariton had trained at Cambridge in the string and sealing wax tradition of British physics. The Sarov experimenters made do. Electricity at the forest test site came from an American Lend-Lease 500-kilowatt generator. Exposure to salt water on the sea route to Vladivostok had damaged its windings. Sukerman and a young protege, Arkady Admovich Brish, personally repaired it. Brish, 29 in 1946, blonde with gray eyes nearly the color of steel, in Sukerman's recollection, later the director of a leading institute, was a man so vigorous that the Sorofians cooked up a unit of productive energy, the Brish, in his honor, and measured their own contributions comparatively in milli- and micro-Brishes. Physicists in the Soviet Union were still snipping flat rubber gaskets for their vacuum instruments out of auto tire inner tubes, of all things, Sukerman notes. Getting vacuum hosing was a problem. For a small section of Leibold red vacuum tubing, people would offer up anything, from rare liquors to a precision galvanometer. Ramsay's oil, as a rule, would be home-brewed, as required out of rubber, wax, and Vaseline. Sukerman's first rotating disc camera for photographing explosions at Sarov depended on a motor cannibalized from a home vacuum cleaner bought in a Moscow second-hand store. To compensate, Zernyov roamed the compound, cutting through red tape. When Sukerman needed 150 kilos of castor oil, Zernyov delivered a 200-kilo barrel in 2 days from Bulgaria. When Sukerman worked out a way to destroy cheap mirrors rather than expensive camera lenses photographing explosions, the Sarov director commandeered a handsome specimen that had just been hung in the installation barber shop. Sukerman soon replaced the mirror from a shipment he had ordered from Moscow, but he was persona non grata at the barber shop for months and had to shave himself with an old safety razor, blind, as by then he was almost totally. The summer of 1947 was a hot one, Sukerman concludes, both literally and figuratively. Our scientific divisions quickly grew and came up to full strength. The summer of 1947 was a hot one for spies as well. Elizabeth Bentley had stunned the FBI 2 years previously by walking in off the street and confessing her extensive activities as a Soviet courier. Among many others, she had identified Abe Brothman. In the spring of 1947, she began testifying secretly before a federal grand jury. When the grand jury investigated Abe Brothman, he implicated Harry Gold. Footnote. Probably in response to Bentley's revelations, one of Julius Rosenberg's associates, the engineer Joel Barr, abruptly left the United States for Europe in 1947. In 1949, Barr defected to the Soviet Union, whereas Yosef Veniaminovich Berg, he became chief engineer of the Leningrad Institute of Semiconductors. End footnote. Before that, on December 26, 1946, when Gold had been out of touch with Yatskov for 10 months, the chemist took a call in Brothman's office. An attempt to contact Gold by mailing him tickets to a boxing event earlier that month had failed because the ticket envelope had been misaddressed and had arrived too late. But Gold had given Yatskov a phone number for emergency use if they lost contact, and now he found Yatskov at the other end of the line. The Soviet agent asked if Gold had been all right. Gold would testify that the question meant, was he under surveillance? Gold answered that he had been fine. Yatskov told Gold to meet him that night in the men's room of the Earl Theater, a movie house in the Bronx. Gold agreed to the rendezvous. It occurred to him later that Yakovlev must not have known that he was calling Abe Brothman's office. Gold had not identified the location of the phone. Dutifully, Gold trudged out to the Earl Theater. The FBI paraphrases his account of the meeting. He was approached by an unknown Russian who had a torn slip of paper which Gold had given to Yakovlev with the understanding that this paper would be used for identification in the event Yakovlev could not make a meeting with Gold. The unknown Russian came out of the men's room and walked directly up to him and showed him a portion of this paper, saying in broken English, "You, Harry, you have material from the doctor, that is Fuchs." Gold answered no, and he was then told by the unknown Russian to go to the 3rd Avenue bar on 42nd Street and 3rd Avenue in Manhattan to meet Yakovlev. Gold never explained why the Soviet courier, he was in fact Yakovlev's boss, Pavel Ivanovich Fedosimov, expected him to have a package from Klaus Fuchs, just as he never explained why he had gone to Cambridge to look up Fuchs after Yatskov failed to appear at an earlier Earl Theater rendezvous the previous February. Fedosimov and Yatskov probably ran Harry all the way out to the Bronx to separate any handoff of material from the Yatskov meeting. Igor Guzenko had blown Yatskov's cover and the FBI was watching him. The Soviets probably also wanted Gold to meet Fedosimov so that the two men would be able to recognize each other in future contacts. Yatskov met Gold at the bar, apologized for the 10-month interruption in their work, but said it was unavoidable that he had to lie low during that period. Told Harry that he was very glad that I was now working in New York because it would put much less of a strain on me as regards to meeting my Soviet contact. Yatskov paid Gold several $100s for past expenses and told him to begin planning for a mission to Paris in March to meet a physicist. He gave Gold a sheet of onion skin paper listing the hotel where Gold was supposed to stay and presumably identifying the physicist Gold was supposed to meet. They would meet in the Paris metro, the physicist would pass Gold some documents, and he would carry them to England and pass them along. Sitting in the bar, sharing drinks, the Soviet agent and the American courier began inventing strategies Gold could use to get off work to travel to Paris. Maybe he could write a number of French chemists expressing interest in their research. If he got a response, he could use it as an excuse to make the trip. Gold innocently mentioned a timing problem, and all hell broke loose. I told Yakovlev that once the pressure of work at Abe Brothman and Associates had eased up a bit, and then Yakovlev almost went through the roof of the saloon. He said, "You fool." He said, "You spoiled 11 years of work." He told me that I didn't realize what I had done, and he told me that I should have remembered that sometime in the summer of 45, he had told me that Brothman was under suspicion by the United States government authorities of having engaged in espionage. Yakovlev threw down on the table where we were sitting, the bar, an amount of money which was about 2 or 3 times the actual cost of the drinks which we had had, and he dashed out of that place. I walked along with him for a while, and he kept mumbling that I had created terrible damage and that he didn't know whether it could be repaired or not. Yakovlev then told me that he would not see me in the United States again, and he left me. Yatskov Yakovlev left the United States the next day on the SS America, bound for Cherbourg. Harry Gold seems to have believed his unwitting revelation forced Yatskov's departure. In fact, the Soviet vice consul was scheduled to leave to take up new duties at the Soviet embassy in Paris and was traveling with his family. Meeting with Gold was part of closing out his work in North America. Gold's linkage with Abe Brothman was still an evident disaster. Yet nothing came of it, at least not in the short run. When 2 FBI agents questioned Brothman for the federal grand jury on May 29, 1947, after Elizabeth Bentley's damaging revelations, Brothman concocted a story of legitimate dealings through the woman he knew as Helen, but implicated Gold as a party to his Soviet contacts after Helen bowed out. After the agents had left Brothman at his offices in Long Island City, Gold happened to drop by from the Brothman laboratory in Elmhurst where he worked. He found his boss nearly hysterical. Brothman was in a state of great excitement. He immediately came forward to meet me. The first thing Brothman said was, "The FBI were here. They know everything. They know all about us. They know you were a courier. They have a photograph of you and me together in a restaurant. Look, we don't have much time. Look, Harry, you've got to get this straight. You have got to tell the same story I told of how we met." The story Brothman had told required Gold to have known Bentley's deceased lover, Jacob Golos. Gold had never met him, and depicted both men as innocent experts who had merely evaluated chemical processes for Golos and solicited legitimate business, in the course of which they made blueprints available. Ever accommodating, Gold memorized Brothman's description of Golos and agreed to make up a story to explain how he knew the Soviet agent. In about the middle of this limited conversation, Gold notes wryly, Brothman said to me, "Someone has ratted. It must be that bitch Helen." Brothman warned Gold that FBI agents were on their way to the Elmhurst laboratory to talk to him. "I promised them I would not talk to you," Brothman cautioned, "so don't let on that we've talked about this. You've got to cover me up and tell them the same story that I told you." Gold did not want to leave until he had thought the problem through. He had just realized the full import of it. Brothman insisted he get going. On the subway, Gold quickly invented a plausible story that an acquaintance had introduced him to Golos at a meeting of the American Chemical Society in Philadelphia in 1940. The acquaintance was a man Gold knew would not talk. He was dead and buried. At the Elmhurst laboratory, the FBI team questioned Gold from 5 in the afternoon until 9 at night. Brothman and his secretary, Miriam Moskowitz, picked up the shaken chemist at 9:30, and the three conspirators went to dinner at a Chinese restaurant in Queens. "Harry," Brothman asked Gold guiltily over dinner, "you don't blame me for having brought your name into this, do you?" Brothman rationalized that he had expected the FBI to identify Gold sooner or later, and that it was better to bring him in at the beginning. Back at the laboratory, where Harry still had work to do, Moskowitz went for coffee, while Gold and Brothman finished conflating their stories. Brothman was evidently worried about the extent of Gold's involvement. He knew Gold had been awarded a Red Star, more than the Soviets had done for him. "I've got to know all about you," he told the Philadelphia chemist. "What can they find out that I don't know?" Considering the extent of Gold's courier work, his response was either disingenuous or self-absorbed. I then told Brothman that in reality I had never been married, and further that my brother was still alive and had not been killed in the Pacific, and that I lived with my family in Philadelphia. Brothman made many recriminations for my having told these falsehoods, but he said that he did not think these points would be serious. Brothman tried once more, expressing concern that I might have had other dealings in my association with the Soviets with which he was not familiar. Gold said not a word. FBI agents visited Gold's home over the Memorial Day weekend at his invitation. He had hurried to Philadelphia ahead of them and had destroyed several incriminating documents, including the sheet of onion skin Yatskov had given him at their last meeting. He told the agents that he had found no blueprints, and they seemed to accept the story. Gold and Brothman met several more times before they testified individually before the grand jury. Brothman nursed a grudge against Gold that grew with each meeting. He blamed Gold for involving him with Tom Black's activities, challenged Gold to tell him everything, and worried that he might be caught short while testifying. When Brothman's summons arrived, he threatened to tell the grand jury the true story of his work for the Soviet Union. Gold, Moskowitz, and Brothman's attorney succeeded in dissuading the volatile chemist. After Brothman testified, he bragged over dinner that he had neither cringed, flinched, or begged. The grand jury, he warned Harry, had been stuffed to the gills with stories of spying. Then it was Gold's turn. He was nervous, perhaps frightened. He and Brothman drove around aimlessly for most of the night before his grand jury appearance on July 31st, 1947. Gold wanted to review Brothman's testimony. Abe kept brushing me off and went into a great dissertation on political theory and the declining state of capitalism. They stopped to eat watermelon and other time-killing incidents. It was 4 a.m. by the time they arrived at Brothman's parking garage. Harry was staying with Brothman while Abe's wife summered in Peekskill. An attendant took the car and the two men wandered the neighborhood on foot. Gold came close to telling his boss and nominal business partner about his other career work, mentioning trips by railroad and plane that had created records the FBI might locate. He did not come out and say that these trips were in connection with my Soviet espionage activity, but it was certainly understood. Brothman told him not to worry and coached him on how to play to the grand jury. Gold got 2 hours sleep. He looked in on Brothman before he left to testify. Brothman's parting words were, "Look, Harry, you don't hold it against me for having brought your name into this, do you?" After Gold appeared before the grand jury, he told Brothman that I thought that I had succeeded in putting across the fact that I was a blunderer rather than a spy. Far from blundering, Gold's skillful evasions had thrown off the grand jury and Brothman as well. None of Bentley's charges stuck. Lacking corroborating evidence, the grand jury returned a no bill. Gold now had a file at the FBI that identified him as a possible Soviet espionage career and included his physical description, his background and profession, and his affiliation with Brothman. But there were no charges pending against him on the American side. Since Yatskov had fled him as if he were a leper, he had heard no more from the Soviets. As of September 1947, Harry Gold was a free man to the extent that he could ever be. A loss marked that unshackling. On September 27th, his mother died. Everyone attended the funeral. Tom Black, Abe Brothman, Miriam Moskowitz, his friends from Pennsylvania Sugar. They met no red-headed Gimbel's model wife or twin children, only Harry, overweight and 36 years old, his forbearing father, and his brother Yosef, the brother who he told Moskowitz had died a paratrooper in the Pacific War. Celia Gold had dominated her husband and her sons. Her death and the suspension of his espionage work would open Harry's life to the possibility of change. What he called his repressed longing for a family would finally emerge to expression. So would guilt. "I had the leisure to reflect at length," he writes, "and to evaluate the damage I had done, the full implications involved in this spying, and inevitably I came to the horrible and sickening realization that it had all been a tragic and irremediable mistake." Donald McLean, for whom espionage was lavatory attendant duty, approached the very Augean stables of atomic policy information in February 1947 when he was appointed British co-secretary of the Combined Policy Committee in Washington. By then, he had already had access to Tube Alloy's files at the British Embassy for more than a year. He also had a pass to the Pentagon and would soon receive a coveted, unescorted pass to the offices of the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission. British and American ambitions had just come into open conflict. The wartime Quebec Agreement that Winston Churchill had arranged with Franklin Roosevelt in August 1943, still in force, provided that their two countries would never use the bomb against each other, but also that we will not use it against third parties without each other's consent, effectively giving the British a veto over U.S. sovereignty in the matter of atomic war. Dropping the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki had not been only a U.S. decision. The CPC, with its British and Canadian representatives, had met formally in furtherance of the Quebec Agreement and approved the use of atomic bombs against Japan. In September 1944, Churchill and Roosevelt had enlarged their previous agreement to include full collaboration in developing tube alloys for military and commercial purposes after the defeat of Japan. Truman, Clement Attlee, and Mackenzie King had reaffirmed full and effective cooperation in November 1945. During the war, all production of Belgian Congo uranium ore, the richest source in the world, had flowed directly to the United States, although the British had paid for half. Attlee had properly demanded dividing the annual production now that the war was won. Truman had agreed, even though half the Congo supply plus supplies from sources in the U.S. and Canada were not even sufficient to support the plutonium production reactors at Hanford, one problem the new AEC commissioners mentioned in the shocking report they asked Truman to read on April 3rd. The British, for their part, had no immediate use for the ore. They were stockpiling it against the time when their own secret bomb program could put it to use. Congress had passed the Atomic Energy Act in ignorance of these secret agreements. One provision of the act forbade sharing information on the design and manufacture of nuclear weapons with foreign governments. Agreements were therefore in conflict with U.S. law and would have to be reconciled, and Donald McLean was positioned to observe and to participate in these revealing negotiations. The sorry state of the U.S. atomic arsenal was one secret, at least, that Donald McLean evidently did not learn. Halfway through 1947, feeling the pressure of U.S. Cold War initiatives, the Soviet Union began rebuilding its military forces. From 3 million men-at-arms at the beginning of the year, Soviet forces began a gradual increase to more than 5 million. Immense Russian superiority in conventional arms, Alexander Wirth interprets the expansion, was the only effective antidote the Soviet Union had against an atomic attack on Soviet territory. It would not have been much of an attack. Footnote: as chairman of the General Advisory Committee to the AEC, Robert Oppenheimer knew how few bombs the U.S. had stockpiled. The fact that Stalin fielded 2 million men to oppose what he believed to be a plentiful U.S. stockpile is clear evidence, if any is required, that Oppenheimer was not a Soviet spy, as J. Edgar Hoover believed and as retired KGB General Pavel Sudoplatov has alleged. End footnote. Lilienthal had briefed Truman on the stockpile disarray just weeks after the president had proposed, on March 12, 1947, the Truman Doctrine that offered to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures. The doctrine, which amounted to a declaration of Cold War, had evolved into a major U.S. policy position from a British appeal to the U.S. to take over assisting Greece and Turkey, something the British, victorious but nearly bankrupt, could no longer afford to do. Secretary of State George Marshall had been meeting with the Council of Foreign Ministers in Moscow at the time of Truman's declaration. What to do about Germany, divided into Soviet, U.S., British, and French zones of occupation, and still nearly moribund, had been once again the central issue on the agenda. Charles Bolin served as Marshall's translator. During our visit, Stalin took a relaxed attitude toward the failure of the conference to achieve any results. Doodling the inevitable wolf's heads with a red pencil, he asked what difference it made if there was no agreement. "We may agree the next time, or if not then, the time after that." To him, there was no urgency about settling the German question. We should be detached and even relaxed about the subject. Stalin's seeming indifference to what was happening in Germany made a deep impression on Marshall. He came to the conclusion that Stalin, looking over Europe, saw that the best way to advance Soviet interests was to let matters drift. Economic conditions were bad. Europe was recovering slowly from the war. Little had been done to rebuild damaged highways, railroads, and canals. Business alliances severed by years of hostilities were still shattered. Unemployment was widespread. Millions of people were on short rations. There was a danger of epidemics. This was the kind of crisis that communism thrived on. All the way back to Washington, Marshall talked of the importance of finding some initiative to prevent the complete breakdown of Western Europe. In the midst of these transitions, with terrible timing, the British unwisely chose to make an issue of the wartime agreements. At the end of January 1947, Roger Makins, deputy chairman of the CPC, raised the question with Dean Acheson of exchanging information about reactor design. Acheson suggested in turn dropping British consent to use the atomic bomb. Makins returned to England to report. Acheson briefed Lilienthal and Marshall on the exchange, emphasizing that some action is urgently needed. Congress had to be informed. The somewhat incredible truth, Acheson would note in his memoirs, was that very few knew about the Quebec Agreement, and those who did thought of it as a temporary wartime agreement. Lilienthal and the other AEC commissioners met with the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy for the first time on May 5th and taught the committee members the facts of life. There was some alarm expressed that England is getting half of the Belgian Congo uranium output, and some surprise at learning that Great Britain and Canada actually had men participating in the development of the bomb itself during the war. Senator Tom Connolly of Texas said that, then, you mean that England knows how to make the bomb? The answer is certainly yes. I explained that we had been concerned that the Joint Committee had not previously been informed of our agreements with England, and recommended that they learn of these basic agreements directly from the Secretary of State and the Undersecretary. This, apparently, they will do. A little later in his journal, Lilienthal adds, this was in accordance with a prior understanding with Atchison. They were considerably shocked to learn that we have so little in this country in the way of raw materials. Atchison briefed the JCAE on May 12th. When he read the terms of the agreement, recalls State Department Atomic Energy Specialist Gordon Arneson, the hearing room erupted in indignation and anger. Several members walked out at the very thought that we'd have to ask anybody's permission to use these weapons. Two Republican senators in particular, Arthur Vandenberg and Burke Hickenlooper, were outraged at the British veto as well as the Orr arrangements. Vandenberg, a former newspaper editor, had swung from isolationism to vital support of bipartisan foreign policy during the Second World War and had been crucial to enlarging U.S. alliances in the early years of the Cold War. He believed, as he had written a friend in February, that I am best serving my country when I provide the tightest possible public control of atomic energy in the United States. Hickenlooper, in contrast, was a red-baiting ultra-conservative. In the months to come, both men pushed to improve the U.S. position. England's financial situation gave them leverage. Back from the Moscow conference, Marshall quietly raised the issue of European aid in a commencement speech at Harvard University on June 5, 1947. Robert Oppenheimer sat behind him, a fellow candidate for an honorary degree. The United States should do whatever it is able to do, the Secretary of State proposed, to assist in the return of normal economic health in the world, without which there can be no political stability and no assured peace. Our policy is directed not against any country or doctrine, but against hunger, poverty, desperation, and chaos. The initiative, I think, must come from Europe. The role of this country should consist of friendly aid in the drafting of a European program and of later support of such a program so far as it may be practical for us to do so. Prodded by British Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin, the Europeans quickly responded. The program that resulted would be called the Marshall Plan. Marshall's offer came none too soon for the British. It is very secret indeed, Atchison told Lilienthal privately on June 28th, but the British are almost out of dollars. The way things are going, unless something can be done, in a few months they will have exhausted about all but $500 million of the British loan of $7.5 billion. Lilienthal immediately took the point. I asked if this situation might make it worth their while to consider changing the allocation of uranium ore so we would be buying and paying for the ore. I pointed out that we could use it because we had the plants, but they can't, perhaps for some time. Atchison was skeptical. No, he didn't think there was a chance of that. We had offered some time back to have us buy it all and hold it in this country subject to later allocation, but they would have nothing of it. Lilienthal never says he talked to Vandenberg and Hickenlooper about forcing a quid pro quo. The AEC chairman and the two senators may have arrived at the same conclusion independently, but by Lilienthal's own report, the approaching British bankruptcy was very secret indeed. In any case, by August 1947, Hickenlooper was writing to Marshall bluntly that the present agreement with the British, in view of all the circumstances, is intolerable. He wanted it revised. If the British refused, the Iowa senator threatened the Secretary of State, I shall oppose as vigorously as I can, and publicly if necessary, any further aid or assistance to Britain. When Lilienthal had breakfast early in September with Bernard Baruch, the two men talked about some important matters concerning raw materials. This was at Baruch's insistence, and its relation to the Marshall Plan. Lilienthal goes on to endorse explicitly the idea of a quid pro quo. This made sense to me and fits into plans we have underway. And when Lilienthal and his fellow commissioners discussed ore supply estimates at AEC meetings later in September, they agreed that the U.S. needed the entire free world supply and reviewed a policy proposal that would require both the British and the Canadians to give up not only future allocations, but also their existing stocks of ore. Since only the United States was in a position to process the ore into atomic bombs, the proposal reasoned, such a change of policy would benefit mutual security. It would look bad to blackmail a friendly sovereign state, Marshall argued in a meeting at the Pentagon in mid-September with the new Secretary of Defense, James Forrestal. Fearing a damaging outcry, the State Department wanted to decouple aid and ore. Forrestal agreed. The National Security Act, which Truman signed on July 26, 1947, after months of brutal infighting between the Army and the Navy, replaced the War Department with a Department of Defense and created a separate Air Force, a Central Intelligence Agency, and a National Security Council. As Navy Secretary, Forrestal had stubbornly opposed the new arrangement and had succeeded in weakening the authority of the Secretary of Defense. So that the combative Forrestal would not subvert the work of the new office, Truman gave him the job. Hickenlooper pursued the problem as vigorously as he had promised. He bawled out Lilienthal for 2 hours in mid-October. Got me so disgusted and mad during the first bitter scolding that I almost lost control and told him off. Lilienthal reprised the argument in his journal, noting, however, that there was some point in some of his complaint. Twice that month, Hickenlooper's office nudged the Joint Chiefs of Staff to make up their minds, 2 years after the war, about how many atomic bombs the military needed. The Joint Chiefs decided that the United States could use no more than 150 Nagasaki-type bombs, basing that number on a Pentagon study that envisioned attacks on approximately 100 different urban locations in the USSR. The efficient utilization of atomic bombs, the JCS reasoned, will dictate the use of one bomb only in any one attack on an objective area. Therefore, the maximum which would be dispatched in any one attack under present conditions is unlikely to exceed 100. In October 1947, that is, the U.S. military believed officially that 150 atomic bombs, with a total yield of 3 million tons of TNT equivalent, 3 megatons, would be sufficient to defend the United States and defeat the USSR, its most likely enemy. In the years to come, one hydrogen bomb would develop 4 times that total yield, and the number of such weapons in the U.S. arsenal would multiply to 4 and then 5 figures, the extent of the threat always increasing in official estimates to match the rate of manufacture. For the time being, however, the U.S. had the opposite problem. As yet ignorant of the secret U.S. debate, the British continued to push for more information on bomb and reactor technology. The 3 CPC nations convened a 3-day conference in Washington in mid-November to determine, explains a British diplomat, which wartime secrets could now be declassified. The point was to declassify information by common agreement rather than piecemeal and inconsistently. Both Donald MacLean and Klaus Fuchs attended the declassification conference. Presumably, neither man knew that the other was a spy. Among other subjects, the conferees discussed atomic weapons. One participant, Berkeley physicist Robert L. Thornton, told the FBI in 1950 that Fuchs had on occasion exasperated some of the panel members because of his conservative attitude with regard to the advisability of declassifying certain atomic energy-type information. Dr. Thornton concluded that if Fuchs was attempting to determine what the panel members considered as holding forth the greatest promise for future military development in the field of atomic energy, he could not have been more damnably clever. A congressional debate on the Marshall Plan was approaching. If the Departments of State and Defense had decoupled aid and ore, Vandenberg and Hickenlooper had not, nor except cosmetically had the AEC. In a meeting at the Pentagon on November 16, 1947, of Undersecretary Robert Lovett for the State Department, Forrestal for the Defense Department, Vandenberg and Hickenlooper, The two senators reaffirmed their insistence on a change in Anglo-American arrangements. Vandenberg called the wartime agreements astounding and unthinkable. He said that failure to revamp the agreements, his son paraphrases his contemporary diary, would have a disastrous effect on congressional consideration of the Marshall Plan. Both senators said that a satisfactory conclusion must be reached before final action on the Marshall Plan program. A few days later, State Department staff members George Kennan and Edmund Gullion tried unsuccessfully to move the AAC commissioners toward a broader cooperation, something that smacks of an alliance, Lilienthal recorded distastefully, adding, "I shall do everything I can to discourage and prevent this. It is not the way to approach this matter." In the midst of these discussions, William Donovan, whose Office of Strategic Services was about to lose its authority over U.S. intelligence to the new CIA, sent a young fellow to see Lilienthal bearing a weird story brought in from eastern Czechoslovakia, the Carpathians, by a Jewish rabbinical student. The story purported to concern Russian efforts in atomic energy. Lilienthal was unimpressed that the Soviets might be mining ore in Czechoslovakia. Turned him over to an aide, he noted in his journal. Vandenberg was restive. In late November, he said publicly, in Lilienthal's paraphrase, that before the Marshall Plan was passed, the United States would insist on Belgium's uranium, a statement a communist newspaper in Belgium immediately headlined. Lilienthal finally had a proposal for the British to show the JCAE, however. It has been months and months in coming, and on November 26th, he and Lovett met with Vandenberg and Hickenlooper to preview it. To my great surprise, writes Lilienthal, it was received almost without question in every essential. It ought to have been. It proposed abrogating the wartime agreements, diverting all Belgian Congo ore production to the United States, and acquiring the entire British stockpile. Lilienthal and Lovett presented the proposal to the full Joint Committee on December 5, 1947. The problem, from the State Department's point of view, was to find some face-saving interest other than Marshall Plan aid to seem to exchange for British capitulation. The exchange that the AEC proposed was technical information on nuclear energy development. The JCAE accepted the idea that the proposal should not be explicitly tied to economic relief to Britain, though of course the two cannot be wholly separated in reality, Lilienthal records. Vandenberg told them bluntly, according to Lilienthal's notes, "I don't recognize that British veto on the use of the bomb. It can be a source of desperate embarrassment. Horrified, and have been since I learned of it. Vitally essential that we wipe that off beyond any dispute." Lovett would handle the negotiations. Vandenberg gave him a deadline of December 17th, 12 days away. Lovett cabled the American ambassador in London immediately after the meeting ended, and his cable explicitly linked aid and ore. Vandenberg and some others strongly feel that further aid to Britain should be conditioned on Britain's meeting our terms with respect to allocation of atomic raw materials. The Marshall Plan could be at risk, he warned. The British were infuriated, but they had their backs to the wall. Donald Maclean participated in the next 2 weeks of hard negotiations, conducted through the Combined Policy Committee. Information exchange, as the negotiators agreed to define it, boiled down to subjects peripheral to bomb development: health and safety, research radioisotopes, fundamental physics. The Americans agreed to share information on designing natural uranium power reactors, which was the information Roger Makins had sought almost a year previously when he opened the can of worms. It was harder to agree on ore allocations. The Joint Chiefs weighed in on December 17th to bolster the U.S. position with a convenient finding that for their 150 atomic bombs, preemption of the world's supply of usable ores and stockpiling within the United States is an urgent and at the same time paramount consideration for national security. At the last minute, the British delegates had to return to London to report. Vandenberg and Hickenlooper waited impatiently. The delegates returned with reluctant agreement. The British veto on using the atomic bomb would be surrendered. Britain would ship 2/3 of its ore stockpile to the U.S., and the U.S. would get all Belgian Congo ore for at least the next 2 years. The negotiators named the agreement a modus vivendi. Gordon Arneson explains, "A modus vivendi says, Mr. A sits here and says, I would propose to act in this way. B sits there and he says, yes, I intend to work the same way." Both sides initialed the modus vivendi at what Lilienthal calls an undramatic and unimpressive ceremony on January 7, 1948. The AEC commissioners had met that very morning to review an agreement vital to their work that they had not yet seen. Louis Strauss, always fractious, had resisted allowing even the marginal technical cooperation with the British that the modus vivendi described until limits were written into the AEC minutes. "I never felt more ashamed of the internal workings of an organization," Lilienthal complained. At the ceremony, MacLean pulled Gullion aside to comment acidly in Arneson's recollection, "You know, this is hardly an agreement among people who agree. It's an agreement among people who disagree." Ed replied, "Yes, that's about right." Gullion chose not to take offense. Since the United Nations Charter required all international agreements to be registered, which would alert the Soviet Union, and the U.S. Atomic Energy Act forbade sharing atomic energy information with foreign governments, Strauss's objection, the hard-won modus vivendi, was doubly illegal. A British diplomat says it had to be kept under wraps. In fact, it was kept secret even from Congress outside the JCAE. By acceding to the modus vivendi, the British effectively delayed their program to build an atomic bomb by several years. The negotiations, says Dean Acheson, left the British with a sense of having been ungenerously, if not unfairly, treated. The information MacLean gleaned on ore supplies and U-235 and plutonium production rates might have been valuable to the Soviet Union, but the United States had not even tabled that information honestly during the negotiations. The AEC reported to the FBI several years later that the estimates of raw materials supply that were used in the Combined Policy Committee calculations of 1947 were much under the actual supplies received in that period. By 1947, with fewer than 1.5 million men under arms, the United States had made the atomic bomb its first line of defense, however thin the line, as it began to mount a broad, worldwide challenge to what it perceived to be Soviet expansionism. Under such conditions, as it inevitably does for sovereign states, the end of national security justified almost any means. 16. Sailing near the wind. John von Neumann once told Françoise Ulam that he had never met anyone with as much self-confidence as her husband, adding, writes Stanislav Ulam puckishly, that perhaps it was somewhat justified. Ulam, a handsome, aristocratic Polish mathematician of first rank, had emigrated to the U.S. in the 1930s with von Neumann's encouragement, had been a junior fellow at Harvard, had taught at Harvard and the University of Wisconsin, where he and Françoise married, and had found his way to Los Alamos late in 1943. Theoretical physics was a new field to him then. On his first visit to the Los Alamos tech area, when he had encountered von Neumann discussing theory with dark, intense Edward Teller, the tremendously long formulae on the blackboard had scared him. Seeing all these complications of analysis, I was dumbfounded, fearing I would never be able to contribute anything. But the equations stayed on the board from day to day, which meant to Ulam that the pace of invention was relatively slow, and he soon regained confidence. I found out that the main ability to have was a visual and also an almost tactile way to imagine the physical situations, rather than a merely logical picture of the problems. He was soon engaged with Teller, attempting to derive more rigorously a formula Teller had roughed in for the inverse Compton effect that plagued Teller's dreams of a thermonuclear, the effect that cooled the reaction by spilling out radiation and seemed to prevent it from propagating. Ulam appraised the volatile Hungarian perspicaciously. When I first met Teller, he appeared youthful, always intense, visibly ambitious, and harboring a smoldering passion for achievement in physics. He was a warm person and clearly desired friendship with other physicists. Possessing a very critical mind, he also showed quickness, sense, and great determination and persistence. However, I think he also showed less feeling for true simplicity in the more fundamental levels of theoretical physics. To exaggerate a bit, I would say his talents were more in the direction of engineering, construction, and the surveying of existing methods. But undoubtedly, he also had great ingenuity. George Gamow, the Russian émigré theoretician who had offered Teller the position at George Washington University that brought him to the U.S. before the war, told Ulam later that Teller had been a different person then. Helpful, willing, and able to work on other people's ideas without insisting on everything having to be his own. According to Gamow, something changed in Teller after he joined the Los Alamos Project. With the war over and Teller and so many others going, the Ulams decided to leave as well. They had both lost family in the Holocaust, Francoise's mother at Auschwitz, and they had both become American citizens, so there was no question of returning to Europe. Ulam accepted an associate professorship at the University of Southern California in Los Angeles, a place the couple found strange. I used to say that any 2 points in Los Angeles were at least an hour's drive apart, Ulam writes. They settled in without quite settling down. Then Ulam was struck with violent illness, a fantastic headache that was the most severe pain I had ever endured. When Francoise finally roused a doctor and got her husband to the hospital, he was vomiting bile. The surgeon performed a trepanation, not knowing exactly where or what to look for. He did not find a tumor, but did find an acute state of inflammation of the brain. He told Francoise that my brain was bright pink instead of the usual gray. These were the early days of penicillin, which they applied liberally. Ulam lapsed into a coma. His wife, his doctors, and his friends worried about brain damage. When he awoke a few days later, Ulam worried about it even more. One morning, the surgeon asked me what 13 plus 8 were. The fact that he asked such a question embarrassed me so much that I just shook my head. Then he asked what the square root of 20 was, and I replied, about 4.4. He kept silent. Then I asked, "Isn't it?" I remembered Dr. Rainey laughing, visibly relieved, and saying, "I don't know." Recovery was slow. Ulam spent weeks in the hospital. Nicholas Metropolis, who had set up the ENIAC problem, traveled all the way from Los Alamos to visit him and let slip that the security people had been worried that in my unconscious or semi-conscious states I might have revealed some atomic secrets. The peripatetic mathematician Paul Erdos turned up just as Ulam, still shaky, was leaving the hospital. On the way home they talked mathematics, whereupon Erdos pronounced Ulam just like before. When Ulam beat Erdos at chess, he decided he had escaped damage. On leave from the university, resting at home during his extended recovery, Ulam amused himself playing solitaire. Sensitivity to patterns was part of his gift. He realized that he could estimate how a game would turn out if he laid down a few trial cards and then noted what proportion of his tries were successful, rather than attempting to work out all the possible combinations in his head. It occurred to me then, he remembers, that this could be equally true of all processes involving branching of events. Fission, with its exponential spread of reactions, was a branching process, so would the propagation of thermonuclear burning be. At each stage of the fission process, there are many possibilities determining the fate of the neutron. It can scatter at one angle, change its velocity, be absorbed, or produce more neutrons by a fission of the target nucleus, and so on. Instead of trying to derive the expected outcomes of these processes with complex mathematics, Ulam saw, it should be possible to follow a few thousand individual sample particles, selecting a range for each particle's fate at each step of the way by throwing in a random number, and take the outcomes as an approximate answer, a useful estimate. This iterative process was something a computer could do. Ulam was happy to be invited to the Super Conference in April 1946. Associating Los Angeles with his illness, he was even happier to be invited to return to work at Los Alamos. When he told von Neumann about his solitaire discovery, the Hungarian mathematician was immediately interested in what he called a statistical approach that was very well suited to a digital treatment. The two friends developed the mathematics together and named the procedure the Monte Carlo method, after the famous gaming casino in Monaco, for the element of chance it incorporated. 2 years after the end of the war, thermonuclear research at Los Alamos was still almost entirely theoretical. The model system on which calculations were based continued to be Teller's super, a pipe of liquid deuterium with an atomic bomb screwed to one end. The medium that would transfer energy from the atomic bomb to the deuterium would be the copious flood of neutrons that the fission explosion produced. Implosion appeared to be an unsuitable geometry for the super's fission component, however. Implosion generated neutrons at the center of an imploding mass of hydrogenous material, the chemical explosives that supplied the initial squeeze that assembled the critical mass, and the material interacted with the outward flow of neutrons, soaked up energy, and otherwise got in the way. The radiation just would not get out, Hans Bethe comments, because there's all that high explosive around. First the uranium tamper and then the high explosive. Nor was the Mark III implosion bomb hot enough to do the job. Instead of an implosion system, they decided they would need a uranium gun, a system that assembled essentially bare critical masses, and a big, powerful uranium gun at that, one that would yield not the nominal 13.5 kilotons of the Hiroshima device, but several hundred kilotons. No uranium gun had yet been tested under experimental conditions, on a tower with instrumentation. Little Boy, the Hiroshima bomb, was the only such device so far exploded. It had also been clear for some time that deuterium alone required too high an ignition temperature to propagate on its own, that some amount of rare and expensive tritium would have to be incorporated into the design, not necessarily mixed with the deuterium throughout the pipe, but at least mixed with the deuterium at the end nearer the fission bomb. The main question, comments John Manley, who became Associate Director of Los Alamos in 1947, as well as Secretary to the AEC's General Advisory Committee, was whether you could under any circumstances get a propagating reaction in a straight deuterium mixture. And the general conclusion, I knew, that you couldn't. Then the question was how much would you gain from tritium addition, and any other tricks. Teller, doing basic physics with Enrico Fermi at the University of Chicago, kept in touch, meeting travelers passing through Chicago and spending summers on the Mesa as a consultant. One might be going to Washington, Carson Mark recalls, and stop off in Chicago, and Edward was always interested in what people were doing and what progress might have been made. He could always be counted on for suggestions. He followed things really quite closely, spent very generous amounts of time here, and was of course very helpful. He was also personally very interested, not only in the work on thermonuclear problems, possible thermonuclear systems, but also on what was going on in the fission bomb studies. He really expressed an interest in everything, but the thing on which he was most inclined to try to work was the super problem. After his 1947 summer consultancy, Teller assessed the H-bomb effort at Los Alamos in a technical report on the development of thermonuclear bombs, a marker of the lab's progress and of Teller's own contemporary judgment of where the work stood. The report found that the super was probably feasible, but judged that its complex construction gives little hope that it can actually be made to work in the next 3 to 4 years. Mentioning what Carson Mark calls some adverse effects not previously taken into account, it doubled the April 1946 superconference estimate of the amount of tritium the super would require. Teller's memorandum also reviewed problems with his 1946 alarm clock system, the system that incorporated layers of fusion materials into the concentric shells of an enlarged implosion device. Whether or not such a device was feasible, Teller concluded, depended on how much the light fusion materials would mix with the heavy fission materials in the course of the implosion. Physicists refer to an element's atomic number generically as Z. Hydrogen has a Z of 1, helium 2, and so on to uranium at Z equals 92, and plutonium at Z equals 94. Elements of higher Z radiate more rapidly at higher temperature than elements of lower Z. So mixing of high Z and low Z materials within an alarm clock system, while such mixing would compress the fusion materials and enhance their reaction, would also increase the mixture's cooling by radiation. Hans Bethe thought Teller's alarm clock conclusions in his 1947 report were most pessimistic. On the other hand, Teller noted in the report that the alarm clock was a possibility that may be open to our competitors as well as ourselves, although he thought a Soviet alarm clock was not very probable. For the super or the alarm clock or both, Teller proposed exploring the production and use of a gray salt-like compound of a lithium isotope and deuterium, lithium-6 deuteride, as a fuel alternative to liquid deuterium. Lithium, a soft, silvery white metal, atomic number 3, was already in use in the American bomb program in the form of lithium fluoride slugs, which were irradiated in the Hanford reactors to produce tritium. Theoretically, lithium in a bomb would pick up neutrons from D plus D reactions or from fission and make tritium in situ. The T would then react with D, releasing energy and making more neutrons, which would repeat the cycle. The advantage of using lithium in a thermonuclear device would be at least twofold. It would generate tritium at hand, reducing or eliminating the need for incorporating expensive reactor-bred tritium into the design, and it was a solid at room temperature and did not require maintaining within a bomb at several hundred degrees below zero, with all the elaborate bottling and insulating that would entail, as liquid deuterium did. But lithium deuteride had the serious disadvantage that its Z was 3 times that of deuterium. It radiated at 9 times the rate of the hydrogen isotopes and therefore appeared to be far more difficult to ignite. Assuming the ignition problem could be overcome, Teller thought that hundreds of kilograms of lithium-6 deuteride might need to be produced. Teller concluded significantly that both the super and the alarm clock designs needed to be explored further before it would be possible to choose between them. That exploration would require calculation on electronic digital computers that were only then being developed. With such development in mind, Teller proposed a deliberate delay. I think that the decision whether considerable effort is to be put on the development of the alarm clock or the super should be postponed for approximately 2 years, namely until such time as these proposed experiments, tests, and calculations have been carried out. Carson Mark explains why calculations were so important for a device that could only be tested at full scale. The very proof of feasibility required the fully detailed calculation of the super's behavior during an explosion. Without this, no conclusive experiment was possible short of a successful stab in the dark, since a failure would not necessarily establish unfeasibility, but possibly only that the system chosen was unsuitable, or that the required ignition conditions had not been met. Testing a system that sputtered and fizzled would not teach them how to design one that caught fire. In the meantime, they needed a detailed calculation of the full course of a fission explosion from beginning to end, something they had not had time or sufficient calculating power to do during the war, and something that was important to understanding better not only how to design fission bombs, but also how to design an alarm clock and the fission component of the super. Preparing for that work fell to Robert Richtmyer, whom Carson Mark had just then, in autumn 1947, replaced as leader of the theoretical division, a position Richtmyer had filled since shortly after the end of the war. Richtmyer, Stanislav Ulam remembers, was tall, slim, intense, very friendly, and obviously a man of great general intelligence, who was also interested in music and cryptography. Richtmyer took a great interest in the super, Teller notes, and he and I developed the alarm clock. No computer had yet been built that could run the fission problem calculations. What the former division leader would do for the next 2 years was plan what Mark calls a fully detailed machine calculation of the course of a fission explosion against the time when a successor to the ENIAC became available. In this regard also, Los Alamos was still a long way from knowing how to build a hydrogen bomb. In the meantime, atomic bomb production had begun to pick up. Although the official stockpile number for 1947 is 13 Mark Series plutonium bombs, by the end of the year there were in fact 50 Mark Series cores at hand, of which 9 were all plutonium Christie solid cores, 36 were composite Christie cores, and 5 were levitated composite cores, a design which had still not been tested. 11 more Mark Series cores were in the process of being certified. The stockpile contained 50 Class A initiators, with another 22 being certified, and 13 Class B older initiators in which the polonium had partly decayed. There were sufficient non-nuclear components on hand to make 104 complete Fat Man FM assemblies. 54 more were being certified. The stockpile was short of aluminum pusher shells for FM assemblies, with only 63 on hand. 10 Little Boys, LB, were being certified, and 6 LB initiators. The program to manufacture these penetrator weapons, which could also be used as freefall bombs, was ahead of schedule. In an emergency, then, the United States at the end of 1947 had available an arsenal of at least 56 atomic bombs, 50 FM and 6 LB with initiators, each one sufficient in the judgment of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to destroy a city. But available bomb assembly teams would need up to 30 days to put together even 20 bombs, and delivery would be problematic. The U.S. Air Force, as the former Army Air Forces were now called, had 35 Silver Plate B-29s operational at the end of 1947 to deliver atomic bombs, with 30 flight crews available to man these planes, but only 20 crews were fully trained in handling atomic weapons. With Robert Oppenheimer's election in January 1947 as chairman of the AEC's General Advisory Committee, the charismatic physicist came into his own as an influential government advisor. In the early days of the AEC, he testified later, "We on the GAC knew more collectively about the past of the atomic energy undertaking and its present state, technically and to some extent even organizationally, than the Commission did. It was very natural for us not merely to respond to questions that the Commission put, but to suggest to the Commission programs that it ought to undertake." As of early 1947, though negotiations were still ongoing at the UN, prospects were fading for an agreement on international control. The problem that we faced then, Oppenheimer noted, was to devise a program which would regain some of the wartime impetus and vigor, and above all to make available the existing know-how, the existing plant, the existing scientific talent, in the form of actual military strength. It was not so available as of the 1st of January 1947. Without debate, I suppose with some melancholy, they concluded immediately that the principal job of the Commission was to provide atomic weapons, and good atomic weapons, and many atomic weapons. The AEC should look into atomic power, the GAC advised, as well as military uses of atomic energy, such as submarine propulsion, and it should stimulate basic science. But its primary job was to make bombs, and better bombs, and more bombs. The GAC set to work to facilitate those goals, meeting monthly throughout the year, pushing initiator manufacture, production reactor development, and improvement and bomb tests. Oppenheimer was still trying to teach at Caltech, but a new opportunity had presented itself. AEC Commissioner Louis Strauss was a member of the Board of Trustees of the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, a place Oppenheimer would come to characterize as an intellectual hotel, and the Institute needed a new director. Its faculty, an independent centenary of geniuses that included John von Neumann, Albert Einstein, and mathematicians Oswald Veblen and Kurt Gödel, thrashed out a list of 5 recommendations. Oddly, Strauss's name appeared as a 5th choice on the list. Though he was a man of considerable intelligence, Strauss was entirely self-educated and a specialist only in making money. He had left school at 16 to sell shoes. Oppenheimer was the IAS faculty's first choice, a choice in which the trustees soon concurred. Strauss offered Oppenheimer the directorship late in 1946 when the financier visited the Berkeley Radiation Laboratory as part of the AEC review of its Manhattan Project inheritance. Oppenheimer dithered through spring 1947. "I regard it as a very open question whether the Institute is an important place and whether my coming will be of benefit," he commented loftily at the time. But he and his wife Kitty heard news of his acceptance over their car radio while they were driving across the Bay Bridge one night in April, and let that leak of accident decide them. Life magazine welcomed them to Princeton with a feature story headlined "The New Director" that babbled tidbit non sequiturs. The new director has a sharp, selective mind, and his friends sometimes feel that he wins arguments too quickly. He and his family live in an 18-room, white colonial house near Fuld Hall, and Oppenheimer stops work at about 6:30 every evening to to go home and play with his children, Peter, 6, and Catherine, 3. On Sundays, he and his wife, who was a biologist, take the children out to hunt four-leaf clovers. Mrs. Oppenheimer, whose thinking is also direct, keeps her children from cluttering the house with four-leaf clovers by making them eat all they find right on the spot. An accompanying full-page photograph showed a youthful Oppenheimer in a three-piece suit, tenting his hands beside an amused Einstein, comfortable in a sweatshirt. The great relativist, Life captioned, was telling Oppenheimer about his newest attempts to explain matter in terms of space. The inconsistencies in Oppenheimer's security record followed him into his new responsibilities. As part of the transfer of authority from the Army to the new civilian agency, the AEC laboriously reviewed personnel security files. Oppenheimer's was thick. When the FBI had interviewed him on September 5, 1946, about George Eltonton and Håkan Chevalier, the former Los Alamos director had not only aligned himself with Chevalier's version of the disputed 1943 espionage contacts in contradiction to Eltonton, he had also denied that Kitty Oppenheimer's Lincoln Brigade friend, Steve Nelson, had ever approached him for information. The FBI, however, had a wiretap of Nelson telling another suspect physicist, Joseph Weinberg, that he had previously approached Oppenheimer for the purpose of securing information concerning the project at the radiation laboratory, but that Oppenheimer had refused him the information. Nelson's wiretap might have helped exonerate Oppenheimer from suspicions of disloyalty, but his prevarications raised further doubts. It took the AEC until late August 1947 to vote Oppenheimer a high-level Q clearance. Louis Strauss never reported when he first began to despise Robert Oppenheimer. Strauss was both intellectually insecure and thin-skinned, two weaknesses that would have made him especially vulnerable to the physicist's notorious arrogance. Finding his name at the bottom of the IAS faculty list of recommendations with Oppenheimer's at the top was a good start on enmity. Disagreeing politically added to their mutual ill will. Strauss was a conservative Republican preoccupied with keeping atomic secrets, Oppenheimer a liberal who championed openness. Oppenheimer's friend Joseph Alsop, the influential journalist and columnist, would write of Strauss a few years later that he was a natty, energetic, ambitious, and intelligent man who was all pliability with his chiefs, but who likes no argument from equals and subordinates. One of his fellow commissioners has said of him, "If you disagree with Louis about anything, he assumes you're just a fool at first. But if you go on disagreeing with him, he concludes you must be a traitor." With such a man as Strauss, Alsop concludes, Oppenheimer was fated from the first to get on badly. More elementally than political differences, Strauss seems to have been repelled by what he characterized as Oppenheimer's immorality. When Edward Teller, some years later, wanted to write that Oppenheimer had been magnificent, Strauss rebuked him waspishly. "Is a man magnificent who is what J.R.O. was by his own admissions in respect to his veracity and personal morals? Did Ernest Lawrence ever tell you what he did in the Tolman household? Some other word, maybe, Edward, but not magnificent." What Oppenheimer had done in the Pasadena household of Caltech senior physicist Richard Tolman before the war had been to sleep with Kitty when she was still married to the English physician Stuart Harrison. That Strauss was still indignant 2 decades later at such gossip is a measure of the financier's psychological rigidity. Strauss was a contrary person, Herbert York confirms, and very obstinate. Oppenheimer's nonchalant disregard of Judaism, the assimilationism that I. Rabi caricatured as Oppenheimer's inability to make up his mind whether to be president of the B'nai B'rith or the Knights of Columbus, threatened Strauss as well. In Washington, in that era when anti-Semitism was routine within the political and social establishment, Strauss successfully presented himself as a secular administrator with a special competence in science, but he was also a prominent Jewish layman, president for a decade of Temple Emmanuel, the largest Jewish congregation in New York. Strauss spoke with God, you know, commented forthright Italian émigré physicist Emilio Segre, Fermi's close friend and fellow Nobel laureate, adding, perhaps redundantly, "I didn't like him." Strauss voted to approve Oppenheimer's Q clearance, In his memoirs, he blames Groves for advising the commissioners to do so, but the two men were never friends. An early disagreement was foreign distribution of radioisotopes bred in U.S. reactors for medical and industrial research. The GAC favored such distribution, believing it would build goodwill and foster the progress of science. Strauss disapproved. When the AEC commissioners met in August 1947 at the Bohemian Grove, north of San Francisco, the minutes report that Strauss found himself the only member who was opposed to such action at this time. He expressed doubt that the proposed restrictions to be placed on the shipment of radioisotopes abroad could effectively prevent their use for unfriendly purposes or their divergence to unfriendly hands, which might endanger our national security. For good measure, Strauss announced his opinion that the publication of the Smith report had been a serious breach of security. The debate within the commission was so bitter, Groves gloated in a contemporary memo, that Admiral Strauss almost resigned. Small quantities of radioisotopes for scientific research were never even remotely a threat to national security, but Strauss bullied the question obsessively, carrying tales to James Forrestal and leaking them to the New York Times. Finally, David Lilienthal, fearing a bad rift in the commission after all my months of working to create solidarity, confronted him. He is very sensitive to moods and was obviously worked up. As I told him my story, he said he still felt we are wrong about the foreign isotope matter. He said he thought the best thing for him to do was to resign. I said that was absurd, but that it was essential that he realize how dangerous and fatal to everything we are doing it was for him to oppose commission action outside the commission. He was agitated, said I was a saint, etc. I tried to turn it back to the issue of what is permissible and what is not. He said, "No, I'm through with it. I will forget it, or try to, though I am still not convinced I'm not right." He said something more about how terrible he felt. I said, "Don't criticize yourself that way. You just didn't realize what you were doing." He turned and grinned in what seemed a very genuine way and said, "No, I'm old enough. I knew exactly what I was doing." Which, I believe, is about the size of it. If Strauss could be obstinate, he could also be perspicacious. In 1939, advised by Leo Szilard, he had been one of the first to realize the implications of the discovery of nuclear fission. Almost his first act as a newly confirmed AEC commissioner in April 1947 had been to ask what the U.S. was doing about the long-range detection of foreign atomic tests. It is to be presumed, he had lobbied his fellow commissioners, that any other country going into a large-scale manufacture of atomic weapons would be under the necessity of conducting at least one test to prove the weapon. If there is no U.S. monitoring system in effect, it is incumbent upon us to bring up the desirability of such an immediate step and, in default of action, to initiate it ourselves at once. The commissioners asked Strauss to look into the problem. He assigned his former Navy aide, William T. Golden, a businessman of independent wealth, to serve as AEC representative to a long-range detection committee organized at the AEC's instigation under the Air Force. Thereafter, the USAF cooperated with the AEC to develop a capability to detect nuclear explosions anywhere in the world. Curtis LeMay, whose August 1946 recommendation of long-range detection had preceded Louis Strauss's by 8 months, transferred abroad in October 1947 as commander of the United States Air Forces in Europe, USAF, picking up a 3rd star along the way to become a lieutenant general. He found the Germans still in a state of utter shock more than 2 years after their defeat, like the Walking Dead, and USAF forces in not much better condition. At a cursory glance, it looked like USAF would be stupid to get mixed up in anything bigger than a cat fight at a pet show. We had one fighter group and some transports and some radar people, and that was about the story. I had to shake things up right quick, and I kept working day and night to shake them. LeMay was particularly concerned with the vulnerability of American supply lines, through Bremerhaven well to the northeast toward the Soviet zone of Germany. Away out in front of our troops, all the Russians had to do was to whiz forward and they could cut our supply lines before they even made contact with our troops. To sidestep the complex and time-consuming politics of a Germany divided into 4 zones, each under the authority of a different country, LeMay resorted to extra-legal arrangements. Just as he had negotiated privately with Mao Zedong in China, he now negotiated privately with the French and Belgian Air Force chiefs of staff. I told them that I wished to have some fields well in the rear of our troops, back in Belgium and France, all stocked up. Ammunition, gas, food, bombs, mechanical equipment, every type and condition of supplies we might need. What the hell was I doing now? I was breaking other nations' laws into bits. You couldn't have any foreign troops stationed in France in peacetime. Nothing was more illegal to the French mind or the French code. Same thing for Belgium. To disguise the transfer of materiel, LeMay put the supplies on trains and shuttled them around Western Europe. We zigzagged our trains from hell to breakfast, parked them on sidings, reworked their bills of lading. Once the origin of the trains was sufficiently obscured, LeMay sent in troops in civilian clothes to unload them at the bases the French and Belgian military agreed to share. What this amounted to, in effect, was that we had our own private little NATO buzzing along there in West Germany and France and Belgium before the North Atlantic Treaty Organization ever existed. Seared with the memory of the United States' lack of readiness at the beginning of the Second World War, neglect he had paid for in his squadrons with the lives of too many young men, the USAF commander was determined to subvert the renewed complacency of victory. James Forrestal took a longer view when he analyzed the military situation in early December 1947. Defending the billions the U.S. was preparing to spend on the Marshall Plan, in a letter to the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, he wrote, "We are keeping our military expenditures below the levels which our military leaders estimate as the minimum necessary to ensure national security. By doing so, we are able to increase our expenditures to assist in European recovery. In other words, we are taking a calculated risk. During those years of calculated risk, of which the exact number is indeterminate, we will continue to have certain military advantages which go far toward covering the risk. There are really 4 outstanding military facts in the world at this time. They are 1. The predominance of Russian land power in Europe and Asia. 2. The predominance of American sea power. 3. Our exclusive possession of the atomic bomb. 4. American productive capacity. As long as we can outproduce the world, can control the sea, and can strike inland with the atomic bomb, we can assume certain risks in an effort to restore world trade, to restore the balance of power, military power, and to eliminate some of the conditions which breed war." This incisive analysis was not disingenuous, but Forrestal also had reason to believe that Stalin had no desire to start a war. Avril Harriman, former ambassador to the Soviet Union and now Secretary of Commerce, had testified to the President's Air Policy Commission in September that he was convinced that the Soviets will not take any steps which they feel would bring them into a major conflict in the foreseeable future. In October, the new Secretary of Defense had asked Harriman's successor in Moscow, Walter Bedell-Smith, where the Soviets stood, and Bedell-Smith had told him, "Stalin said, 'We do not want war, but the Americans want it even less than we do, and that makes our position stronger.'" Mila Vangelis, riding with Stalin in the Soviet leader's car in Moscow in dark December, noticed his hunched back and the bony gray nape of his neck with its wrinkled skin above the stiff marshal's collar. To the Yugoslavian diplomat, it was incomprehensible how much Stalin had aged since he had seen him last, 2 years before. At dinner, Stalin spoke up about the atom bomb. "That is a powerful thing. Powerful." His expression was full of admiration, so that one was given to understand that he would not rest until he too had the powerful thing. That night, and again a few nights later, Stalin predicted that Germany would not be reassembled from its pieces. "The West," Gillis heard him say, "will make Western Germany their own, and we shall turn Eastern Germany into our own state." The Soviets were biding their time, recovering, turning inward, working toward the bomb. In autumn 1947, the Soviet press began to attack Burns, Forrestal, and even Truman. In the American expansionist circles, there is a new kind of religion, Molotov railed in an important November speech. There is no faith in internal strength, but there is a fanatical faith in one thing, the secret of the atom bomb. even though for a long time now no such secrets have existed. On December 15th, to soften the impact of monetary reform, the Soviet government abolished rationing, but a cruel new repression began in the same season, a vigilance campaign. There is still a good deal of toadying to the West in our country, Molotov rebuked the Soviet people in his November speech, and far too much slavish admiration for capitalist culture. We have no use for this. Even in the old Bolshevik party, the enemy had his spies and agents, Trotskyites, rightists, and so on, and in the present international situation, Soviet citizens must be particularly vigilant. The campaign soon developed into a new kind of spy mania, writes Alexander Worth. The vigilance campaign was cruelly utilitarian. A Canadian woman, Suzanne Rosenberg, a Gulag victim whose parents had moved to the USSR before the war to support the communist experiment and who had been caught up in the Great Terror, saw through the new xenophobia. The MVD committed no worse felonies than the rearrest on the same charge of people who had completed their sentences and been released, as well as the non-release of prisoners after they had served their full terms. Those arrested during the bloody years of 1937 and 1938 were either shot or sentenced to 10 years. Longer terms, especially the ubiquitous 25 years, were instituted during and after the war. This meant that large numbers of political prisoners would have to be released in 1947, and the slave labor force so badly needed for the post-war industrial economy greatly depleted. An ingenious solution was to rearrest the released prisoners and 10 years later start a new wave of terror, the 1947 to 1953 mass arrests, to prevent the shutting down of the camps and to provide the new building projects with penal labor. Politically, too, it was most expedient to keep the innocent victims of 1937 and 1938 in continued isolation, lest they besmirch the good name of the party. It was killing two birds with one stone. Beria needed camp dust to build his Manhattan project. Igor Kurchatov's brother Boris had succeeded by then in extracting the first few micrograms of Soviet plutonium from uranium slugs irradiated in the F-1 reactor. A team at the Radium Institute under V.G. Klopin had begun enlarging the extraction technology to industrial scale. With the coming of freezing weather that autumn, Kurchatov and Vanikov traveled out to the Chelyabinsk 40 building site. A large city had already sprung up there, writes Golovin, populated by thousands of workmen, technicians, and engineers of various categories. The place where the pile was under construction was over 10 kilometers from town, and Vanikov, who had recently suffered a heart attack, decided that daily trips over this distance would be hard on him. He moved into a railroad car right next to the construction site. Kurchatov stayed with him and bore the discomforts of the icy winter without complaint. Chelyabinsk 40 became Kurchatov's base. Ironically, before the revolution, the local Kishtim mining and metallurgical industry had been managed by a young American engineer named Herbert Hoover, Louis Strauss's earliest mentor in government service in the years after the First World War. Not only directors and generals shipped out for Chelyabinsk 40. A conscript soldier remembers being assigned there to guard the Zeks who were digging the pit for the first object, the graphite production reactor, the A reactor nicknamed Anachka, Little Anna. The town had a triple belt of barbed wire, the soldier writes, the external fence with guard towers, then the zone with the settlement Teka, after the river Teka, where the scientists lived, then the central zone with the workforce, soldiers, prisoners, and released prisoners, and finally the object itself, also surrounded by barbed wire. They carried out the construction in parts. Some people worked on the initial stage, then others went on with it, and yet others finished. That way, no one knew what was being built. Graphite for the production reactor was manufactured on site, diverting most of the Soviet supply that year. U.S. intelligence discovered a serious shortage of graphite electrodes in the USSR in 1947 and early 1948. The U.S. had continued selling graphite to the Soviet Union after Lend-Lease ended, about 5,500 tons in 1946. With the development of the Cold War, the CIA noted in 1951, exports were restricted to 1,500 tons in 1947 and stopped altogether in 1948 after the delivery of 700 tons. The graphite core of the A reactor would be about 30 by 30 feet in height and width, drilled with 1,168 vertical channels for aluminum-clad natural uranium metal slugs, which would be dropped in at the top, irradiated, and then gravity discharged out the bottom into a spent fuel pool. The core would be set below ground in a pit 60 feet deep. Zeks dug the pit by hand, shoring it with timber until they got to bedrock. The rock, says the soldier, was cut by explosives, and we loaded the fragments onto trucks which carried them away. When the pit was finished, they lined it with water tanks, then poured a concrete well with walls 10 feet thick to encase the graphite block. Over the reactor went a substantial building in the Soviet neoclassical style, with stone facing on the first floor and 2-story columnar facings above. They began assembling the reactor block in March 1948. Kurchatov delivered a speech. "You and I are founding an industry not for 1 year," he told the staff, "not for 2, but for centuries." He hoped that a city would grow on the site with kindergartens, fine shops, a theater, and that their children would succeed them at the work. "And if in that time not one uranium bomb explodes over the heads of people, you and I can be happy, and our town can then become a monument to peace. Isn't that worth living for?" When reactor assembly started, writes Mikhail Pervyukin, B.L. Vanikov, I.V. Kurchatov, and E.P. Slavsky, the director of Chelyabinsk 40, a metallurgist, were always on hand. MVD General Avrami Zhavnyagin would sometimes visit the site, as would A.N. Komarovsky, who was in overall charge of construction. I also visited several times. We inspected the assembly work very carefully, especially in the part of the reactor that would later become radioactive. We entered the reactor through a special manhole to check the quality of the work, the welding in particular. Since Vanikov, Zhavnyagin, and Komarovsky wore generals' uniforms, the construction workers called the entry we used the general's manhole. The workers were welding pipes to carry water through the reactor to cool it, a change from the F1 system made necessary by Anachka's higher power level. At Tsarov, 200 kilometers nearer Moscow, Sukerman's and Altshuler's groups worked regularly with high explosives at their site in the woods, studying implosion. During this very early stage, Sukerman writes, not a lot of attention was paid to safety procedures. A charge of HE contained in an ordinary string shopping bag would be hung in front of the armored bunker. A few preliminary radiographs would be taken which served to confirm that the charge was oriented in line with the X-ray beam. Then Maria Alexeyevna Manikova would come out of the bunker and bang a hammer against a scrap of rail hung from a tree branch. These signals meant that an explosion was imminent and everyone on the field was to take cover. Sirens, telephones, and similar miracles of signaling and communications technology appeared only later. Once, the high-voltage X-ray equipment induced a current in a cable connected to an electrodetonator while two members of the staff were still out on the field. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Everyone in the bunker instantly understood. The charge Anya and Boris had been working on had blown up. Hearts stopped. A few seconds passed that seemed an eternity. Then, in the doorway to the bunker, first Anya appeared, looking agitated, and behind her followed Boris, imperturbable as always. "Nothing to worry about," he said. "That was our charge going off because of your induction. We had already stepped away from the barrel." When an experiment worked, they tallied it for the Soviet Union. When one failed, they scored it in favor of Harry Truman. For compression and initiator experiments, Altshuler devised a quick, cheap substitute for the precisely fitted two-piece lenses that would shape the implosive wave in the finished bomb, spheres of HE glued to a solid HE shell. This charge for three-dimensional implosion of a very simplified design, as Altshuler calls it, made it possible to realize up to 20 experiments a month. They assembled the rough and ready charges in the field, heating their pot of glue over an open fire. On one occasion, writes Sukerman, they were readying an experiment involving a large explosive charge, over 100 kilograms. Suddenly, the charge caught fire. In such cases, the burn can trigger a detonation with all its consequences. The group leader stayed calm and collected. He led his brigade to the bunker and phoned the dispatcher to order everyone to keep away from the area. This time, nature was kind. There was never an explosion, and the charge burned down without incident. Accidents were acts of sabotage in Berrieland. The scientists attributed the fire to spontaneous combustion. A passing bird had shat on the charge, they claimed, and the splash of liquid had functioned as a lens to focus the sunlight. It was a story only technological illiterates would swallow, and the bosses did. In the winter and spring of 1948, the Soviet Union and the Western Allies gave up any remaining pretense of continuing their wartime collaboration. When a Council of Foreign Ministers meeting broke down in London on December 15, 1947, in disagreement over the future of Germany, Ernest Bevin proposed to George Marshall the formation of some form of union, formal or informal in character, in Western Europe backed by the United States and the Dominions. Bevin started the process in January by pursuing an alliance with the Benelux countries, Belgium, the Netherlands and Luxembourg, and France. The Soviets, on their side, confident that war was not an immediate threat, America may pull our leg, Georgy Malenkov told a group of Italian communists, but war is out of the question now, moved to consolidate their control over Eastern Europe. The Marshall Plan was already a success, Marshall had reported to the U.S. cabinet in November. The advance of communism has been stemmed, and the Russians have been compelled to make a re-evaluation of their position. Stalin resented the plan bitterly. Czechoslovakia, in particular, had attempted to take advantage of Marshall Plan aid. At a meeting with the Czech Prime Minister, who complained that his country needed foreign exchange, Stalin laughed in his face. "We know you have enough." Still laughing, he turned to Molotov. They thought they could lay their hands on some dollars, and they didn't want to miss the chance. On February 25, 1948, Soviet forces occupied Prague. Bedell Smith cabled Marshall from Moscow on March 1st. Full information on and explanation to Congress of significance of recent Soviet moves in Czechoslovakia and Finland may result in speeding consideration and adoption of universal military training and building programs for Army, Navy, and particularly Air Force. Forrestal wanted a renewal of the draft and increased funding for the armed services. The U.S. aviation industry was in nearly fatal trouble that winter as well, approaching bankruptcy unless defense contracts could be authorized immediately and funding accelerated. Marshall needed approval of $5.3 billion in Marshall Plan aid. The country required a good war scare to rally a recalcitrant Republican Congress. The Soviet takeover of Czechoslovakia helped, but not enough. In March, Marshall, Forrestal, the State Department's Robert Lovett, and others colluded to add fuel to the fire. At a luncheon on March 4th that included cabinet officials and senators, Forrestal records in his diary, Marshall talked over the war situation. Everyone present agreed that the public needed information and guidance on the deterioration of our relations with Russia. Besides speeches, the War Scare Group called on General Lucius Clay, the intense, imperious military governor of the American zone of occupied Germany. Clay had predicted in November 1947 that the Soviets might decide to move against Berlin. The former capital of Nazi Germany, divided into 4 zones like the German nation, was embedded behind the Iron Curtain 100 miles deep into the Soviet zone, beyond the range of more than token U.S. military protection. The day after the war situation luncheon, Clay sent an eyes-only cable to Washington that Forrestal parlayed into a major event. For many months, based on logical analysis, I have felt and held that war was unlikely for at least 10 years. Within the last few weeks, I have felt a subtle change in Soviet attitude, which I cannot define, but which now gives me a feeling that it may come with dramatic suddenness. I cannot support this change in my own thinking with any data or outward evidence in relationships other than to describe it as a feeling of a new tenseness in every Soviet individual with whom we have official relations. I am unable to submit any official report in the absence of supporting data, but my feeling is real. You may advise the Chief of Staff of this for whatever it may be worth if you feel it advisable." The same day he sent this will-o'-the-wisp message, which made headlines across America when Forrestal reported it in congressional testimony on March 8th. Clay wrote a senator that American personnel were as secure here in Berlin as they would be at home. Clay told a biographer long afterward that he sent his war scare cable because the Army's director of intelligence had come to see him in Berlin in late February and told him that the Army was having trouble getting the draft reinstated and they needed a strong message from me that they could use in congressional testimony. In the upshot, Marshall got his aid and the aviation industry was rescued. With the Truman administration worried about inflation, the military fared less well. In the meantime, on March 17th, Britain, France, and the Benelux countries committed themselves to alliance in the Treaty of Brussels. Then it was the United States' turn to begin negotiating a military alliance with Britain and Canada, writes the British diplomat Robert Cecil, who attended the first secret meetings. Bevan judged that the time had come to propose to the State Department that the U.S. government, having already decided to invest in Western Europe's recovery through the Marshall Plan, should agree to undertake the defense of its investment if this should prove necessary. It was essential, however, to proceed with caution, since Republicans dominated Congress, and Congress had never sanctioned a military alliance in time of peace. On the 22nd of March, with no fanfare and no accompanying staff, Sir Gladwin Jebb, Lord Gladwin, came out from London and Lester Pearson from Ottawa. The State Department, fearing that their joint arrival on their doorstep with delegations drawn from their embassies might provoke press inquiries, decided to hold the initial meetings at the Pentagon, which in those days was less haunted by the press corps. Further, to discourage premature leakage, it was stipulated at the opening meeting that no notes should be taken and that we should not disperse for lunch, which was eaten at the long table where discussion took place. The meetings continued through April 1st. The U.S. had rejected inviting the French because the State Department feared they might compromise security, but Cecil's senior partner at the negotiations was Donald Maclean. Maclean certainly communicated the substance of the discussions to the MGB. The Polish newspaper Życie Warszawa published an article on a North Atlantic alliance on April 4th that described the secret Anglo-American plans. A British Foreign Office internal memorandum noted at the time that the article did sail pretty near the wind. The secret discussions included an agreement among the parties to aid each other militarily in the event of an armed attack. Canada tabled a proposal that, among others, Western Germany and Western Austria might join the alliance. The possibility that the West might rearm Germany may well have precipitated the Soviet decision to move against Berlin. The Russian scholar Sergei Goncharov, reviewing Soviet archives, reports that, during the prolonged Berlin crisis, Stalin was riveted by the possible inclusion of West Germany in the developing American alliance structure. That move would greatly enhance the West's potential for encirclement, and he sought to block it at all costs. Cecil notes that, at that date, negotiations with the USSR for a peace treaty with Austria were well advanced. For reasons that have never become clear, the Russians went into reverse. 7 years elapsed before they were finally convinced that we envisaged a neutral, independent Austria on the model already under discussion in 1948. Berlin had been unstable even before the secret Pentagon meetings. Marshal Vasily Zhukalovsky, the Soviet military governor, Clay's counterpart, had walked out of the Allied Control Council in Berlin on March 20th, whereupon the Soviets began to manipulate Allied rail access. Even this first Soviet sally raised the question of atomic war in the minds of U.S. military leaders. Major General Kenneth Nichols, an Army engineer who had been Groves's deputy during the war, had succeeded Groves as commander of the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project, AFSWP, on January 1st. Groves retired from the Army on February 29th. On March 31st, over lunch, Nichols briefed Forrestal, the Joint Chiefs, which then included Dwight Eisenhower, and the Armed Service Secretaries. Clay had reported further restrictions on our land transportation, and he threatened to confront the Russians if they stopped and boarded any train, to shoot if necessary. I was at the meeting to supply information about whether, if the crisis grew worse, we were in a position to deliver any atomic weapons. We were not. I told them that the only assembly teams, military and civilian, were at Eniwetok for the sandstone test, and that the military teams were not yet qualified to assemble atomic weapons. I was told in very definite terms by Eisenhower to accelerate training and improve the situation at once. Action was initiated to perfect plans for transfer of atomic weapons to the military in case of emergency, and to expedite training and equipping the military assembly teams. Sandstone was the designation of the first test series of new atomic weapons that Los Alamos was then preparing at Eniwetok Atoll in the Marshall Islands. Sandstone X-ray, a composite core, levitated implosion device, would be exploded on April 15, 1948, with a yield of 37 kilotons. 2 other tests would follow. Yoke on May 1st, another composite, levitated core that yielded 49 kilotons, the largest yield yet coaxed from any atomic weapon, almost 4 times that of the Hiroshima bomb, and Zebra on May 15th, a levitated all-U-235 core that yielded 18 kilotons. An uninvited Soviet warship would be on hand to watch the proceedings from 20 miles off, as well as at least 1 submarine. The sandstone tests demonstrated that small amounts of fissionable material could develop large yields. A levitated composite core typically used less than half as much plutonium as a solid Christie core, and 10 times less U-235 than a little boy gun. The most immediate military effect of sandstone, the independent scholar Chuck Hansen notes in his authoritative history of U.S. nuclear weapons development, was to make possible within the near future a 63% increase in the total number of bombs in the stockpile and a 75% increase in the total yield of these bombs. Sandstone also proved conclusively that implosion of U-235 was far more efficient than assembling it in a gun-type weapon, and demonstrated that current implosion theory was sound. The results of sandstone were characterized in contemporary reports as radical and representing substantial improvement in the military position of the U.S. Carson Mark would note that the tests marked the end of the day of the atomic device as a piece of complicated laboratory apparatus rather than a weapon. The number of units which could be made from the existing stock of plutonium and uranium could now be increased appreciably merely by refabricating the fissile parts of the weapons by hand. While the Soviet Union challenged the United States over access to Berlin, however, the crews Los Alamos had trained to assemble atomic weapons were off in the Pacific, 6,000 miles from Albuquerque, where the 509th would pick up the U.S.'s meager store of bombs, were there someone on hand to assemble them. Without atomic backup, the Joint Chiefs reined Clay in. His modest forces in Germany avoided confrontation by taking to the air. During one period of 11 days in early April, LeMay recalls, when the Soviets demanded the right to search and investigate all military shipments by rail, we flew small quantities of food and other critical supplies into Berlin, something like 300 tons. Clay discontinued the little airlift in mid-April when the Soviets eased back. The Marshall Plan had become U.S. law on April 3rd. From February to May 1948, the Joint Chiefs had been charting and revising a series of emergency war plans. They approved Broiler in March, modified it to Frolic, and finally approved Half Moon in early May. Half Moon included an Air Force atomic annex, HARO, which envisioned dropping 50 atomic bombs, the entire stockpile that spring, on 20 Soviet cities, causing immediate paralysis of at least 50% of Soviet industry. Such paralysis would not be sufficient to stop the Red Army, Half Moon foresaw. The plan expected that Soviet forces would overrun Western Europe at the outset of any conflict. Truman's Chief of Staff, Admiral William D. Leahy, briefed the President on Half Moon on May 5th. Truman was not happy to be saddled with a war plan that counted on atomic weapons. He told Leahy that such weapons might be outlawed before war came, and that the American people in any case would not tolerate using atomic bombs for aggressive purposes, and he ordered an alternative plan developed that depended on conventional forces alone. Any immediate possibility of outlawing atomic weapons was foreclosed on May 17th, when the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission, still carrying on the negotiations that Bernard Baruch had begun for the U.S. the previous summer, announced that it had reached an impasse and recommended suspending its work. By then, the U.S. and the Soviet Union had danced one more diplomatic dance. On May 4th, Bedell Smith in Moscow delivered a note to Molotov intended to reassure the Soviet leadership after the March war scare. The note protested that the United States has no hostile or aggressive designs whatever with respect to the Soviet Union, and declared in a key sentence that, as far as the United States is concerned, the door is always wide open for full discussion and the composing of our differences. Bedell Smith believed that the U.S. note was merely a statement for the record, but the Soviets eagerly rejoined. Molotov handed Bedell Smith a response on May 9th that found the Soviet government in agreement with the proposal to proceed toward a discussion and settlement of the difference existing between us. In the next several days, the Soviets released an edited text of the U.S. note, moving it beyond denial, while Moscow radio announced that the Soviet government had accepted the U.S. proposal. The Soviet move caught the Truman administration by surprise. The President and the Secretary of State immediately backpedaled. The New York Times reported of a Marshall press conference on May 12th that he threw more cold water on the Soviet proposal for a United States-Russian peace conference. Of Truman, the press reported on May 13th that the recent exchange of views with Russia has not increased his hopes for peace. Common opinion at the upper level of the Truman administration attributed the Soviet response to propaganda. But in any case, the United States no longer had any desire for a peace conference. The time for negotiation had passed. The U.S. was preparing to establish a separate West German government, a decision approved in a meeting on May 24th that Marshall, Forrestal, and Omar Bradley, among others, attended at the State Department. Marshall believed Germany was a crucial barrier to the spread of Soviet power across Western Europe, a position he had made clear as early as February when he cabled the U.S. ambassador to Britain that the U.S. was determined not to permit re-establishment of German economic and political unity under conditions which are likely to bring about effective domination of all Germany by the Soviets. It would regard such an eventuality as the greatest threat to the security of all Western nations, including the U.S. In mid-June 1948, the Senate endorsed associating the United States with regional and other collective arrangements, preparing the way for public negotiations toward a North Atlantic Treaty Organization to follow on from the talks of late March that the participants imagined to have been secret. The U.S., Britain, and France were preparing in June to reform the currency in the German zones they occupied, to stop inflation, choke off the black market, improve the banking system, and promote economic recovery. The old currency was so valueless, noted a contemporary State Department memorandum, that cigarettes had in practice replaced it in many areas. If the new currency became legal tender in the western sectors of Berlin as well, it would wreak havoc with the money supply in the Soviet zone. Lucius Clay had been attempting to negotiate some common currency for Berlin. He understood his instructions to preclude accepting Soviet currency in common unless the Soviets allowed the Western Allies to participate in its control. Since Zhukalovsky offered no such participation, Clay writes, I knew his proposal was unacceptable to our government. Therefore, I replied immediately to Zhukalovsky on June 23, 1948, that we could not accept his proposal and that I would join with my colleagues in placing West marks in circulation in the western sectors of Berlin. The Soviets installed new currency measures that same day, 24 hours before the West mark was due to become legal currency. The day of Western currency reform dawned to crisis, Clay reports, when the order of the Soviet military administration to close all rail traffic from the western zones went into effect at 6 a.m. on the morning of June 24, 1948, the three western sectors of Berlin, with a civilian population of about 2.5 million people, became dependent on reserve stocks and airlift replacements. It was one of the most ruthless efforts in modern times to use mass starvation for political coercion. I called General LeMay on the telephone and asked him to drop all other uses of our transport aircraft so that his entire fleet of C-47s could be placed on the Berlin run. The first direct confrontation of the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union had begun. "17. Getting down to business." When the Soviet Union blockaded Berlin on June 24, 1948, the United States Air Force in Europe had at hand 102 C-47 cargo planes, each of less than 3 tons capacity, and 2 C-54s of 10 tons capacity. The British Royal Air Force in Germany had a few C-47s as well. Berlin, before the blockade, had imported 15,500 tons of food and fuel daily to feed and warm its more than 2 million people. It needed a minimum of 4,000 tons per day. Lucius Clay expected at the outset of his airlift to be able to supply a maximum of 700 tons per day. "I didn't ask Washington for permission to initiate an airlift," Clay remembered. "I acted first. I began the airlift with what I had because I had to first prove to Washington that it was possible." For a few days, the airlift flew ad hoc. Then Clay called Curtis LeMay to a meeting in Berlin. LeMay flew a B-17 from Wiesbaden into Tempelhof early on the afternoon of June 27, 1948, reports the daily diary that his aide maintained, and proceeded immediately to General Clay's house, where a consultation was held concerning the situation in Berlin and the feasibility of supplying all of the western sectors, that is, American, British, and French, with all necessities. Clay and LeMay decided to ask for more aircraft. A C-54 group, a P-51 fighter group in case the cargo planes had to be defended from Soviet fighters, and several squadrons and groups of B-29s to be moved to England in case LeMay had to bomb Soviet zone airfields. These decisions, the LeMay diary continues, were based on General Clay's policy of remaining in Berlin at all costs, using force if necessary to support his plan, which has the complete backing of the State Department. Truman approved the June 27th decisions the next day. "The President said that we were going to stay, period," James Forrestal reports Truman's endorsement. June 29th, a Tuesday, LeMay flew a C-47 up to Tempelhof and back to Wiesbaden to inspect the airlift operation. In Berlin, Clay asked him about airlifting coal for electrical generation and in the winter for heating. It was decided that the only means of moving sufficient quantities of coal would be by B-29, LeMay's diary notes bizarrely, and since Tempelhof could not accommodate this type aircraft, the cargoes would have to be dropped from low altitude. LeMay was a bomberman, not a transport officer. Fortunately for the people of Berlin, he was not reduced to blitzing their city with coal. No one in authority at the time expected that the airlift would last very long, observes USAF Major General William H. Tunner, who would soon play a leading role in the operation. It was President Truman's opinion that the airlift would serve only to stretch out the stockpile of rations in Berlin and thus gain time for negotiations. "The Russians are convinced that they hold all the cards," a British official reported from Moscow early in July, "and will be able to maneuver us into a position where we have no choice but to withdraw from Berlin. Our current air effort may have disconcerted them, but I doubt whether they believe we can keep it up indefinitely and on a sufficient scale." 10-ton capacity C-54s began arriving from the U.S. on July 1, 1948. The airlift's limiting factor was the number of landings Tempelhof could handle. The British had taken over Berlin-Gatow for their parallel airlift, so the greater the carrying capacity of the aircraft, the more tons of supplies could be flown. Another request for C-54s went out on July 7th after a conference among the Western Zone military governors and service commanders. Official negotiations toward a North Atlantic Treaty Organization had begun in Washington the previous day, following upon the secret negotiations of the previous spring. By now, the American press had swarmed to Germany to cover the unprecedented confrontation, and the airlift had a name. It was formally Operation Vittles, but informally people called it LeMay's Coal and Feed Company. Nobody regarded the enterprise very soberly at first, LeMay comments dourly. Truman ordered Clay back to Washington in mid-July to report. The Soviets had replied to a salvo of diplomatic notes, writes Walter Bedell Smith. that Berlin was in the center of the Soviet zone and was part of that zone, and that the Soviet High Command had been compelled to take urgent measures to protect the interest of the German population. Truman concluded that the blockading of Berlin by the Russians was a major political and propaganda move. They were obviously determined to force us out of Berlin. Clay told the National Security Council, which in those days included the key military and diplomatic secretaries as well as the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that abandoning Berlin, in Truman's words, would have a disastrous effect upon our plans for Western Germany. Given the planes, Clay said, they could supply Berlin indefinitely. He asked for 160 C-54s, more than half the USAF's entire existing transport capacity. Truman remembers that USAF Chief of Staff Hoyt Vandenberg resisted Clay's request, arguing that an emergency would find us more exposed than we might be able to afford. Truman says he disagreed and ordered the planes sent. Truman realized that the Berlin crisis was a political war. Clay praised the president in a late interview, not a physical military war. I am not being critical of the Joint Chiefs of Staff because I think they visualized it as a military operation. 60 B-29s had already made headlines by then, moving from Florida and Kansas to East Anglia. They were bombers of the new U.S. Strategic Air Command, and the government made a point of revealing that they were atomic-capable and hinted that they carried atomic bombs. Bringing nuclear weapons, a newspaperman would write, for the first time directly into the system of diplomacy and violence by which the affairs of people were henceforth to be regulated. The implied nuclear threat, the first of the Cold War, was a bluff. None of the planes were atomic-capable silver plates, nor were their crews trained in bomb assembly, nor did they carry atomic bombs. Silverplate B-29s never left North America in those years, except for one squadron that trained out of Japan during the Sandstone tests. The U.S. had no intention of losing its specially equipped aircraft, which carried secret radar jamming systems, where the Soviets in particular might be able to salvage them, as they had salvaged and copied 3 B-29s lost over Siberia during the war. Forrestal used the occasion of the B-29 transfer to ask Truman to review the question of custody of atomic weapons, whether the AEC should physically hold the weapons, as it did, or whether they should be transferred to the military. Weapon storage bases are built by the Corps of Engineers. AFSWP Commanding General Kenneth Nichols explained custody arrangements to the National War College that year. When completed, they are turned over to the Atomic Energy Commission. They, with our assistance, place the bombs in storage. They have the keys to the igloos, and we have the guard around the igloos. So the question is, just who is the boss of the storage base? Forrestal writes that Truman responded that he wanted to go into this matter very carefully, and he proposed to keep in his own hands the decision as to the use of the bomb, and did not propose to have some dashing lieutenant colonel decide when would be the proper time to drop one. Truman went into the matter on July 21st in a meeting crowded with AEC commissioners and defense officials. David Lilienthal believed it was one of the most important meetings I have ever attended. He thought the president looked worn and grim, and we got right down to business. Legally, Truman could transfer atomic weapons to the military whenever he judged such transfer necessary, but in those days the weapons lacked locking mechanisms. Whoever possessed them, Truman's dashing lieutenant colonel, could detonate them. Lilienthal argued for keeping the weapons in civilian hands. Stuart Symington, the Secretary of the Air Force, a tall, handsome, loose cannon from Missouri, offered up a string of foolish rebuttals. "Our fellas think they ought to have the bomb," was one of Symington's lines, Lilienthal reports. "They feel they might get them when they need them, and they might not work." "Have they ever failed to work?" Truman responded sharply. Symington left that one, Lilienthal says, and went on to cite one fellow he had spoken to at Los Alamos who thought the law prevented the military from having the bomb. "I forgot his name. I don't believe he thought we ought to use it anyway." Truman took up that question with remarkable candor, revealing the sense of Solomonic burden that agonized him. "I don't think we ought to use this thing unless we absolutely have to. It is a terrible thing to order the use of something like that." Here he looked down at his desk rather reflectively, Lilienthal interjects. That is so terribly destructive. Destructive beyond anything we have ever had. You've got to understand that this isn't a military weapon. It is used to wipe out women and children and unarmed people, and not for military uses. So we've got to treat this differently from rifles and cannon and ordinary things like that. You have got to understand that I have got to think about the effect of such a thing on international relations. This is no time to be juggling an atomic bomb around. Forrestal disagreed with the president's decision. He believed atomic war with the Soviet Union was inevitable and wanted the military fully prepared. A week after the custody debate, the increasingly grim Secretary of Defense ordered the JCS to restore half-moon planning rather than pursue the conventional war plan alternative that Truman had demanded. As authority for this illegal action, Forrestal cited his own. He told the Joint Chiefs he would take full responsibility. He pointedly asked Truman at a presidential briefing in September if he was prepared to use the atomic bomb if Berlin came to war. The president said that he prayed that he would never have to make such a decision, but that if it became necessary, no one need have a misgiving but what he would do so. Forrestal found support for his belligerence over dinner the evening after the briefing at the house of the publisher of the Washington Post, Philip Graham, when the gathering of newspaper editors and publishers from throughout the United States expressed unanimous agreement that in the event of war, the American people would not only have no question as to the propriety of the use of the atomic bomb, but would in fact expect it to be used. The thought of using the atomic bomb again depressed Truman, however. In a private memorandum he wrote after the Secretary of Defense questioned him, he lamented, Forrestal, Omar Bradley, Hoyt Vandenberg, Symington brief me on bases, bombs, Moscow, Leningrad, etc. I have a terrible feeling afterwards that we are very close to war. I hope not. Discuss situation with Marshall at lunch. Berlin is a mess. The president, Lilienthal observed in his journal, is blue now, mighty blue. In the new calculus of the atomic age, enthusiasm for using atomic weapons varied inversely with responsibility for doing so. Truman might have been less blue had he known Stalin's conviction that blockading Berlin was a low-risk strategy. I believe that Stalin embarked on that affair in the certain knowledge that the conflict would not lead to nuclear war, Andrei Gromyko, at that time the Soviet deputy foreign minister, said later. He reckoned that the American administration was not run by frivolous people who would start a nuclear war over such a situation. In the first direct confrontation of the Cold War, both leaders were improvising strategies for challenging each other's commitments without escalating to full-scale conflict. U.S. Army Lieutenant General Albert Wedemeyer, who had commanded the China Theater during the Second World War and who was now the Army's Director of Plans and Operations, inspected LeMay's Coal and Feed Company in the first month of the operation and found it wanting. Wedemeyer had special competence for reviewing the airlift. The AAF had supplied his army in China by airlift over the hump in the last years of the war. The hump airlift was not LeMay's improvised early B-29 operation out of China, but a major air transport operation over the Himalayas that William Tunner had commanded. From Germany, Wedemeyer sent an eyes-only message to Vandenberg, arguing that an airlift could break the blockade or sustain Berlin during extended negotiations, but that Tunner should run it because he had run one before and knew how. Clay and LeMay resisted Wedemeyer's recommendation. The Army general met personally with Vandenberg and prevailed. Tunner, a steady, solid man to whom Hap Arnold had offered the presidency of a civilian freight service after the war, flew to Germany in late July 1948 to take over the airlift. He found what he called a real cowboy operation. Pilots were flying twice as many hours per week as they should, he writes. Everything was temporary, confusion everywhere. Planes had been scraped up from all over Europe. My chief of operations was going to have plenty of headaches. Back on the hump, we had 13 bases in India feeding planes into 6 bases in China. But here in Berlin, all planes had to land at 2 airfields. With Tunner in command, after a few false starts, the Berlin airlift got underway in earnest. The transport expert established 3 unvarying rules that steadied the schedule and maximized the delivery of goods. Crews would stay with their planes on the ramp at Tempelhof or Gatow while the planes were being unloaded. All missions would follow instrument flight rules. You can fly by instruments in clear weather, Tunner writes, but you sure can't fly by visual rules in the North German fog. And any pilot who missed a landing would not go around for a second attempt, but would return directly to his home base without unloading. All planes under my command, Tunner summarizes, would fly a never-changing flight pattern by instrument rules at all times, good weather or bad, night or day. The airlift expert hoped to make his deliveries predictable to the point of boredom, every 3 minutes around the clock, regardless of the weather. Truman authorized an increase to 200 C-54s early in September. By September 25th, Clay was talking to his British counterpart about delivering 8,000 tons of supplies per day, though the airlift never achieved that capacity, building up slowly across the months ahead to a 5,000-ton average. An aide to Admiral William Leahy, Truman's chief of staff, toured Operation Vittles in late September and reported his impressions directly to the president. The airlift is the greatest feat of its kind in the history of air transport, the aide wrote enthusiastically. The efficiency with which the operations are being conducted now and the plans that are being made for future operations during bad weather months are outstanding. The aide understood that the airlift would meet Clay's minimum requirement of 4,500 tons per day, even during the winter months when flying conditions will be at their worst. He judged that newspaper reports of Russian interference in our air corridors have been exaggerated. These 2 points together argued for the airlift's eventual success. If the prospect of direct conflict had receded, LeMay nevertheless had prepared a private war plan. In his mind, the aide reported, he envisages that the western states would decide upon a position such as the Rhine Valley, to which the Allied forces could make an orderly withdrawal in the event of hostilities, and behind which we will have established in advance the necessary air bases, dumps, depots, motor pools, etc., to meet a Russian advance. LeMay estimated that the combined British, French, and American forces in Europe were almost equal to Soviet forces, a much more optimistic estimate of the European situation than the JCS view. The USAF commander then revealed his little NATO arrangements to the aide, who passed them on to the president. He has secured 1 base in France and 1 base in Belgium to which he could fall back if necessary and support the ground forces, although the bases only held a 10-day level of supply. The aide had picked up incontrovertible evidence that the Soviets were not preparing to go to war over Berlin. Because the Russians have assembled a formidable fighting force in Germany, they will require a tremendous logistical effort in order to launch any large-scale and sustained offensive. Lines of communication to the eastward are essential to its success. I was told at the G2 intelligence briefing that the Russians have dismantled hundreds of miles of railroads in Germany and sent the rails and ties back to Russia. There remains at the present time, so I was told, only a single-track railroad running eastward out of the Berlin area and upon which the Russians must largely depend for their logistical support. This same railroad line changes from a standard gauge going eastward to a Russian wide gauge in Poland, which further complicates the problem of moving supplies and equipment forward. Neither Stalin nor Molotov believed that the airlift could supply Berlin, writes Walter Bettel Smith. They must have felt sure that cold and hunger and the depressingly short, gloomy days of the Berlin winter would destroy the morale of the Berlin population and create such a completely unmanageable situation that the Western Allies would have to capitulate and evacuate the city. Tunner thought the Luftwaffe's failed airlift to the German armies trapped in the Stalingrad cauldron in 1943 had prejudiced the Soviet leaders. The Russians had never had an airlift themselves, he observes, and they didn't take ours seriously until it was too late. The airlift commander also believed the Soviets underestimated the significance of instrument flying, of navigating with compass and altitude indicator without ground reference, a skill American military aviators had developed in the 1930s, well before radio or radar guidance systems came along. The Russians were good pilots, capable of all kinds of stunts, and they flew in the lousiest weather conceivable, but always beneath the clouds, never on instruments. I'm convinced that the Russian unfamiliarity with instrument flying led them to take our airlift too lightly. They did not think we could do it. James Arthur Hill, a line pilot during the Berlin airlift who served later as a USAF Vice Chief of Staff, remembers training in the C-54 at Great Falls, Montana, Reese Jordan's old turf. Hill flew from Rhein-Main to Tempelhof. 2 hours up, 2 hours back, reload, 2 up, 2 back. I never once got out of the airplane, not one time. I never set foot on the tarmac at Tempelhof in all those months. At Rhein-Main, I'd go to an airplane with 10 tons of coal in burlap sacks with a Hungarian loading party, displaced people. I'd fly to Tempelhof, up the corridor, land, leave 2 engines running on the right-hand side. A chute would be put down and people would come aboard and start manhandling those burlap sacks onto the chute, onto a flatbed. In about 12 to 15 minutes, the door would close and I'd fire up the other 2 engines while I was moving out to takeoff position. Ground time was often less than 20 minutes. Hill always carried coal. Some wings carried flour, he says. Some carried chocolate or mixed loads of sugar and flour. Staples or energy. There was a 7-story apartment building in the final approach at Tempelhof, and landings could be hairy. I went for months and never saw the ground after departure until I broke out over the apartment building in Berlin. We were landing on about 4,000 feet of pierced steel planking, so it was a very steep approach. The building was well marked with strobe lights, the 1948 version of strobe lights. You could see fairly well at about a quarter of a mile, but many, many times we would come over that apartment building and never see the lights. We would get down to 100 feet and I never was waved off. You had to haul the power off and jam your nose down, round it out very sharply in order to stick it on the first third of the runway, and then jump on the brakes to get stopped. We had a few cases of overruns, people running into the fence at the far end. No sweat. I was 26 years old. I was bulletproof. Tunner's bulletproof pilots delivered. An anonymous American fired a burst of gallows doggerel at the Gato air controllers one night that caught the spirit of the operation. Here comes a Yankee with a blackened soul, headin' for Gato with a load of coal. By October 1948, the people of Berlin collected rations of heat, light, and food under a continual drone of Allied aircraft. Igor Kurchatov's team finished assembling the A production reactor at Chelyabinsk 40 at the end of May 1948. After a week of instrumentation testing, Kurchatov initiated a dry criticality run on June 7th. Since the cooling water was a neutron absorber and would lower the system's reactivity, the reactor could be nudged to low-power criticality more simply without it. Sometime after midnight, Kurchatov had the system running at 10 kilowatts and shut it down. After additional uranium loading, the reactor achieved full criticality on June 10th. We were all triumphant, Mikhail Pervyukin recalls, and we congratulated Kurchatov and his colleagues. The A reactor reached its designed power of 100,000 kilowatts on June 22nd. At the beginning, our reactors were not powerful, Georgy Flyrov recalled late in life, and there was only one. We were afraid to go larger. This one could produce about 100 grams of plutonium in 24 hours. That would be one solid Christie core, about 6.2 kilograms, every 60 days. But in fact, the first Soviet bomb core was not ready until the following spring. Espionage had missed a critical physical process that soon shut the Chelyabinsk reactor down. Not Wigner's disease, which Kurchatov knew about from various collections, but the swelling of uranium metal slugs in high-flux reactors. Uranium metal swells under intense neutron bombardment because some products of fission, argon and other gases, accumulate within the structural space of the metal and deform it. Twisted, rippled slugs in the Chelyabinsk A reactor stuck in the discharge tubes and blocked them. Beria came running, alleging sabotage. Kurchatov was able to parry the blow, reports Gulovin, by convincing the necessary people of our approach to the unknown area of natural phenomena, high-power neutron fields, where various surprises could be expected. They stopped the reactor, drilled out the channels, dissolved the entire loading of uranium slugs, extracted the accumulated plutonium, studied the swelling, redesigned and replaced the slug channels throughout the reactor, and manufactured a new loading of uranium. The disaster delayed the operation until the end of the year. The big remote-controlled chemical plant needed to extract the plutonium was still under construction nearby in any case, and would not be finished until December. Earlier in 1948, Kurchatov, Yuli Hariton, Yakov Zeldovich, and Hariton's deputy, Kirill Shchelkin, had met formally and decided that they would use the U.S. Fat Man design that Klaus Fuchs had supplied them for their first bomb, RDS-1, whereupon they temporarily stopped work on a parallel independent design that would be physically smaller and would use less plutonium. Given the tension between the Soviet Union and the United States at the time, write Hariton and Yuri Smirnov, and the scientists' need to achieve a successful first test, any other decision would have been unacceptable and simply frivolous. They had delayed a final decision, Smirnov reports, until they had conducted the research and experiment necessary to confirm that the information provided by intelligence was true and not disinformation. The decision was adopted for political reasons rather than technical. Vannikov concurred in it. Beria no doubt knew about it, Smirnov reports, but it remains unclear if Stalin was aware of it. Smirnov and Hariton are honorable men, but Beria's record of disagreement with Peter Kapitsa and his long-standing rule that his agents should steal only conservative, tested technology dispute the physicists' independence of decision. If their decision was political, its politics were domestic more than international. Beria would not have tolerated an original design. His neck was also on the block. Nor had Klaus Fuchs's report of the April 1946 Super Conference fallen on fallow ground. During 1947, a group under Zeldovich at the Institute of Chemical Physics had explored Edward Teller's super design. Now the Soviet government authorized thermonuclear weapons research at the Physics Institute of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, Wien, under senior Soviet theoretical physicist Igor Tamm. Tamm immediately recruited young Andrei Sakharov. Toward the end of June 1948, Tamm, in a rather furtive manner, asked me to remain behind after his Friday in-house seminar. As soon as we were alone, Tamm shut his office door and announced his startling news. By decision of the Council of Ministers and the Party Central Committee, a special research group had been created at Wien. Our task would be to investigate the possibility of building a hydrogen bomb, and specifically to verify and refine the calculations produced by Yakov Zeldovich's group at the Institute of Chemical Physics. I gave it no thought at the time, but I now believe that the design developed by the Zeldovich group for a hydrogen bomb was directly inspired by information acquired through espionage. Besides Sakharov and another Tamm protégé, Semyon Belyansky, a specialist on gas dynamics, the team included Vitaly Ginsburg, extremely talented, says Sakharov, and one of Tamm's favorite students, and young researcher Yuri Romanov. A few days later, Sakharov writes, after recovering from shock, Belyansky remarked lugubriously that, "Our job is to kiss Zeldovich's ass." They moved to rooms on Wien's newly built third floor. Guards sat by our doors. One of their two calculators, L.V. Pereskaya, remembers. We were given new German-made Mercedes calculating machines. They were good and convenient, but rather noisy. Sakharov stated immediately that he would work only with me and requested others to give me no assignments. During the first months, Yuri Romanov recalls, we began to familiarize ourselves with the new field of technical physics. We studied the published literature, went to the Institute of Chemical Physics to meet Zeldovich and his colleagues, became familiar with their work, and studied the problems confronting us on the drawing board. In this way, we laid the foundations of a new science. Romanov worked under Sakharov. At 27, this simple, modest, childlike man already enjoyed authority in scientific circles. He distinguished himself through the clarity and correctness of his thought and the conciseness of expression of his ideas. He dedicated himself with energy to the new problems of national defense. Sakharov worked feverishly. Paraskaya says, "It seemed to me often that he was deadly tired. Either he worked at night or did not sleep well. Once he came late. I came to him with the work. He looked at me with eyes so empty that I just asked, 'What's the matter?' He was silent. Suddenly he clutched his head with both hands and whispered, 'But you don't understand. This is horrible, horrible. What am I doing?' He added very softly, 'You know, I have internal hysterics. I can't do anything.' It was then that I told him, 'Go right home and go to bed. Go.' He thought for a while, agreed, and left. He came back the next day and said to me triumphantly, 'You know, I slept for 13 hours in a row.'" Despite summer's distractions, Sakharov writes, "we worked with a fierce intensity. Our world was bizarre and fantastic, a striking contrast to everyday city and family life and to normal scientific pursuits. They were convinced that their work was essential. We were possessed by a true war psychology." By the end of summer, Sakharov had discovered an alternative, more promising approach. "I radically changed the direction of our research by proposing an alternative design for a thermonuclear charge that differed from the one pursued by Yakov Zeldovich's group in both the explosion's physical processes and the basic source of the energy released." In his memoirs, Sakharov calls this alternative design the first idea. The quiet physicist who did his thinking looking out the window had independently reinvented Teller's alarm clock. Sakharov called his first idea a layer cake, alternating layers of light elements, writes Romanov, deuterium, tritium, and their chemical compounds, and heavy elements, U-238. Sakharov was essentially proposing to enlarge the natural uranium tamper of a Fat Man implosion system to incorporate a layer of light elements. Footnote: the 1946 Gurevich, Zeldovich, Pomeranchuk, and Hariton paper, Utilization of the Nuclear Energy of the Light Elements, discussed using uranium charges of increased sizes and of a special shape, cumulation, and introducing into the deuterium heavy elements near the initiator which might be capable of receiving the radiation pulse. Although this description sounds like a hypothetical spherical hydrogen bomb, it lacks the crucial layering that Sakharov proposed. End footnote. The fissioning of the system's plutonium core would heat the tamper materials to thermonuclear temperatures. Under such extreme conditions, matter is almost completely ionized, bare nuclei stripped of their electrons, that is, and such ionization would equalize pressures between the layers of heavy and light elements. This means, writes Lev Altshuler, that the light substance should be very much compressed, which is the main condition for a fusion reaction. In Soviet weapon design circles, Altshuler adds, this particular phenomenon came to be called saccharization, sugarization, sakkar is sugar in Russian, in free translation, caramelizing. High-energy neutrons released in fusion would then immediately fission the U-238 tamper nuclei mixed with the fusing hydrogen nuclei, greatly increasing the yield in a system that might be no bigger than a Fat Man system. This chain of energy-releasing processes, notes Altshuler, later became common for all future design variants. Fission, fusion, fission. U-238 can be fissioned with high-energy neutrons. It does not chain react, but neither does its fissioning require a critical mass. It serves as a fuel in U-235 fission, hydrogen fusion, U-238 fission systems, much as deuterium does, thus overcoming to some extent the basic limitation of a pure fission device, the disassembly of the critical mass as it heats up and expands that stops the chain reaction and limits the yield. Carson Mark comments, the great virtue of Sakharov's first idea was that feasibility didn't have to be established. It wasn't open to argument as to whether the process would work or not. If you take one look at the layer cake and think of what needs to go on, you don't have to doubt that something will happen. You say, if I heat this up, something is bound to happen. You might question, will it happen to an exciting extent or only to a poor extent? That you have to work to get a feeling for. But you don't have to establish the feasibility of the process. Whereas if you look at the results of the Super Conference in April of '46, or look at what Zeldovich was doing, the first thing to ask yourself is, my God, will it work that way or not? And that's what Sakharov said very quickly, that his first idea had the lovely feature of feasibility. Igor Tam embraced the new design as soon as he heard of it, Sakharov remembers. He'd been skeptical from the start about the earlier approach. Zeldovich saw the merit in my proposal as soon as Sakharov found a way around Zeldovich's mistrustful assistant to tell him. Zeldovich and I discussed both our projects at length and agreed that Tom's group would concentrate on the new proposal while his team would continue work on the earlier design, at the same time providing any help we might need since there were still many gaps in our knowledge. That early, Sakharov believed, Zeldovich decided to request Sakharov's transfer to Sarov, although the talented young physicist would continue to work at FIAN for another year and a half. What Sakharov calls a second idea added to the attractiveness of his layer cake design. Vitaly Ginsburg suggested using lithium deuteride, LID, instead of deuterium and tritium in the fusion layer. Ginsburg, writes Romanov, affectionately named the LID Liddy. Ivy Kurchatov efficiently organized its production. Sakharov got a raise for his breakthrough and a meeting with one of Beria's generals, who complimented him and urged him to join the party. The physicist had the presence and the prescience to tell the general that he was unable to do so, because a number of its past actions seemed wrong to me, and I feared that I might have additional misgivings at some future time. Sakharov was lonely in his new work, a FIAN colleague, Matvey S. Rubinovich, remembers. When in a confiding mood, he sometimes said, you are the only person I can have a word with. Once he told me, this sort of thing happens. I'm often asked to the Kremlin to a meeting. It goes on usually until 4 a.m. Then they all go to their cars, but I haven't got a car, and nobody knows that I haven't got a car, and I don't tell anyone. It means that I've somehow or other to get from the Kremlin to Oktyabrskoye, and that's at least 12 kilometers, and perhaps 15. If he couldn't get a taxi, he had to walk it. In Vanikov's office with Tom, early in 1949, Sakharov received an offer from the leadership he could not refuse. Vanikov proposed to transfer Sakharov permanently to Sarov to work with Yuli Hariton. Tom resisted. He wanted to save Sakharov for pure science and not limit him to weapons research. The direct Kremlin line rang. Vanikov answered and then tensed up. Yes, they're here with me now, he said. What are they doing? Talking, arguing. There was a pause. Yes, I understand. Another pause. Yes, sir, I'll tell them. Vanikov hung up and said, I have just been talking with Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria. He is asking you to accept our request. There was nothing left to say, Sakharov concludes. A tall, smart, methodical 29-year-old FBI agent from the Coeur d'Alene mining district of Idaho, Robert Lamphere took up cryptanalysis work at Bureau headquarters in Washington late in 1947. The wartime cables from the Soviet consulate in New York to Moscow Center that the Army Security Agency had copied during the war still awaited decoding. Working on them at ASA was a brilliant cryptanalyst and linguist named Meredith Gardner, whom Lamphere soon befriended. Gardner had made a little progress, a few words here and there. The cables had been coded using one-time pads, a system which was usually unbreakable, but Gardner had a copy of a partly burned NKVD codebook. The Finns had recovered it from a battlefield in 1944 and had sold some 1,500 pages to the OSS. Shocked that the U.S. might be spying on its wartime ally, Secretary of State Edward Stettinius had insisted that the OSS return the cipher material to the Soviet government. The agency did so, but not before it had clandestinely copied the codebook. The NKVD had assumed the OSS was shrewder than the Secretary of State, and immediately in May 1945 had changed its codes. The codebook was therefore a window into NKVD cable traffic that opened in 1944 and closed in 1945. Gardner and Lamphere had no way yet of knowing that those were crucial years for Soviet atomic espionage. Early in 1948, Gardner asked Lamphere if he could supply him with the plain text of some of the cable traffic. Lamphere forwarded the request doubtfully to the New York field office, but New York had pulled a bag job on the Soviets in 1944, burglarizing their offices. Back came a stack of documents. This, then, Lamphere exults, was the beginning of an important new phase in our breakthrough, for in a short while Meredith began to give me some completely deciphered messages. Among the messages Gardner deciphered were exact copies of telegrams from Winston Churchill to Harry Truman and a report that someone, designated by a code name, had approached a man named Max Ellicher and had requested that Ellicher provide information to him on his current work at the Navy's Department of Ordnance. The Ellicher contact was dated June 1944, which, as Ellicher would eventually independently corroborate, was when Julius Rosenberg had traveled to Washington and pitched espionage to him with the argument that the Soviet Union was being denied technical information vital to its war effort. Lamphere had Ellicher checked out and found that he still worked for the Navy's Ordnance Organization, now called the Bureau of Ordnance, in 1948. Further checking uncovered a connection between Ellicher and a fellow Navy employee named Morton Sobel, both of whom had been suspected at one time of communist connections. Background checks revealed that Ellicher had attended the City College of New York from 1934 to 1938 and had graduated with a degree in electrical engineering. So had Rosenberg, although Lamphere was not yet aware of him. Sobel had been one of Ellicher's classmates and a roommate in their bachelor days. Another message fragment concerned two possible espionage contacts or agents. One was Joel Barr, Julius Rosenberg's fellow communist cell member who had moved to Europe in 1947 at the time of the Elizabeth Bentley grand jury investigation. Lamphere went looking for Barr and discovered that the electronics specialist had been a project engineer at Sperry Gyroscope in 1946, but was now living in Finland, playing the piano to support himself. He'd been in the same CCNY undergraduate electrical engineering department as Sobel and Ellicher, Lamphere also learned, and at the same time, graduating in 1938. The other possible contact was a woman. Based on the fragmentary information Gardner had decoded, Lamphere in June 1948 was able to conclude that either Barr or the woman might have acted as an intermediary between a person or persons who were working on wartime nuclear fission research and for MGB agents, 1944. What Lamphere knew about the woman went into a profile he circulated on June 4th. Christian name Ethel, used her husband's last name, had been married for 5 years at this time, that is, 1944, 29 years of age, member of the Communist Party, USA, possibly joining in 1938, probably knew about her husband's work with the Soviets. Barr was a bachelor, but Lamphere checked out his girlfriends. None fit the profile. We came to a dead end on the investigation into Christian name Ethel in 1948, the FBI agent recalls. Max Ellicher, whose marriage was failing and who may have become aware that he was under FBI surveillance, had decided to leave the Bureau of Ordnance that summer and find civilian work. He visited Sobel, who told him not to give up his BUORD job until he talked to Julius Rosenberg. He met Rosenberg in New York, on the street, the FBI paraphrases his testimony, and Rosenberg told Ellicher that it was too bad Ellicher had decided to leave because he, Rosenberg, needed someone to work at the Bureau of Ordnance for espionage purposes. Sobel was present at this meeting. Ellicher and Rosenberg went on to dinner at Manny Wolf's restaurant, where they continued to talk about Ellicher's desire to leave his job. That was when Ellicher had asked Rosenberg how he had become a Soviet agent. Driving from Washington to New York with his wife in July to stay with the Sobels and look for a house, Ellicher had noticed that he was being followed. On the trip from Manhattan to the Sobels' home, the FBI agents following the Ellichers subsequently reported, it was confirmed without a doubt that the Ellichers were tail-conscious, and therefore the surveillance was discontinued. Sobel was furious that the Ellichers might have led the FBI to his house. That evening, worried about a raid, he took Ellicher with him to deliver a can of 35mm film to Rosenberg in Knickerbocker Village. Elizabeth Bentley had recently testified publicly and sensationally before the House Un-American Activities Committee. On the way back to Queens, Ellicher asked Sobel if Rosenberg had known Bentley. Sobel, Ellicher recalled, said Rosenberg once talked to Elizabeth Bentley on the phone, but he was pretty sure she didn't know who he was, and therefore everything was all right. Ellicher moved to Queens in October to a house adjoining Sobel's, and joined Sobel working at the Reeves Instrument Company. Harry Gold was in love. He was no longer working for Abe Rothman. Sometime in 1947, Rothman had stopped paying him. He had tried unsuccessfully to borrow $500 from his former boss at Pennsylvania Sugar, telling the man that Rothman was nearly bankrupt, not the best collateral. On June 5, 1948, he gave up on Rothman and quit. Rothman was still worried about the grand jury testimony that the two men had concocted, Gold recalled. On the occasion when I finally left Abe Rothman and Associates, Abe told me that he wanted to go over my story one more time, but I told them there was no point in it because I was well acquainted with the story. One of Abe's final remarks was, "Remember, when the Rover boys come around, you'll want to tell the same story you did before." Rothman appeared to imply a threat. Word that Gold was looking for work eventually reached Beatrice Scheid, a woman he had known and tried several times to date at Pennsylvania Sugar during the war. In 1948, Scheid, a lab technician, was employed at the Philadelphia General Hospital Heart Station, a laboratory devoted to cardiology research. The laboratory had received a grant from the U.S. Public Health Service to add a biochemist to its staff. Scheid recommended Gold. He got the job in August and started work the next month. That was when he encountered the love of his life. I fell in love with Mary Lanning when I first met her in Dr. Samuel Bellett's laboratory at PGH on Wednesday, September 10, 1948. It really happened so simply, just like that. I knew that here was the girl I had been searching for all my life, as banal as this sounds. And as we started to go out together and I got to know her well, this feeling only increased, and the wish to make her my wife became an overpowering drive in my life. Her unassuming manner, forthright honesty, and complete lack of artificiality, and her snub nose, completely captivated me. I could go on for hours. Joseph, Gold's brother, probably listened to Harry going on for hours. He told his supervisor at the Naval Aviation Supply Depot, where he now worked, that his brother, Harry, had a serious romantic interest in a Gentile girl who lived in Germantown. Gold and Mary Lanning dated regularly from September onward. She evidently accepted him as a serious suitor, but she sensed, Harry knew, that he was holding something back. Even in the very beginning, a warning bell sounded. Suppose that the grand jury investigation in 1947 is really not the end of all inquiry into my life, and who knew better than I on what a precarious house of cards my whole life rested. And from the very first I realized, and Mary often remarked on it, that I never could be completely relaxed and at ease in her presence. But she never suspected the real cause. He could no more have told her about his years of espionage work than he could have confessed to murder, though he seems to have edged toward disclosure at least once, Mary Lanning recalled for the FBI. She said that at one time during the period of her acquaintanceship with Gold, he had mentioned a visit to New Mexico. She said that she recalled his mention of having been in the city of Santa Fe. The exact dates of those visits were not known to her, but she believed that it was during the period he was employed by the Pennsylvania Sugar Company, as he indicated that Pennsylvania Sugar had had some interest in a Coca-Cola bottling plant in that area. So Harry threw himself into heart research, receiving regular promotions, and uneasily courted the snub-nosed girl of his dreams. In the same season, on September 1st, 1948, Donald McLean departed New York with his family for reassignment in England. Before he left, the Atomic Energy Commission gave him a farewell luncheon at the elegant old Hayes Adams Hotel. The crisis in Berlin had spurred the U.S. Air Force to review its readiness to go to war. The Strategic Air Command, in particular, the United States' only deterrent in 1948, was notably below standard. Hoyt Vandenberg, the senator's nephew and since April 1948 the USAF Chief of Staff, asked the distinguished aviator Charles Lindbergh to study the Air Force's atomic squadrons and recommend their improvement. Lindbergh flew with SAC air crews through the first summer of the Berlin airlift. He found them ill-trained and overworked. Even the 509th contrived to inflate its training record. During July, it made 386 visual bomb drops from under 25,000 feet, with an average circular error of 353 feet, but only 44 drops from above 25,000 feet, with an average circular error of more than 1 mile. It made 4 visual drops for each radar drop. Since the SAC atomic mission would be to bomb the Soviet Union by radar at night from above 25,000 feet, the 509th training program corresponded to shooting fish in a barrel. Lindbergh's indictment was blunt. The personnel for atomic squadrons were not carefully enough selected, he found. The average pilot's proficiency is unsatisfactory, teamwork is not properly developed, and maintenance of aircraft and equipment is inadequate. In general, personnel are not sufficiently experienced in their mission. Lawrence Norstad retraced Lindbergh's SAC investigation and confirmed his findings. 3 years after the war, with the Soviets actively probing U.S. intentions, the only atomic striking force was still not combat ready. Norstad insisted that Vandenberg appoint a new commander. Vandenberg asked whom he would recommend, writes a military historian, and Norstad responded with a question. Who would you want in command of SAC if war broke out tomorrow? The chief of staff quickly replied, LeMay. Perhaps restless at USAFE with Tunner running the airlift, LeMay signed on enthusiastically on October 19, 1948. He arrived at SAC headquarters at Andrews Air Force Base outside Washington with a roar. The first morning, one of his staff officers recalled, General LeMay said, As the first order of business, I want to review the war plan. There was no war plan, LeMay storms. Then I asked about the status of training. Let me see your bombing scores. Oh, was the response. We are bombing right on the button. They produced the bombing scores, and they were so good I didn't believe them. The same was true of the radar bombing scores. Then, looking a little further, I found out that SAC wasn't bombing from combat altitudes, but from 12,000 to 15,000 feet. I looked at the radar picture, and the planes weren't at altitude. There had been trouble with the radars working at altitude. Instead, the crews bombed down where the radars would work. Instead of bombing a realistic target, they were bombing a reflector on a raft out in the ocean. It was completely unrealistic. We didn't have one crew, LeMay adds in his memoirs, not one crew in the entire command who could do a professional job. The day that was bloody was the first day or two that General LeMay was there, the staff officer Jack Catton continues. The general was so disappointed and frustrated with what he found in the Strategic Air Command when he came back to command it that he got right bloody. General LeMay assembled the staff and advised who was going to stay and who was going to go. He restaffed himself right then. So it was bloody, but it was necessary and appropriate, and we really got a head of steam going. Catton survived the purge. Everybody thought they were doing fine, the new SAC commander understood. The first thing to do was convince them otherwise. After moving the command from Andrews to Offutt Air Force Base near Omaha, Nebraska, a basing decision concluded before he arrived, LeMay ordered a maximum effort mission against Wright Field at Dayton, Ohio. A realistic combat mission at combat altitudes for every airplane in SAC that we could get in the air. Since Air Force intelligence could supply only vintage pre-war aerial photographs of Soviet cities, LeMay gave his crews 1938 photographs of Dayton. He instructed them to bomb by radar from 30,000 feet and to aim for industrial and military targets, not radar reflectors. Oh, I'll admit the weather was bad, he recalled in retirement of the January 1949 mission. There were a lot of thunderstorms in the area, that certainly was a factor, but on top of this, our crews were not accustomed to flying at altitude. Neither were the airplanes, far as that goes. Most of the pressurization wouldn't work, and the oxygen wouldn't work. Nobody seemed to know what life was like upstairs. Not many crews even found Dayton. For those who did, bombing scores ran from 1 to 2 miles off target, distances at which even Nagasaki-yield atomic bombs would do only marginal damage. LeMay called the results of the Dayton exercise just about the darkest night in American military aviation history. Not one airplane finished that mission as briefed. Not one. Offutt Air Force Base was a disaster as well. There wasn't much to Offutt except a big bomber plant and a cockeyed runway ending in a steep bank, just about as silly a runway as you could imagine. The wartime base of flimsy barracks and tar paper shacks lacked family housing, which discouraged the re-enlistments SAC needed to build experience in its crews. My goal, LeMay said, was to build a force so professional, so strong, so powerful that we would not have to fight. In other words, we had to build a deterrent force, and it had to be good. The National Security Council had adopted deterrence formally as United States policy in November 1948, concluding that the U.S. must develop a level of military readiness which can be maintained as long as necessary as a deterrent to Soviet aggression. Later that year, however, Truman impounded $822 million in supplemental Air Force funds that Congress had voted and limited overall military spending to $14.4 billion, only 60% of Forrestal's original request. The sturdy, phlegmatic new SAC commander, who chewed a cigar stub to disguise the Bell's palsy he'd caught flying high and cold that drooped one side of his lower lip, who remembered the horrible experience that we all had of going to war with nothing, had a load of work to do. The knot of the Berlin crisis finally loosened over the 1948 Christmas holidays. The winter had been severe, fog in particular limiting deliveries, and stockpiles in Berlin were running low. It looked like curtains, Army Undersecretary William Draper remembered. If that fog had stayed another 3 weeks, we probably would have had to run up the white flag. We probably couldn't have gone on. You can't have people starving and keep on with the occupation. But the weather lifted about the 5th of January, and immediately we restored the situation. The Russians knew they were licked right away. At the same time, an economic counter-blockade had pinched the Soviet zone of Germany severely, reducing needed imports in 1948 by 45%. Stalin sent a signal of capitulation at the end of January 1949. Kingsbury Smith, an American journalist, had telegraphed the Soviet leader a series of questions. Stalin responded to one which asked if he was prepared to lift the Berlin blockade if the U.S., Britain, and France would postpone establishing a West German state until the Council of Foreign Ministers could renew its meetings. Stalin answered that his government was prepared to do so on those terms if the counter-blockade was also lifted. Charles Bolin, one of the State Department's Soviet experts, noticed that Stalin had not mentioned the currency problem, which had stymied previous diplomatic efforts. Truman had won the November election against all predictions and had just been inaugurated for his first full term as president. He had appointed Dean Acheson his new Secretary of State, following upon George Marshall's retirement because of illness. Acheson brought Stalin's signal to Truman's attention. The American leaders responded with a signal of their own at an Acheson press conference on February 2nd. Secret negotiations began soon thereafter to end the crisis, and rail traffic into Berlin resumed in May. Why did the Berlin blockade not come to war? At the outset of the conflict, Winston Churchill, brooding out of office, had propounded a much more belligerent course to the U.S. ambassador to Britain, Lewis Douglas. When and if the Soviets develop the atomic bomb, Douglas had reported Churchill's views, war will become a certainty. He believes that now is the time, promptly, to tell the Soviets that if they do not retire from Berlin and abandon eastern Germany, withdrawing to the Polish frontier, we will raze their cities. It is further his view that we cannot appease, conciliate, or provoke the Soviets, that the only vocabulary they understand is force, and that if, therefore, we took this position, they would yield. LeMay had favored military action at the beginning as well. Army General Arthur G. Trudeau, who commanded the constabulary, and I concocted a plan where he would run a small military force up the Autobahn and open Berlin by force. I would have a communications van, and when he started up, I would have the B-29s based in England in the air over Germany with the fighters that I also had moved up closer. If General Trudeau made the decision that he was at war instead of just pushing through token resistance, then I would let the Air Force go and hit the Russian airfields. The Russians were all lined wingtip to wingtip on their airfields. We presented this plan to General Clay, and he sent it to Washington, but the answer was no. Instead of military confrontation, with caution and restraint, the two suspicious adversaries had limited themselves to an extended, nonviolent exploration of their mutual positions and commitments, improvising communications as they went along. Though both were revolutionary systems with messianic pretensions, they had found it expedient to cooperate first of all during the Second World War. Through that 4 years of cooperation, the Soviet leadership had learned just how immense was the productive capacity the United States could deploy in war. Capacity sufficient to sustain the USSR with Lend-Lease while fighting a two-ocean war. Capacity sufficient also to absorb the immense cost, as the Soviets were now learning at first hand, of developing a capability to manufacture atomic bombs. If the U.S. had removed all but token forces from Europe since the victory, it had continued to enlarge its atomic capability, as its tests at Bikini and Eniwetok in 1946 and 1948 confirmed. And however much Soviet leaders publicly belittled atomic weapons, Stalin evidently judged them sufficiently valuable to invest a major portion of his limited resources in acquiring them as rapidly as possible. Faced with Western determination not only to establish a separate West German government, but also, as Donald MacLean had probably reported, to rearm that traditional Russian foe, Stalin, in blockading Berlin, chose a significant but peripheral challenge to U.S. authority. He calculated that the United States would not consider access to Berlin a cause sufficient to justify going to war. He was right, although he failed to anticipate the effectiveness of an airlift to thwart his blockade. What restrained the U.S. leadership from issuing a Churchillian ultimatum or probing the blockade with Clay and LeMay? Operationally, lack of readiness, atomic or conventional, made the U.S. cautious and limited its response. But Truman's reluctance to reinforce a precedent he himself had introduced of pursuing military goals with weapons of mass destruction should not be underestimated as an influence, possibly decisive, on U.S. restraint. "This isn't just another weapon," the president told Lilienthal again in February 1949. "Not just another bomb. People make a mistake when they talk about it that way. Dave, we will never use it again if we can possibly help it." That early in the Cold War, the president as yet had no experience with Soviet attitudes toward atomic weapons and still assumed the worst, adding, "But I know the Russians would use it on us if they had it." Truman's conviction that the Soviets would use atomic weapons on the West if they had them boded ill for the approaching time when there would be two atomic powers in the world, but it probably also gave him an additional reason to resist using them to resolve the confrontation over Berlin, which suggests that a degree of mutual deterrence had already been installed between the United States and the Soviet Union even before the Soviet Union finished building its first atomic bomb. 18. This Buck Rogers universe. Since Curtis LeMay had found no war plan on that bloody day in October 1948 when he arrived to take over the Strategic Air Command, he set out to prepare one. No one in the world knew more about strategic bombing than he did. Only he had actually commanded and carried out a successful, full-scale strategic bombing campaign against an enemy nation. The Air Force had analyzed the firebombing and atomic bombing of Japan carefully in the years since the end of the war. LeMay had sifted the bombing results thoroughly for revelation. The fact that Japan, he told an audience in 1946, while still in possession of a formidable and intact land army, surrendered without having her homeland invaded by enemy land forces, represents a unique and significant event in military history. LeMay was convinced that the heavy bomber, devastating Japan's cities, factories, transportation, and shipping, had been a principal factor in determining the Japanese surrender. Time and space had favored the United States in the last war, LeMay believed. We had space between us and our enemies which could not be spanned by the then existing weapons. This, in conjunction with our allies who fought the holding battle, gave us time. Time to build a fighting machine to defeat our enemies. Since the war, however, the U.S. had begun development of long-range bombers capable of carrying 10,000 pounds of bombs 10,000 miles. Our potential enemies could do likewise, LeMay warned. Super rockets were coming as well. These developments meant that our space factor has disappeared. So had our time factor. If there is another war, we will be first instead of last to be attacked, and the war will start with bombs and missiles falling on the United States. LeMay judged that new technology and new political conditions were moving the U.S. into the same circumstances of exposure that had made Japan vulnerable during the Second World War. Since the problems are similar, LeMay proposed, let us place ourselves in the position of the Japanese. What could they have done to prevent atomic bombs being delivered on Japanese targets? LeMay saw 3 possible solutions, all military. He did not consider negotiation or surrender. One solution would have been to build fighter and anti-aircraft defenses sufficient to shoot down the bombers. But throughout the war, not one of our attacks was ever turned back by enemy action. Defense, then, was the most inefficient method and the one least likely to succeed. A second solution, LeMay thought, would have been to destroy the B-29s at their bases in the Marianas. But it would have been virtually impossible to destroy every single airplane, and even if that happened, others could be flown in and staged through the battered fields. With atomic bombs, the effort would be futile, since one airplane does the work of hundreds. LeMay concluded that only his third solution might have saved the Japanese. Destroy our factories and laboratories that were producing the bombs. To do so, Japan would have needed a long-range bombing force, which it had not built. So the Japanese found themselves without an answer and went down in defeat before modern methods, even though they still had intact over 7 million men under arms, most of which were never committed to combat. Let us hope that we never find ourselves in a similar position. Now, taking over SAC, the new commander was assuming responsibility for making sure that his country did not find itself without an answer to the challenge of atomic attack by long-range bomber. Preparation had been the answer he had offered the Ohio Society in New York shortly after the end of the war, deterrence. But then he had skirted a mortal question. What if the enemy was not deterred? LeMay was prepared now to face that question. He had remembered that the decisive attacks on Japan, 91% of the total bomb tonnage dropped, had been concentrated into the last 5 months of the war. He associated that successful blitzkrieg with his old iron-ass axiom, hit it right the first time and we won't have to go back. Atomic bombs made hitting the target right the first time far more probable than ordinary high explosives had allowed. Given a war aim of complete subjugation of the enemy, the Air Force War Plans Division had recently concluded it would be feasible to risk an all-out atomic attack at the beginning of a war in an effort to stun the enemy into submission. The distinguished board of military and civilian experts that had evaluated the Bikini test results, headed by MIT President Carl Compton, had pushed the blitzkrieg concept a dangerous step farther, arguing that since offensive measures will be the only generally effective means of defense, the United States must be prepared to employ them before a potential enemy can inflict significant damage upon us. Arguing, that is, for first strike preventive war. So, when LeMay took his ideas for a SAC war plan to USAF Chief of Staff Hoyt Vandenberg in November 1948, he proposed that the primary mission of SAC should be to establish a force in being capable of dropping 80% of the stockpile in one mission. By then, he was confident, he told Vandenberg, that the next war will be primarily a strategic air war, and the atomic attack should be laid down in a matter of hours. Vandenberg agreed. In the first SAC emergency war plan that LeMay delivered in March 1949, his November proposal became a goal to increase SAC capability to such an extent that it would be possible to deliver the entire stockpile of atomic bombs, if made available, in a single massive attack. Fitted to the most recent JCS war plan, LeMay's plan for SAC meant destroying 70 Soviet cities within 30 days with 133 atomic bombs, causing at least 2.7 million civilian deaths and another 4 million casualties. This scale of destruction corresponds notably to that of the firebombing of Japan, which resulted in the burning out of 63 Japanese cities and the killing of 2.5 million civilians. Such a relatively modest atomic war plan, limited not by strategic restraint but simply by the exigencies of the atomic stockpile, reinforced the protective delusion that atomic war would differ from conventional war primarily in efficiency. But the bombing of Japan had been a maximum effort, while the atomic campaign could and would increase in destructive scale as the stockpile grew. The Air Force High Command signed on to LeMay's plan at a conference at the Air University in December, allotting SAC top budget priority. American air power strategists had a name for such an attack as LeMay was proposing: killing a nation. SAC had a long way to go before it could kill a nation, as the Dayton debacle would soon demonstrate. In December, LeMay told General Roger Ramey, who commanded one of SAC's 2 air forces, that the 509th Atomic Bomber Group was no damn good. Since the 509th had fallen so desperately low in efficiency, LeMay's aide paraphrases, he considered it not operational and directed that a major turnover in the entire personnel be made and other drastic action be taken to get this group into operational efficiency. At the same meeting, LeMay ordered Ramey to modify tankers for aerial refueling as fast as possible, but to keep quiet about this, as he did not desire any publicity on this whatsoever. He also wanted the number of airmen in radar school doubled to compensate for lost re-enlistments, and the intelligence section improved. My determination was to put everyone in SAC into this frame of mind, LeMay writes. We are at war now, so that if actually we did go to war the very next morning or even that night, we would stumble through no period in which preliminary motions would be wasted. We had to be ready to go then. We took the 509th Group, the original atomic outfit. I said, okay, we will start with that one. We cleaned out the supply warehouses and stocked the things that the unit needed. We equipped all the planes with the things they were supposed to have on them. Some of the airplanes didn't even have guns on them. Since it was peacetime, they supposedly didn't need them and didn't have them. We put all the things on the airplanes they were supposed to have, and then started cleaning out the people who didn't belong there and getting people in who did. LeMay had told Vandenberg that he intended to establish a mobile operational force by January 1st, 1949, that would include 2 atomic medium groups and 1 atomic heavy group, cannibalizing the rest of SAC of the best pilots and crews to do the job. Footnote: a group consisted of 3 to 4 squadrons of about 15 aircraft each, 40 to 60 operational aircraft in all, plus spares. End footnote. This will barely give us the capability of meeting our mission, he reported. By June, he intended to double this primary mobile force. The rest of SAC he would build 1 group at a time as resources became available. As of January 1st, SAC had 90 special crews and 124 aircraft modified to carry atomic bombs. Its overall force included 35 of the huge new 6-engine B-36s that could carry 86,000 pounds of bombs and fly above 40,000 feet, 35 B-50s, improved atomic-capable B-29s, and 486 B-29s. The official U.S. atomic stockpile now numbered 56 Mark III bombs. New Mark IVs would begin entering the stockpile early in 1949. The Mark IV could be stored in final assembled form. Kenneth Nichols of the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project called it the first engineered atomic weapon. At the beginning of 1949, and for at least a decade to come, SAC had an ace in the hole. The same ace that LeMay had counted on in 1945 when he planned the firebombing of Japan. Like Japan before it, the Soviet Union was defenseless against strategic bombing. Vandenberg had reported Soviet vulnerabilities to Forrestal in December 1948. They were appalling. Soviet anti-aircraft artillery consists mainly of 88mm heavy guns and 37mm automatic weapons. The maximum effective ceiling of the 85mm gun is 25,000 feet. Jamming operations by Allied aircraft will be conducted against gun-laying radar and will greatly reduce its effectiveness. There is no evidence that the Soviets possess any aircraft specifically designed for night or all-weather fighter operations. Of the known types of fighter aircraft in existence or under development in the USSR, none are suitable for such operations against B-29 type aircraft. An adequate perimeter, fighter, and anti-aircraft defense of the USSR is clearly out of the question. Even if Soviet fighters are scrambled before identification is made, no fighter passes are possible before a U.S. bomber releases its bombs. The Soviets do not have the capability to interfere with the effective use of our airborne radar bombing equipment. It is not believed that the Soviets have the capability of making United Kingdom bases untenable before D+45 to 60 days at the earliest. The strategic air offensive would delay considerably or deny completely this capability. Vandenberg reported an estimated loss of U.S. aircraft in initial atomic attacks against the Soviet Union of 25%. LeMay revealed the real estimate over lunch at the National War College a year later when two Navy officers ragged him about the effectiveness of air defense. General LeMay stated, his aide records, that in his estimation, if the bell were to ring now, certain targets could be penetrated and attacked with very little loss, and that the overall losses would not exceed 10%. SAC only used 25%, LeMay observed, for a logistical planning figure. However formidable on the ground, from the air the Soviets were naked unto their enemies. Building SAC would exploit that mortal vulnerability. The way to build SAC was to fly. LeMay reports sending a B-36 in December 1948 over 8,000 miles in about 35 hours from Fort Worth, Texas to Honolulu and back, carrying a useful load of simulated bombs which were dropped in the ocean off Honolulu. In February 1949, the Lucky Lady II, a SAC B-50, flew nonstop around the world with aerial refueling in 96 hours. Flying, writes LeMay, going through each vital motion except for the physical act of releasing live bombs from the shackles, we attacked every good-sized city in the United States. People were down there in their beds and they didn't know what was going on upstairs. SAC intelligence concluded that Baltimore more closely resembled European and Soviet cities than any other urban area in America, a military historian reports. Reconnaissance aircraft then overflew the city from every angle, photographing hundreds of radar scope presentations. The photographs taught crew members how their targets would look on radar. San Francisco was another favorite target. SAC once faux-bombed it more than 600 times in 1 month. As if hardening itself to fatality, the Strategic Air Command prepared to kill the Soviet nation by practicing on its own. At Chelyabinsk 40, the conscript soldier was assigned to construction now, labor that seemed to him not much better than the Czechs. The men lived in long, dark, one-story barracks that prisoners had vacated, with 3 levels of wooden berths in 4 rows. In the morning, the soldier remembers, after a light breakfast of oat or millet porridge and tea, we were formed up into teams and marched through the forest to work. Our job was to dig trenches for pipelines and cables. The norm per person was established at 2.5 cubic meters of hard and frozen soil to be cut with sledgehammer and chisel. We were organized in teams so that one member could hold the chisel and the other swing the sledgehammer. Only after fulfilling our norms could we eat a meal. After such hard work, we were subjected to humiliating drills, goose-stepping or crawling on our bellies in the snow. People were exhausted and unhappy. The soldiers' regiment comprised some 700 men. There were 4 such regiments in the central zone at Chelyabinsk 40, as well as 4 prison camps, including one for political prisoners and one for women. They were helping build B installation, the vast remote-controlled chemical plant that would dissolve the irradiated uranium discharged from the A reactor and chemically separate the Kopecks weight of plutonium contained in each ton. We worked in 3 shifts, the soldier says. There was no shortage of manpower. After blasting into the bedrock, the Zeks loaded the shatter onto trucks, which entered the deep, canyon-like pit down a spiral access road. The pit was completed early in the winter of 1948 and lined with timber forms for concrete work when disaster struck. We were awakened by an alarm signal and ran to the pit. It was all on fire, vast flames shooting out. We were ordered to shovel gravel into the pit to contain the fire, but it was so hot we were unable to approach the edge. So we returned to our barracks. The next day, Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria himself flew in with his staff to investigate the circumstances of this sabotage, so we were told. Of course, nobody ever told us the results of this investigation. Damage from the B installation fire was quickly repaired. By December 1948, the plant was built and operating. Soviet health officials had established radiation standards for A and B installation workers, but Russian nuclear experts report that, during the startup period, the radiation conditions at both facilities were very hard. It was impossible to work at the plutonium separation plant without dangerous radiation exposure. 66% of B installation workers received subclinical but excessive doses in the first year of operation of up to 100 rem. An unlucky 7% received above 100 rem, where clinical signs such as vomiting and blood changes begin to appear. For comparison, the average lifetime dose of workers in the U.S. and British nuclear weapons industry has been estimated at from 3 to 11 rem. The first cases of radiation sickness showed up as early as the beginning of 1949, the Russian experts write. Workers as well as managers recognized the danger, the experts add, but claim they realized that the country needed nuclear arms desperately and often put their safety at risk. One manager at least supports the experts' claim of patriotic sacrifice. We used to wake up every morning and cup an ear toward the west, Boris Brokovich, one of the first engineers on site at Chelyabinsk 40 and later its director, told an American physicist in retirement. We expected to hear your B-29s coming over the Urals. We couldn't believe you would allow us to build this place and make a bomb. But safety in Beria land was a secondary consideration at best. B installation, by design, discharged its intensely radioactive fission wastes directly into the Teka River. By 1951, radioactivity from Chelyabinsk 40 had been measured in river water discharging into the Arctic Ocean more than 1,000 miles north. New Year's Eve. We were strictly forbidden any access to the Teka settlement where the scientists lived, the conscript soldier reports. In our zone there was only one shop selling odds and ends, including Troinoy, triple, brand eau de cologne. We bought some and saved it to drink to celebrate the new year, sitting on our berths and wondering why we had been sent to such a place. Up on the third level of the wooden berths, 3 Georgians were also drinking Troinoy and singing sad Georgian songs. Such festivals were rare. Life was mostly routine. But life was far worse for the Zeks, if testimony from a gulag contemporary with the Chelyabinsk 40 camp applies. Vasily Urkov, an agronomist and decorated Red Army colonel, described to an international commission in Brussels the conditions he had observed in 1947 at a Soviet factory gulag. Looking out the factory window, I saw some observation posts with guards on them. A bit to the left, I saw some people, but I couldn't tell what kind of people they were. They were not human beings, but heaps of rags. They were wearing some sort of torn, padded shirts and skirts made of khaki-colored shreds. Some of them were wearing old clogs on their feet. Others had old ankle boots tied with string. The women had shaved, dirty heads. The director of the factory said one could not go near these people because they stank so. They were rotting away. The women slept 50 to a barrack, on litters, without mattresses or blankets. They had only the rags they worked in during the day to cover themselves with and put under their heads. The walls were red as though covered with blood. The reason was that, though they worked during the day, they spent their nights crushing bedbugs. It was impossible to talk with these women, and whenever the manager tried to start a conversation with them, he got nowhere as these people were so degraded that they had almost lost the use of their tongues. They answered all questions with oaths. Why had they become what they were? They said frankly that they had lost their entire past and had nothing more to hope from the future. The first plutonium nitrate solution from B installation went to a temporary purification facility, Shop Number 9, on February 27, 1949. By late spring, Anatoly Alexandrov, who was responsible for plutonium separation, was nickel-plating 2 hemispheres of plutonium, the first Soviet bomb core, when Pervyukin arrived with a platoon of generals. They asked what I was doing. I explained, and then they asked a strange question. Why do you think it is plutonium? I said that I knew the whole technical process for obtaining it and was therefore sure that it was plutonium and could not be anything else. But why are you sure that some piece of iron hasn't been substituted for it? I held up a piece to the alpha counter and it began to crackle at once. Look, I said, it's alpha active. But perhaps it has just been rubbed with plutonium on the outside, and that is why it crackles, said someone. I grew angry, took that piece and held it out to them. Feel it, it's hot. One of them said that it did not take long to heat a piece of iron. Then I responded that he could sit and look till morning and check whether the plutonium remained hot, that I would go to bed. This apparently convinced them, and they went away. From Chelyabinsk 40, Kurchatov had the bomb core carried to Sarov for criticality tests. Andrei Sakharov heard a whispered conversation about it between Boris Vannikov and a senior manager when he visited the research station for the first time in late June. Is it here? Yes. Where? In the storehouse. Zeldovich later told me, writes Sakharov, that when he saw those ordinary-looking pieces of metal, he couldn't help feeling that a multitude of human lives had been compressed into each gram. He had in mind not only the prisoners who worked in the uranium mines and at the nuclear installations, but also the potential victims of atomic war. Yuli Hariton recalled one criticality test that was inadvertent but convincing. To test a core for criticality, physicists build a shell around it with material that reflects neutrons, measuring the increasing neutron multiplication from fission as they go. Any light element material will do for a reflector, cubes of beryllium, blocks of paraffin, even body fat. Vannikov appeared at one of the final tests, says Hariton. He came closer and began to read the gauges. He was a large man, very fat. He went back and forth and read the gauges, so during this episode we understood the bomb would definitely work. The first Soviet bomb core never traveled to Moscow for Stalin to touch, as Soviet-era myths purport, but the project leaders were called there that spring to report. The specialists were invited to Stalin's office one by one, and Stalin attentively listened to each, Hariton and Smirnov write. The first report was delivered by Kurchatov, followed by Hariton and the others. This was Hariton's only meeting with Stalin. Stalin asked Hariton, couldn't 2 less powerful bombs be made from the plutonium that is available so that one bomb could remain in reserve? Hariton, who knew that only the precise amount of plutonium required for the American-designed weapon was available, responded negatively. Another source reports Stalin complaining, we may bully the Americans while having nothing in reserve in the warehouse. What if they press on with their atomic bombs and we have nothing to contain them? Stalin's concern that the first Soviet test of an atomic bomb might challenge the United States while leaving him empty-handed prompted a decision to delay a test until a second bomb core could be processed and made ready. At 100 grams per day, the Chelyabinsk A reactor could breed enough plutonium in 60 days. Allowing for processing that would result in a second core in time for a test in late August. Kurchatov moved out to the test site on the windy steppes in Kazakhstan about 60 miles northwest of the town of Semipalatinsk in May 1949. The same month his scientists organized a drama theater at Sarov, as if they needed any more drama in their lives. James Forrestal had been a boxer at Princeton. His flattened, twice-broken nose emphasized his wiry, Irish aggressiveness. After Princeton, he had made a fortune on Wall Street, married a Ziegfeld Follies girl turned Vogue editor, moved to Washington as a wartime presidential assistant, one appointment as Undersecretary and Secretary of the Navy, and then as the first Secretary of Defense. With each shift upward in his fortunes, he cut himself off further from intimacy and friendship, until finally he could be found working in his Pentagon offices even on Christmas Day. He had disputed U.S. support for the new Jewish state of Israel, backed centralizing intelligence, and championed a more robust defense. He felt the burden of the world on his shoulders, as his promulgation of George Kennan's long telegram and his determination to rescue the atomic war plan from Truman's disapproval revealed. In the winter of 1948 to 1949, Forrestal succumbed to mental illness. The syndicated columnist Drew Pearson had begun attacking him viciously and personally, with covert support from the big, loud American Legion commander and Truman fundraiser Lewis Johnson, who meant to succeed him at the Department of Defense. Truman suspected him of supporting Republican Thomas Dewey in the tough presidential campaign Truman had just won. Ordinarily alert and decisive, Forrestal sank into depression. "Jim calls me 10 times a day," Truman complained to a naval aide in January, "to ask me to make decisions that are completely within his competence, and it's getting more burdensome all the time." By the end of the month, Forrestal was becoming delusional, claiming that Jewish or Zionist agents were following him and that the FBI had tapped my wires. He told his friend William O. Douglas, the Supreme Court Justice, "Bill, something awful is about to happen to me." Truman asked for Forrestal's resignation, which came on March 28th. Forrestal's friend Ferdinand Eberstadt found him in his darkened and shuttered house that afternoon, whispering of communist, Zionist, and White House conspiracy, floridly paranoid. Eberstadt bustled him off to Florida for a rest, but when vacationing Robert Lovett met his plane joking about golfing, Forrestal told the Undersecretary of State, "Bob, they're after me." Forrestal's friends called in William Menninger of Kansas's famed Menninger Clinic, who diagnosed severe depression, of the type, a Navy doctor subsequently explained, seen in operational fatigue during the war. Forrestal was worn out with stress, including the stress of trying to hold himself together during the months of his cumulative breakdown. The Menninger Clinic had successfully treated hundreds of cases of combat fatigue during the war, but Forrestal's wife, Eberstadt, Menninger, and the Navy doctor, Captain George Rains, decided to send the former Secretary of Defense to the U.S. Naval Hospital at Bethesda, Maryland, where his mental illness would be deniable. Under Rains's care at Bethesda, early on the Sunday morning of May 22, 1949, after copying out half of Sophocles' desolate poem The Chorus from Ajax as a valediction, "Woe, woe will be the cry," James Forrestal tied one end of his bathrobe sash to the radiator of the diet kitchen across the hall from his 16th floor room, tied the other end around his neck, removed the screen from the window above the radiator, and jumped. He hung by the sash long enough to claw the framework below the window. Then the sash gave way at the radiator, and he fell to his death on a third-floor roof below. Forrestal's suicide may have been idiosyncratic, but there was more than enough fatality left over from the war and threat thickening from post-war conflict to make Washington somber in the late 1940s and push its mood toward paranoia. Before the war, the MIT physicist Gerald Zacharias would observe a few years later, a lot of people did not regard communism as the threat that it turned out to be. Russia was small, it was experimental, it was backward. I do not think any people who were backing it then knew that it would capture half the globe. Communism did not seem small and experimental in Washington in the decade after the war. It seemed an enlarging menace that backwardness only made more brutal. 12 Western nations signed a document creating the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in early April 1949 to join together in defense against that menace, and 2 days after the signing, Truman said publicly for the first time that he would use the atomic bomb again if he had to. The nationalist Chinese retreated to Formosa on May 8th, leaving the vast Chinese mainland to a communist revolutionary army that many believed the Soviets controlled. Truman, David Lilienthal discovered at a meeting around that time, was more philosophical. "Well," the president told the AEC chairman, Nothing can be done about China until things kind of settle down. The dragon is going to turn over, and after that, perhaps some advances can be made out of it. Dean Acheson remembered that his own first-hand attempt to work out something in regard to Germany in May of 1949 added me to the list of those whose experience convinced them that so long as it appeared in Russian eyes that there were soft spots, those soft spots would be probed. Edward Teller reacted to the changing American perception of Soviet threat. After leaving Los Alamos, Teller had settled into a satisfying life at the University of Chicago. His wife, Mickey, had borne him a second child, a daughter, in the summer of 1946, and he devoted more time to his family. He was contributing again to basic science, work deeper and more fulfilling than weapons research. The years after Los Alamos, his friend and colleague Eugene Wigner believed, and until the renewal of his preoccupation with national security, were perhaps Teller's most fruitful years scientifically. Teller taught, co-authored 13 scientific papers, regularly visited Los Alamos to consult, and wrote articles for the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. He praised the Acheson-Lilienthal report in the Bulletin as a bold and dangerous solution, ingenious, daring, and basically sound. He described with compassionate horror the terrible devastation of Hiroshima. One is struck by the picture of fires raging unopposed, wounds remaining unattended, sick men killing themselves with the exertions of helping their fellows. It was even possible to imagine, he wrote, that the effects of an atomic war will endanger the survival of man. He thought in December 1947, in the wake of Soviet rejection of the Baruch Plan, that agreement with the Russians still seems possible. The Danes, he noted waggishly, were once similarly imperialistic and ambitious. We must now work for world law and world government. Even if Russia should not join immediately, a successful, powerful, and patient world government may secure their cooperation in the long run. We scientists have two clear-cut duties: to work on atomic energy and to work for world government, which alone can give us freedom and peace. But hardly anyone was listening. The Cold War was picking up momentum. Oppenheimer had found his way into the high councils of government. He was internationally famous, a household name. Fermi kidded Teller about the implications of his origins. "Edward, how come the Hungarians have not invented anything?" A plaintive footnote in a 1948 Teller Bulletin review of the AEC's first year's work indicates his isolation from power at that time. Due to the limited experience of the author, the account is necessarily incomplete. Teller would not easily wrench himself away from his good life in Chicago. As late as July 1948, he could still write in the Bulletin that, "World government is our only hope for survival. I believe that we should cease to be infatuated with the menace of this fabulous monster, Russia. Our present necessary task of opposing Russia should not cause us to forget that in the long run we cannot win by working against something. We must work for something. We must work for world government." But a crucial reason for Washington's and Teller's sense of security in the immediate post-war years was America's sole possession of the atomic bomb, and the physicist had begun to suspect that the U.S. monopoly was eroding. In a memorandum to Norris Bradbury in September 1948, Teller conjectured that the Soviets were likely to find production of either bomb material, plutonium-239 and uranium-235, quite difficult, but feared they might instead concentrate on radiological warfare using radioactive poisons bred in heavy water reactors. If the probability of such a plan is admitted, he concluded, one may feel less certain about our continued superiority in atomic warfare. That summer, Bradbury had decided that Los Alamos needed Teller's help. Norris was rather diffident in his approach to the scientists who had left, Ulam recalls. He felt that they should recognize by themselves how important for the country and the world it was for them to come back. As a result, although he wanted to, he did not like to ask people like Teller to visit. It was actually left to me, with his consent, to write such invitations. Thus, in a way, I was instrumental in bringing Teller back to Los Alamos. Oppenheimer would testify that he endorsed Teller's return to the lab, testimony Teller corroborated. Oppenheimer had talked to me and encouraged me to go back to Los Alamos and help in the work there. Teller wrote Bradbury at the end of the 1948 summer that he was giving most serious consideration to this possibility. The main reason that attracts me is the great importance of the work on the atomic bomb. I fully realize the menacing international situation, and I believe that the United States must develop its military strength to the utmost if we are not to succumb to the danger of communism. This is the main reason why I consider to interrupt my scientific work in Chicago, in spite of the fact that I cannot hope to work as happily and with as much immediate satisfaction in a field of applied science. Teller was disturbed by the Soviet coup in Czechoslovakia, by the Berlin blockade, and by the impending communist victory in China. A more personal tribulation was the fate of Hungary. As a child in the years immediately after the First World War, he had lived through the first communist revolution in his native country, and it had scarred him. Russia was traditionally the enemy, Teller's Hungarian colleague John von Neumann explained. I think you will find, generally speaking, among Hungarians, an emotional fear and dislike of Russia. In the wake of the Second World War, the Central European nation had briefly experienced democratic government as a republic under the protection of an Allied Control Commission. But the Red Army had remained in occupation, and by 1948 the Communist Party had maneuvered itself into power. A one-slate election on May 15, 1949, finished the job. Teller's father, mother, sister, and nephew had survived the destruction of Hungarian Jewry and still lived in Budapest. Now they were cut off from him. Intending to spend a year on leave of absence from Chicago, Teller returned to rejoin the Los Alamos staff in July. Another alarmed and influential participant that winter and spring of 1949 was a 28-year-old Yale College and Yale Law graduate and former bomber pilot named William Liscombe Borden, a small man with a square jaw, blond with blue eyes. Bright, ardent, and utopian, Borden had been an isolationist who had converted to interventionism shortly before Pearl Harbor. He had enlisted in the U.S. Army immediately after graduation in 1942, volunteering to fly bombers, and saw 3 years' service flying out of England with the 8th Air Force. He had lost a college roommate and a relative to the war. Of the men who died, he wrote angrily in the months after victory, many of them would be alive today had a little more honest realism been displayed before Pearl Harbor. The honest realism Borden had in mind was to think realistically about the worst that could befall as well as the best. He had seen a V-2 rocket, streaming red sparks and whizzing past us on its way to London one night in 1944 when he was returning in his B-24 from a mission to Holland. Hiroshima had a further galvanic effect, he said later, and he had decided instantly that this was the most important thing in the world. Between his military discharge and his entry into law school, Borden began writing a book that would think straight about the strategic implications of the new weapons. He called it urgently, There Will Be No Time. The title of the second chapter of Borden's book summarized its essential argument, the certainty of war amidst anarchy. The anarchy the young strategist had in mind was the international anarchy of contending nation-states. War, Borden wrote, is the inescapable byproduct of a system based on separate sovereignties. Others might argue that war has become so horrible that no people will turn aggressor for fear of retaliation, or to phrase the contention in more sophisticated language, possession of atomic bombs by both potential belligerents will act as a mutual deterrent. Borden did not agree. To the contrary, he argued, we are witness to a momentous race between World War III on the one hand and a voluntary world federation on the other. Unless a federation intervenes in time, war is certain and inevitable. The two great rivals in the post-Hiroshima world are Soviet Russia and the United States. If these two remain dominant, and unless they can unite into a single sovereignty, war between them is as inescapable as the physical law that oil and water do not mix. And if not Soviet Russia, Borden went on, then China or India later, or even Germany or Japan once they recovered. The essential point is that an armed peace cannot persist indefinitely, that either war or voluntary federation must resolve the truce. What follows if you believe that atomic war is inevitable? It followed, Borden thought, that the United States had to become as strong as possible. He believed that giving away atomic information is a form of unilateral disarmament, and he excoriated the group of American liberals, which he believed had argued that other nations should be given our atom bomb secret no strings attached. There was safety only in superior arms. Like LeMay, Borden understood that productive capacity had been the United States' most important resource in wartime. Now, Borden wrote, "As wartime weapons, cities and industries are obsolete. Their mission must be accomplished before the fighting begins, or not at all. War in the future would begin with a rocket Pearl Harbor. But paradoxically, military preparation might deflect the blow. If the United States is strong, no cities will be damaged. The initial targets will all be fortresses on land, warships at sea, and our island outposts. The enemy, that is, attacking with many hundreds of intercontinental rockets, each carrying an atomic warhead, would first strike U.S. retaliatory systems." Beyond this point, Borden's imagination failed him. He thought preventive war proposals quixotic for the simple reason that the American people will never strike first, but he could imagine no more decisive resolution to his scenario than the very deterrence he had dismissed at the outset. American strength would at least postpone Armageddon, Borden prayed, and who knows what hopes the passage of time may bring to realization. The Soviet Union might become sufficiently industrialized to create consumer goods on a vast scale, permitting a more liberal regime. Or when it acquired atomic bombs of its own, it may be so impressed by their destructive force as to reevaluate plans for stringent international control. Borden published There Will Be No Time to modest sales in 1946. After graduating from law school the following year, he returned to Washington, where his family lived, to work for the Justice Department. From there, it seems, pursuing his utopian visions, he and two law school classmates wrote Brian McMahon an alarming letter. They named it the Inflammatory Document, as if they were christening a new bomber. It proposed that the United States should take advantage of its atomic monopoly while that monopoly still existed and simply give Stalin a nuclear ultimatum. Let Stalin decide, atomic peace or atomic war. McMahon was Borden's parents' neighbor. The putative author of the Atomic Energy Act took Borden to lunch, rejected the young lawyer's Churchillian brinksmanship, but tendered him a job as legislative assistant. Borden joined McMahon's Senate staff in August 1948. Congress went Democratic in the November elections that year, and McMahon replaced Burke Hickenlooper as chairman of the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy. In January 1949, the former bomber pilot who believed that only massive atomic strength could delay war with the Soviet Union became executive director of the congressional committee that oversaw the development and production of the United States atomic arsenal. Darker than these movements to arms was Washington's gathering mood of suspicion. Hickenlooper attacked the Atomic Energy Commission unmercifully in spring 1949, even demanding David Lilienthal's resignation. The attacks led to JCAE hearings beginning in late May into what Hickenlooper called the AEC's incredible mismanagement. At one of those hearings in early June, Lewis Strauss repeated his complaints about distributing radioisotopes abroad for research. A week later, at another session with Strauss in attendance, Robert Oppenheimer countered with his patented brand of arch ridicule. "No man can force me to say you cannot use these isotopes for atomic energy," he testified. "You can use a shovel for atomic energy. In fact, you do. You can use a bottle of beer for atomic energy. In fact, you do." But to get some perspective, the fact is that during the war and after the war, these materials have played no significant part and, in my knowledge, no part at all. Lilienthal would remember Strauss's reaction. There was a look of hatred there that you don't see very often in a man's face. Hauled before the House Un-American Activities Committee that June, Frank Oppenheimer testified in FBI paraphrase that he joined the Communist Party in 1937 in Pasadena, California, under the name Frank Folsom. He stated that he dropped his party membership in 1940 or 1941. Frank's wife Jackie testified similarly. Exposing Robert Oppenheimer's brother may have been a way of chastening the GAC chairman. More likely, it meant HUAC judged him too powerful to challenge. Robert himself had appeared before HUAC the previous week, and the committee had let him off with easy questions. Young HUAC Congressman Richard Nixon had even praised him for his work, saying they were all tremendously impressed and mighty happy we have him in our program. The University of Minnesota had hired Frank Oppenheimer as an assistant professor of physics 2 years previously after he had taken a loyalty oath denying that he had ever been a communist. An hour after Frank testified, the university asked him to resign. HUAC had been investigating the Berkeley Radiation Laboratory, the institution Ernesto Lawrence had founded and still led, and Frank Oppenheimer had seen his troubles coming. Before the hearings got around to him, he had applied for reappointment to the laboratory where he had spent part of the war working hard for Lawrence on electromagnetic isotope separation, Lawrence's extravagant contribution to the Manhattan Project. Lawrence thought the world of him and had every reason to, Hans Bader recalled. Frank had every reason to look to him for help, but as soon as Frank had any difficulty, Lawrence forbade him even to come to the lab and visit. Lawrence, a man of narrow and unquestioning patriotism, was probably stung by the exposure of his laboratory as a wartime hotbed of Soviet espionage. Frank did come to Berkeley, Robert Oppenheimer told Lawrence's biographer, and physicist Ed McMillan and his wife Elsie invited him to dinner, and Ernest asked them not to have him. That was sometime in the spring. We were out there during the summer of 1949, and when we ran into Ernest at one of these infinite parties that someone else was giving, I said something about it. I don't think Ernest minded that, but as is often the case, my wife said something sharper, and I think maybe he minded that. Robbie thought Lawrence had never forgiven Oppenheimer in any case for leaving Berkeley for Caltech and then the Institute for Advanced Study after the war. Lawrence's abandonment of Frank shredded away all but a vestige of the old friendship between Lawrence and Robert Oppenheimer. I think there was probably warmth between us at all times, Oppenheimer said later, but there was bitterness which became very acute in '49 and which was never resolved. A chill wind had picked up from the distant storm front of Soviet progress. In January, the CIA had reported to Hickenlooper fragmentary information that the Soviets are attempting a plutonium bomb. The intelligence agency knew that the Soviet program had not begun until late 1945, and that sufficient uranium was available for the operation of only one production pile. Based on those facts, it concluded that mid-1950 is the earliest possible date for the Soviets to complete their first atomic bomb, and mid-1953 is the most probable date for completion. Depending on which of these dates proved out, the CIA estimated that the Soviets would have a stockpile by 1955 of either 50 or 20 atomic bombs. But the wind out of the east made people nervous. The chemist Wendell Latimer, a fervent anti-communist who had been at Berkeley since 1919 and who had directed the study of plutonium chemistry there in the early days of the Manhattan Project, remembered feeling as early as 1947 that it was only a question of time until the Russians got the A-bomb. It seemed to me obvious that they would get the A-bomb. It also seemed to me obvious that the logical thing for them to do was to shoot immediately for the superweapon. As time passed, I got more and more anxious that we were not prepared to meet a crash program of the Russians. They knew that they were behind us on the A-bomb, and if they could cut across and beat us to the H-bomb or the superweapons, they must do it. Worries like Latimer's became general among the more militant members of the atomic energy community. Lewis Strauss's aide William Golden recalls, as the year 1949 came along and as people felt that the Russians were getting nearer to a weapon, there was more thought given to the efforts on the super. There was a clear scale of interest, with Lewis Strauss being on the high side of thinking that greater emphasis should be put on it because of the feeling that it would be dreadful if the Russians got it first. It was not that we needed a stronger weapon, but rather a concern for what would happen if it could be made. The feeling was that if it could be made, the United States should have it first. Ernest Lawrence was another who thought so. I'm sure some of the military people did. These feelings, these subsurface rumblings, were evident in the spring of 1949. Nothing had catalyzed it, and there were strong feelings against it, but the feeling was strong. William Borden sensed the subsurface rumblings. In a conference later in the summer with the AEC's Director of Military Applications, General James McCormick, Jr., the young JCAE Executive Director asked whether or not sufficient emphasis is being placed upon the so-called superbomb and experiments in that connection. McCormick reassured Borden that work involving refinement of the existing implosion weapon is a necessary condition precedent to achievement of the fantastic temperatures necessary to create a thermonuclear reaction. In short, he gave the impression that we were traveling along the road toward a thermonuclear reaction as rapidly as is possible. By the same token, the Soviets will hardly succeed in bypassing extensive work on uranium bombs and moving directly to superbombs. So the AEC reassured its nervous constituents, but those in particular who were not nuclear physicists continued to doubt. Since the United States did not yet know how to make a thermonuclear weapon, they judged, it could not be certain that the Soviets would not find a shortcut. Robert Oppenheimer, on the other hand, continued to believe that only diplomacy could avert eventual catastrophe. When the Oak Ridge statistician Cuthbert Daniel wrote him in the spring of 1949 proposing a new course, he responded with a profession of faith. On the general advantage of a unilateral and inspiring example, I cannot be in greater agreement. That the greatest hope lies in what the United States does and can make intelligible, I deeply agree. And that this is a moral as well as a practical problem, I agree also. In the midst of his technical duties helping assure the development of the American atomic arsenal, Oppenheimer had not abandoned Niels Bohr's conviction that sacrifice would be necessary before negotiation could begin. A U.S. response to these many menacing uncertainties emerged, as it often does in government, from the canonical precincts of military security. The sandstone tests of 1948, of levitated composite core technology in particular, had established that a much larger atomic arsenal might be forthcoming within the near future, no less than a 63% increase in the total number of bombs in the stockpile and a 75% increase in their total yield. The AEC accordingly reported to the Joint Chiefs of Staff in October 1948 that 400 atomic bombs would be available by the beginning of 1951. Because the AEC, not the military, paid for them, atomic weapons looked like a bargain to the JCS at a time when the Truman administration had limited and capped the defense budget. Late in 1948, the Joint Chiefs decided to work around their budget limitations by increasing the military requirement for atomic bombs. Finessing the defense budget ceiling does not appear among the reasons the JCS gave for increasing the military requirement, but their other reasons were persuasive. They had learned that atomic bombs could probably be used economically against relatively small targets. They had learned in the NATO negotiations the full extent of the military prostration of our Western European allies. They had concluded with LeMay that it would be unsound to rely on accelerating production in time of war, that to the contrary, it was in the national interest to possess on D-Day the fissionable material necessary to carry out our strategic plans. They judged to be threatening the failure of our proposals in the United Nations on the control of atomic energy, coupled with the fact that the time was approaching when the United States would lose its monopoly position in the atomic weapon field. They settled on 1956 as a target date, since the AEC would have to build new facilities and probably asked for an arsenal enlarged by one full order of magnitude. Footnote: specifically how many weapons the JCS in 1949 asked to have added to the arsenal was still a military secret 4 decades later, but by 1956 the U.S. stockpile contained 3,620 atomic bombs. End footnote. They needed the expansion, they argued, not simply to bomb cities as of yore, but to allow the conduct of the air offensive against Soviet industrial potential, a counteroffensive against anticipated Soviet atomic forces during the period under consideration, limited atomic operations against offensive Soviet armed forces and their lines of communication as a direct contribution to the defense of the signatory nations of the North Atlantic Pact, and needed as well a small general reserve and an equally small post-hostilities stockpile for the purpose of guaranteeing the peace by serving as a deterrent to aggression. The U.S. Army, it seemed, was joining what John von Neumann liked to call this Buck Rogers universe. For the first time, the Joint Chiefs had proposed a requirement for tactical as well as strategic atomic weapons. They did not, however, ask for hydrogen bombs. Their proposal landed on David Lilienthal's desk by way of the Military Liaison Committee on May 26, 1949. The MLC informed Lilienthal that the AEC would need more production facilities to meet the new national military requirements. How much more only became clear as the AEC commissioners met around the disruptive schedule of Hickenlooper hearings. At least a new gaseous diffusion isotope separation plant that would cost some $300 million, half again as much as the entire 1948 AEC budget. Lilienthal resented what he took to be an attempt by the military to preempt civilian authority over the atomic stockpile. He wrote the MLC on June 28 that an expansion of such magnitude would require the approval of the President. The modus vivendi that the United States had negotiated with Britain and Canada the previous year was due to expire at the end of 1949. Since the U.S. still needed British cooperation to assure itself a supply of uranium ore, Truman called a meeting at Blair House in mid-July to massage the senators and congressmen whose support he would need to broaden Anglo-American atomic relations. Into a small room hung with a huge painting of Franklin Roosevelt crowded Truman, looking like a tired owl, Lilienthal thought. Acheson, Lewis Johnson, the new Secretary of Defense, large and bald, Eisenhower, who had just given up 35 years of chain-smoking and was still twitching, and a phalanx of legislators including Arthur Vandenberg, McMahon, Hickenlooper, and young Henry Scoop Jackson. Most of the discussion rehashed the earlier arguments that had resulted in the modus vivendi, but Truman revealed a significant change in his attitude toward atomic policy that evening. "I am of the opinion we'll never obtain international control of atomic energy," he told the leaders. "Since we can't obtain international control, we must be strongest in atomic weapons." Truman appointed a special committee of the National Security Council on July 26, 1949, consisting of the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the Chairman of the AEC, to study and evaluate the new JCS atomic weapon requirements. All three had attended the Blair House meeting, however, and heard Truman's opinion, which thus effectively foreordained the outcome. The United States would respond to the failure of international diplomacy by building more atomic bombs. No one had briefed the press on the purpose of the Blair House meeting. Reporters filled the vacuum with a fantastic story that the meeting had been called to consider the detonation of 3 atomic bombs in Russia. Apropos this revelation, Henry Jackson told one of Borden's aides in late July that he did not take any stock in the possibility of the Russians actually exploding the bomb. Jackson had good reason not to do so. On July 1, 1949, the CIA had issued its top-secret annual report on the status of the Soviet atomic energy project. The intelligence agency repeated its previous estimates that the Soviet Union might be expected to produce an atomic bomb by mid-1950, with the most probable date of mid-1953, but noted new evidence of Soviet work on gaseous diffusion which suggested that their first atomic bomb cannot be completed before mid-1951. With a test of that first atomic bomb only weeks away, Lavrenti Beria would have been amused to know how badly the CIA was misinformed. (19) First lightning. Billowing coal smoke, a train left Sarov in the late summer of 1949, carrying soldiers, scientists, and the carefully husbanded components of the first Soviet atomic bomb. The first American bomb, of which RDS-1 was a precise copy, had gone under canvas by open truck from Los Alamos to the desert of southern New Mexico in the summer of 1945, but Russia required rails and trains, an old, rugged technology of iron and steam, to quarter its immensity. From Sarov to Kazakhstan, the bomb train drove down cleared and guarded tracks 2,000 miles. We traveled quickly, Benjamin Zuckerman remembers, stopping only at major train junctions to change engines and to check the rolling stock. We were struck by how completely deserted the platforms were. Yakov Zeldovich and some of his young assistants jumped out at one stop for a stretch and a game of pickup volleyball. A grumbling MVD colonel chased them back aboard. But then we were at our destination, Zuckerman concludes. The engine slowly drew the rolling stock into the zone between two barbed wire barricades. We drove off for an inspection of our country's first atomic proving ground. The town of Semipalatinsk was sited on high, short-grass steppe land on the Irtysh River in northeastern Kazakhstan. 50 miles northwest along the river, Mikhail Provyukin had caused a small settlement to be built, designated Semipalatinsk 21, with laboratories nearby. A road led from the settlement 30 miles south to the test site, in a valley between two small hills. Along the way there were neither houses nor trees, writes an eyewitness. Around was the stony, sandy steppe, covered in feather grass and wormwood. Even birds here were fairly rare, a small flock of black starlings and sometimes a hawk in the sky. Already in the morning the intense heat could be felt. In the middle of the day and later there lay over the roads a haze and mirages of mysterious mountains and lakes. The American test had been codenamed Trinity. The Soviets called their test First Lightning. As Oppenheimer's men had done on the Jornada del Muerto, the Soviets built a 100-foot tower on which to explode their bomb. But beside the tower they constructed a hall of reinforced concrete with rails and a traveling crane where the device could be assembled indoors. A freight elevator could lift the car carrying the bomb to the height of the tower, Zuckerman notes. Personnel could also climb up to the test platform by external staircases. At Trinity site, the desert had been ornamented only with instruments, but the Soviets wanted to study the potential destruction. Besides instruments in the barrens among the mirages, writes historian David Holloway, 1-story wooden buildings and 4-story brick houses were constructed near the tower, as well as bridges, tunnels, water towers, and other structures. Railway locomotives and carriages, tanks, and artillery pieces were distributed about the surrounding area. Animals were placed in open pens and in covered houses near the tower so that the effects of initial nuclear radiation could be observed. Trucks brought the bomb components down from Semipalatinsk 21 in the middle of August. In the next weeks, Kurchatov conducted 2 rehearsals. Then Lavrenti Beria arrived with Avrami Zhavnyagin, leading a state commission to observe the test. Beria brought with him the 2 men whom he had sent to witness the U.S. bikini tests in 1946, the only Soviets who had ever seen the explosion of an atomic bomb. They would report whether the spectacle Beria's scientists were preparing for him was authentic. Assembly began in the hall beside the tower on August 28th, with Beria, Kurchatov, Zhavnyagin, Azamas 16 director Pavel Zernyov, Georgy Flyrov, and Yuli Hariton observing. The assembly crew put together the lower half of the lensed high-explosive shell first, a 5-foot brown belly of waxen explosive blocks like a broken geode set into an aluminum case mounted on a wheeled trolley. Into that dark manger of high explosives went the aluminum pusher shell, the heavy purple-black uranium tamper, then the first of the 2 shining nickel-plated plutonium core hemispheres. Hariton personally checked the nickel-plated initiator for neutron activity before he clicked it into place in the cavity at the center of the core. The second plutonium hemisphere closed the core assembly. Over that, lowered with the traveling crane, went the other half of the uranium tamper and the aluminum pusher shell. It was night before the upper layers of solid and lensed HE blocks had been fitted into place. At 2 a.m. on the morning of August 29, 1949, the workers finally wheeled the bomb on its trolley out the doors to the dimly lit freight elevator below the tower, black in the overcast darkness. The bomb was scheduled to ride alone to the top of the tower. Beria expressed surprise, and Zernyov quickly stepped onto the freight elevator. Holding onto a crosspiece, says Golovin, moving up in an imposing posture. 4 men followed, including Flyrov. 2 of them inserted the 64 detonators one by one through openings in the aluminum case into the outer HE blocks and connected them with cables to the big capacitor bank that would fire them. Flyrov and a colleague checked the counters that would monitor the neutron background within the bomb. Flyrov was the last to descend from the tower. By then, Beria had gone off to a cabin near the command bunker, 5 miles from ground zero, for a few hours' sleep. It drizzled all night, Sukerman reports. As at Trinity, weather forced an anxious postponement. The shot had been scheduled for 6 a.m., but was moved forward to 7. They had luck with the weather. Towards morning, Sukerman continues, there was a slight clearing. Although the sky was still overcast, there would be no visibility problems. Kurchatov, Hariton, Pravyukin, Flyrov, Zhavnyagin, and other scientists and managers gathered at the command bunker. Beria and his entourage arrived shortly after the automatic countdown began at T-minus 30 minutes, and the bunker filled up with generals. Before Beria came out to Kazakhstan, Kurchatov had ordered the earthen berm between the command bunker and the shot tower banked higher, which had blocked the view of the tower. Now he opened the glass-paneled bunker door on the opposite side so that they would be able to see the light from the bomb reflected from the distant hills. The shockwave, slower than the light, would hit the bunker after a 30-second delay, time to close the door again. As he always did, Kurchatov droned as he paced, well, 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 well. At T-minus 10 minutes, Beria spat a last curse into the mutter. Nothing will come of it, Igor, he sneered. Kurchatov reddened at the slur. I don't think so, he countered. We'll certainly get it. An eyewitness at an observation post 7 miles to the north had no berm blocking his line of sight. In front of us, he reports, through the gaps in the low-lying clouds could be seen the toy tower and assembly shop lit up by the sun. In spite of the multi-layered cloud and wind, there was no dust. Waves of fluttering feather grass rolled away from us across the field. -5 minutes, -3 minutes, 1, 30 seconds, 10, 2, 0. In the command bunker, Kurchatov turned abruptly to the open door. Light flooded the steps. It worked, Kurchatov said simply. What remarkable words, writes Sukerman. It worked. It worked. If it had not worked, one of them told the German chronicler later, they would all have been shot. Flyrov closed the door just before the shockwave hit the bunker with a roar and shattered the glass. Right then Beria rushed to hug me, Hariton recalls. I could barely manage to tear myself away from him. The only thing I felt during those moments was relief. The eyewitness at the North Observation Post saw the explosion. The white fireball engulfed the tower and the shop, and expanding rapidly, changing color, it rushed upwards. The blast wave at the base, sweeping in its path structures, stone houses, machines, rolled like a billow from the center, mixing up stones, logs of wood, pieces of metal, and dust into one chaotic mass. The fireball, rising and revolving, turned orange, red. Then dark streaks appeared. Streams of dust, fragments of brick and board were drawn in after it as into a funnel. Overtaking the firestorm, the shock wave, hitting the upper layers of the atmosphere, passed through several levels of inversion, and there, as in a cloud chamber, the condensation of water vapor began. A strong wind weakened the sound, and it reached us like the roar of an avalanche. The shock wave shook the command bunker, Pravyukin recalls. We rushed out and saw the fire cloud and the column of dust and soil rising from the ground, following the cloud and forming an enormous mushroom. The explosion was successful, and we congratulated each other, kissing and hugging. Beria hugged Kurchatov and shouted with the rest of them, but suspicion surged back to drown his exultation. He rushed into the bunker and ordered a call put through to one of his bikini observers at the North Post. Did it look like the American one? Golovin has the Gulag master shouting into the phone. How much? Haven't we slipped up? Doesn't Kurchatov humbug us? Quite the same? Good, good. So may I report to Stalin that the experiment was a success? Good, good. Eagerly, Beria ordered the general on duty to connect him through to Stalin. It was 2 hours earlier in Moscow. Stalin's secretary, A.N. Poskrebichov, warned Beria that the dictator was still asleep. It's urgent, wake him up, Beria demanded, flying high. People present at the conversation heard the angry voice of Stalin, then Golovin and Smirnov report. What do you want? Why are you calling? Everything went right, Beria said. I know already, replied Stalin, and he hung up the phone. Beria went wild and attacked the general on duty. Who has told him? You are letting me down. Even here you spy on me. I'll grind you to dust. Within 10 minutes, observers rolled into Ground Zero in lead-lined tanks to take soil samples. Kurchatov and others followed in 4-wheel-drive Gazik vans, one of them recalls. There were no traces left of the central tower. The surrounding columns and towers were damaged and listing to the side. The walls of the nearby buildings had collapsed, and the roofs had either been torn off or had caved in. There remained a distorted reminder, as in a nightmare, of the technical orderliness of the structures. Everything had been mowed down, uprooted, and set afire. Sparkling bluish-black in front of us was the surface not of a crater, but of a plate left by the explosion. One was almost not aware of the depression because it was very broad and gently sloping, and the surface was covered with slag, melted smooth and sparkling, that was formed from the soil scorched by the fire of the explosion. At the very center, the melted surface was unbroken, and as one moved away from the center, one could see uneven and broken areas, and finally there were individual fritter-shaped pieces, either formed on the spot or spilled out of the center. At a good speed, the Gazik cut into the crust of slag crunching under the wheels. 2 of us jumped out on the right and left, cut off hefty pieces, stuck them into a sack, and the Gazik took us back. At Trinity, the desert sand had melted to a green glaze that came to be called trinitite. At first lightning, the slag was blue-black. The mushroom cloud blew away to the south, the North Post Observer reports, losing its outlines and turning into the formless, torn heap of clouds one might see after a gigantic fire. The first lightning bomb had yielded 20 kilotons, comparable to its American counterparts at Trinity and Nagasaki. Kurchatov sent a handwritten report to Moscow the same day. The Soviet Council of Ministers soon secretly decreed medals and honors, cash prizes, automobiles and dachas for Kurchatov and his scientists, free education for their children at state expense, free transportation anywhere in the Soviet Union for them and for their families. The physicist's bomb had not been a swindle after all, and now Stalin had a bomb on his hip and the West could no longer blackmail him. But he authorized no public announcement while his warehouse was still nearly bare. Louis Strauss had continued to push for a U.S. capability to detect long-range atomic explosions after his initial proposal in April 1947. As a result, the Central Intelligence Group, CIG, the predecessor to the CIA, had formed a committee to study the problem. The Long-Range Detection Committee established at its first meeting in May that no such capability existed and concluded that detection was possible 3 ways: by listening for the sound of the explosion, by monitoring the earthquake-like seismic wave that an explosion would cause, and by collecting and measuring the gaseous or particulate radioactivity. CIG Director Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter issued a report at the end of June 1947 recommending setting up a monitoring system, but estimating that doing so would take 2 years. 2 years was too long, David Lilienthal rejoined for the Atomic Energy Commission. We cannot regard a 2-year period as acceptable or realistic. Strauss had then turned to James Forrestal for support. When he told the Secretary of Defense that the U.S. had no monitoring, Forrestal had responded incredulously, "Hell, we must be doing it." By September, Forrestal had passed the matter on to Hoyt Vandenberg and the U.S. Air Force, which had the necessary planes and airfields, in particular 3 squadrons of weather-modified B-29s, the most significant of them the Alaska-based 375th Weather Reconnaissance Squadron, that regularly patrolled from Alaska to Japan and over the Arctic, windward of the USSR. What the Air Force lacked was the scientific expertise. For that, its new Office of Atomic Testing, AFOT-1, turned to the AEC, which surprised it by warning that long-range detection was not an established technology, but an undeveloped field. In December 1947, an advisory committee, of which Robert Oppenheimer was chairman, warned of grave doubts that the techniques and the instruments for detection are available either potentially or actually. The Air Force, one of its generals testified later, was frantic. It had accepted a grave responsibility only to discover that there was no good way to carry it out. By accident, an engineer for a private radiological laboratory, Tracer Lab, had learned of the Air Force's difficulty. The small 2-year-old lab had gone after the long-range detection business eagerly, a Tracer Lab scientist recalled. At a first meeting with the military, Tracer Lab's sales manager was busy counting up all the scalers, cutie pies, survey meters, and so forth that they would need when the scientist had asked, who was going to man all this stuff? They said they had nobody to run it, so I said I'd collect the staff. It was our equipment, and who is more competent to keep it running than our people? This was the sales pitch. The lab won a contract. It soon discovered that Los Alamos, where the AEC's expertise was concentrated, had been dragging its feet because Oppenheimer and others, as the Tracer Lab scientist explains, had come to the conclusion that there was no way you could detect radioactive isotopes at long distances from an explosion. It was a waste of time to even try since they were going to be atomized. Oppenheimer had decided before the Hiroshima bombing that an airburst weapon which did not pick up debris from the ground would dissociate its components to atoms, essentially to gas, which would quickly mix with the air to undetectable dilution. That was why the United States had repudiated Japanese claims of dangerous fallout at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, because both bombs had been airbursts. In March 1948, Oppenheimer told the AFOT-1 scientists face-to-face, with Edward Teller on hand to back him up, that seismic detection might work, but that sonic and particularly radiological detection were nonsense. One of the Tracer Lab men returned to his hotel room after the meeting and spent the evening working out calculations to show that the atoms of irradiated bomb material should stick together and agglomerate to particles of detectable size. He shared his calculations with Teller and others the next day. Oppenheimer was unavailable, and won agreement that agglomeration to detectable size was at least possible. Experiment would test the calculations. Preparations for sandstone were then underway. AFOT-1 had the sense to mount the experiment even though the sandstone tests were all tower shots and therefore dirty. Their fireballs would reach the ground and scoop up debris. Sniffer planes equipped with fuselage ducts that scooped air through paper filters flew below the jet stream thousands of miles from Eniwetok and collected fallout. Even the scientists at Tracer Lab were surprised by what they found. Not only particulate matter, that is, dirt particles, but also matter in terms of shiny metallic-looking spheres that were just beautiful. The microscopic metallic spheres were radioactive agglomerations of gasified atoms from the sandstone bombs. By July 1948, the Air Force was able to tell the AEC that it was confident of being able to detect by radiological means an atomic airburst. By January 1949, when the Air Force briefed Strauss on its program, it was running regular sniffer flights on its own, and Strauss could report to Forrestal that the door is no longer left unguarded. Oppenheimer was still unhappy, however. He speculated that the Soviets might conduct their tests underground to avoid releasing telltale radioactivity and wanted AFOT-1 to develop a seismic detection system before it officially deployed its network. Strauss added Oppenheimer's resistance to relying on radiological detection alone to his list of suspicions, concluding that the mercurial physicist was trying to thwart long-range detection. It was not the first time Oppenheimer, a man who jumped to finish other people's sentences, had outsmarted himself. When Luis Alvarez had carried the news of nuclear fission to Oppenheimer at Berkeley in January 1939, the theoretician's first response had been to tell Alvarez, "That's impossible," and to give Alvarez a lot of theoretical reasons why fission couldn't really happen. When I invited him over to look at the oscilloscope later, when we saw the big pulses of ionization from fission, I would say that in less than 15 minutes, Robert had decided that this was indeed a real effect, and that you could make bombs and generate power. It was amazing to see how rapidly his mind worked, and he came to the right conclusions. But first, as later in the matter of agglomeration and long-range detection, Oppenheimer got it wrong. To enlarge its reach, the Air Force had decided after Sandstone to let the British in on the secret detection program, which required working around the Atomic Energy Act. The U.S. Navy also began developing a ground-based system that included collecting rainwater off the roof of the Naval Research Laboratory in Washington, D.C. By the time the Air Force began flying sniffer planes out of Alaska for the AFOT-1 program in April 1949, the British were in business over the North Atlantic, and the Navy was filling rain barrels and scanning for gamma radiation in Alaska, the Philippines, and Hawaii, as well as in Washington. Between April and August, the WB-29s of the 375th Weather Reconnaissance Squadron trapped radioactivity on their filters greater than the natural background, a total of 111 times. The suspect filters went to Tracer Lab in Berkeley, which dissolved them, chemically separated a selection of fission products such as radioactive isotopes of barium, cerium, molybdenum, zirconium, and lead.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents Dark Sun, The Making of the Hydrogen Bomb by Richard Rhodes. Read by Jacques Roy.
For Arthur L. Singer, Jr. The author acknowledges with gratitude the support of the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation and the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation in the research and writing of this book. This book is published as part of an Alfred P. Sloan Foundation program. Preface to the Sloan Technology Series. Technology is the application of science, engineering, and industrial organization to create a human-built world. It has led and developed nations to a standard of living inconceivable 100 years ago. The process, however, is not free of stress. By its very nature, technology brings change in society and undermines convention. It affects virtually every aspect of human endeavor, private and public institutions, economic systems, communications networks, political structures, international affiliations, the organization of societies, and the condition of human lives. The effects are not one way. Just as technology changes society, so too do societal structures, attitudes, and mores affect technology. But perhaps because technology is so rapidly and completely assimilated, the profound interplay of technology and other social endeavors in modern history has not been sufficiently recognized. The Sloan Foundation has had a long-standing interest in deepening public understanding about modern technology, its origins, and its impact on our lives. The Sloan Technology Series, of which the present recording is a part, seeks to present the general listener the stories of the development of critical 20th century technologies. The aim of the series is to convey both the technical and human dimensions of the subject, the invention and effort entailed in devising the technologies, and the comforts and stresses they have introduced into contemporary life. As the century draws to an end, it is hoped that the series will disclose a past that might provide perspective on the present and inform the future. The Foundation has been guided in its development of the Sloan Technology Series by a distinguished advisory committee. We express deep gratitude to John Armstrong, S. Michael Bessie, Samuel Y. Gibbon, Thomas P. Hughes, Victor McElhaney, Robert K. Merton, Elton E. Morrison, and Richard Rhodes. The Foundation has been represented on the committee by Ralph E. Gomery, Arthur L. Singer Jr., Hirsch G. Cohen, Raphael G. Casper, and A. Frank Maidis. Alfred P. Sloan Foundation. Fundamentally, and in the long run, the problem which is posed by the release of atomic energy is a problem of the ability of the human race to govern itself without war. A report of a panel of consultants on disarmament of the Secretary of State, January 1953. Prologue. Deliveries. The war was over. The troops were coming home. Sick of mud and olive drab, of saltwater showers and sweltering holds, 12 million American soldiers and sailors counted their service points to see how soon they could ship out for Brooklyn and Ukiah and St. Joe. Tens of thousands of warplanes, ships, tanks, artillery pieces sat abandoned. The full industrial output of a prosperous nation, the work the women and the older men had done, soon to be junked. The Second World War had been the most destructive war in history, obliterating 55 million human lives. The German invasion of the Soviet Union and the obdurate Soviet response had accounted for more than half those deaths. With them, in Germany and the Soviet Union both, had followed general ruination. In the end, out in the Pacific, 2 planes carrying 2 bombs had compelled the war's termination. The 2 atomic bombs, ferocious as minor suns, had given an emperor descended from a god reason to surrender. The war was over. It was hard to imagine that there might ever be another. Luis Alvarez, an American experimental physicist, a tall, ruddy Californian with ice-blonde hair, had understood the message of the bomb on his way back from Hiroshima. Alvarez collected adventures. He liked to be on hand when history was made. After he invented ground-controlled approach radar, he had flown a prototype unit to wartime England and personally tested it, talking down British bombers returning through fog. At the secret laboratory at Los Alamos in New Mexico, where the atomic bombs were designed and built by hand, he had arranged to observe intensely radioactive test explosions up close in a lead-lined tank. He had invented a new electric detonation system for the Fat Man plutonium implosion bomb that fired its multiple detonators with microsecond simultaneity. As the time to deploy the revolutionary new weapons approached, Alvarez had found a way to justify flying the historic first mission. The Hiroshima bomb, Little Boy, was a uranium gun. It used 64 kilograms of rare uranium-235, all of that dense purple-black metal the United States had been able to accumulate up to the end of July 1945. The uranium gun was an extremely conservative design. We were confident it would work, Alvarez writes, but it had not been tested. To determine its efficiency, Los Alamos had needed to know its explosive yield. So Alvarez had invented a device for measuring that yield, a set of parachute-deployable pressure gauges to be dropped ahead of the bomb that would radio their readings to a backup plane. Riding in that backup plane, a B-29 named the Great Artiste, Alvarez had seen the bright flash of the Hiroshima explosion, had watched its pressure pulses register on the oscilloscopes mounted in the rear compartment he occupied, had felt the 2 sharp slaps of direct and ground-reflected shock waves slamming the plane like flak explosions, had moved to the window then and searched below while the plane circled the rising mushroom cloud. I looked in vain for the city that had been our target. The cloud seemed to be rising out of a wooded area devoid of population. On the intercom, the pilot confirmed that the aiming had been excellent. Alvarez could not see the city because the city had been destroyed. On the way back to Tinian, the island in the Marianas from which the atomic bombing had been staged, Alvarez had passed the time writing a letter to keep for his son, Walter, then 4 years old. "This is the first grown-up letter I have ever written to you," the physicist began. He reminded his son that they had inspected a B-29 together in Albuquerque. "Probably you will remember climbing through the tunnel over the bomb bay," he teased him, as that really impressed you at the time. Then Alvarez described what has happened to aerial warfare as a result of the Enola Gay's mission that morning. Last week, the 20th Air Force put over the biggest bombing raid in history, with 6,000 tons of bombs, about 3,000 tons of high explosives. Today, the lead plane in our formation dropped a single bomb, which probably exploded with the force of 15,000 tons of high explosive. That means that the days of large bombing raids with several hundred planes are finished. A single plane disguised as a friendly transport can now wipe out a city. What regrets I have about being a party to killing and maiming thousands of Japanese civilians this morning are tempered with the hope that this terrible weapon we have created may bring the countries of the world together and prevent further wars. Alfred Nobel thought that his invention of high explosives would have that effect by making wars too terrible, but unfortunately it had just the opposite reaction. Our new destructive force is so many thousands of times worse that it may realize Nobel's dreams. A second atomic bomb exploded 3 days later over Nagasaki, reinforced the point, and on August 14, 1945, the Japanese had surrendered. After the surrender, Robert Serber, the theoretical physicist who had directed the design of the Little Boy bomb, a lean, gentle Philadelphian with a steel-trap mind, had walked the streets of the city his bomb had destroyed. With other scientists and physicians, Serber had been assigned to visit the 2 atomic-bombed cities to study the damage. From Tokyo, his group had caught a ride down Honshu in the personal plane of Admiral Richard E. Byrd, the Antarctic explorer who wanted to see the destruction at first hand. In Nagasaki and then Hiroshima, Serber and British hydrodynamicist William Penny had collected dented gas cans, concrete rubble, a charred crate, a beaverboard panel burned with the shadow of a window frame. They had talked to returning Australian and Dutch prisoners of war temporarily housed in Nagasaki, living skeletons whom the Japanese had brutally abused and starved. They had visited a Japanese civilian hospital and seen women and children ill with flash burns and radiation sickness, an experience Serber still characterized almost 50 years later as really harrowing. It had been easy to leave the United States during wartime. Returning, now that the war was over, was more complicated. We had a little trouble in San Francisco, Serber remembers. Peacetime practices were now in effect. We had to go through customs, squashed gas cans, hunks of concrete, charred crate, and immigration, and it turned out that Bill didn't have a passport. However, our other identifications so impressed the immigration official that he decided he could call Bill a British RAF, Royal Air Force, officer, and let him in. To a nation weary of war, the scientists who built the atomic bombs were heroes. Major General Curtis LeMay riddled a different oracle from the ashes of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A swarthy, burly, taciturn 38-year-old Ohio-born engineer, LeMay commanded the B-29s that had firebombed Japan to destruction, lifting from the vast coral runways of Guam, Saipan, and Tinian like the 1,000 silver throwing stars of a warrior god. LeMay still remembered vividly, would remember all his life, how unprepared the United States had been at the beginning of the war. "We came into the war with practically nothing," he told an interviewer in 1943. To an audience of fellow Ohio State alumni later in 1945, he would insist starkly, "We tottered on the brink of defeat for 2 years before we could strike back. I know the feeling of our men besieged on Bataan and Corregidor because I commanded a bomb group in England in the early days of the war where we found the same situation, 50 bombers against the entire German air forces. There came a time when we could see that at the existing loss rate with no reinforcements, the last B-17 would take off to bomb Germany within 30 days. Fortunately, that unhappy day never arrived because the first trickle of help came just in time. It is quite an experience to see the reaction on people who have reconciled themselves to dying, who suddenly finish their combat tour and look forward to living again. I hope no American ever has to go through that experience in the future." In England, LeMay had led his bombardment group's first combat mission. He had invented defensive formations that saved crew lives and bombing techniques that put twice and 3 times as many bombs on target as less imaginative commanding officers arranged. His byword was preparation. Hit it right the first time, he taught his men, and we won't have to go back. They called him Iron Ass because he trained them relentlessly, but they also called him absolutely the best CO in the Army. From England in 1944, he had moved to India to attempt the thankless task of bombing the Japanese from bases in China, supplied by air from India over the Himalayas, the infamous hump. The B-29, the first intercontinental bomber, was just then coming into production, and the leaders of the Air Forces, still a branch of the Army, needed to prove the value of the investment. Footnote: the U.S. military air arm was called the Army Air Corps until June 1941, when its name was changed to the Army Air Forces, USAAF. In July 1947, the air arm separated from the Army. As an independent service, it was and is designated the United States Air Force, USAF. End footnote. LeMay's B-29s had to haul their own gasoline over the hump. It took a half-dozen hump flights with bomb bays tanked with fuel to support one combat mission over Japan. Japan's weather moved in through North China, which Mao Zedong's army controlled. LeMay traded the communist guerrilla leader medical supplies for crew rescues and weather reports. The 4-engine B-29, half the size of a football field with electric control systems and 2 capacious bomb bays, was supposed to be a high-altitude precision bombing machine, aiming bombs down chimneys with the famous Norden bomb sight from 30,000 feet. But the force assembling in the Marianas, while LeMay's crews labored from China, had the bad luck to discover the jet stream. From one mission to the next, it blew the planes off their targets. The Norden bomb sight had not been designed to compensate for such furious drift. Once, when the B-29s were supposed to be bombing an aircraft factory 10 miles north of Tokyo, they discovered their bombs had exploded in Tokyo Bay. The Japanese joked that the Americans were trying to drown them. LeMay was called in to fix the problem early in 1945. While he worked on improving precision, he and his staff studied strike photos and flak reports. They realized the Japanese had no night fighters and noticed that Japanese anti-aircraft fire clustered high. We couldn't find any low-altitude defense, LeMay concludes. Daylight precision bombing from low altitude would put LeMay's crews at risk. Advanced radar bomb sites were not yet available for precision bombing at night. The USAAF wanted to end the war with air power before an army and navy invasion of Japan. LeMay worked out a radical change in strategy, ordered his B-29s stripped of armament to increase their carrying capacity, had 325 planes loaded with 10,000 pounds each of jellied gasoline firebomb clusters, and sent them over Tokyo on the night of March 10, 1945, staggered at from 5,000 to 9,000 feet, with Pathfinder B-29s going ahead of them to mark out huge X's in flame at their designated aiming points. LeMay's subsequent mission report emphasized that the object of the attack was not to bomb indiscriminately civilian populations. The object was to destroy the industrial and strategic targets concentrated in the Tokyo urban area. The firebombing successfully destroyed or damaged 22 industrial targets and many other unidentified industries. But the destruction that first windy night was in fact indiscriminate to the point of atrocity, as LeMay himself understood. 16.7 square miles of the Japanese capital burned to the ground, 100,000 people killed and hundreds of thousands injured in one night. The physical destruction and loss of life at Tokyo, LeMay quotes from the official Air Force history of the Second World War, exceeded that of Rome or that of any of the great conflagrations of the Western world. London 1666, Moscow 1812, Chicago 1871, San Francisco 1906. Only Japan itself, with the earthquake and fire of 1923 at Tokyo and Yokohama, had suffered so terrible a disaster. No other air attack of the war, either in Japan or Europe, was so destructive of life and property. With such compelling evidence that the new bombing strategy worked, LeMay laid on fire bombings night after night against city after Japanese city until his supply depots ran out of bombs. Resupplied, he pursued the firebombing campaign relentlessly through the spring and summer of 1945 until the end of the war, by which time 63 Japanese cities had been totally or partially burned out and hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians killed, at a total cost to the Air Forces, as LeMay would lecture later, of 485 B-29s and approximately 3,000 combat crew personnel. Hiroshima and Nagasaki survived to be atomic bombed only because Washington had removed them from Curtis LeMay's target list. Long after the war, a dauntless cadet asked LeMay how much moral considerations affected his decisions regarding the bombing of Japan. LeMay, as hard a man as Ulysses S. Grant, answered with his usual bluntness. Killing Japanese didn't bother me very much at that time. It was getting the war over that bothered me. So I wasn't worried particularly about how many people we killed in getting the job done. I suppose if I had lost the war, I would have been tried as a war criminal. Fortunately, we were on the winning side. Incidentally, everybody bemoans the fact that we dropped the atomic bomb and killed a lot of people at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That, I guess, is immoral, but nobody says anything about the incendiary attacks on every industrial city in Japan, and the first attack on Tokyo killed more people than the atomic bomb did. Apparently that was all right. I guess the direct answer to your question is yes, every soldier thinks something of the moral aspects of what he is doing. But all war is immoral, and if you let that bother you, you're not a good soldier. At the Japanese surrender ceremonies on the battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay on September 2nd, LeMay's B-29s, nearly 500 of them, had roared overhead in salute while LeMay stood on the deck watching Douglas MacArthur, stern at the table where the Japanese foreign minister grimly signed the surrender. LeMay was thinking of the boys who had died to get them there, he wrote later, thinking that if I had done a better job, we might have saved a few more crews. That was the overriding message Curtis Emerson LeMay took with him from the long, bloody war. Preparation. I think the main experience that I wouldn't want to repeat is the war experience that I had, he told the same cadets who heard his opinion of killing Japanese. There is nothing worse that I've found in life than going into battle ill-prepared or not prepared at all. To the lesson of that elemental experience, he would attribute the massive work he would accomplish post-war of building up a strategic air force. Like many other folks, at the end of the war, he writes, he was pretty tired. He took time to fly up and down the Japanese coast to view the results of his firebombing, then returned to his headquarters on Guam. His aide-de-camp notes on September 3rd that General LeMay spent the night at General Spotz's house, a last-stand all-night poker game. The game broke up at 0600 hours the morning of the 4th. Spotz was LeMay's boss, Carl Toohey Spotz, commanding general of the Strategic Air Forces in the Pacific. Who won the poker game, the aide doesn't record. At the end of August, LeMay had heard through Spotz that Washington had asked General James Doolittle, the air pioneer and 8th Air Force commander, to lead a flight of 3 B-29s non-stop from Tokyo to Washington, and that Doolittle had recommended including LeMay. Offhand, says LeMay, I would guess that this flight was dreamed up to demonstrate and dramatize the long-range capability of the B-29 to the American people and to the world at large. To make the long flight, nearly 7,000 miles, the bomb bays of the aircraft would need to be fitted with extra fuel tanks. Doolittle on Okinawa had studied the matter and concluded that 6 tanks would give the B-29s a gross takeoff weight of 142,800 pounds. The trip can be made, Doolittle had messaged Spotz by courier, provided they could find an airfield in Japan long enough and with enough bearing capacity to handle the load. Spotz replied on September 5th that There are no fields in Japan suitable for takeoff at gross weight necessary. Flight is not feasible. Never one to take no for an answer, Doolittle flew to Guam 3 days later to confer with LeMay. We got together, writes LeMay, and talked the thing over. We examined photographs and charts. The only field which might accommodate the B-29s was Mizutani, up on the northern Japanese island of Hokkaido. Trouble was, we didn't have any troops in there as yet. There was nobody of whom we could make inquiry concerning the runways. LeMay sent one of his commanders to scout Hokkaido in a B-17. The Japanese naval officers at Mizutani had heard their emperor's surrender broadcast and didn't shoot him. The runways, the man reported, would do. LeMay ordered 3 B-29s stripped of spare equipment and outfitted with Bombay tanks. In the meantime, Doolittle was called ahead to Washington. Lieutenant General Barney Giles, commander of the Central Pacific Air Forces, took over Doolittle's place in the lead plane. LeMay and Brigadier General Emmett Rosie O'Donnell, Jr. would fly the other two. The 3 B-29s left Guam on Sunday, September 16th, fueled at Iwo Jima, and flew to Hokkaido, where they topped off their tanks with drum gasoline flown in on C-54s. That night we slept in a barracks with 3,000 polite Japanese sailors surrounding us, LeMay recalls. No sweat. The trio of generals with their 11-man crews took off for North America at 0600 hours on Wednesday, September 19th, flew a great circle route northeast, crossed the international date line into the Western Hemisphere's Wednesday, made radio contact with Nome, reached their halfway point over Whitehorse in the Yukon at 9 a.m. Eastern Wartime, and approached the northern Middle West late that afternoon. They had bucked headwinds most of the way that slowed their average speed to less than 250 knots and ate up their fuel. LeMay wanted to take a chance on making it to Washington, where the weather was reported marginal, but Giles and O'Donnell opted to refuel in Chicago. I went on a while, writes LeMay nonchalantly, then received another Washington report. This time the weather was really marginal, and that didn't seem to make very good sense with the small reserve of gas I'd have. I turned around and went back. From Chicago, they flew on to Washington the same night and landed at National Airport just before 9 to the clangor of a brass band the Air Forces had deployed for the occasion. Curtis LeMay, too, had come home. The Chicago Tribune thought, the only significance of the intercontinental nonstop flight of 3 U.S. heavy bombers was that it is going to be possible very soon to fly from here to Tokyo in 24 hours by commercial airliner. The Army Air Forces saw further significance in intercontinental flight. A document titled A Strategic Chart of Certain Russian and Manchurian Urban Areas had gone to Brigadier General Leslie R. Groves, the head of the atomic bomb project, already on August 30th, 1945. The document identified the important cities of the Soviet Union and Manchuria and charted their area, population, industrial capacities, and target priority. Thus, Moscow was estimated to have a population of 4 million, an area of 110 square miles, priorities of 1 for industry and 3 for oil, and was estimated to supply 13% of Soviet plane output, 43% of truck output, 2% of steel, and 15% of copper, machine building, oil refinery, and ball bearing output. Baku produced 61% of the Soviet Union's oil, Gorky 45% of its guns, Chelyabinsk 44% of its zinc. The list descended to cities of only 26,000 population, but was then refined to selections of 15 key Soviet cities: Moscow, Baku, Novosibirsk, Gorky, Sverdlovsk, Chelyabinsk, Omsk, Kubyshev, Kazan, Saratov, Molotov, Magnitogorsk, Grozny, Stalinsk, Nizhny Tagil, and 25 leading Soviet cities. An appendix estimated how many atomic bombs would be needed to destroy each city, 6 each for Moscow and Leningrad. A map centered on the North Pole accompanied the chart. Around the world, from bases in Nome, Adak in the Aleutians, Stavanger, Norway, Bremen, Germany, Foggia, Italy, Crete, Lahore, India, and Okinawa, B-29 flight paths had been overlaid darkly like segments of radar sweeps to cover the USSR. The plan was something of a wish list. LeMay, Giles, and O'Donnell had flown one way intercontinentally, and then only by loading their bomb bays with fuel tanks. The realistic range of a B-29 with a bomb load was 3,000 miles. Nor were all of those convenient bases available. Before the U.S. would have a force capable realistically of striking the Soviet Union, it would need forward bases, aerial refueling, or a longer-range bomber. In the autumn of 1945, none of those capabilities yet existed. If the Soviet Union had been the United States' Second World War ally, it was also the only possible enemy to survive the general destruction with sufficient military power to challenge American hegemony. Its army occupied the eastern half of Europe. The United States believed it had a trump card in the atomic bomb, but even that advantage was a wasting asset. On September 19th, while Curtis LeMay and his colleagues were en route from Hokkaido to Washington, proving that atomic bombs could be delivered great distances by plane, physicist Klaus Fuchs, a member of the British mission at Los Alamos, was finishing up delivering information about the atomic bomb by hand to Harry Gold, an American industrial chemist who was a courier for Soviet intelligence. Fuchs had been passing information on the atomic bomb project to Soviet agents since 1941. In June, he had delivered to Gold a complete description of the Fat Man plutonium implosion bomb, including detailed cross-sectional drawings which had been sent along immediately to Moscow. Now, driving Gold up into the Santa Fe Hills overlooking the New Mexican capital in the early evening, Fuchs reported on the rate of U.S. production of U-235 and plutonium and on advanced concepts for improved bomb designs. In October 1945, with Fuchs's information and information from other U.S. and British spies, the head of Soviet foreign intelligence in Moscow was able to send to the Commissar for State Security, newly appointed to direct the Soviet atomic bomb program, Lavrenti Beria, a detailed plan of the plutonium implosion bomb for Soviet scientists to duplicate. The war was over. The atomic arms race had begun. Part 1. A Choice Between Worlds. His decision to become a communist seems to the man who makes it as a choice between a world that is dying and a world that is coming to birth. Whittaker Chambers. 1. A smell of nuclear powder. Early in January 1939, 9 months before the outbreak of the Second World War, a letter from Paris alerted physicists in the Soviet Union to the startling news that German radiochemists had discovered a fundamental new nuclear reaction. Bombarding uranium with neutrons, French physicist Frédéric Joliot-Curie wrote his Leningrad colleague Abram Fedorovich Ioffe, caused that heaviest of natural elements to disintegrate into two or more fragments that repelled each other with prodigious energy. It was fitting that the first report of a discovery that would challenge the dominant political system of the world should reach the Soviet Union from France, a nation to which Tsarist Russia had looked for culture and technology. Joliot-Curie's letter to the grand old man of Russian physics got a frenzied going over in a seminar at Ioffe's Institute in Leningrad, a protege of one of the participants reports. The first communications about the discovery of fission astounded us, Soviet physicist Georgy Flyrov remembered in old age. There was a smell of nuclear powder in the air. Reports in the British scientific journal Nature soon confirmed the German discovery, and research on nuclear fission started up everywhere. The news fell on fertile ground in the Soviet Union. Russian interest in radioactivity extended back to the time of its discovery at the turn of the century. Vladimir I. Vernadsky, a Russian mineralogist, told the Russian Academy of Sciences in 1910 that radioactivity opened up new sources of atomic energy exceeding by millions of times all the sources of energy that the human imagination has envisaged. Academy geologists located a rich vein of uranium ore in the Fergana Valley in Uzbekistan in 1910. A private company mined pitchblende there at Tuya Muin, Camel's Neck, until 1914. After the First World War, the Red Army seized the residues of the company's extraction of uranium and vanadium. The residues contained valuable radium, which transmutes naturally from uranium by radioactive decay. The Soviet radiochemist Vitaly Grigorievich Klopin extracted several grams of radium for medical use in 1921. There were only about 1,000 physicists in the world in 1895. Work in the new scientific discipline was centered in Western Europe in the early years of the 20th century. A number of Russian scientists studied there. Abram Ioffi's career preparation included research in Germany with Nobel laureate Wilhelm Röntgen, the discoverer of X-rays. Vernadsky worked at the Curie Institute in Paris. The outstanding Viennese theoretical physicist Paul Ehrenfest taught in St. Petersburg for 5 years before the First World War. In 1918, in the midst of the Russian Revolution, Ioffe founded a new Institute of Physics and Technology in Petrograd. Footnote: St. Petersburg, renamed Petrograd by Tsar Nicholas in 1914, and Leningrad by the new Soviet government in 1924. End footnote. Despite difficult conditions, the chemist N.N. Semenov describes hunger and ruin everywhere, no instruments or equipment as late as 1921, PhysTech quickly became a national center for physics research. The institute was the most attractive place of employment for all the young scientists looking to contribute to the new physics. Soviet physicist Sergei E. Frisch recalls, Ioffe was known for his up-to-date ideas and tolerant views. He willingly took on, as staff members, beginning physicists whom he judged talented. Dedication to science was all that mattered to him. The crew Ioffe assembled was so young and eager that older hands nicknamed PhysTech the kindergarten. During its first decade, PhysTech specialized in the study of high-voltage electrical effects, practical research to support the new communist state's drive for national electrification. The success of socialism, Lenin had proclaimed more than once, would come through electrical power. After 1928, having ousted his rivals and consolidated his rule, Joseph Stalin promulgated the first of a brutal series of 5-year plans that set ragged peasants on short rations, building monumental hydroelectric dams to harness Russia's wild rivers. Stalin's realism was harsh and unillusioned, comments C.P. Snow. He said after the first 2 years of industrialization, when people were pleading with him to go slower because the country couldn't stand it, to slacken the pace would mean to lag behind, and those who lag behind are beaten. We do not want to be beaten. No, we don't want to be. Old Russia was ceaselessly beaten for her backwardness. She was beaten by the Mongol Khans. She was beaten by Turkish beys. She was beaten by the Swedish feudal lords. She was beaten by Polish-Lithuanian pans. She was beaten by Anglo-French capitalists. She was beaten by Japanese barons. She was beaten by all for her backwardness. For military backwardness, for cultural backwardness, for agricultural backwardness. She was beaten because to beat her was profitable and went unpunished. You remember the words of the pre-revolutionary poet, "Thou art poor and thou art plentiful, thou art mighty and thou art helpless, Mother Russia." We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good the lag in 10 years. Either we do it or they crush us. Soviet scientists felt a special burden of responsibility in the midst of such desperate struggle. The heat and light that radioactive materials such as radium generate for centuries without stint mocked their positions of privilege. Vernadsky, who founded the State Radium Institute in Petrograd in 1922, wrote hopefully that year that it will not be long before man will receive atomic energy for his disposal, a source of energy which will make it possible for him to build his life as he pleases. World leaders such as England's Ernest Rutherford, who discovered the atomic nucleus, and Albert Einstein, who quantified the energy latent in matter in his formula E = mc², disputed such optimistic assessments. The nuclei of atoms held latent far more energy than all the falling water in the world, but the benchtop processes then known for releasing it consumed much more energy than they produced. PhysTech had spun off provincial institutes in 1931, most notably at Kharkov and Sverdlovsk. In 1932, when the discovery of the neutron and of artificial radioactivity increased the pace of research into the secrets of the atomic nucleus, Ioffe decided to divert part of PhysTech's effort specifically to nuclear physics. The government shared his enthusiasm. "I went to Sergei Ordzhonikidze," Ioffe wrote many years later, who was chairman of the Supreme Council of National Economy, put the matter before him, and in literally 10 minutes left his office with an order signed by him to assign the sum I had requested to the Institute. To direct the new program, Ioffe chose Igor Vasilievich Kurchatov, an exceptional 29-year-old physicist, the son of a surveyor and a teacher, born in the pine-forested Chelyabinsk region of the southern Urals in 1903. Kurchatov was young for the job, but he was a natural leader, vigorous and self-confident. One of his contemporaries, Anatoly P. Alexandrov, remembers his characteristic tenacity. "I was always struck by his great sense of responsibility for whatever problem he was working on, whatever its dimensions may have been. A lot of us, after all, take a careless, haphazard attitude toward many aspects of life that seem secondary to us. There wasn't a bit of that attitude in Igor Vasilievich. He would sink his teeth into us and drink our blood until we'd fulfilled our obligations. At the same time, there was nothing pedantic about him. He would throw himself into things with such evident joy and conviction that finally we too would get caught up in his energetic style. We'd already nicknamed him General." Within a year, justifying Ioffe's confidence in him, Kurchatov had organized and headed the first all-union, that is, nationwide, conference on nuclear physics with international attendance. With Abram I. Alikhanov, he built a small cyclotron that became, in 1934, the first cyclotron operating outside the Berkeley, California laboratory of the instrument's inventor, Ernest O. Lawrence. He directed research at PhysTech in 1934 and 1935 that resulted in 24 published scientific papers. Kurchatov was the liveliest of men, Alexandrov comments, witty, cheerful, always ready for a joke. He had been a lanky stripling, his student and biographer Igor N. Golovin writes, but by the 1930s, after recovering from tuberculosis, he had developed a powerful physique, broad shoulders, and ever rosy cheeks. "Such a nice soul," an Englishwoman who knew him wrote home. "Like a teddy bear, no one could ever be cross with him." He was handsome, Sergei Frisch says, a young, clean-shaven man with a strong, resolute chin and dark hair standing straight up over his forehead. Golovin mentions lively black eyes as well, and notes that Kurchatov worked harder than anyone else. He never gave himself airs, never let his accomplishments go to his head. When Igor was 6, his father, a senior surveyor in government service, took a cut in pay to move west over the Urals from the rural Chelyabinsk area to Ulyanovsk on the Volga, where the 3 Kurchatov children could attend a proper academic gymnasium. 3 years later, in 1912, Igor's older sister Antonina sickened with tuberculosis. For her health, the family moved again to the balmier climate of Simferopol on the Crimean Peninsula. The relocation proved to be a forlorn hope. Antonina died within 6 months. The 2 surviving Kurchatov children, Igor and his brother Boris, 2 years younger, thrived in the Crimea. Both boys did well in gymnasium, played soccer, traveled into the country with their father during the summer on surveying expeditions. Igor ran a steam threshing machine harvesting wheat the summer he was 14. Another summer he worked as a laborer on the railroad. A chance encounter with Orzo Corbino's accomplishments of modern engineering encouraged the young gymnasium student to dream of becoming an engineer. The Italian physicist would influence Kurchatov's career again indirectly in the 1930s when Corbino sponsored Enrico Fermi's Rome group that explored the newly discovered phenomenon of artificial radioactivity. The discoveries of the Rome group would inspire and challenge Kurchatov's phys-tech research. The Great War impoverished the Kurchatov family. Igor added night vocational school to his heavy schedule, qualified as a machinist, and worked part-time in a machine shop while taking nothing but 5s, straight A's, during his final 2 years of gymnasium. After the revolution in 1920, when he was 17 years old, Kurchatov matriculated in physics and mathematics at Crimean State, one of about 70 students at the struggling, recently nationalized university. None of the foreign physics literature in the university library dated past 1913, and there were no textbooks. But the rector of the school was a distinguished chemist and managed to bring in scientists of national reputation for courses of lectures. Among them Abram Ioffe, theoretical physicist Yakov I. Frenkel, and future physics Nobel laureate Igor E. Tamm. In the wake of the war and revolution, there was barely enough to eat. After midday lectures, students at Crimean State got a free meal of fish soup thickened with barley so flinty they nicknamed it shrapnel. The distinction of an assistantship in the physics laboratory in the summer of 1921 gratified Kurchatov in part because it won him an additional ration of 150 grams, about 5 ounces, of daily bread. Kurchatov finished the 4-year university course in 3 years. He chose to prepare a thesis in theoretical physics because the university laboratory was not adequately equipped for original experimental work. He defended his dissertation in the summer of 1923. His physics professor, who was leaving for work at an institute in Baku, invited the new graduate to join him. Drawn from childhood to ships and the sea, Kurchatov chose instead to enroll in a program in nautical engineering in Petrograd. He suffered through a winter short on resources in the bitter northern cold, eking out a living as a supervisor in the physics department of a weather station, sleeping on a table in the unheated instrument building in a huge black fur coat. "This is no life I'm living," he wrote a friend that winter, uncharacteristically depressed, "but a rusted-out tin can with a hole in it." But the station director gave him real problems to solve, including measuring the alpha radioactivity of freshly fallen snow, and the work finally won him for physics. He returned to the Crimea in 1924 to help his family. His father had been sentenced to 3 years of internal exile and later joined his former teacher in Baku. In the meantime, one of Kurchatov's physics classmates, his future brother-in-law, Kirill Sinelnikov, had caught Ioffe's eye and accepted his invitation to work at PhysTech. Sinelnikov told the institute director about his talented friend. Off went another invitation. Kurchatov returned to Leningrad, this time to take up his life's work. He married Sinelnikov's sister Marina in 1927. Kurchatov quickly impressed Ioffe. It was almost routine to chase him out of the laboratory at midnight, the senior physicist recalls. In the interwar years, Ioffe sent 20 of his protégés abroad, to the best foreign laboratories where they could meet new people and familiarize themselves with new scientific techniques. Like a young entrepreneur too busy to bother going to college, Kurchatov never found time for foreign study. He kept putting off taking advantage of this opportunity, Ioffe adds. Every time it was time to leave, he was on an interesting experiment that he preferred to the trip. Others left and won international reputations. Peter Kapitsa explored cryogenics and strong magnetic fields at Cambridge University and became a favorite of Ernest Rutherford, the New Zealand-born Nobel laureate who directed the Cavendish Laboratory there. Kapitsa would earn a Nobel in his turn. So would theoretician Lev Landau, who worked in Germany during this period with his young Hungarian counterpart Edward Teller. The German émigré physicist Rudolf Peierls remembers a walking tour of the Caucasus with Landau after Landau had returned home when the Soviet theoretician pointed out that a nuclear reaction that produced secondary neutrons, if it could be found, would make possible the release of atomic energy. Remarkably clear vision in 1934, comments Peierls. Just 2 years after the discovery of the neutron. Less conspicuously, but with more enduring influence on Soviet history, Yuli Borisovich Khariton, the youngest son of a St. Petersburg journalist and an actress in the Moscow Art Theater. Compact, aesthetically slight, and very sprightly, a friend describes him, worked at Phystech on chemical chain reactions with Semyonov, their discoverer, before earning a doctorate in theoretical physics at the Cavendish in 1927. Alarmed by the growing mood of fascism he found in Germany on his return passage, Khariton, at 24, organized an explosives laboratory in the new Institute of Physical Chemistry, a Phystech spin-off. These were only a few of Ioffi's talented protégés. Their talents barely protected them from the Great Terror that began in the Soviet Union after the assassination of Central Committee member Sergei Mironovich Kirov in December 1934, as Stalin moved to eliminate all those in power whose authority preceded his imposition of one-man rule. Stalin killed off the founders of the Soviet state, writes the high-level Soviet defector Viktor Kravchenko. This crime was only a small part of the larger bloodletting in which hundreds of thousands of innocent men and women perished. According to a Soviet official, the slaughter claimed not hundreds of thousands, but millions. From January 1st, 1935 to June 22nd, 1941, 19,840,000 enemies of the people were arrested. Of these, 7 million were shot in prison, and a majority of the others died in camp. Exiled Soviet geneticist Zores Medvedev notes that the full list of arrested scientists and technical experts certainly runs into many thousands. Kharkov, where Kirill Sinelnikov had moved to direct the high-voltage laboratory after studying at Cambridge, lost most of its leaders, though Kurchatov's brother-in-law himself was spared. The British Royal Society had funded an expensive laboratory in its own dedicated building in the courtyard outside the Cavendish for Peter Kapitsa. Perhaps suspecting that he intended to defect, the Soviet government detained him during a visit home in the summer of 1934 and barred him from returning abroad. His detention shocked the British, and for a time he was too depressed to work, but the Soviet government bought his Cambridge laboratory equipment and built a new institute for him in Moscow. A frustrated Kapitsa had to order such unavailable consumer goods as wall clocks, extension telephones, and door locks from England. Eventually, he went back to work, as he wrote People's Commissar Vyacheslav Molotov, for the glory of the USSR and for the use of all the people. Niels Bohr, the Danish physicist, after visiting him in Moscow in 1937, observed that, by his enthusiastic and powerful personality, Kapitsa soon obtained the respect and confidence of Russian official circles. And from the first, Stalin showed a warm personal interest for Kapitsa's endeavors. Kapitsa's golden captivity was not yet terror, but he needed all his connections when Lev Landau was arrested in April 1938, convicted of being a German spy, and sent to prison, where he languished for a year and became ill. Landau had been working at Kapitsa's Institute for Physical Problems. Kapitsa determined to save him, writes Medvedev. After a short meeting with Landau in prison, Kapitsa took a desperate step. He presented Molotov and Stalin with an ultimatum. If Landau was not released immediately, he, Kapitsa, would resign from all his positions and leave the institute. It was clear that Kapitsa meant business. After a short time, Landau was cleared of all charges and released. In old age, Edward Teller would cite his friend's arrest and imprisonment as one of 3 important early influences on his militant anti-communism. The other 2, Teller said, were the Great Terror itself and Arthur Koestler's novel Darkness at Noon. Lev Landau, with whom I published a paper, was an ardent communist. Shortly after he returned to Russia, he went to prison. After that, he was no longer a communist. Communist or not, Landau continued to work at Kapitsa's Institute in Moscow. Not even Ioffi escaped the general harrowing. Although the majority of Soviet scientists realized the importance of work in the field of nuclear physics, writes Alexandrov, the leadership of the Soviet Academy of Sciences and of the Council of People's Commissars believed that this work had no practical value. Fiztek and Ioffe himself were heavily criticized at the 1936 General Assembly of the Academy of Sciences for loss of touch with practice. With the Great Terror destroying lives all around them, Soviet physicists understandably learned caution from such charges. In those years, writes Stalin's daughter Svetlana Alliluyeva, never a month went by in peace. Everything was in constant turmoil. People vanished like shadows in the night. Her father brooded over it all, reports the historian Robert Conquest. Stalin personally ordered, inspired, and organized the operation. He received weekly reports of not only steel production and crop figures, but also of the numbers annihilated. Shot in the back of the head at Lubyanka prison, truckloads of bodies to the crematorium at the Donskoy monastery, smoking ashes bulked into pits, and the pits paved over. That was the era when Osip Mandelstam suffered 3 years exile and then 5 years in a gulag camp, 5 years that killed him, for writing a poem, The Stalin Epigram, the most ferocious portrait of the dictator anyone ever devised. Our lives no longer feel ground under them. At 10 paces, you can't hear our words. But whenever there's a snatch of talk, it turns to the Kremlin mountaineer, the 10 thick worms, his fingers, his words like measures of weight, the huge, laughing cockroaches on his top lip, the glitter of his boot rims. Ringed with a scum of chicken-necked bosses, he toys with the tributes of half-men. One whistles, another meows, a third snivels. He pokes out his finger, and he alone goes boom. He forges decrees in a line like horseshoes, one for the groin, one for the forehead, temple, eye. He rolls the executions on his tongue like berries. He wishes he could hug them like big friends from home. Igor Kurchatov organized the initial Soviet study of nuclear fission at Fiztek in the early months of 1939, following Joliot-Curie's letter to Ioffe and confirmation of the discovery in scientific journals. Landau's remark to Peierls in 1934 about secondary neutrons points to one universal line of inquiry, examining whether the fission reaction, which a single neutron could initiate, would release not only hot fission fragments, but additional neutrons as well. If so, then some of those secondary neutrons might go on to fission other uranium atoms, which might fission yet others in their turn. If there were enough secondary neutrons, the chain reaction might grow to be self-sustaining. Joliot-Curie's team in Paris set up an experiment to look for secondary neutrons in late February. In April, the French reported 3.5 secondary neutrons per fission and predicted that uranium would probably chain react. Enrico Fermi, now at Columbia University in flight from anti-Semitic persecution, his wife Laura was Jewish, and émigré Hungarian physicist Leo Szilard, also temporarily working at Columbia, soon independently confirmed fission's production of secondary neutrons. At a Fiztek seminar in April, 2 young members of Kurchatov's Fiztek team, Georgy Flyrov and Lev Rusinov, reported similar results, between 2 and 4 secondary neutrons per fission. In 1940, Flyrov and Konstantin A. Peterzak would make a world-class discovery, the spontaneous fission of uranium, a consequence of uranium's natural instability and a phenomenon that would prove crucial to regulating controlled chain reactions in nuclear reactors. Before the young Russians succeeded, the American radiochemist Willard F. Libby, later a Nobel laureate, had tried 2 different ways unsuccessfully to demonstrate spontaneous fission. Down the street at the Institute of Physical Chemistry, Yuli Hariton and an outstanding younger colleague, theoretician Yakov B. Zeldovich, began exploring fission theory. Yuli Borisovich notes a curious detail, Zeldovich recalled. We considered the work on the theory of uranium fission to be apart from the official plan of the Institute, and we worked on it in the evenings, sometimes until very late. Zeldovich was a brilliant original. Not a university graduate, comments Andrei Sakharov, in a sense self-educated, who had earned a master's degree and a doctorate, without his ever bothering about a bachelor's degree. We immediately made calculations of nuclear chain reactions, Hariton remembers, and we soon understood that, on paper at least, a chain reaction was possible, a reaction which could release unlimited amounts of energy without burning coal or oil. Then we took it very seriously. We also understood that a bomb was possible. Hariton and Zeldovich reported their first calculations in a seminar at PhysTech in the summer of 1939, describing the conditions necessary for a nuclear explosion and estimating its tremendous destructive capacity. One atomic bomb, they told their colleagues, could destroy Moscow. Theoretical physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer at Berkeley, Fermi, Szilard, Peierls in England all quickly came to similar conclusions. These possibilities were immediately obvious to any good physicist, comments Robert Serber. But it was also soon obvious from work by Niels Bohr that a formidable obstacle stood in the way of making bombs. Only one isotope of uranium, U-235, would sustain a chain reaction, and U-235 constituted only 0.7% of natural uranium. The other 99.3%, chemically identical, was U-238, which captured secondary neutrons and effectively poisoned the reaction. Footnote: an atomic bomb and a nuclear reactor exploit different circumstances using significantly different arrangements. A bomb creates a chain reaction using fast neutrons, a nuclear reactor using slow neutrons. End footnote. There were then two difficult technical questions that needed to be resolved by any nation that proposed to explore building an atomic bomb. Whether it might be possible to achieve a controlled chain reaction, to build a nuclear reactor using natural uranium in combination with some suitable moderator, or whether the U-235 content of the uranium would have to be laboriously enriched, and how to separate U-235 from U-238 on an industrial scale for bomb fuel when the only exploitable distinction between the two isotopes was a slight difference in mass. Enrichment and separation were essentially identical processes. Separated bomb-grade uranium is natural uranium enriched to above 80% U-235 and would use the same massive, expensive machinery that no one yet knew how to build, while a reactor fueled with natural uranium, if such would work, might be a straightforward enterprise. Hariton and Zeldovich approached these questions from first principles, as it were, carefully calculating what was not possible as well as what might be. In the first of three pioneering papers they published in the Russian Journal of Experimental and Theoretical Physics in 1939 and 1940, papers that went unnoticed outside the Soviet Union, they demonstrated that a fast neutron chain reaction was not possible in natural uranium. Isotope separation would therefore be necessary to build a uranium bomb. A second, longer paper delivered a few weeks later on October 22, 1939, developed important basic principles of reactor physics. Hariton and Zeldovich correctly identified the crucial bottleneck that experimenters would have to bypass to build a natural uranium reactor that worked. Visualize a stray neutron in a mass of natural uranium finding a U-235 nucleus, entering it and causing it to fission. The two resulting fission fragments fly apart. A fraction of a second later, they eject 2 or 3 secondary neutrons. If these fast secondary neutrons encounter other U-235 nuclei, they will continue and enlarge the chain of fissions. But there is much more U-238 than U-235 in the mass of natural uranium, making an encounter with a U-238 nucleus more likely, and U-238 tends to capture fast neutrons. It is particularly sensitive to neutrons moving at a critical energy, 25 electron volts, a sensitivity which physicists call a resonance. On the other hand, U-238 is opaque to slow neutrons. To make a reactor, then, Hariton and Zeldovich realized it would be necessary to slow the fast secondary neutrons from U-235 fission quickly below U-238's 25 electron volt resonance. The way to do that, they proposed, was to make the neutrons give up some of their energy by bouncing them off the nuclei of light atoms such as hydrogen. In order to accomplish a chain reaction in natural uranium, they wrote, strong slowing of the neutrons is necessary, which may be practically accomplished by the addition of a significant amount of hydrogen. The simplest way to mix uranium with hydrogen would be to make a slurry, a homogeneous mixture of natural uranium and ordinary water. But Hariton and Zeldovich demonstrated in this second paper that such a mixture would not sustain a chain reaction, because hydrogen and oxygen also capture slow neutrons, and in a reactor fueled with natural uranium, such capture would subtract too many neutrons from the mix. Important consequences followed from this conclusion. One was that instead of hydrogen in ordinary water, it would apparently be necessary to use heavy hydrogen, deuterium, H2 or D, an isotope of hydrogen with a smaller appetite for neutrons than ordinary hydrogen, perhaps in the form of rare and expensive heavy water. In a review article published in 1940, Hariton and Zeldovich proposed carbon and helium as other possible moderators, both materials that later proved to work. Alternatively, wrote the two Soviet physicists, another possibility lies in the enrichment of uranium with the isotope 235. They calculated that natural uranium enriched from 0.7% U-235 to 1.3% U-235 would work in a homogeneous solution with ordinary water. In a third paper submitted in March 1940, Hariton and Zeldovich identified two natural processes that would make it easy and completely safe to initiate and control a chain reaction in a nuclear reactor. The fissioning process would heat the mass of uranium and cause it to expand, which in turn would increase the distance the neutrons would have to travel to cause additional fissioning and would therefore slow down the chain reaction, allowing the mass of uranium to cool and the chain reaction to accelerate. This natural oscillation could be controlled by increasing or decreasing the volume of uranium. Another natural process, delayed neutrons released in fission, which would significantly increase the oscillation period, subsequently proved more significant for reactor control. Apparently, critics within the Soviet scientific community had made safety a point of attack. In this third paper, Hariton and Zeldovich vigorously disputed what they called hasty conclusions on the extreme danger of experiments with large masses of uranium and the catastrophic consequences of such experiments. Because of the natural processes they had identified, they scoffed, such conclusions do not correspond to reality. Hariton and Zeldovich summarized these early and remarkable insights in the introduction to their third paper. It would appear the lack of experimental data precludes any categorical assertions that by applying some technique, creating a large mass of metallic uranium, either by mixing uranium with substances possessing a small capture cross-section, for example with heavy water, or by enriching the uranium with the U-235 isotope, it will be possible to establish conditions for the chain decay of uranium by branching chains in which an arbitrarily weak radiation by neutrons will lead to powerful development of a nuclear reaction and macroscopic effects. Such a process would be of much interest since the molar heat of the nuclear fission reaction of uranium exceeds by 5 times 10 to the 7th, that is, 5 million times the heating capacity of coal. The abundance and cost of uranium would certainly allow the realization of some applications of uranium. Therefore, despite the difficulties and unreliability of the directions indicated, we may expect in the near future attempts to realize the process. At the annual All-Union Conference on Nuclear Physics, held in 1939 in November at Kharkov in the Ukraine, Hariton and Zeldovich reported their conclusion that carbon, graphite, and heavy water were possible neutron moderators. They also reported that a controlled chain reaction, even with heavy water, would be possible in a homogeneous reactor only with uranium enriched in U-235. Since uranium enrichment was notoriously difficult and would require the development of an entirely new industry, Their conclusion made the possibility of building a working nuclear reactor within a reasonable period of time, and for a reasonable amount of money, appear remote. But there are other possible arrangements of natural uranium and graphite or heavy water that they overlooked, even though their second 1939 paper had offered an important clue. Why two such outstanding theoreticians should have overlooked more promising alternative arrangements is a question worth exploring. The effectiveness of a moderator such as graphite or heavy water is limited crucially by its probability of capturing rather than reflecting neutrons. That probability, called a cross-section, can only be determined by experiment. Physicists quantify capture cross-sections and other such probabilities in extremely small fractions of a square centimeter, as if a cross-section were the surface area of a target the incoming neutron might hit. The two theoreticians had calculated that to achieve a chain reaction in a mixture of ordinary uranium and heavy water, the cross-section of deuterium for neutron capture must not be larger than 3 × 10⁻27 square centimeters. They lacked the laboratory equipment they needed, a powerful cyclotron and a large quantity of heavy water, to measure the actual capture cross-section of deuterium. The entire Soviet supply of heavy water at that time amounted to no more than 2 or 3 kilograms. For the 1939 All-Union Conference, they must have offered an approximation drawn from the international physics literature. Apparently, they continued to search the literature to see if someone had determined a more accurate value for the deuterium capture cross-section. They found an estimate in a letter to the editor of the American journal Physical Review, published in April 1940. In that letter, University of Chicago physicists L.B. Borst and William D. Harkins noted a quantitative estimate of 3 × 10⁻26 square centimeters, a full order of magnitude too large, -26th rather than -27th. Thus, Igor Kurchatov would explain in 1943 in a top-secret report, "We came to the conclusion that it is impossible to achieve a chain reaction in a mixture of ordinary uranium and heavy water. And if not in heavy water without investing expensively in isotope enrichment, then also not in carbon, where tolerances were even closer." Contrary to the opinion of a small group of enthusiasts, Hariton would comment late in life, the dominant opinion in our country was that a technical solution to the uranium problem was a matter for the remote future, and that success would require 15 to 20 years. Hariton and Zeldovich's disappointing conclusion must certainly have contributed to that conservative assessment. But the small group of enthusiasts, which included Hariton, Zeldovich, Kurchatov, and Flyrov, was not deterred. In the case of a homogeneous reactor, the enterprise looked doomed, Hariton would note, but there was still some hope that a loophole was possible. The cross-sections were not very reliable, and we felt that we had to dig through the material. Believing that a nuclear reactor, as well as a bomb, would require increasing the U-235 content of natural uranium, Kurchatov's group examined various methods of uranium enrichment. Gaseous diffusion, pumping a gaseous form of uranium against a porous barrier through which the lighter U-235 isotope would diffuse faster than the heavier U-238, selectively enriching the product, the physicists discounted as impractical. Instead, they recommended separating U-235 from U-238 in gaseous form in a high-speed centrifuge, a method Hariton had studied in detail in 1937, but one for which the technology had not yet been developed. These early discussions caught the attention of Leonid Kvasnikov, the head of the Science and Technology Department of the State Security Organization, the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, known by its Russian initials NKVD. The NKVD, which had orchestrated the Great Terror, which then swallowed up some 28,000 of its own, had been headed since 1938 by Stalin's brutally efficient fellow Georgian Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria. It maintained a network of spies throughout the world run by NKVD residents stationed in Soviet consulates and embassies. One important field of residency work was industrial espionage, stealing industrial processes and formulas to save the Soviet Union the expense of licensing these technologies legitimately from their developers. The American industrial chemist Harry Gold, who began a long career of espionage for the Soviet Union in 1935, mentions among such information the various industrial solvents used in the manufacture of lacquers and varnishes, such specialized products as ethyl chloride, used as a local anesthetic, and in particular, absolute 100% alcohol, used to blend, that is, extend, motor fuels. These commonplace products, Gould understood, would be a tremendous boon to a country that was back in the 18th century, industrially speaking, in spite of some localized advances. They could go toward making the harsh life of those who lived in the Soviet Union a little more bearable. Early in 1940, Kvasnikov alerted the Residency Network to collect information on uranium research. According to Georgy Flyrov, the early focus of Soviet concern was on German more than on Anglo-American work, just as it was in England and America. It seemed to us that if someone could make a nuclear bomb, it would be neither Americans, English, or French, but Germans. The Germans had brilliant chemistry. They had technology for the production of metallic uranium. They were involved in experiments on the centrifugal separation of uranium isotopes. And finally, the Germans possessed heavy water and reserves of uranium. Our first impression was that Germans were capable of making the thing. It was obvious what the consequences would be if they succeeded. Espionage, then, accompanied the Soviet development of nuclear energy from its earliest days. In the spring of 1940, George Vernadsky, who taught history at Yale University, sent his father, V.I. Vernadsky, an article about atomic energy published in the New York Times. Vernadsky wrote a letter to the Soviet Academy of Sciences about the article, following which the Academy created a special committee for the problem of uranium. Klopin, who had succeeded Vernadsky as director of the State Radium Institute, was appointed to head the Uranium Committee, which also included Vernadsky, Ioffe, the distinguished geologist A.Y. Fersman, Kapitsa, Kurchatov, and Hariton, as well as a number of senior Soviet scientists. The committee was directed to prepare a scientific research program and assign it to the necessary institutes to oversee the development of methods of isotope separation and to organize efforts toward achieving a controlled chain reaction. That is, building a nuclear reactor. The decree that established the committee also ordered the construction, completion, or improvement of no fewer than 3 Soviet cyclotrons, 2 already at hand in Leningrad and 1 to be built in Moscow, set up a fund for the acquisition of uranium metal, which Soviet industry at that time did not have the technology to produce, and appointed Fersman to lead an expedition into Central Asia to prospect for uranium. Uranium has acquired significance as a source of atomic energy, Vernadsky wrote a colleague in July. With us, uranium is a scarce metal. We extract radium from deep brine pumped from oil wells, and any quantity can be obtained. There is no uranium in these waters. Kurchatov was disappointed with the committee's plan, which the Academy of Sciences approved in October 1940. He believed it to be unduly conservative. Despite the expectation that uranium would have to be enriched, he wanted to move directly to building a nuclear reactor. At the 5th All-Union Conference on Nuclear Physics in Moscow in late November, he analyzed fission studies published throughout the world to demonstrate that a controlled chain reaction was possible and listed the equipment and materials he would need. Asked if a uranium bomb could be built, he said confidently that it could, and estimated that a bomb program would cost about as much as the largest hydroelectric plant that had been built in the Soviet Union up to that time. An estimate low by several orders of magnitude, but comparable to one Rudolf Peierls and Austrian émigré physicist Otto Robert Frisch had prepared in England 8 months earlier for the British government. In any case, as Frisch commented later, the cost of a plant for separating U-235 would be insignificant compared with the cost of the war. Golovin was an excited eyewitness to the November debate. The situation during Kurchatov's talk was rather dramatic. The workshop took place at the Communist Academy on Volkanka Street in a large hall with an amphitheater overcrowded by numerous participants. In the course of the presentation, the excitement of the audience kept growing, and by the end of it, the general feeling was that we were on the eve of a great event. When Kurchatov finished his talk and, together with the chairman of the meeting, Klopin, went to the adjacent room from the rostrum, Ioffe, Semyonov, A.I. Lipunsky, Hariton, and others started to move there one after the other. Meanwhile, the discussion over Kurchatov's talk was continued in the hall. The break was delayed. Instead of the ordinary 5 or 10 minutes between talks, the chairman, Klopin, didn't return even in 20 minutes. A noisy discussion was taking place in the adjacent room. The Great Terror had taught its survivors wary circumspection. In the 15 months since the beginning of the Second World War on September 1st, 1939, Germany had overrun Europe. To buy time, Stalin had concluded a non-aggression pact with Hitler, but the Soviet Union was gearing up for the war with Germany that Stalin understood was coming. In 1941, he would tell his inner circle, "The conflict is inevitable, perhaps in May next year." The Soviet leadership had made clear its suspicion of impractical science, and Stalin had ordered the scientists in no uncertain terms to roll up their sleeves and get down to practical work. Nor had Hariton and Zeldovich's calculations encouraged optimism in an older generation still suspicious of the new physics. Surprisingly, even Ioffe was skeptical. He was not a nuclear physicist, and after the discovery of fission, he had taken a long view of its potential, predicting that, if the mastering of rocket technology is a matter of the next 50 years, then the utilization of nuclear energy is a matter of the next century. All these factors would have influenced the noisy discussion going on in the adjacent room at the Communist Academy. Golovin. A quarter of an hour later, Klopin returned to the rostrum and declared that he had come to the conclusion that it was too early to ask the government for large grants since the war was going on in Europe and the money was needed for other purposes. He said that it was necessary to work a year or more and then make the decision whether there would be some grounds to involve the government. The audience was disappointed. The development of a capacity to build atomic bombs required a massive commitment of government funds that would have to be diverted from the conventional prosecution of the war. If atomic bombs could be built in time, they would be decisive, in which case no belligerent could afford not to pursue them. But making that judgment depended critically on how much scientists trusted their governments and how much governments trusted their scientists. Trust would not be a defining issue later, after the secret, the one and only secret, that the weapon worked, became known. This first time around, however, it was crucial, as the Russian physicist Viktor Adamski emphasizes in a discussion of why Nazi Germany never developed an atomic bomb. The tension between scientists and their governments stemmed from the fact that there existed no a priori certainty of the possibility of creating an atomic bomb, and merely for clarification of the matter it was necessary to get through an interim stage, to create a device, the nuclear reactor, in order to perform a controlled chain reaction instead of the explosive kind. But the implementation of this stage requires tremendous expenses, incomparable to any of those previously spared for the benefit of scientific research. And it was necessary to tell this straight to your government, making it clear that the expenses may turn out to be in vain. An atomic bomb may not result. Scientists and their governments developed confidence and mutual understanding in England and the United States, Adamski concludes, but not in Germany. At the end of 1940, such confidence and mutual understanding had not yet developed in the USSR. The overwhelming German surprise attack along the entire western border of the Soviet Union at dawn on June 22, 1941, 1 month after Stalin's prediction that a shooting war would not begin for another year, mooted the issue of how large an effort should be devoted to what Soviet physicists called the uranium problem. Stalin met with military and other leaders for 11 hours that first day, and almost continuously for several days thereafter, Beria at his side. The Wehrmacht decimated the Soviet Air Force, rolled over Belorussia and the Ukraine, and thrust up through the Baltic states toward Leningrad. Once the magnitude of the disaster sank in, says Stalin biographer and general of the Soviet Army Dmitry Volkogonov, the dictator simply lost control of himself and went into deep psychological shock. Between the 28th and 30th of June, according to eyewitnesses, Stalin was so depressed and shaken that he ceased to be a leader. On the 29th of June, as he was leaving the Defense Commissariat with Molotov, Kliment Voroshilov, Andrei Zhdanyov, and Beria, he burst out loudly, "Lenin left us a great inheritance, and we, his heirs, have fucked it all up." Stalin retreated to his dacha at Kuntsevo. It took a visit from the Politburo, led by Molotov, to mobilize him. "We got to Stalin's dacha," Anastas Mikoyan recalled in his memoirs. "We found him in an armchair in the small dining room. He looked up and said, 'What have you come for?' He had the strangest look on his face." By the time the Soviet dictator rallied, the Germans were bombing Moscow. Volkogonov chronicles the debacle. Soviet losses were colossal. Something like 30 divisions had been virtually wiped out, while 70 had lost more than half of their numbers. Nearly 3,500 planes had been destroyed, together with more than half the fuel and ammunition dumps. Of course, the Germans, too, had paid a price, namely about 150,000 officers and men, more than 950 aircraft, and several hundred tanks. The Red Army was fighting. It was retreating, but it was fighting. Stalin finally rallied the Soviet people on July 3rd. Molotov and Mikoyan had written the speech, and they almost had to drag Stalin to the microphone. The Soviet writer Konstantin Semyonov, a frontline correspondent throughout the war, recalled the momentous occasion in his post-war novel, The Living and the Dead. Stalin spoke in a toneless, slow voice, with a strong Georgian accent. Once or twice during his speech, you could hear a glass clink as he drank water. His voice was low and soft and might have seemed perfectly calm, but for his heavy, tired breathing and that water he kept drinking during the speech. Stalin did not describe the situation as tragic. Such a word would have been hard to imagine as coming from him. But the things of which he spoke, Opolchenia, that is, civilian reserves, partisans, occupied territories, meant the end of illusions. The truth he told was a bitter truth, but at last it was uttered, and people now at least knew where they stood. It was an extraordinary performance, reports the Russian-born journalist and historian Alexander Wirth, who covered the war in the USSR for the London Times. And not the least impressive thing about it were these opening words. "Comrades, citizens, brothers and sisters, fighters of our army and navy, I am speaking to you, my friends." This was something new. Stalin had never spoken like this before. But Stalin's secret police had surprises in store for any of his newfound friends whose loyalty might be suspect, particularly if their background was German. In every village, town, and city, notes Viktor Kravchenko, long blacklists were ready. Hundreds of thousands would be taken into custody. The liquidation of internal enemies was, in sober fact, the only part of the war effort that worked quickly and efficiently in the first terrible phase of the struggle. It was a purge in the rear in accordance with an elaborate advance plan, as ordered by Stalin himself. 500,000 people, the entire population of the Volga German Republic, were transported to internal exile in Siberia. In Moscow alone, thousands of citizens were shot under martial law in the first 6 months, Kravchenko concludes. The magnitude of the terror inside Russia cannot be overstated. It amounted to a war within the war. In the course of his July 3rd speech, Stalin announced the formation of a State Defense Committee, GKO, in which he vested all the power and authority of the state. He appointed himself chairman of the 5-man committee, Molotov deputy chairman, and as members Red Army Marshal Kliment Voroshilov, an utterly mindless executive with no opinion of his own, scoffs Volkogonov, the assiduous bureaucrat Georgy Melyankov, and Beria. Thus, Lavrenti Beria came into his own. Born in the Sukhumi district of Georgia in 1899, He had worked his way to power first as police chief and then party chief of Georgia and the Transcaucasus, where he had personally organized the terrible purges, and now at the center in Moscow. Stalin had summoned him from Georgia in 1938 to purge the NKVD itself. By early 1939, according to a biographer, Beria had succeeded in arresting most of the top and middle-level hierarchy of his predecessor's apparatus. He inherited a gulag slave labor force of several million souls. Camp dust, he liked to call them. A magnificent modern specimen of the artful courtier, Svetlana Alliluyeva mocks. She blamed Beria for her father's excesses. The Yugoslavian diplomat Miovan Djilas met Beria in the course of the war. A short man, Djilas says, somewhat plump, greenish pale, and with soft, damp hands, with a square-cut mouth and bulging eyes behind his pince-nez, and an expression of a certain self-satisfaction and irony mingled with a clerk's obsequiousness and solicitude. Beria's brutality extended to casual rape of teenage girls plucked off the street and delivered to his Lubyanka office, and official torture and murder. He was, nevertheless, an exceptional administrator. Stalin gave him huge responsibilities for evacuating wartime industry eastward over the Urals, for mobilizing gulag labor, for overseeing industrial conversion, and for moving troops and materiel to the front. Beria was a most clever man, Molotov testified, inhumanly energetic and industrious. He could work for a week without sleep. In the early months of the war, he almost certainly did. Beria was no engineer, observes Viktor Kravchenko, a factory manager in those days. He was placed in control for the precise purpose of inspiring deadly fear. I often asked myself, as others assuredly did in their secret hearts, why Stalin had decided to take this step. I could find only one plausible answer. It was that he lacked faith in the patriotism and national honor of the Russian people and was therefore compelled to rely primarily on the whip. Beria was his whip. According to Marshal K.S. Moskalenko, who told a group of senior military officers in 1957 that he heard it from Beria himself, Stalin concluded with Beria and Molotov in late July to offer a surrender, agreeing to hand over to Hitler the Soviet Baltic republics, Moldavia, a large part of the Ukraine, and Belorussia. They tried to make contact with Hitler through the Bulgarian ambassador. No Russian czar had ever done such a thing. It is interesting that the Bulgarian ambassador was of a higher caliber than these leaders and told them that Hitler would never beat the Russians and that Stalin shouldn't worry about it. The war emptied out the Leningrad institutes. The scientists crated up their movable equipment and shipped it on tracks crowded with troop trains to the other side of the Urals, out of range of German bombers. Phystech went to Kazan, 400 kilometers east of Moscow on the Volga. Whole factories moved east. Footnote: altogether, between July and November 1941, no fewer than 1,523 industrial enterprises, including 1,360 large war plants, had been moved to the east, 226 to the Volga area, 667 to the Urals, 244 to western Siberia, 78 to eastern Siberia, 308 to Kazakhstan and Central Asia. The evacuation cargoes amounted to a total of 1.5 million railway wagon loads. Worth, 1964, page 216. End footnote. Reports Sergei Kaftanov, Minister of Higher Education and Deputy for Science and Technology to the State Defense Committee. How long would it take today to move a big industrial enterprise to a new site? 2 years? 3 years? During the war, it took only months for plants that had been moved 1,000 kilometers to start up again. The regular order of construction is walls, roof, machines. We were doing it this way: machines, roof, walls. War pressed us for quick solutions. Quick solutions meant solutions, including scientific solutions, that contributed immediately to the defense of the beleaguered country. In the late summer of 1941, Kurchatov and Alexandrov set up a laboratory together in the Crimean port of Sevastopol on the Black Sea, organized a test site for demagnetizing ships to protect them against magnetic mines, and trained Navy crews in the life-saving technology until September, when the Germans began bombing Strelitskaya Bay. Alexandrov went north then to work with the Northern Fleet. Kurchatov stayed on in Sevastopol, demagnetizing submarines. Boris Pasternak compacted the mood that terrible autumn into a shudder of dread. Do you remember that dryness in your throat when, rattling their naked power of evil, they were barging ahead and bellowing, and autumn was advancing in steps of calamity? In October, there was panic in Moscow. The Germans had advanced to within 100 kilometers of the city, and it seemed they might succeed in seizing it. A young Red Army cipher clerk stationed in training nearby, Igor Guzenko, had been given a pass into Moscow on October 16th and witnessed the debacle. The street was crowded with people carrying bundles, sacks, and suitcases. Guzenko recalled after the war, they were scurrying in all directions. No one seemed to know where they were fleeing. Everyone was just fleeing. Most astounding of all was the strange silence hanging over the scene. Only the stamp of hurrying feet created an undertone of frantic rhythm. Andrei Sakharov, who was then a young university student, remembered that, as office after office set fire to their files, clouds of soot swirled through streets clogged with trucks, carts, and people on foot, carrying household possessions, baggage, and young children. I went with a few others to the university party committee office, where we found the party secretary at his desk. When we asked whether there was anything useful we could do, he stared wildly at us and blurted out, "It's every man for himself." At the Scientific Research Institute, where Igor Guzenko's sister had been working, a notice had been posted on the door on the authority of the chairman of the Moscow Soviet. The situation at the front is critical. All citizens of the city of Moscow whose presence is not needed are hereby ordered to leave the city. The enemy is at the gates. Guzenko thought the notice qualified as the most panicky document of World War II. Warranted or not, Moscow emptied out. By the end of October, more than 2 million people had been evacuated officially, and many more had simply fled. Stalin stayed. The counterattack outside Moscow, the first major Soviet offensive, began early in December and saved the city. West of Moscow, observes Alexander Worth, miles and miles of road were littered with abandoned guns, lorries, and tanks, deeply embedded in the snow. The comic Winter Fritz, wrapped up in women's shawls and feather boas stolen from the local population, and with icicles hanging from his red nose, made his first appearance in Russian folklore. But the siege of Leningrad had begun, and that winter nearly half the population of the city, 1 million people, died of starvation. Georgy Flyrov had been drafted into the Soviet Air Force at the beginning of the war and assigned to the Air Force Academy in Yashkar-Ola to train as an engineer. He was a stubborn man. He suspected that other nations, including the fascist enemy, were working on a uranium bomb. He believed passionately that his country should develop such a weapon first. He said as much in a letter to the State Defense Committee in November, but the letter went unanswered. That month, German bombs and artillery barrages finally drove the Soviet Navy from the Sevastopol harbor. Kurchatov left ruined Sevastopol then, evacuating first by boat to Poti, south of Sukhumi, on the eastern shore of the Black Sea, then beginning the long journey by train to Kazan, 700 kilometers east of Moscow, to resume work at the temporary Phystech installation there. On his way, the Soviet physicist spent a night on a below-zero station platform and caught cold. Suzanne Rosenberg, a daughter of Canadian communists who had returned to the Soviet Union to support the revolution, describes a similar railroad ordeal evacuating Moscow during the October panic. So crammed with evacuees was the train that we spent the first 24 hours standing on the windswept platform between the carriages. Later, we took brief turns sitting down on the benches inside. Our journey lasted 19 days, Normally it took 46 or 50 hours. We learned to sleep standing up like horses, to do without water and with little food for whole days. The German Messerschmitts were on our trail. Hearing their approach, we would jump off the train, tumbling over one another, and scurry off in all directions. If there were woods, we made a dash for their cover. If not, we fled into the open fields and stretched out in the frozen grass, faces buried in the icy ground. In December, Flyrov won leave to present a seminar on the uranium problem to the Academy of Sciences, which, like PhysTech, had been evacuated to nearby Kazan. He missed Kurchatov, who was still in transit, but wrote him a long letter in a school notebook that repeated the gist of his report. One of the participants remembers, "Flyrov's report was well argued. As usual, he was vivid and enthusiastic. We listened to him attentively. Ioffe and Kapitsa were present. The seminar left the impression that everything was very serious and fundamental, that work on the uranium project should be renewed. But the war was going on, and I don't know what the outcome would have been if we'd had to decide whether to start work immediately or to delay beginning for another year or two." Flyrov was proposing work on a fast neutron chain reaction, a bomb. He argued that an atomic bomb was possible and that 2.5 kilograms of pure U-235 would yield 100,000 tons of TNT equivalent. He suggested developing a cannon design, reports Hariton, that is quickly driving together two hemispheres made of U-235. He also expressed the important idea of the use of compression of the active material. The record is silent on how Flyrov proposed to achieve such compression in a uranium gun, which assembles but does not compress. Flyrov's 2.5 kilograms was at best a rough approximation, far below the minimum quantity of U-235 necessary to sustain a chain reaction, but it compares with the 1 kilogram that Rudolf Peierls and Otto Frisch in England had first roughly estimated, and was probably derived similarly from the known cross-section of uranium for neutron capture, the geometric cross-section 10 to the minus 23rd square centimeters. Footnote: critical mass for a bare U-235 sphere, 56 kilograms. For a U-235 sphere surrounded by a thick uranium tamper, 15 kilograms. End footnote. By the time Kurchatov arrived behind the Urals at the end of December 1941, his cold had turned to pneumonia. He took to his bed. His wife, Marina Dmitrievna, joined him in Kazan and nursed him. Abram Ioffe nursed him. During his illness, he chose not to shave. When he recovered early in 1942, he emerged into Russian winter with a full-blown beard, which, says Golovin, he declared no scissors would touch till after victory. It was unusual in those days for a young Russian to wear a beard. Kurchatov would make his famous. Hariton says Kurchatov cherished Flyrov's report, saving it in his desk to the end of his life. Admiring Flyrov's enthusiasm was not the same as trusting his judgment, however. Kurchatov knew, comments Golovin, that Flyrov did not, and indeed could not, have proofs. He only had a passion for experimentation and would not back down from his ideas. Cares of the day distracted Kurchatov. He was recalled to fleet duty and left for Murmansk. Scientific work which is not completed and produces no results during the war, Peter Kapitsa explained in a lecture in 1943, may even be harmful if it diverts our forces from work which is more urgently required. With ships to demagnetize, tank armor to harden, and radar to invent, the Soviet scientific establishment concluded once again that hard winter of 1941 that it would be imprudent to undertake expensive, problematic, and long-term nuclear fission research in the midst of war. Two. Diffusion. I think that the world in which we shall live these next 30 years will be a pretty restless and tormented place, Robert Oppenheimer wrote his younger brother Frank from Berkeley in 1931. I do not think that there will be much of a compromise possible between being of it and being not of it. Many thoughtful men and women felt that way in the decades between the two world wars, and for some of them, communism seemed to promise what the Time essayist and communist agent Whittaker Chambers called a solution. In the West, Chambers observed of that period, all intellectuals who become communists do so because they are seeking the answer to one of two problems: the problem of war or the problem of economic crises. Chambers explained, the same horror and havoc of the First World War which made the Russian Revolution possible recruited the ranks of the first communist parties of the West. Secondary manifestations of crisis augmented them. The rise of fascism in Italy, Nazism in Germany, and the Spanish Civil War. The economic crisis which reached the United States in 1929 swept thousands into the Communist Party or under its influence. But commitment to communism was also always personal, Chambers emphasized, the resolution of a crisis of faith. His decision to become a communist seems to the man who makes it as a choice between a world that is dying and a world that is coming to birth. Partisan observers then and since have ridiculed such commitment, judging it naive or even delusional, but it was no more so than any other religious conversion seen from outside the circle of faith. For committed communists, it followed that the Soviet Union was the new world's vanguard. Some acknowledged its unparalleled violence, its rule by terror. Some did not. The Communist Party presents itself, Chambers noted, as the one organization of the will to survive the crisis. It is in the name of that will that the communist first justifies the use of terror and tyranny, which the whole tradition of the West specifically repudiates. We were defending the first socialist country, insisted Ruth Kuczynski, a German communist who lived in exile in England. I didn't know about Stalin's crimes, she told an interviewer late in life. We knew how the capitalist West wanted to destroy the Soviet Union. It really seemed possible that they had managed to insert all these agents, who were purged during the Great Terror, into high places. I believed Stalin. Blinded or open-eyed, some among the faithful invested the raw, brutal, revolutionary new nation with their hopes of connection. Through its instrumentalities, they hoped that they could fight fascism, anti-Semitism, ignorance, inequality. Harry Gold believed he was attacking a universal and all-encompassing anti-Semitism. In only the Soviet Union was anti-Semitism a crime against the state. Here, too, was the one bulwark against the further encroachment of that monstrosity fascism. To me, Nazism and fascism and anti-Semitism were identical. This was the ages-old enemy of the Roman arena, the ghetto, of the Inquisition, of pogroms, and now of the concentration camps in Germany. Anything that was against anti-Semitism I was for, and so the chance to help strengthen the Soviet Union seemed like a wonderful opportunity. Soviet intelligence networks made productive use of Communist Party members, even though such volunteers were not trained agents, and even though their party affiliation made them suspect to their own governments. They were such people as money could not buy. Recruiting usually followed a standard pattern. Committed party members looked out for potential converts with useful skills or affiliations, made them welcome, proselytized them, obligated them with favors and gifts. Out of work in the depths of the Great Depression, Harry Gold got a job with the help of a party recruiter, Tom Black. That wonderful $30 every Saturday kept our family off relief. I was grateful to Black, very much so. A 1946 Royal Commission investigating Soviet intelligence operations in Canada found that there were numerous groups where communist philosophy and techniques were studied. To outsiders, these groups adopted various disguises, such as social gatherings, music listening groups, and groups for discussing international politics and economics. These study groups were in fact cells and were the recruiting centers for agents and the medium of development of the necessary frame of mind, which was a preliminary condition to eventual service of the Soviet Union in a more practical way. Besides commitment to the cause, the necessary frame of mind was secrecy. This object is to accustom the young Canadian adherent gradually to an atmosphere and an ethic of conspiracy. The general effect on the young man or woman over a period of time of secret meetings, secret acquaintances, and secret objectives, plans, and policies can easily be imagined. The technique seems calculated to develop the psychology of a double life and double standards. A candidate dropped out of party activity when he agreed to become an agent, dividing and isolating him still further. This theme of recruiting had significant variations. Morris Cohen, a native New Yorker born in 1910 to immigrant Russian parents and a high school football star, had joined the Communist Youth League in 1933 at the University of Illinois and subsequently volunteered to fight with the Abraham Lincoln International Brigade in the Spanish Civil War. While recovering from wounds in a hospital in Barcelona, Cohen was invited to attend the Republican Army's nearby Barcelona Intelligence School, which operated under the codename Construction. There he was recruited for U.S. espionage by a Soviet intelligence officer. In April 1938, Cohen wrote in his NKVD autobiography, "I was one of a group of various nationalities sent to a conspiratorial school in Barcelona. Our chief commissar and leaders were Soviets." Cohen completed his course of espionage training in February 1939 and returned to the United States to begin a productive career. Ruth Kuczynski's older brother Jürgen was the political leader of the German Communist Party in England. Jürgen had escaped Nazi Germany in 1933 through Czechoslovakia and taken up teaching at the London School of Economics. Ruth, born in Berlin in 1907, came west by a different route. Trained in Moscow as a clandestine radio operator, she had already worked out of Czechoslovakia, Trieste, Cairo, Bombay, Singapore, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Peking, and Poland. By the time she settled in England in 1938, she was a major in Red Army intelligence. GRU as opposed to Secret Police Intelligence, NKVD. The two entities maintained parallel and independent networks. The most productive cell in the history of Soviet espionage developed at Cambridge University in the 1930s. While physicists at the Cavendish Laboratory probed the real world of the atomic nucleus with the new tool of neutron bombardment, a brilliant and fanatic group of young Cambridge intellectuals at Trinity College lauded the certainties of Marxian metaphysics. The majority of the group were homosexual or bisexual in a society that branded homosexual acts as felony crimes. Sexual orientation contributed to affiliation, even as it taught the young conspirators double standards and a double life. But communism, in any case, was intensely fashionable at English universities between the world wars. Michael Straight, an American student at Cambridge at the time, estimates that the Socialist Society had 200 members when I went to Cambridge and 600 when I left. About 1 in 4 of them belonged to communist cells. The nucleus of the Cambridge group was Guy Burgess, recruited in 1933 by a Russian agent who worked in London as a journalist under the alias Ernst Henri. Burgess, the handsome son of a well-married naval commander, took prizes at Eton and first-class honors in history at Cambridge. His brilliance and charm won him election to the Cambridge Conversazione Society, an elite secret society whose members were known as the Apostles. He enlisted at least 2 of the members of his cell by seduction. At one time or another, wrote a Don who adored him, he went to bed with most of his friends, as he did with anyone who was willing and was not positively repulsive, and in doing so he released them from many of their frustrations and inhibitions. Of the 4 other men who came to be known as the Cambridge Five, Anthony Blunt and Donald MacLean certainly count among Burgess's sexual conquests. Kim Philby and John Cairncross were already dedicated communists, but Cairncross at least acknowledged finding Burgess fascinating, charming, and utterly ruthless. John Cairncross was a tall, rangy Scotsman from Glasgow, born in 1913. He studied at Glasgow University for 2 years beginning in 1930 when he was 17, took a year at the Sorbonne in Paris, then won a scholarship to Cambridge. Anthony Blunt was one of his Trinity supervisors there and directed him to Burgess, who recruited him for espionage in 1935. In the autumn of 1936, after he graduated from Cambridge with first-class honors in modern languages, Cairncross joined the British Foreign Office. Maclean, the tall, athletic namesake of the Liberal politician Sir Donald Maclean, was already on staff. "It's like being a lavatory attendant," Maclean would say later of espionage. "It stinks, but someone has to do it." Though he worked at making friends, Cairncross was not a success in the Foreign Office. Cairncross was always asking people out to lunch. One of his colleagues, John Colville, remembers, "He ate very slowly, slower than anyone I've ever known." Colville judged him a very intelligent, though sometimes incoherent, bore. In 1938, Cairncross transferred from the Foreign Office to the Treasury, probably at the request of the NKVD. Cairncross's real espionage breakthrough came in September 1940, a year into the European War, when Lord Hankey, minister without portfolio in Winston Churchill's War Cabinet, appointed him as private secretary. Hankey had full access to top-secret War Cabinet papers and oversight of British intelligence. He also chaired the Scientific Advisory Committee. It was probably John Cairncross who first passed information on Anglo-American atomic bomb research to Henry, the Cambridge Five's London NKVD control, Anatoly Borisovich Gorsky, at the end of September 1941, when the Wehrmacht was besieging Leningrad and Igor Kurchatov was demagnetizing ships in Sevastopol. Gorsky, a short, fattish man in his mid-30s with blonde hair brushed straight back and glasses that failed to mask a pair of shrewd, cold eyes, according to one of his wartime agents, was Vadim to Moscow Center, the NKVD Home Office. Cairncross was probably List. Vadim's report number 6881/1065 of 25.9.41 from London summarized a meeting of the British Uranium Committee held on September 16th. The information corresponds to information contained in the secret Report by Maud Committee on the Use of Uranium for a Bomb, prepared that summer for the British Cabinet and transmitted to the United States. At some time, Moscow Center acquired a complete copy of the Maud report. The uranium bomb may very well be developed within 2 years, Vadim's report began dramatically. Measurements of U-235 cross-sections would be accomplished by December. The British firm Metropolitan Vickers had been commissioned to develop a 20-stage gaseous diffusion pilot plant, a task which had high priority, construction to begin immediately. The government had contracted with Imperial Chemical Industries, ICI, for uranium hexafluoride, the gaseous form of uranium which the Vickers plant would process. Some of the information in this first transmission was garbled. A second transmission sent October 3rd cleared up the confusion. It is thought that the critical mass of U-235 falls within the range from 10 to 43 kilograms, the document reported. ICI had already produced 3 kilograms of uranium hexafluoride. Production of U-235 is realized by diffusion of uranium hexafluoride in a vaporized state through a number of membranes consisting of a grid of very fine wire. This configuration was German émigré chemist Franz Simon's first approximation of a diffusion membrane or barrier. He had pounded out a kitchen strainer to demonstrate the idea to his Oxford staff. In 1939, Yuli Hariton and Yakov Zeldovich had dismissed gaseous diffusion as an impractical method of separating U-235. Here was information that the British considered it superior. The document reported problems, however. Development of the separation plant design is meeting with serious difficulties. Vadim enumerated the perverse physical characteristics that made hex hellish stuff. The heavy, corrosive gas destroyed lubricant, dissociated in the presence of water vapor, and attacked equipment. A gaseous diffusion plant would be huge. The British had calculated 1,900 10-stage units occupying a plant area of some 20 acres. From gaseous diffusion, the report then veered back to the bomb, echoing Peierls and Frisch's early realization that a weapon that derived its explosive force from nuclear fission would have unique characteristics. It should be noted that besides the uranium bomb's tremendous destructive effect, the air at the site of the explosion will be saturated with radioactive particles capable of killing everything alive. September 1941 was a banner month for Soviet nuclear espionage. While Vadim was reporting from London, Morris Cohn weighed in from New York. Cohen had married a fellow communist, Leontine Potka, known as Lana, the day Germany invaded the USSR. The invasion had depressed him, but after he had mulled it over for a few days, he had revealed his affiliation to his wife and convinced her to join him in espionage work. Together, they had already collected and passed along information from an engineer in Hartford on a new aircraft machine gun, even delivering a prototype of the machine gun to Morris's Soviet contact, the long barrel concealed in a base vial case. Now, Cohen reported a remarkable development. An American physicist whom he knew from Spanish Civil War days had contacted him for an introduction to Amtorg, the Soviet trading corporation in New York that clandestinely organized North American espionage. The physicist told Cohen he had been invited to work on a secret project to develop an American atomic bomb. Cohen wanted to know if he could recruit the man. Moscow Center approved. Lavrenti Beria received these independent reports of Allied nuclear research activity with his habitual cynicism. Anatoly Yatskov, the NKVD's New York resident during the Second World War, notes that, from the very beginning, Beria suspected that these materials contained disinformation and thought that our adversaries were trying to drag us into tremendous expenditures and efforts on dead-end work. He gave them to a group of physicists for review. The scientists concluded that even if nuclear weapons were possible, they could only be built in the remote future. Early in 1942, a new GRU volunteer began contributing to the volume of information reaching the Soviet Union. He was a refugee in England from Nazi Germany, a devoted communist already gone underground, and an exceptional young physicist, and he worked for Rudolf Peierls. I found many problems piling up on the theoretical side, and I could not deal with all of them fast enough. I needed some regular help, someone with whom I would be able to discuss the theoretical technicalities. I looked around for a suitable person and thought of Klaus Fuchs. Born in 1911 in Rüsselsheim, in the Rhine Valley south of Frankfurt, Fuchs, at 31, had already seen enough conflict and tragedy for a lifetime. He claimed later that he had a very happy childhood, but it culminated with his mother's violent suicide. She drank hydrochloric acid when he was 19. His elder sister Elizabeth would also be a suicide, though her act may have been protective. A communist who was active politically against the Nazis, she jumped in front of a train when she was about to be arrested. Fuchs's father, Emil, was a politically contentious parson who left the Lutheran Church when Fuchs was 14 and became a Quaker. My father always told us that we had to go our own way, Fuchs remembered, even if he disagreed. He himself had many fights because he did what his conscience decreed, even if these were at variance with accepted convention. Klaus Fuchs would become his father's son, but he broke away from his father's philosophy, he said, over pacifism. Fuchs joined the Socialist Party at the University of Leipzig, where he began studying physics and mathematics in 1930. After 2 politically active years, he went on to the University of Kiel. There, he quit the Socialists over the party's decision to support the presidency of Paul von Hindenburg, the conservative field marshal who would pass the chancellorship of Germany to Adolf Hitler. At this point, Fuchs recalled, I decided to oppose the official policies openly, and I offered myself as a speaker in support of the communist candidate. He joined the Communist Party soon afterward and worked actively on its behalf in student politics, his work culminating in a strike which the Nazi leaders called in SA Brownshirts to break. In spite of that, I went there every day to show that I was not afraid of them. On one of these occasions, they tried to kill me, and I escaped. After the Reichstag fire early in 1933 that gave Hitler an excuse to invoke a state of emergency and round up the opposition, Fuchs went underground. I was lucky because on the morning after the burning of the Reichstag, I left my home very early to catch a train to Berlin for a conference of our student organization, and that is the only reason why I escaped arrest. I remember clearly when I opened the newspaper in the train, I immediately realized the significance, and I knew that the underground struggle had started. I took the badge of the hammer and sickle from my lapel. I was ready to accept the philosophy that the party is right, Fuchs continues, and that in the coming struggle you could not permit yourself any doubts after the party had made a decision. Long afterward, Rudolf Peierls would ask Fuchs how a scientist could accept Marxist orthodoxy and would be shaken by the arrogance and naivete of his answer. You must remember what I went through under the Nazis, Peierls reports Fuchs answering. Besides, it was always my intention when I had helped the Russians to take over everything to get up and tell them what is wrong with their system. Fuchs remained underground until he left Germany for Paris in July 1933. He was then 21 years old. I was sent out by the party because they said that I must finish my studies because after the revolution in Germany, people would be required with technical knowledge to take part in the building up of the communist Germany. To Harry Gold, who would meet him later in America, Fuchs's dedication would always be noble. Here, while Klaus was a mere boy of 18, he was head of the student chapter of the Communist Party at the University of Kiel. And Klaus, a frail, thin boy, led these boys in deadly street combat against the Nazi stormtroopers. And later, when the Nazis had put a price on his head, he barely managed to escape with his life to England. For a man of such convictions who fought this horror of fascism at the risk of his life, I cannot help but express my admiration. Student friends helped Fuchs find his way to England, where a Bristol family with communist connections took him in. Theoretical physicist Neville Mott, a professor at Bristol University, gave him an assistantship. Mott thought Fuchs shy and reserved, but saw another side at meetings of the Bristol branch of the Society for Cultural Relations with the Soviet Union, which sometimes staged dramatic readings of the texts of the purge trials then underway in Moscow. Fuchs chose to read the part of the prosecutor, shrill Andrei Vyshinsky, accusing the defendants with a cold venom that I would never have suspected from so quiet and retiring a young man. After 4 years at Bristol, Fuchs moved in 1937 to Edinburgh to work with Max Born, one of the pioneers of quantum mechanics, and himself an émigré. In Edinburgh, says Peierls, Fuchs did some excellent work in the electron theory of metals and other aspects of the theory of solids. Like Mott, Born also found the young German a very nice, quiet fellow with sad eyes. After Bristol, Fuchs seems to have dissembled his political radicalism and swallowed his rage, although he did organize sending propaganda leaflets from Scotland to Germany. He must have had trouble containing himself when he was interned as an enemy alien in May 1940 and sent to a camp on the Isle of Man. From there, jammed in with hundreds of other undesirables, he was deported by ship to internment in Canadian Army camps that were short on latrines and running water. England was in a jingoist mood. By July, it had interned more than 27,000 Germans and Italians, many of them refugees from fascism, and would ship more than 7,000 abroad. Shattered by this second deportation, some of them committed suicide. A German U-boat torpedoed the Arendora Star, one of the passenger liners carrying the unlucky internees to exile. Of 1,500 aboard, only 71 survived. Everyone's papers went down with the Arendora Star, and for a time in Canada as a result, Fuchs was billeted among Nazis. I felt no bitterness by the internment, he claimed later, because I could understand that it was necessary and that at the time England could not spare good people to look after the internees, but it did deprive me of the chance of learning more about the real character of the British people. How he assessed the British people in ignorance of their real character, he chose not to say, but he did say of his state of mind during the next several years that he had complete confidence in Russian policy and believed that the Western Allies deliberately allowed Russia and Germany to fight each other to the death. No less a figure than Missouri Senator Harry S. Truman argued publicly for such a policy when Germany invaded the USSR in June 1941. If we see that Germany is winning, we ought to help Russia, and if Russia is winning, we ought to help Germany, and that way let them kill as many as possible, Truman told the Senate. Although I don't want to see Hitler victorious under any circumstances, neither of them think anything of their pledged word. This early expression of Truman's hostility to the Soviet Union suggests that his move to a hard line after the war was a move from the Roosevelt policy of cooperation and accommodation back to long-standing conviction, more than simply a response to Soviet intransigence. After inquiries and the intercession of friends, Fuchs was returned to England and released from internment on December 17, 1940, 12 days before his 29th birthday. He went back to Edinburgh and Max Born and his chosen work of physics, a thin, pale, stoop-shouldered young man of average height with prominent forehead and Adam's apple, myopic brown eyes, watchful behind thick glasses, a habit of swallowing hard, frequently and audibly, a chain smoker with stained fingers. Someone eventually wrote a Clarihue about him. Fuchs looks like an ascetic theoretic. Rudolf Peierls requisitioned Fuchs from Born sometime after the first of the year and took him in as a lodger. Peierls' wife, Genia, was exuberantly Russian and a great mother of young men, having previously taught Otto Frisch to shave daily and dry dishes faster than she could wash them. Fuchs was a pleasant person to have around, Peierls recalls. He was courteous and even-tempered. He was rather silent unless one asked him a question, when he would give a full and articulate answer. For this, Genia called him Penny in the Slot. Since Fuchs was still an enemy alien and was known to have been an active communist in his homeland, clearance was delayed. The quiet young German started work on the atomic bomb at Birmingham in May 1941. When I learned of the purpose of the work, Fuchs testified later, I decided to inform Russia, and I established contact through another member of the Communist Party. Fuchs went up to London in late 1941 and talked to Jürgen Kuczynski. On his first contact with Kuczynski, an FBI report paraphrases his testimony. He informed him of his desire to furnish information to the Soviet Union. Kuczynski put Fuchs in touch with a man he would come to know as Alexander, Simon Davidovich Kramer, secretary to the military attaché at the Soviet embassy, who became his GRU control. In the next 6 months, Fuchs met with Alexander 2 or 3 times, once at the embassy, and gave him copies of the reports he was writing for Peierls. These included studies of isotope separation and calculations of critical mass, as well as reviews of published German work in the field. By early 1942, Lavrenti Beria's agents had bombarded him with so much information about British, French, German, and American research toward an atomic bomb that he could no longer discount it. He ordered the British documents that the NKVD had received gathered together and a report prepared for Stalin. Copy number 1 of that report, KZ-4, went to Stalin over Beria's signature in March 1942. Study of the question of military use of nuclear energy has begun in a number of capitalist countries. Beria began cautiously. Work on the development of new explosives using uranium was being carried out in an atmosphere of strict secrecy in France, England, Germany, and the U.S. Top-secret documents obtained by the NKVD from its agents in England revealed that the British War Office was intensely interested in the problem of military use because of concern that Germany might solve the problem first. Drawing directly on the Maud report, Beria noted that well-known English physicist G.P. Thomson was coordinating the work in England and that U-235 was the explosive isotope involved, extracted from ores of which there were large reserves in Canada, the Belgian Congo, Sudetenland, and Portugal. In a significant garble, Beria reported that the French scientists Hans Halban and Lew Kowarski had developed a method for extracting U-235 using uranium oxide and heavy water. In fact, Halban and Kowarski, using most of the world's supply of heavy water, 50 gallons spirited out of France just ahead of the Germans in tin cans by car and boat, had determined that a controlled chain reaction was possible using such materials without enrichment, information Yuli Hariton and Yakov Zeldovich would benefit from in the course of time and learning. Beria went on to discuss gaseous diffusion, noting that the British hoped to cooperate in development with the United States. He then took up the bomb itself. Peierls, Beria reported, had determined that 10 kilograms of U-235 would form a critical mass. Less than this amount is stable and absolutely safe, but a mass of U-235 greater than 10 kilograms develops in itself a fission chain reaction, leading to an explosion of tremendous force. The British therefore proposed to design a bomb in which the active part consists of 2 equal halves, and to drive them together at around 6,000 feet per second. Professor Taylor, presumably Geoffrey Taylor, the English hydrodynamicist, has calculated that the destructive action of 10 kilograms of U-235 would correspond to 1,600 tons of TNT. Imperial Chemicals had estimated that a plant to separate U-235 using Dr. Simon's system would cost 4.5 to 5 million pounds, Beria went on. Then he offered a justification for bomb building that demonstrates how little anyone yet understood the revolutionary nature of the potential new explosive. Given production of 36 bombs per year by such a plant, the cost of one bomb would be 236,000 pounds, compared to the cost of 1,500 tons of TNT at 326,000 pounds. Beria concluded that the British leadership considered the military application of uranium solved in principle, and that the War Office was laying plans to produce uranium bombs. He recommended 1. Forming a special scientific committee attached to the State Defense Committee to coordinate Soviet work on atomic energy, and 2. Passing the espionage documents along to prominent specialists and scientists for assessment and use. Coincidentally, the timing of Beria's report to Stalin matched within a few days a report U.S. science czar Vannevar Bush sent to Franklin Roosevelt, describing an American program that was then in the process of expanding from laboratory research to industrial development. If every effort is made to expedite research and production, Bush concluded, an American bomb could be delivered in 1944. On March 11, 1942, Roosevelt responded enthusiastically, "I think the whole thing should be pushed. Time is of the essence." In contrast, Stalin moved cautiously. He acted on Beria's second recommendation, but not yet his first. The Soviet leader sent the file of espionage documents to Molotov, with instructions to pass it for evaluation in turn to Mikhail Georgievich Pervyukin, the newly appointed People's Commissar of the chemical industry. Molotov called him in, Pervyukin later told an interviewer, and expressed concern that other countries might have achieved a major advance in the field, so that if we didn't restart our work, we might seriously lag behind. Then he said, "You should talk to the scientists who know the field and then report on it." That's what I did. April 1942 brought further confirmation that the giant of nuclear fission was stirring. A Red Army colonel who commanded partisan detachments behind the German lines sent a captured document to Sergei Kaftanov, the State Defense Committee deputy for science. Ukrainian partisans had brought him the notebook of a dead German officer, Kaftanov recalls. The notebook contained certain chemical formulae which appeared to concern the nuclear transformations of uranium. The notes in general showed that the officer had a professional interest in nuclear energy. It seemed he'd come to the occupied territories specifically to look for uranium. Kaftanov gave a Russian translation of the German officer's notes to A.I. Lipunsky, a senior Ukrainian physicist on the staff of the ill-fated institute at Kharkov. Lipunsky responded with the safe and standard litany, says Kaftanov. In 3 days' time, the answer came. Lipunsky believed that in the coming 15 to 20 years, the problem of developing nuclear energy would hardly be solved, and that it wasn't worth spending money on it in the midst of war. Pervyukin heard much the same message. Georgy Flyrov had lost patience with timid academicians and stodgy bureaucrats. He was a lieutenant in the Air Force now, assigned to a reconnaissance squadron in Voronezh, near the confluence of the Voronezh River and the Don, some 500 kilometers south of Moscow, but he was still strafing the government with letters and telegrams, no fewer than 5 telegrams to Kaftanov in recent months, with no response. Nor was official indifference to the cause of uranium research his only resentment. Although he and Konstantin Peterzak had been nominated for a Stalin Prize for their 1940 discovery of spontaneous fission, an honor that customarily included tangible gifts, the nomination had not been confirmed because scientists in other countries had not welcomed the discovery in print or cited it in their publications. The university at Voronezh had been evacuated eastward, leaving behind its library. Flyrov decided to check the scientific journals there to see if any new citations had turned up. He found more missing from the foreign journals he consulted than merely references to his own work. Nuclear physics itself was missing. All the leading American nuclear physicists had stopped publishing. Flyrov immediately understood that their work must have been classified. To Flyrov, that meant that the United States must be developing an atomic bomb. 29 years old and a mere lieutenant, but a physicist who understood the energy that matter might release if it were properly arranged, he notched his sights up then from assaulting the bureaucracy and in April 1942 appealed directly to Stalin. Dear Yosef Vissarionovich, 10 months have already elapsed since the beginning of the war, and all the time I have felt like a man trying to break through a stone wall with his head. Where did I go wrong? Am I overestimating the significance of the uranium problem? No, I am not. What makes the uranium projects fantastic are the enormous prospects that will open up if a successful solution to the problem is found. A veritable revolution will occur in military hardware. It may take place without our participation, due simply to the fact that now, as before, the scientific world is governed by sluggishness. Do you know, Yosef Vissarionovich, what main argument has been advanced against uranium? It would be too good if the problem could be solved. Nature seldom proves favorable to man. Perhaps being at the front, I have lost all perspective. I think we are making a big mistake. Flyrov went on to propose a conference where he might state his case. With Stalin and a jury of ranking physicists present, he asked for Ioffe, V.G. Klopin, Kapitsa, Lapunsky, Landau, Kurchatov, Hariton, Zeldovich, and others. I see this as the only means to prove that I am right, he argued, because other means are simply being passed over in silence. That is the wall of silence which I hope you will help me break through. Stalin enjoyed springing traps. To choose one's victim, he mused once, to prepare one's plans minutely, to slake an implacable vengeance, and then go to bed, there is nothing sweeter in the world. After he received Flyrov's letter and consulted with Kaftanov, he called in 4 of his academicians, Ioffe, Kapitsa, Klopin, and Vladimir Ivernadsky, and berated them, indignant that a young tyro like Flyrov had recognized a danger to the country that they had ignored. Golovin says he asked them bluntly how serious the information he had was concerning the possibility of developing the atom bomb in the next few years. His guests unanimously confirmed the importance of this work. The expense of building a new industry in the midst of a war mobilization worried the Soviet dictator. 2 of his advisors predicted that a bomb would cost as much again as the entire war effort. Kaftanov defended the expense. I said that, of course, a degree of risk was involved. We would risk tens, perhaps hundreds of millions of rubles. In the first place, we would have to spend money on science anyway, and investment in a new field of science is always fruitful. But if we did not take the risk, a much greater risk would then emerge, that we might one day face an enemy possessing nuclear weapons while we ourselves were unarmed. After some hesitation, adds Kaftanov, Stalin said we should do it. It was then May 1942, and the Wehrmacht was still smashing its way across the western USSR. The possibility that Germany might develop an atomic bomb had strongly influenced the Anglo-American decision to go forward. The possibility that Germany was working on an atomic bomb and the certainty, confirmed by espionage, that England and the United States were, had now catalyzed the Soviet decision as well. Deciding was one thing. Embodying the decision in difficult research and fantastic, extravagant technology would be quite another. The Stalingrad victory was far ahead, write Golovin and Russian physicist Yuri Smirnov of the desperate spring and summer of 1942. Moscow was the front line and nearly depopulated. Anti-aircraft batteries stood on alert, the Kremlin stars had been covered with canvas, barrage balloons guarded the approaches. German and Soviet planes were dogfighting over the city. A curfew began at dusk and the streetlights had been shut off. Automobiles found their way with headlights dimmed and narrowed to blue beams. Food and goods were rationed. Many ministries and departments were still in evacuation. On a train ride from Murmansk to Moscow during the first week in June, Alexander Wirth observed the results of wartime shortages and German successes. Civilians were badly underfed and many suffered from scurvy. Old women especially were tearful and pessimistic and thought the Germans were terribly strong. Morale among soldiers and officers was rather better. All the same, they were far from underrating the power of the Germans, and in their game of dominoes they called the double six Hitler, because it's the most frightening of them all. As of June 22nd, official Soviet combat casualties, probably underestimated, totaled 4.5 million. German totals approached 1.6 million. On July 28th, Stalin issued his notorious Order Number 227, acknowledging the loss of the Ukraine, Belorussia, and the Baltics to the German advance. "We now have fewer people and industrial plants, less bread and metal," Stalin declared. "Any further retreat will be fatal for us and for the motherland. Not a step backward. At any cost, we must stop the enemy, push him back, and defeat him." One tried, effective way to save time and expense was industrial espionage. A coded radio message went out from Moscow Center on June 14, 1942, to NKVD residents in Berlin, London, and New York. Top secret. Reportedly, the White House has decided to allocate a large sum to a secret atomic bomb development project. Relevant research and development is already in progress in Great Britain and Germany. In view of the above, please take whatever measures you think fit to obtain information on the theoretical and practical aspects of the atomic bomb projects, on the design of the atomic bomb, nuclear fuel components, and the trigger mechanism, various methods of uranium isotope separation, with emphasis on the preferable ones, trans-uranium elements, neutron physics, and nuclear physics, the likely changes in the future policies of the USA, Britain, and Germany in connection with the development of the atomic bomb, which government departments have been made responsible for coordinating the atomic bomb development efforts, where this work is being done, and under whose leadership. Morris Cohn was drafted into the U.S. Army in July and left New York for basic training and service in Europe. It took Anatoly Yatskov 2 months clandestinely to re-establish contact with Morris's wife, Lana, but she agreed to replace her husband as a courier. Fuchs's arrangements also changed that summer. Traveling to London was awkward in wartime. To deceive Genia Pyrals, Fuchs had to fake illnesses and pretend to be visiting a physician. At his third meeting with Alexander, the Russian proposed a more convenient link. Fuchs would not quite remember if Alexander also told him he was leaving England. In any case, the new arrangement would give Fuchs a contact closer to Birmingham. Fuchs's courier would be a woman this time. Her codename was Sonia. He knew her as Ruth Kuczynski, the sister of the man whom he had first approached to propose espionage. She was living in Oxford under the name Ruth Brewer with her children and her English husband, Len, a fellow spy, clandestinely broadcasting coded espionage information to Moscow using a shortwave radio she had built herself. She was tall, slender, and attractive, and at their meetings in Banbury and in the countryside near Birmingham, Fuchs rode out on a bicycle. She offered Fuchs a welcome change from what he would later call the controlled schizophrenia of his double life. It was a great relief for him to have someone he could talk to openly, she told an interviewer many years afterward. He never met any comrades in Britain with whom he could talk about such things. He was, she thought, a good, decent man. For his part, Fuchs confessed he had no hesitation in giving all the information I had. In Moscow, the search went forward for someone to direct the new project. According to Golovin, Stalin consulted with Beria. Beria suggested Ioffe or Kapitsa. Stalin disagreed. They were world-famous scientists, he argued. They were already burdened, and their disappearance into secret work would be noticed. He said that it was necessary to promote a young, not well-known scientist, writes Golovin, for whom such a post would be his life work. Kaftanov describes a different, or perhaps a complementary, sequence. I got the job of finding people, finding a place, and organizing the necessary institutions. I began with Ioffe. The most important issue was who would head this extraordinary project. I suggested that he himself should head it. He said that he was already too old. He was then 63, and that we needed a young, energetic scientist. He proposed a choice of 2 physicists, 39-year-old Abram Alikhanov and 40-year-old Kurchatov. Yulia Hariton's wife, Maria Nikolaevna, encountered Kurchatov in Kazan that summer. After the epic events in Sevastopol, I saw Kurchatov with a beard. I asked him, "Igor Vasilievich, what are you doing with that pre-Petrine ornamentation on your face?" He answered with 2 lines of a popular song. "First, we're going to beat back Fritz. Then, when there's time, we'll all shave." The beard suited that tall and imposing man very well. Footnote: in the 18th century, Peter the Great had made shaving compulsory as part of his program to Europeanize his subjects. Richard Rhodes. End footnote. Bearded Kurchatov traveled to Moscow for consultations. So presumably did Alikhanov. Alikhanov, Kaftanov explains, was by that time quite famous. He was already a corresponding member of the Soviet Academy of Sciences and a winner of the Stalin Prize. He was known for his discovery of positron-electron pairs and his work in the field of cosmic rays. Kurchatov was less well known. But Kurchatov, Kaftanov continues, had worked with uranium and with nuclear fission. He had not only participated in this work, but directed it. It was also in his favor that he had joined the Navy, which showed that he was willing to work where he was most needed. The government chose its man sometime in September 1942. A Kaftanov senior aide, S.A. Balazin, recalls Kurchatov's final interview. "We invited Kurchatov to Moscow simply to meet him before rejecting his candidacy. But he entered the room and immediately impressed everyone with his modesty and charm. He had a very good smile. He also appeared to be a thorough man. I had shown him translations of the German officer's notebook, and he had read them through. I didn't tell him that the decision to restart uranium work had already been made. I only asked him if such work should start, would he accept the leadership? He became thoughtful for a while, smiled, patted his beard, it was a short one then, and said, yes." Apparently, the interview made the difference. The outcome of any enterprise, says Kaftanov, is finally determined by competence, energy, organizing skills, and devotion to the cause. He offered Kurchatov the job. Kurchatov asked for a day to think it over. On the next day, he came and said, "If it is necessary, I'm ready. This is a tremendously difficult task, but I hope that the government will help, and of course that you will help too." One other version of how Kurchatov was chosen has surfaced. Molotov, who notes that he was in charge of atomic bomb research, says he picked Kurchatov. "I had to find a scientist who would be able to create an A-bomb. The NKVD gave me a list of names of trustworthy physicists. I summoned Kapitsa, an academician. He said we were not ready, that it was a matter for the future. We asked Ioffe. He too showed no clear interest. To make a long story short, I was left with the youngest and least known scientist of the lot, Kurchatov. They had been holding him back. I summoned him, we chatted, and he impressed me." Kurchatov returned to Kazan and told Alexandrov, "The work on nuclear physics will continue. There's information that the Americans and the Germans are making nuclear weapons. How is it possible for us to develop a thing like that in wartime?" Alexandrov asked. They said, "Don't be shy," Kurchatov told him. "Order what you need and begin work immediately."